Lu Yuan awakened the blessings of many children's system after being laid off. Each child will grant system rewards. Give me women, I wish to create a nation. Chapter 1. The blessings of many children's system. After concluding a day's work as a food delivery driver, Lu Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow and parked his electric scooter downstairs. The emptiness in his stomach and the dryness in his throat propelled him to hasten his ascent. Upon pushing open the door to his abode, he discovered his mother-in-law and wife seated on the sofa, awaiting his return. Both were absorbed in the television, their expressions betraying an unusual disquiet. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, a nagging intuition suggesting that trouble was afoot. "Mother, have you dined yet? I shall prepare a meal now," he inquired, pouring himself a glass of water as he spoke. Wang Liping, his mother-in-law, slammed the remote control onto the coffee table, producing a sharp sound. "Dine? Can you still stomach food?" "Lu Yuan, just look at yourself drenched in sweat. One might assume you've been begging on the streets. Let me remind you, my daughter is with you to enjoy a life of comfort, not to endure hardship alongside you." Setting his glass down, Lu Yuan cast a glance at Suya, his wife. She deliberately turned her face away, her lips pressed tightly together, fingers intertwined in her lap. In that instant, Lu Yuan comprehended everything. Her sentiments mirrored those of her mother. "Mother, do you recall how pleased you were when I was a programmer earning a decent salary? How is it that merely 2 months after my layoff, your tone has shifted so drastically? Your previous income was barely sufficient," Wang Liping retorted, her previously smiling visage now etched with disdain. "Given Suya's qualifications, marrying you is a step down. And now, at 30, you find yourself reduced to delivering food. What distinguishes that from begging? Can you provide a future for my daughter? Our family cannot afford such a disgrace. I earn my living through honest labor. I feel no shame in that," Lu Yuan replied, his voice growing colder as he regarded her contemptuous demeanor. "Let's dispense with the pretense. What is it that you wish?" "It's quite simple. Since you lack the ability, allow my daughter her freedom," Wang Liping declared, her finger jabbing at Lu Yuan's chest. "You will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow and sign the divorce agreement." "And what of our assets? The house, the savings, the car? Of course, you will leave with nothing." Wang Liping spat vehemently. "You have squandered 5 years of my daughter's youth. These possessions cannot begin to compensate. Do you still wish to claim any share of the assets? Are you even a man?" The house and car were both purchased by Lu Yuan, and the couple's joint savings amounted to over 300,000, most of which belonged to him. Suya was a white-collar worker with a respectable job, yet her salary was modest, barely enough to cover her expenses. Once again, Lu Yuan glanced at Suya, who remained silent on the sofa. "Have you any notion of what it means to leave me with nothing? Do you truly believe you can act without consequence?" Lu Yuan spoke in a low voice. "And what do you propose?" Wang Liping countered, her demands initially exorbitant. 50-50, that is my final offer," Lu Yuan stated frostily. After a moment, Suya murmured, "But I don't have that much money." "Not to worry, we can draft an IOU. The value of the house and car will be split, and the savings will be divided equally as well." After pondering, Suya ultimately acquiesced. Lu Yuan promptly produced paper, pen, and ink for her to sign the IOU with her thumbprint. "Then we shall meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Do not let this delay your chance to find a wealthier partner," Lu Yuan remarked, tucking the IOU into his pocket. Wang Liping, overhearing Lu Yuan's words, became animated once more. "What is this attitude, Lu Yuan? You are unrepentant and now speak with such sarcasm. As a man, lacking the ability to provide for your family, you have subjected your wife to anxiety, and yet you still have the audacity to argue." Lu Yuan fixed Wang Liping with a cold glare. "Silence, old woman. Am I addressing you? You bark like a stray dog, only knowing how to yap. Dare utter another word, and I shall make you regret it." Wang Liping was taken aback by Lu Yuan's audacity, her anger mingled with fear. With a huff, she feigned ignorance and retreated back to the sofa. Lu Yuan cast one last glance at his former home and wife, then exited, closing the door behind him without a backward glance. He mounted his electric scooter and rode to a nearby shop to purchase a pack of cigarettes. As he tore open the package and lit one, he recalled that he had been smoke-free for nearly 6 years, the bitter taste of the tobacco now filling his mouth. Earlier that day, on his way home, he had awakened the system. Now, he needed to sever ties with his past decisively. 1 hour ago. Ding! The system has detected that the host meets the activation conditions for the blessings of many children's system. System binding in progress. 10, 30, 70, 100. Binding successful. Welcome, host to the Blessings of Many Children system. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in expanding their lineage and establishing a vast family, guiding you towards the pinnacle of life. Yuan stood frozen in place, blinking in disbelief, questioning whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Suddenly, a translucent blue screen materialized before him, visible only to him. The screen exuded a sense of technology, adorned with flowing light blue data streams. Its metallic silver borders bore a subtle curvature at each corner. In the center of the screen, lines of white text appeared clearly. Blessings of Many Children System version 1.0. Host, Yuan. Current task, to conceive the first offspring. At that moment, a soft, melodious female voice echoed in his ears. Dear host, greetings. Congratulations on becoming the sole binder of the Blessings of Many Children system. This system aims to optimize the inheritance of humanity's finest genes to confront unknown future challenges and opportunities while providing unparalleled growth pathways and material support for the host. Each correct choice you make will contribute to the continuity of human civilization and open infinite possibilities for your own life. Wishing you a prosperous future filled with abundant descendants, I will now present the core modules of this system. New text appeared in the center of the screen. Miracles of Life, Core Reward Module. Function Description. This module serves as the core of the system. When the host successfully nurtures new life with a target that meets the reward criteria, a series of rewards will be automatically triggered. All sources of rewards have been meticulously optimized by the system, ensuring their absolute reasonableness and legality in the real world. Joy of Conception. Confirmation of pregnancy grants a reward of 10 million yuan. Gift of Birth. A successful delivery of the child rewards 100 million yuan. Furthermore, there are many more enigmatic rewards for the host to discover on their own that a cascade of figures electrified Yuan's nerves. 10 million, 100 million. These sums were numbers he had never dared to envision before. He had once been beset with anxiety over monthly mortgage and car loan payments, laboring late into the night for paltry bonuses. Yet now, a system informs him that by simply causing a woman to conceive and bear a child, he could effortlessly attain all of this. It was more outrageous than winning the lottery. Yuan had originally returned home with exuberance, eager to surprise his wife with this splendid news, only to be met at the door with an unexpected surprise from Wang Liping. And Suya. Very well. Yuan extinguished his cigarette, but beneath his foot, Suya, I hope you do not come to regret this in the future. Chapter 2. The Chosen. The following day, Yuan and Suya arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The entrance was a robust structure of brown wood, adorned with a golden plaque inscribed with the words Marriage Registration Office. Yuan and Suya entered one after the other. Inside the hall, several pairs of young couples stood in line, beams of joy illuminating their faces as they clutched vibrant red marriage certificates. An air of sweetness lingered, contrasting sharply with Yuan and Suya's presence. Promotional posters hung on the walls, depicting jubilant couples and children. They paused in front of an empty window where a middle-aged woman, donning black-rimmed glasses, sat with her hair meticulously styled into a bun. She retrieved 2 forms and a black pen from her drawer, sliding them across the counter to the couple. The forms, crafted from off-white paper, bore elegant black song typeface. Please fill out the forms, she instructed. Yuan picked up the pen, lowering his gaze to the form. Name, gender, date of birth, identification number. These familiar terms now felt strikingly alien. His hand hesitated momentarily before the marital status section, then decisively inscribed the word divorced. Suya had already completed her form, neatly folding it and placing it on the counter. Our photos, she said, retrieving a small envelope from her leather handbag and handing it to the woman. The woman glanced at the photos, then scrutinized the couple before extracting 2 deep crimson booklets from a metal box on the table. With a firm press of a steel stamp, she embossed the booklets. Yuan opened the divorce certificate, revealing his solitary photograph, beneath which lay his name and a series of cold numbers. As they exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, Suya halted, turning to face Yuan. Today, she was dressed impeccably in a light gray business suit, with a crisp white shirt. Yuan, though we are divorced, I still wish for your happiness. Find a stable job and start anew. Yuan, indifferent to her words, mounted his electric scooter and sped away, leaving Suya standing in stunned silence. At that moment, the system's melodious female voice echoed in his ear. Congratulations, host. You are now free from marriage. A celebratory gift of 10 million yuan has been granted. Yuan's phone vibrated suddenly. He checked to find a bank notification. XX Bank. Your savings card ending in 3847 has received 1,000,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 1,006, 384, 726 yuan. Transaction time, 11:34. Astonished, Lu Yuan nearly dropped his phone. His balance had just been over 60,000. Now, he had truly gained 10 million. The system's rewards were indeed substantial. There was only one thing left to do. Seek out as many women as possible to bear children, thereby continually reaping more generous rewards. Just then, a young girl walked past him. Ding! Triggering the chosen eye. Scanning target, scan complete. A transparent information panel suddenly materialized in Lu Yuan's vision. Name, Chen Min. Age, 24 years. Health index, 95. Genetic potential rating, C. Purity, no. Emotional history, 3 partners. Overall score, 71. Qualification overview, does not meet reward criteria. The girl remained oblivious, continuing on her way. System, what does this reward criteria mean? Lu Yuan inquired. Dear host, there are 3 stringent requirements for the reward criteria. First, purity, meaning no history of pregnancy. Second, emotional history must not exceed 1 partner. Third, the overall score must not fall below 85. Only women who meet all 3 criteria can trigger the system's reward mechanism. Lu Yuan frowned. Aren't these standards a bit too strict? High-quality genetic inheritance necessitates rigorous selection, even if a woman does not meet the reward criteria. There are no restrictions on your interactions with her. However, you will not be able to obtain system rewards. But what's the point of that? Lu Yuan retorted. Does purity mean she must be a virgin? Purity refers to having no history of pregnancy, including miscarriages. What you refer to as virginity, I define as a person who has never engaged in sexual relations. What constitutes the scoring system? The scoring criteria are based on multiple factors, including appearance, physique, intelligence, and more. Fine. If that's the case, then I'll just keep exploring. Lu Yuan resolved to first visit a mall to procure a set of high-end attire. His destination was Hang Lung Plaza, the city's premier luxury shopping center. As he stepped through the mall's entrance, the automatic doors slid open silently. Elegantly dressed men and women brushed past him, each radiating confidence and superiority. In their eyes, Lu Yuan's faded t-shirt and washed-out jeans seemed out of place. Undeterred by the gazes of others, he strode directly towards the men's clothing section, his target clear, Armani. Upon entering the boutique, a sales associate clad in a black skirt and impeccably applied makeup greeted him, her professional smile faltering momentarily before she approached him. Good day, sir. Welcome to Armani. How may I assist you? Her tone was courteous, yet Lu Yuan detected a subtle hint of condescension. The saleswoman likely presumed him to be a mere window shopper. I wish to select a suit. Lu Yuan, buoyed by the long string of numbers on his bank card, felt a newfound sense of confidence. He surveyed the rows of suits hanging on the racks, the fabrics glimmering with understated luxury under the lights. Very well, sir. Do you have any preferred styles or colors? Is it for a business occasion or a casual one? The saleswoman inquired while discreetly assessing Lu Yuan with her peripheral vision. Her gaze briefly lingered on his somewhat worn sneakers before dismissing him. Business occasion, Lu Yuan replied, pointing to a deep gray suit prominently displayed. I would like to try that one. Of course, sir. Right this way, please. The saleswoman retrieved the suit from the rack and led Lu Yuan towards the fitting room. The fitting room was spacious, adorned with large mirrors and bright lighting that illuminated every pore. Lu Yuan removed his clothing and donned the suit. As he stepped out of the fitting room, the saleswoman's expression shifted subtly. The previous air of professional detachment was replaced by genuine surprise. The suit appeared as though it had been tailored specifically for Lu Yuan. The sharp shoulder lines rendered him looking spirited and upright, while the fitted design accentuated his inverted triangular physique. The deep gray fabric enhanced the brightness of his complexion, and his previously weary eyes now gleamed with depth. Standing before the mirror, the reflection was both familiar and foreign. This was the power of wealth. A single outfit could effortlessly transform a person's aura. Sir, that suit fits you perfectly. The effect is outstanding. The tone of the saleswoman was imbued with a hint of sincerity. She stepped forward, extending her hand to assist Lu Yuan in adjusting his collar, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his skin. At that very moment, the voice of the system echoed once more in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! The eye of the chosen has been activated. Scanning target, scan complete. A pale pink light curtain unfurled before Lu Yuan, revealing detailed information about the saleswoman. Target information brief. Name, Wang Jing. Age, 27. Health index, 89. Genetic potential rating, C. Reward qualification assessment, pure body, yes. Emotional history, 3. Overall score, 72 points. Qualification overview, does not meet reward standards. The standards were not met. With an emotional history of 3 and an overall score of only 72 points, she fell short of the system's requirements. Lu Yuan felt little disturbance within. This was merely a test. What he needed to focus on now was arming himself. He decided on this set, along with a matching shirt and a pair of leather shoes. Very well, sir. A radiant smile graced the saleswoman's face as she swiftly selected a coordinating shirt and shoes for Lu Yuan, her movements both nimble and professional. Sir, your total comes to 138,000 yuan. He swiped his card. The saleswoman hastily packaged the garments in an exquisite bag and presented it to him with both hands. Sir, we welcome you to visit again. She deeply bowed to Lu Yuan's retreating figure. Ding, the host has mastered the ability of the Eye of the Chosen, rewarding you with a Centurion black gold card. A black card materialized in Lu Yuan's hand. This was the legendary top-tier credit card with no limit, quite suitable for flaunting. Lu Yuan contentedly tucked the card into his wallet. Chapter 3. They could easily resort to robbery, yet they still insist on giving me a haircut. Lu Yuan exited the Armani counter, carrying his shopping bag. Clad in the newly purchased suit and polished leather shoes, the gazes of passers-by had shifted from disdain to envy. He understood that this was merely the first step. He made his way to the basement level of the mall, locating the most upscale-looking hair salon, True Me Styling Studio. A stylish young hairstylist greeted him. Good day, sir. What kind of hairstyle are you looking for? Lu Yuan glanced at the price list on the wall. Men's haircut 588 yuan, women's haircut 888 yuan. Good heavens, they could very well go straight to robbery. Yet they still want to give me a haircut. This will do. Just make it short and lively. Please follow me, sir. Let us wash your hair first. A voluptuous female assistant approached, clad in a form-fitting black dress with a low neckline that revealed ample porcelain skin. She bent down to adjust the water temperature, her softness nearly brushing against Lu Yuan's arm. Ding! The Eye of the Chosen has been activated. Scanning target, scan complete. Target information brief. Name, codename, Li Lily. Age, 23. Health index, 92. Genetic potential rating, C. Reward qualification assessment, pure body, yes. Emotional history, 5. Overall score, 72 points. Qualification overview, does not meet reward standards. Another individual who did not meet the standards. Lu Yuan's gaze shifted to another assistant, a girl meticulously rinsing a client's hair, though some splashes escaped her careful grasp. She wore the salon's standard oversized black uniform, accentuating her petite frame. Her hair was styled in a simple ponytail, with a few strands damp from sweat clinging to her skin. Scanning target, scan complete. Target information brief. Name, codename, Gu Xiaoya. Age, 19. Health index, 95. Genetic potential rating, B. Reward qualification assessment, pure body, yes. Emotional history, 0. Overall score, 87 points. Qualification overview, meets reward standards. B. Potential, an emotional history of 0. An overall score of 87 points. This was undoubtedly a qualified, even exceptional target. Lu Yuan's heart swelled with immense joy. True treasures often lie hidden in the most unassuming corners. Let her do it, Lu Yuan indicated towards the girl. The hairstylist followed Lu Yuan's gesture, her expression turning hesitant. Sir, are you certain? She is new, named Xiaoya, and her technique may not be very practiced. I fear. Just her, Lu Yuan interrupted her unnecessary words. Very well, please wait a moment. The hairstylist approached the girl named Xiaoya, whispering a few words. Xiaoya looked up at Lu Yuan, her eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and anxiety. She wiped her hands and approached him, somewhat awkwardly. Hello, sir. Xiaoya stood before Lu Yuan, slightly bowing, her voice soft and trembling. Lu Yuan examined Xiaoya. Her face was small, a quintessential oval shape. Her skin was fair, with a faint blush gracing her cheeks due to her nervousness. She possessed round, almond-shaped eyes, with long, dense lashes. Her uniform was buttoned meticulously, revealing only a small portion of her delicate neck. Hello, Lu Yuan smiled at her. He settled into the shampoo chair, reclining back. Xiaoya positioned herself beside him, testing the water temperature. Sir, is this temperature acceptable? Yes. The warm water cascaded over Lu Yuan's hair, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. Xiaoya's movements were gentle, perhaps overly cautious. What should I do? I'm so nervous. This customer looks incredibly wealthy, donned in such expensive attire, and he specifically requested my service. I must perform well. I cannot afford to make a mistake. What if he is dissatisfied and complains? My living expenses this month depend on this job. The more anxious Xiaoya became, the stiffer her movements grew. She poured some shampoo into her hands, lathering it into foam before applying it to Lu Yuan's hair. Due to her nerves, she applied a bit too much pressure, inadvertently scratching his scalp with her nails. Ah, I'm so sorry, sir. Xiaoya immediately apologized, her voice tinged with a quiver. It's all right. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, feeling a slight sting on his scalp. This awkwardness only made him find her more genuine and endearing. You can apply a bit more pressure. It's perfectly fine. Lu Yuan guided her. Oh, all right. Xiaoya took a deep breath, adjusting her composure. She relaxed her fingers, using her fingertips instead of her nails, and began to gently massage Lu Yuan's scalp. Her movements remained somewhat clumsy, but they had improved significantly from before. It was evident that she was striving to excel in her work. Lu Yuan chose to remain silent, simply savoring the experience. He could detect a faint, milky fragrance emanating from Xiaoya. It was not perfume, but rather a natural scent, clean and delightful. He began to ponder how to win over this girl. She was innocent, timid, and lacked a sense of security, yet she yearned for recognition. The most effective approach with such a girl would be to shower her with ample affirmation and tenderness. This would cultivate a sense of dependency in her, making her feel special and needed. While a monetary allure might prove useful, it was not the optimal strategy. A direct discussion of finances could intimidate her and trigger her wariness. What he required was a subtle, gentle approach. After finishing his shampoo, the barber commenced cutting Lu Yuan's hair with deft precision, transforming it into a sharp and fashionable style in no time. Lu Yuan then requested Xiaoya to wash his hair once more. Perhaps his comforting presence had a calming effect, as she appeared significantly more composed this time. After the wash, Xiaoya gestured for Lu Yuan to take a seat and began to dry his hair with a blow-dryer. Through the mirror, he observed the girl behind him. Her head bowed in concentration as she tended to his hair. Her ponytail swayed gently with her movements, while a few rebellious strands playfully fell against her neck. The skin there as fair as exquisite mutton fat jade. The first step in his strategy was to disarm her defensiveness. Once her hair was dried, Lu Yuan stood and approached the front desk. "Please summon your manager," he instructed the receptionist. Moments later, the stylist who had initially ushered Lu Yuan in came hurrying over. "Good day, sir. I am Ken, the manager of this establishment. How may I assist you? Are you dissatisfied with our service?" Ken appeared somewhat anxious. Having already heard about the minor mishap in the shampoo area, not dissatisfied, but rather exceedingly pleased, Lu Yuan declared, uttering words that left both Ken and Xiaoya momentarily stunned. Particularly, Xiaoya found herself bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Ken, though puzzled, quickly regained his composure. "This customer likely has ulterior motives, perhaps drawn to our new hire. The whims of the affluent are indeed peculiar. However, this is advantageous for me. Retaining such a high-profile client means I could lavish praise on Xiaoya or even elevate her to a star stylist. Haha, sir, you have an excellent eye. Though Xiaoya is a newcomer, she is exceptionally diligent and is a key trainee in our establishment." Ken continued, extolling Xiaoya's virtues lavishly. "Since you are so satisfied, allow me to offer you a discount of 20% on this visit." "There's no need for a discount," Lu Yuan replied, waving his hand as he produced a black credit card from his wallet. "I would prefer not to go through this hassle each time. Please issue me the highest tier membership card available at your salon." The mere appearance of the card caused the atmosphere in the barbershop to fall into a stunned silence for a few seconds. Ken's eyes widened. As the manager of a salon catering to high-end clientele, he was well acquainted with the legendary top-tier credit card. Lu Yuan placed the Centurion Black card on the front desk. "Sir, are you sure? Our highest-level gold VVIP card requires a deposit of 300,000. Is there a problem?" Lu Yuan retorted. "No, absolutely none." Ken quickly regained his composure, a fervent smile spreading across his face. "I will arrange that for you immediately. It is our honor that you have chosen our establishment." He personally took the black card, handing it over to the receptionist as if it were a precious treasure. "Hurry, process this gentleman's gold VVIP card. Provide him with the utmost courtesy." The front desk expedited the process, and the POS machine spat out a lengthy receipt. Lu Yuan signed his name with flourish. A beautifully crafted golden membership card was respectfully handed to him by the manager. All the employees in the salon regarded Lu Yuan with envy and curiosity, as well as the thoroughly astonished Xiaoya. To them, this newcomer named Xiaoya was incredibly fortunate. After all, this was a 300,000 gold VVIP card. Even if Xiaoya were merely a newcomer, her commission would still amount to at least 30,000. Lu Yuan tucked the card away and then turned to the manager. "I have a small request. Please, sir, do let me know. I am at your service." "Nothing so grave," Lu Yuan smiled. "I have a dinner engagement this evening and am in need of a female companion. I would like to invite Miss Xiaoya to join me. I wonder if she has finished her shift? Would this inconvenience her?" The true intent of Lu Yuan was now revealed. Ken immediately caught on. "Not at all. It would not be an inconvenience. Xiaoya has already completed her work for the day. She may leave right now. Xiaoya, come here. This gentleman has invited you to dinner." "What an honor it is." Chapter 4. Given the circumstances, let us dine first. Xiaoya felt as though she were frozen in place, unable to move. To go or not to go? If she did go, what might transpire? This man appeared affluent and charming, but why had he invited her? Was it merely for a meal? What would her colleagues think of her? Would they perceive her as the sort of girl who would casually accompany men for money? Yet, if she declined, would she risk losing her current job? With a deep breath, she mustered all her strength. I have made up my mind. I will go with you. Awakens' face instantly beamed with renewed enthusiasm as he clapped his hands loudly. Splendid. This is indeed our most sensible employee. Let us depart. Yuan said to Xiaoya. Still dazed, she instinctively followed in his footsteps. As they exited through the glass door emblazoned with the golden logo, the harmonious voices of the staff echoed behind them. Sir, take care. We welcome your next visit. The evening air carried a refreshing chill, brushing against Xiaoya's flushed cheeks. The streetlights flickered to life, casting a vibrant glow upon the city. They traversed a bustling commercial thoroughfare before turning into a comparatively quiet alley. The lighting in the alley was dimmer, flanked by old-fashioned residential buildings that exuded a sense of nostalgia. This place felt like an entirely different world compared to the opulent mall they had just left. Xiaoya sensed herself relaxing somewhat. At the end of the alley, they arrived at a quaint little restaurant. It was modest in size, with only 5 or 6 wooden tables, all immaculately clean. The place was nearly filled to capacity during the dinner rush, patrons seated in small groups, quietly conversing with relaxed expressions. The ambience was devoid of the formality characteristic of upscale dining, instead brimming with the warmth of everyday life. This will do. The food is quite good here. I discovered it while delivering takeout and have dined alone several times, he remarked as he pushed open the creaky wooden door. A wave of warmth and enticing aromas enveloped them. A middle-aged woman in an apron noticed their entrance and immediately greeted them with a smile. Please, this way. There's a corner table available. The woman guided them to the innermost table by the window. Xiaoya lowered her head, feigning intense concentration on the menu. Yet she was unable to comprehend a single word. The place to which this man had brought her was entirely different from what she had envisioned. She had imagined a lavish, opulent restaurant where a single meal would deplete several months of her salary. However, this establishment felt remarkably familiar and welcoming, reminiscent of the modest eateries in her hometown. This stark contrast only deepened her bewilderment towards the man before her. I'm fine. You order. Xiaoya pushed the menu back towards him, her voice barely rising above a whisper. Yuan did not insist. He picked up the menu and confidently ordered several dishes: braised pork, steamed base, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a bowl of soup with baby bok choy. 2 bowls of rice, please. Certainly. Please hold on. The waiter noted the order and departed. Yuan poured Xiaoya a cup of barley tea from the teapot on the table. The tea was warm, emitting wisps of steam. Have a sip. Thank you. Xiaoya cradled the teacup in her hands, sipping delicately. A brief silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the laughter from the neighboring table and the clattering of utensils from the kitchen. Yuan remained still, gazing out the window at the serene alley, where a few residents occasionally strolled by with their shopping baskets. This silence did not render Xiaoya uncomfortable. Rather, it provided her an opportunity to gradually calm her tumultuous emotions. Stealing a glance, she quickly assessed Yuan. He was clad in an exquisite suit, his posture relaxed, with his elbows resting on the table, fingers lightly tapping the surface. He exuded an air of nonchalance, as if he could navigate any environment with ease. He did not resemble someone who would frequent such a humble restaurant. Yet here he was, ordering the most ordinary of home-cooked dishes. This striking contrast piqued Xiaoya's curiosity even further. Ultimately, it was Xiaoya who first shattered the silence, voicing her foremost question. Why did you choose me? Because you seem earnest, Yuan replied calmly. I noticed you washing a customer's hair with such care and focus. I believe a dedicated worker will provide excellent service. This rationale took Xiaoya by surprise. She had anticipated flippant remarks or perhaps no response at all. However, the acknowledgement of her seriousness left her momentarily speechless. But I splashed water in your eyes. Yuan chuckled softly. That was merely an accident. I saw your sincerity in serving customers. At that moment, the waiter began to serve the dishes. The braised pork glistened with a rich sheen, its aroma intoxicating. The steamed base was adorned with vibrant green scallions and red chili strips, a feast for the eyes. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes presented a delightful contrast of golden and red, undeniably appetizing. Dig in. After a long day, you must be hungry. Yuan picked up his chopsticks, placing a sizable piece of braised pork in front of Xiaoya. The meat quivered enticingly in the bowl, enveloped in a luscious sauce. Xiaoya stared at the meat, then glanced at Yuan. A sudden pang of emotion welled up in her chest. It had been ages since anyone had shown such concern for her hunger or so readily offered her food. Since arriving in this unfamiliar city, she had been scrambling for her livelihood, subsisting mainly on fast food and the cheapest instant noodles. Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking? Yuan inquired, noticing her hesitance. No. Xiaoya quickly waved her hands. She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of the pork. The meat was tender, practically melting in her mouth. The balanced flavors burst forth, filling her palate with a taste she had not savored in a long time, one reminiscent of home. Gradually, Xiaoya began to lower her guard. Actually, my mother is ill. She has uremia and requires dialysis every week, which costs a significant amount of money. At last, she opened up, sharing her story. She came from a remote mountain village, where her family struggled financially, and she had a younger brother still in school. As the eldest daughter, she had left home after graduating high school, hoping to earn enough to pay for her mother's treatment and support her brother's education. She had held numerous jobs, standing for long hours on factory assembly lines and washing mountains of dishes in restaurant kitchens. Eventually, she had heard from a fellow villager that working as a shampoo girl in a big city could be lucrative, prompting her to come here. She sent most of her monthly wages back home, keeping only a meager allowance for herself. This meal was the finest she had enjoyed since arriving in the city. I haven't had a meal this good in so long. It reminds me of my mother's cooking, Xiaoya said, her voice thick with emotion. Lu Yuan listened quietly, refraining from interrupting her. Once she finished, he placed his chopsticks on the table and met her gaze. How much does your mother's treatment cost each month? Without including other medications, just the dialysis alone costs over 10,000. Upon uttering that figure, Xiaoya's head drooped further, the number looming over her like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating her. What if I could help you resolve this issue? Xiaoya abruptly lifted her head, disbelief flooding her eyes. What? What did you say? I said, I can cover all your mother's medical expenses. I can give you 100,000 a month. This sum was sufficient to cover her treatment costs and improve her family's living conditions. Xiaoya's breath hitched in her throat. 100,000. 100,000 a month. That figure struck her like thunder, reverberating through her mind. She had never encountered such a sum in her life. What do you want me to do? Her voice trembled with anxiety. Lu Yuan retrieved a pack of cigarettes and a metal lighter from his pocket, but did not ignite them. He simply toyed with them in his hands. It's quite simple. His gaze was earnest and unguarded, devoid of pretense. I want you to be my woman. To bear me a child. Chapter 5. Xiaoya's mind erupted as if something had detonated within, leaving her in a state of shock. She stared blankly at Lu Yuan. To be his woman? To bear his child? Are you joking? Do I appear to be jesting? Lu Yuan retorted. Why me? Because I am fond of you. From the moment I first laid eyes on you. Xiaoya fell silent, her heart engaged in a fierce internal battle. On one side lay her gravely ill mother, her impoverished family, and the harsh reality she could not alter despite her efforts. On the other side resided her dignity and moral principles. Yet, her mother's weary face, ravaged by illness, and her brother's eager eyes, yearning for an education, repeatedly surfaced in her mind. If I agree, my mother will receive the best treatment, my younger brother can continue his education, and our family's life will improve. I need some time to contemplate. Very well. Lu Yuan nodded, rising to his feet. I'll be staying at the Hilton nearby, room 808. Here's my key card. If you come to a decision, you may find me there. When the doorbell of the hotel room rang, Lu Yuan was not taken aback. I've made up my mind. Xiaoya entered the room, her voice remarkably calm. I promise you. The luxurious hotel room was spacious, illuminated solely by a softly glowing floor lamp. Lu Yuan closed the door behind them. Would you like something to drink? He gestured towards a small bar on one side of the room. No, thank you. Xiaoya shook her head, standing somewhat awkwardly in the middle of the room. Perhaps you should take a shower first, Lu Yuan suggested, indicating the bathroom. It's over there, equipped with new robes and toiletries. Xiaoya remained silent, merely nodding before quietly making her way to the bathroom. After several minutes, the sound of running water ceased. The bathroom door creaked open slightly, releasing a cloud of steam infused with the fragrance of shower gel. Xiaoya emerged, draped in a white bathrobe that cascaded down to her ankles. Her hair, damp and cascading over her shoulders, glistened with droplets. The warmth of the steam had tinged her cheeks a delicate pink, and her lips were a luscious red, reminiscent of cherries kissed by moisture. She avoided Lu Yuan's gaze, lowering her head as she approached the edge of the bed. The pristine white robe clung to her graceful silhouette, the neckline slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster skin and exquisite collarbone. Water droplets trailed down her elongated, fair neck, disappearing into the tantalizing depths that beckoned the imagination. The hem of the loose robe hinted at her slender legs, her delicate ankles barely visible, her toes curling slightly in nervousness, stirring a flutter of emotions. Are you afraid? Lu Yuan inquired. Xiaoya did not respond, instead bowing her head even lower, her hands clutching the robe's collar tightly. Lu Yuan refrained from pressing further. He reached out, gently lifting her chin to compel her to meet his gaze. Close your eyes. His voice held an enchanting quality. Obediently, Xiaoya complied, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows like butterfly wings in the soft light. Then, Lu Yuan leaned in and kissed her. His kiss was tender, and gradually, Xiaoya's rigid form began to soften. Lu Yuan's hand glided to her robe, deftly unfastening it. The ample fabric slipped from her shoulders, pooling on the carpet, revealing skin as flawless as fine jade, smooth and glimmering with an ivory-like sheen. He swept her into his arms, carrying her to the expansive double bed. The girl's perfect form lay bare under the soft, golden light. The temperature in the room continued to rise. Lu Yuan was astonished to discover that this was Xiaoya's first lesson. He had attended university with his ex-wife, Suya, who had a previous boyfriend before him. While conversing amicably with her, he sensed that Suya's past still lingered in his thoughts, but now, the prospect of teaching an innocent girl her first lesson ignited a thrill within him. As everything concluded, Xiaoya was left utterly exhausted, unable to lift even a finger. The following morning, Lu Yuan awoke first. He turned to gaze at the sleeping Xiaoya beside him. Her cheeks still bore the rosy hue from their previous night's endeavors, and her long lashes cast a small, fan-shaped shadow beneath her closed eyes. Her lips parted slightly, revealing a hint of pearly teeth, her breathing steady and serene. She resembled a defenseless little creature, curled up in the expansive blankets with only her small head visible. A corner of the duvet had slipped from her shoulder, exposing her smooth, rounded shoulder. Ding! Dear host, congratulations on receiving a first-time reward of 5 million yuan. An additional 5 million yuan for engaging with a pure-hearted individual, totaling 10 million yuan. Furthermore, you have been awarded 1 Tiger Energy Enhancement Pill to ensure a bountiful legacy. The phone resting on the bedside table vibrated, delivering a bank notification. XX Bank, your savings account ending in 3847 has received a deposit of 50,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 1,476,014, 726 yuan. Transaction time, 8:52. XX Bank, your savings account ending in 3847 has received a deposit of 50,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 1,976,014, 726 yuan. Transaction time, 8:53. A black pill appeared in Lu Yuan's hand, presumably the Tiger Energy Enhancement Pill touted by the system. This system is quite practical, with generous rewards. Excellent, I appreciate this. Lu Yuan glanced at Xiaoya beside him and swallowed the pill in one swift motion. He chuckled to himself, eager to test the pill's purported efficacy. He reached out, his fingertips gently caressing Xiaoya's cheek. Her skin was delicate, akin to the finest silk. Xiaoya's lashes fluttered slightly before she slowly opened her eyes, still clouded with sleep, as if she had not fully emerged from her dreams. Upon recognizing Lu Yuan so near, her body instinctively stiffened, a flicker of panic and shyness dancing in her gaze. The events of the previous night surged back to her mind like a tidal wave. Her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, and she hastily pulled the covers over her head, too bashful to look at Lu Yuan. Observing her ostrich-like behavior, a smile crept onto Lu Yuan's lips. He remained silent, merely lifting the covers. Xiaoya gasped softly, attempting to bury her head once more. Lu Yuan denied her that opportunity, leaning down to capture her lips once again. Another amiable exchange concluded, and Xiaoya was thoroughly spent. Yet, Lu Yuan's luck was not in his favor, for this time, Xiaoya did not conceive. He cradled her in his arms. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, shrouded in a veil of vulnerability. From now on, you shall call me husband, understood? Lu Yuan gazed into her eyes, his tone both commanding and gentle. Husband, Xiaoya stammered, her face even more flushed, the words barely escaping her lips like a whispering mosquito. Good girl. Lu Yuan pressed a gentle kiss on her lips before rising from the bed. Time to get up. I'll take you to work. Oh, okay. Xiaoya replied in a flustered manner as Lu Yuan guided her into the bathroom. The sound of water soon filled the air. Why are you? I truly can't really. Lu Yuan brought Xiaoya to the entrance of the Zhen was styling studio. It was still morning, and the shop was relatively empty, with only a few staff members preparing for the day ahead. The manager, Ken, stood at the front desk, conversing with a receptionist. Upon spotting Lu Yuan and Xiaoya entering together, his eyes brightened instantly. Mr. Lu, what brings you here so early? Are you here for a haircut? I'll arrange it right away. Ken's gaze swept over Xiaoya, his eyes brimming with suggestive intent. Xiaoya felt an overwhelming discomfort under his scrutiny and instinctively recoiled behind Lu Yuan. It was not merely a visit for a hair appointment. Lu Yuan stepped forward, drawing Xiaoya from behind him to stand at his side. He casually wrapped an arm around her waist. I am here to accompany Xiaoya to work. Moreover, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Please, go ahead. Whatever you require, I shall ensure it is accomplished, Ken declared, thumping his chest in assurance. From this day forth, Xiaoya shall no longer serve as a shampoo assistant, Lu Yuan stated, fixing his gaze steadily on Ken. Henceforth, she will be my exclusive image consultant, attending solely to my needs. She may come to work at her convenience, And should she choose not to, you needn't gossip about it. Her salary will align with that of your most esteemed stylist. Do you understand? Ken momentarily appeared taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Absolutely. No problem at all. He replied eagerly. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, I will immediately arrange a new position for Xiaoya. She will serve as a one-on-one senior image consultant, dedicated to your service alone. After all, only in such a manner can your esteemed status be duly highlighted. Chapter 6. Another Chosen One. The other employees in the salon observed this exchange with a myriad of expressions. Jealousy, envy, and curiosity flickered among them. They whispered amongst themselves. Look at Xiaoya. She has only been here a few days and has already ensnared a wealthy patron. Indeed, one wonders what stroke of luck she has encountered. Just yesterday, she was in tears, and today she arrives in a Mercedes. Don't be bitter. If you're capable, go find your own. She is simply more innocent-looking and adept at playing the victim. Who knows what tricks she employed? Men like him are merely for amusement. Once the novelty fades, they will cast her aside. Though their voices were hushed, their remarks reached Xiaoya's ears, causing her face to flush with embarrassment and indignation. Her fingers gripping her clothing tightly, turning pale from the strain. She wished to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Yuan spoke. His voice soft, yet overpowering the murmurs surrounding them. It seems you all have ample leisure time. Do you have any objections to my arrangements? He scanned the gossiping employees with an impassive gaze that bore an invisible weight. The employees immediately fell silent, their chatter extinguished. Should there be no objections, I suggest you mind your own business. Xiaoya is my woman. Should anyone dare to speak ill of her or bully her in my absence, do not expect me to be courteous. Yuan's tone turned frosty. Remember, I could purchase this establishment at any moment. When that time comes, whether you stay or leave will depend on my whim. His words detonated like a bombshell within the salon, leaving everyone, including Ken, momentarily stunned. He gaped at Yuan. Incredulous. Purchase this salon. Ken was aware of Yuan's wealth. Yet he had not fathomed it to such an extent that he could nonchalantly speak of acquiring a hair salon located in a prime area of the city. The gossiping employees paled, their faces drained of color, too intimidated to utter a sound. Xiaoya stood frozen, gazing up at Yuan, her perception of him morphing into something increasingly grand and enigmatic. Did you hear that? Now get back to work. Ken was the first to recover, shouting at the employees before turning back to Yuan, his demeanor now overtly humble and respectful. Mr. Liu, please do not be upset. It is my failure in management. I will ensure they are properly educated. Rest assured, Xiaoya will never face any grievances while she is with us. I guarantee it. Ken bowed and nodded, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his back. Standing beside Yuan, Xiaoya could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from his hand on her waist. That warmth seeped through the fabric of her clothing, enveloping her entire being, instilling an unprecedented sense of security. She looked up at Yuan, whose profile was sharply defined under the bright lights of the salon. His eyes remained calm, yet beneath that tranquility lay an undeniable strength. This man had shielded her from all rumors and whispers in the most direct and assertive manner, placing her at the center of envy and admiration. Mr. Liu, please calm your temper. It is entirely my fault for not recognizing the gravity of the situation. You are magnanimous. Please do not stoop to their level. Ken's bow deepened, nearly reaching a 90-degree angle. I assure you, such occurrences will never happen again. Xiaoya is a queen in our salon. Anyone who dares to impose even the slightest grievance upon her will face my wrath first. Yuan chose not to engage with Ken further. He turned to Xiaoya, his tone softening. All right, focus on your work here. Call me when you finish, and I will come to pick you up. Xiaoya nodded, her response barely a whisper. Her cheeks remained flushed, a blend of shyness and excitement. Yuan released her waist, then affectionately brushed a few stray strands of hair from her forehead. After completing this gesture, he turned and departed the salon, leaving Ken and the other employees awestruck. He did not return to the hotel, but instead headed straight to the South City International Auto Mall. This venue is the largest car trading market in the city, housing nearly every brand of 4S dealership. From domestically produced vehicles costing mere thousands to imported luxury cars worth millions, it offered a plethora of options. Yuan's objective was clear. He walked directly to the innermost section, where the premier luxury cars were displayed. Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, Ferraris, brands he had only ever seen in films and magazines, stood silently in their respective showrooms, akin to exquisite works of art. Yuan finally halted in front of a Mercedes 4S dealership. In contrast to the ostentation of other brands, the design of Mercedes' showroom exuded a subtle sophistication, with the large three-pointed star logo radiating a steady glow under the sunlight. He pushed open the door and entered the expansive, well-lit lobby of the 4S store. The floor was polished black marble, reflecting the soft light that cascaded from the ceiling, illuminating the gleaming new Mercedes vehicles displayed in the center. The air was infused with the distinct scent of new leather and plastic. Several sales consultants clad in uniforms stood nearby, and upon noticing a customer, they promptly approached. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Mercedes. How may we assist you?" A sweet-voiced female salesperson greeted Lu Yuan. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, and in that very moment, the system's alert chimed in his mind once more. Ding! Triggered the eye of the chosen. Scanning target, scan complete. A familiar, pale pink light curtain, visible only to Lu Yuan, unfurled behind the female salesperson. Name, code, Zhou Mani. Age, 25. Health index, 92. Genetic potential rating, B. Reward qualification determination, purity of form, affirmative. Emotional resume, 1. Comprehensive score, 88 points. Qualification overview, meets reward standards. Another one. Another chosen one who meets the criteria. Lu Yuan's heart began to race uncontrollably. He never anticipated that his simple intention of purchasing a car would lead to such unexpected fortune. The saleswoman before him, named Zhou Mani, was clad in a well-tailored black business suit that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her upper attire consisted of a white silk blouse, with 2 buttons undone at the collar, revealing her fair neck and a glimpse of exquisite collarbone. The blouse was stretched tightly against her ample bosom, as if it might burst open at any moment. The skirt was high-waisted, snugly enveloping her pert posterior, with the hemline resting mid-thigh, showcasing her long, slender legs, elegantly encased in nude stockings. On her feet were black stiletto heels, their delicate design enhancing her tall and graceful stature. Her face was adorned with subtle makeup, and the red lipstick lent her an air of professionalism intertwined with a hint of allure. Lu Yuan's gaze lingered on Zhou Mani for a few seconds before he discreetly shifted his attention elsewhere. "I would like to see the cars," he stated. Zhou Mani's smile grew even sweeter. "Certainly, sir. Which model are you interested in? A sedan, an SUV, or a sports car? We have a comprehensive selection to meet your various needs." As she spoke, she guided Lu Yuan toward the center of the showroom. "I want to purchase the best." Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. "The best?" Zhou Mani paused for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. "Sir, we have many high-end models under the Mercedes-Benz brand, each with its unique charm. May I inquire if your definition of best pertains to performance, comfort, or luxury? If you seek the utmost in opulence and prestigious experience, I would recommend our flagship model, the Maybach S-Class." With that, Zhou Mani led Lu Yuan to a striking black sedan stationed at the heart of the showroom. The Maybach S680. Its body was longer than that of a standard S-Class, with smooth, elegant lines. The two-tone design underscored its exceptional identity. The front featured a massive, vertically slatted grille, embellished with the Maybach emblem. The car stood there silently, akin to a regal sovereign, exuding an overwhelming aura of luxury and authority. "This is the Maybach S680, the pinnacle of our Mercedes-Benz lineup," Zhou Mani articulated with a hint of pride in her voice. "It is equipped with a V12 twin-turbocharged engine, boasting the finest interior and features. Whether you are a passenger or the driver, it offers an unparalleled experience. Of course, its price is rather steep, with a current suggested retail price of—" "No need to elaborate," Lu Yuan interrupted. "I'll take this one. Is it available for immediate purchase? I hope to drive it away today." Lu Yuan's decisiveness rendered Zhou Mani's carefully prepared script stuck in her throat. She gaped, unable to believe what she was hearing. "Sir, are you certain? Would you like to consider it a bit longer? Or perhaps I could arrange a test drive for you first." "No need," Lu Yuan replied, retrieving a black Centurion card from his pocket and presenting it to Zhou Mani. "Swipe it. Complete all procedures today." Upon seeing the card that symbolized ultimate wealth and status, Zhou Mani was momentarily frozen. As a sales consultant at a Mercedes-Benz dealership, she had encountered many affluent clients. However, it was her first experience witnessing someone like Lu Yuan, who, within 5 minutes of viewing a car, decided to purchase the top-tier Maybach using that legendary card. Chapter 7. The Sleeping Beast. The other sales consultants in the vicinity also took notice of the commotion, casting astonished and envious glances their way. Zhou Mani felt her heart racing, perspiration forming on her palms. She realized she had encountered a true magnate today. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain composure. With slightly trembling hands, she accepted the black card. "Mr. Lu, is it?" She glanced at the surname on the card. "Please hold on. I will promptly arrange the paperwork for you. I will go fetch our manager." Zhou Mani nearly sprinted toward the manager's office. Despite having met many wealthy individuals, her instincts told her this man was distinctly different. After years of striving, wasn't he the goal to attain a better life? Now, the opportunity lay before her. Weighing her options, Zhou Mani decided to take the initiative. "Mr. Lu, may I inquire if you are free this evening?" she asked, flashing a sweet and enchanting smile. "If convenient, I would love to invite you to dinner." Zhou Manny playfully flicked her long hair. What cuisine would you prefer? French or Italian? I know of several exquisite Michelin-starred restaurants. Various documents and contracts were presented before Lu Yuan, who briefly skimmed through them before abruptly placing his pen down. I no longer wish to purchase that car. The air in the entire dealership seemed to freeze in that moment. Zhou Manny's smile faltered. The manager and other sales consultants, who had been watching with envious eyes from a distance, were now equally stunned, pausing their activities. No, you don't want it anymore. Why? We had just agreed. The card is already presented. Was he toying with her? Or was there another reason? Had her eagerness been off-putting? No. A deal of such magnitude could not slip through her fingers. Zhou Manny's mind went blank, her heart racing as if it might cease altogether. She forced herself to regain her composure, rapidly contemplating her strategy. Mr. Lu, is there something about this vehicle that does not meet your satisfaction? Or is it my service that falls short? Her voice trembled subtly. If the price is unsuitable, I could certainly seek the manager for the greatest discount possible. Lu Yuan shook his head. He took a step forward, disregarding the astonished Zhou Manny, and made his way toward another corner of the showroom. There, cordoned off by velvet ropes, stood a vehicle even more extraordinary. It was a Maybach S680 Haute Voiture. Its body boasted a unique two-tone paint job, the upper half a graceful ocean blue and the lower half a dazzling rose gold. This color scheme, under the gentle lighting of the showroom, radiated a dreamlike, shimmering luster. The wheels matched the body in ocean blue forged rims, resembling a meticulously crafted masterpiece by an artist. This car was not merely a mode of transport. It was a luxurious work of art. Lu Yuan approached the barrier and halted. He remained silent, simply gazing at the vehicle. Zhou Manny and the others finally grasped the situation. Following Lu Yuan's gaze, their breaths collectively halted in that moment. That is the Haute Voiture, a top-tier collectible limited to just 150 units worldwide. From the moment this car was delivered to the showroom, it has been revered as the crown jewel of the establishment. Most visitors merely gaze at it from a distance, expressing their admiration, but few possess the audacity to approach it, let alone touch it. No one ever entertained the thought that someone might actually purchase it. Mr. Lu, do you mean? Zhou Manny's voice quivered with increasing intensity. Cautiously, she stepped closer to Lu Yuan, even moderating her breathing. So that is how it is. It's not that he doesn't want it. Rather, he finds the ordinary S680 beneath his aspirations. His true aim has always been this Haute Voiture. Good heavens. Just a moment ago, I was trying to sell him a standard Maybach. How blind I've been. Open the barrier. I want to see the car. Lu Yuan's voice remained calm, yet carried an air of authority. Yes, I will do so immediately, Zhou Manny exclaimed, as if receiving a royal decree. Turning to fetch the keys, the 4S shop manager reacted even more swiftly, nearly tumbling out of his office. Clutching a set of keys and wearing a mask of humble smiles. Mr. Lu, you truly have an eye for quality. This Haute Voiture is the only one in the entire South China region. With only 150 units produced globally, this one is numbered 88, symbolizing prosperity. What could be more auspicious? The manager spoke as he approached, trembling hands unlocking the velvet barrier. Mr. Lu, please, feel free to take a look. Lu Yuan stepped into the enclosure, extending his hand to gently pull open the driver's door. An overwhelming aura of opulence enveloped him. The interior was even more breathtaking than the exterior. The seats, dashboard, and door panels were adorned with an exquisite interlacing of white crystal and rose gold. The embedded foot mats, crafted from linen and cashmere, offered a soft and substantial touch, akin to walking on clouds. A finely crafted plaque on the center console bore the inscription Haute Voiture along with the unique limited edition number, 88 of 150. Zhou Manny stood by the car door, initiating a detailed introduction of the vehicle's interior with her utmost professionalism. Lu Yuan's gaze discreetly traversed her figure. Her tailored suit accentuated her alluring curves perfectly. As she leaned in to elaborate on the car, glimpses of her fair skin shimmered under the lighting, creating an enticing allure. Her legs, encased in stockings, exhibited an elegant contour, while the curve of her hips was accentuated, radiating the charm of a mature woman. Each of her movements appeared meticulously calculated to showcase her assets. Her voice, laced with excitement, rose in pitch, each word brimming with enthusiasm. Yet, Lu Yuan paid little heed to her words. He settled into the driver's seat, grasping the steering wheel, which was a fusion of white piano lacquer and delicate leather. Warm and substantial to the touch, he pressed the ignition button. Instantly, the dashboard and central screen illuminated, with soft blue ambient lighting flowing throughout the cabin, imparting a futuristic and technological vibe. The V12 engine emitted a deep, melodious roar, akin to a slumbering beast awakened from its repose. Lu Yuan gazed ahead, his vision penetrating the glass walls of the showroom, surveying the vast expanse outside. How much? He inquired. Sir, the official price of this vehicle is 8 million. Including options and various taxes, the final cost is approximately 8 million, the manager cautiously reported from the side. Such a sum was astronomical to the average person. Charge it. Lu Yuan produced a black card from his pocket and presented it. This time, no one was taken aback. Everyone was ensnared in a state of shock, nearly numbed by the magnitude of the event. In the VIP lounge, the air was infused with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. Lu Yuan reclined on a plush leather sofa. Before him lay a freshly signed purchase agreement alongside a thick stack of documents. Zhou Manny personally served him a cup of hand-brewed coffee, the cup crafted from exquisite bone china adorned with golden motifs. Her face radiated an unprecedented, genuine smile. This transaction would grant her a commission nearing 300,000, surpassing her earnings from all other sales this year combined. Her gaze towards Lu Yuan transformed, now tinged with not only professional respect, but also a hint of unabashed admiration and reverence. Mr. Lu, here are your purchase contract and all related documents for your review. Zhou Manny slid the papers before him, her body leaning slightly forward, releasing a sweet fragrance mingled with her perfume and natural scent that wafted into Lu Yuan's nostrils. If everything is in order, please sign here, and this haute voiture will officially be yours. Chapter 8, Double Joy. Lu Yuan inscribed his name on the final page of the contract with decisive strokes, the pen, a weighty Mont Blanc gold piece, gliding smoothly. He returned the pen to its holder. Zhou Manny meticulously organized the documents and placed them into a refined leather folder emblazoned with the Mercedes logo. Mr. Lu, all procedures have been completed. This Maybach S680 haute voiture is now entirely yours. Her voice trembled with barely contained excitement, her cheeks flushed with a charming hue. You may leave early today. Lu Yuan stood, adjusting the collar of his Armani suit. Zhou Manny paused, momentarily stunned. Now, at this moment, Lu Yuan continued, ride in my new car with me. Let us take a leisurely drive around the city, and then enjoy lunch together. Consider it a celebration of our successful collaboration. His words were commanding, yet the phrasing of successful collaboration bestowed upon Zhou Manny a sense of honor. A drive? Lunch. Now, is he genuinely pursuing me? Or is this merely a wealthy man's pastime? Regardless, she contemplated, the commission was secured. Even if it was just for amusement, she would accept it. To ride in this globally limited luxury car alongside such an individual was a dream for countless women. After a brief moment of reflection, Zhou Manny was engulfed by an overwhelming joy. Of course, it is my honor, Mr. Lu. She nodded eagerly, her smile brighter than when she had sold the car. She quickly coordinated with the manager, retreated to the changing room to don a different outfit, and then grasped her Hermes handbag, strutting behind Lu Yuan like a proud peacock. As they approached the exit, a soft female voice chimed beside them. Excuse me, may I ask if you are Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan looked up to see a girl in a white dress standing before him, her expression uncertain. She was strikingly beautiful, embodying a gentle, classic elegance. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, her fair skin complemented by a pair of clear, almond-shaped eyes reminiscent of a mountain spring. Her aura was pure, akin to a white lotus untouched by worldly impurities. Lu Yuan searched his memory, but could not recall knowing such a girl. Do we know each other? You may not remember me. The girl smiled shyly and said, I am Lin Xiao, your junior from university. I listened to your graduation speech. You were a legendary figure in our department. As Lu Yuan recalled, during his senior year, he had delivered a speech as an exemplary graduate, with many underclassmen in attendance. However, at that time, brimming with youthful exuberance, he had not noticed a single face among them. He never anticipated meeting her again in such a manner. Just as he was about to utter a few words, the system's notification chime rang out once more. Ding! The Eye of Destiny has been activated. Scanning target. Scan complete. An unprecedented panel, shimmering with golden light, unfolded before Lu Yuan. Target information briefing. Name, codename, Lin Xiao. Age, 25. Health index, 98. Genetic potential rating, A. Reward qualification assessment. Pure body, yes. Emotional history, 0. Comprehensive score, 95 points. Qualification overview, meets reward standards. A-grade potential. An emotional history of 0. A remarkable comprehensive score of 95 points. Perfect. This is a paragon of destiny. Lu Yuan was profoundly shocked. It was his first encounter with such an impeccable target. Brother, are you all right? You look a bit unwell, Lin Xiao observed, her concern evident. I'm fine, Lu Yuan stammered, suppressing his inner excitement. I never expected to run into you here. What a coincidence. You now, before Lu Yuan could finish. Another bright voice interjected. Xiao, where have you been? I've been searching high and low for you. A flamboyantly dressed girl approached, linking her arm with Lin Xiao's. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, she scrutinized him with a wary gaze. And who might this be? This is my senior from university, Lu Yuan, Lin Xiao introduced. Senior. This is my best friend, Zhou Qian. Hello, senior. Zhou Qian nodded at Lu Yuan, her demeanor neither warm nor cold. She tugged at Lin Xiao, saying, Xiao Xiao? We should be going. Our reservation time is approaching. Oh, all right. Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Yuan, somewhat torn. Then, senior, we'll take our leave. We can chat more later. Wait a moment, Lu Yuan called out to them. He couldn't allow this perfect target to slip away so easily. He had to take action. Lin Xiao, let us exchange contact information. It's not every day we meet. We should stay in touch. Sure. Lin Xiao readily took out her phone. However, Zhou Qian frowned at the side. Xiao Xiao, don't just add anyone. You can know someone's face, but not their heart. Humph, this man clearly doesn't seem trustworthy. Dressed in designer clothes, but his eyes betray an eagerness and desire that cannot be concealed. Our Xiao Xiao is so innocent. I hope she doesn't fall for someone like him. Qian, don't say that. He is my senior, Lin Xiao retorted. Slightly displeased. What of it? It's been years since graduation, Zhou Qian muttered under her breath, but refrained from further protest. Lu Yuan and Lin Xiao exchanged contact details. We really must be going now. Goodbye, senior. Goodbye. As Lu Yuan watched Lin Xiao and Zhou Qian depart, his gaze remained fixed upon Lin Xiao. He opened his phone, glancing at the newly added name and profile picture in his contacts. In the picture, Lin Xiao smiled radiantly like a blooming flower. Zhou Mani observed the look in Lu Yuan's eyes, a wave of inexplicable jealousy surging within her. She was all too familiar with that gaze. Having always been regarded as a beauty, she had never lacked admirers, and she had seen that look in the eyes of countless men directed at herself. Yet, this was the first time she witnessed the man beside her looking at another woman with such admiration. Mr. Lu, shall we leave as well? She asked, linking her arm with his, intentionally pressing her chest against his arm. Lu Yuan was fully aware of her intentions. He smiled and led her out of the shop. The brand new Maybach S680 Haute Voiture was parked quietly at the entrance of the dealership. Sunlight glinted off its ocean blue and rose gold two-tone body, reflecting a dreamlike, flowing luster. Lu Yuan walked to the passenger side and opened the door for Zhou Mani. Thank you, she said, taken aback, as she gracefully stepped inside, lifting her skirt. The door closed slowly, shutting out all external noise. The interior felt like a moving, luxurious palace. Zhou Mani's fingers brushed delicately over the unique diagonal soft wool fabric interwoven with crystal and rose gold threads on the seat. The texture was exquisite, possessing an unusual granularity, a luxury she had never experienced before. Lu Yuan settled into the driver's seat, pressing the start button. The V12 engine emitted a deep, powerful roar. He expertly shifted gears and lightly pressed the accelerator. This nearly $10 million luxury vehicle glided silently into the flow of city traffic like an elegant beast. Zhou Mani sat in the passenger seat, watching the swiftly retreating urban scenery and then glancing at Lu Yuan, who was focused on driving. Clad in an expensive suit and steering a globally limited Maybach, he was young, handsome, and mysterious. This man was like a vast enigma, compelling her to explore and draw closer. Mr. Lu, where shall we dine for lunch? I know a splendid Italian restaurant called La Scala, renowned for its authentic ambience and cuisine. Zhou Mani broke the silence, eager to seize every opportunity to showcase her taste and value. Sounds good, Lu Yuan nodded, responding indifferently. Zhou Mani adeptly activated the car's navigation and entered the restaurant's name. The vehicle weaved through the city streets, attracting the attention of numerous passersby. Whether it was the car's distinctive appearance or its expensive license plate, it was enough to become the subject of many conversations. Sitting inside, Zhou Mani reveled in the feeling of being the center of attention. She straightened her back, wearing a restrained yet proud smile, feeling as though she had stepped into a different world, one she had only ever looked up to before. Chapter 9, A Narrow Path for Rivals. La Scala Italian restaurant was nestled along a serene tree-lined avenue. The restaurant was an independent white villa adorned with blooming roses at its entrance. The Maybach slowly parked in the restaurant's exclusive lot, which was filled with other luxury cars. Yet, even amidst such company, the arrival of the Haute Voiture stirred a small commotion. A few diners just exiting the restaurant couldn't resist pausing to snap photos of the car. Lu Yuan turned off the engine but did not exit immediately. Instead, he turned to look at Zhou Mani. He reached out, gently tucking a stray curl behind her ear and inhaling its fragrance. Your perfume is delightful. This gesture from Lu Yuan was both assertive and suggestive, causing Zhou Mani's cheeks to flush instantly, her heart racing involuntarily. Yes, it's Chanel S. Gabrielle. It suits you perfectly. Lu Yuan released his grip and stepped out of the car, then circled around to the passenger side to open the door for Zhou Mani. She elegantly lifted her skirt as she alighted from the vehicle. Today's attire was evidently the result of meticulous preparation. The wine-red fitted dress accentuated her voluptuous figure, delineating her hourglass silhouette in a breathtaking manner. As she stepped down, the hem of her dress was pushed upward, revealing her long, toned thighs encased in black stockings. The slit of the dress offered a tantalizing glimpse of the black lace edges of her safety shorts, a subtle allure far more enticing than blatant exposure. When she stood upright, Yuan unexpectedly wrapped his arm around her waist. Zhou Mani stiffened momentarily but did not resist. Instead, she leaned into his embrace. The two stood in an intimate pose beside the luxurious Maybach. At that moment, a white BMW 5 Series slowly cruised past the entrance of the restaurant. Inside were Suya and her mother, Wang Liping, with Suya at the wheel, dressed in a professional suit and adorned with delicate makeup. She bore an unmistakable air of exhaustion. Wang Liping, seated in the passenger seat, chattered incessantly. "Xiaoya, let me tell you about that son of Aunt Zhang I introduced you to last time. He.S. a Ritterney Ph.D., a department manager at a large state-owned enterprise, earning several million a year. He.S. quite handsome and seems very interested in you. You must pay attention. Don't dwell on that useless Yuan anymore. You're divorced. He.S. no longer relevant." Suya remained silent, accustomed to her mother's nagging. "Look at this restaurant, La Scala. It sounds quite upscale. Let us dine here for lunch. I'm curious about what delicacies can justify such high prices," Wang Liping suggested, pointing out the window. Suya instinctively slowed the car, preparing to steer into the parking lot. At that moment, her gaze was caught by a striking scene in the parking area. She spotted the car, the luxurious Maybach S680 Haute Voiture, a vehicle she believed she could never afford. Then she noticed the two figures standing beside it. The man was clad in a meticulously tailored designer suit, his hair impeccably styled, exuding a confidence and composure she had never witnessed before. In his arms was a woman, dressed in a seductive wine-red dress, her figure striking and her makeup flawless. She nestled against Yuan, gazing up at him with eyes brimming with admiration and adoration. Suya's pupils constricted to pinpricks. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She felt as though her breath had ceased at that moment. How could this be? Was that truly Yuan? The Yuan who once wore delivery attire, drenched in sweat. The man whom she and her mother had openly humiliated before he silently acquiesced to their divorce? How long had it been? A day? 2? How could he have transformed into this? Driving a multi-million-dollar luxury car, dressed in a suit worth tens of thousands, embracing a woman younger and more beautiful than himself? Where had he obtained the money for that car? Who was that woman? Countless questions surged like rampant weeds in Suya's mind, and she felt her world crumbling in an instant. Wang Liping, seated in the passenger seat, also witnessed this scene. Her reaction was even more intense than Suya's. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and leaned forward, straining to see the two figures more clearly. Is that the little bastard Yuan? Wang Liping's voice turned sharp and piercing. That good-for-nothing. That pauper. How could he be here? How could he afford that car? And who is that woman? A vixen. He must be supported by some wealthy mistress. Yes, that has to be it. I told you. How could a delivery boy suddenly have money? He must have become a gigolo. Shameless scoundrel. I'm going to confront him. I want to see if this shameless creature is trading his body for all this," she declared, unbuckling her seatbelt, ready to confront Yuan. "Mom, what are you doing?" Suya exclaimed, grabbing her. "You can't go." "Why can't I go? He deceived us. He is not a pauper at all. This is deliberate revenge." Wang Liping trembled with rage. "Xiaoya, let go of me. I must tear that vixen's face apart." "Mom, please stop," Suya shouted, her voice tinged with an unintentional quaver. Wang Liping was taken aback by her daughter's outburst, staring at her in shock. Suya's face was as pale as paper, her lips quivering slightly, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Yet she held back, refusing to let them fall as she gazed at the glaring scene outside. Yuan was bent over, whispering something into the woman's ear, who was giggling and pressing her body tightly against him. Then, Yuan, with the woman in tow, turned and walked into the restaurant, never casting a glance in their direction. The sound of a car horn blared from behind, urging them to move. Suya snapped back to reality, flooring the accelerator, the white BMW surging forward and narrowly passing the stationary Maybach. Yuan remained oblivious, embracing Zhou Mani as they entered the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, soft light cascaded from the crystal chandelier, casting a warm glow over the tables adorned with pristine white tablecloths. The air was filled with the melodies of classical music intermingled with the enticing aroma of gourmet cuisine. Yuan and Zhou Mani settled at a window-side table, the menu they had just ordered lying before them. "Ding. Dear host, congratulations on receiving an exclusive reward. EX regret. You are awarded a fighting ability of 1. What on earth?" Yuan was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the situation. EX regret? Could this be related to Suya? Despite his confusion, he graciously accepted the reward. An ordinary person's fighting ability is rated at 1. With this reward, Lu Yuan's ability increased to 2, making him comparable to a significantly more capable average individual. Zhou Mani, seated across from him, was entirely unaware of the events transpiring. I heard the lobster pasta here is exceptionally renowned, made with red shrimp airlifted from Sicily. Paired with the chef's secret tomato sauce, the flavor is truly unique. Zhou Mani rested her chin on her hand, leaning slightly forward, her wine-red dress plunging lower, revealing a swath of creamy skin. Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of deliberately cultivated sweetness. Lu Yuan lifted the glass of lemonade from the table and took a sip. Let us give it a try. At that moment, the wind chimes at the restaurant entrance chimed melodiously. A young man clad in the latest Versace-printed silk shirt strode in. His hair, dyed a flaxen hue and slicked back with a generous amount of pomade, was adorned with a sparkling diamond stud in his ear. He held a Maserati key in one hand, and on his wrist gleamed a resplendent Rolex watch. Upon spotting Zhou Mani seated by the window, his eyes instantly brightened. However, as soon as he noticed Lu Yuan sitting opposite her, the smile on his face froze, replaced by an expression mingled with astonishment and ire. The man marched towards Lu Yuan and Zhou Mani, his Gucci shoes echoing sharply against the marble floor, drawing the attention of several neighboring diners. Zhou Mani also recognized the newcomer. Her smile faltered, and she instinctively straightened her posture, creating a slight distance between herself and Lu Yuan. Lu Yuhao? What is he doing here? He truly is a persistent ghost. He had asked me out several times before, and I had always concocted excuses of working overtime to decline. Yet here we are, running into each other today. The man approached their table, disregarding Zhou Mani entirely and fixing his gaze squarely on Lu Yuan. He thrust his hand, adorned with the gold watch, heavily onto the table, producing a resounding thud that rattled the cutlery. Who the hell are you? His voice boomed, laced with provocation. Daring to pursue my woman. Are you tired of living? Chapter 10. You're practically delivering yourself to me for practice. Surrounding diners turned their attention towards the unfolding drama, their faces reflecting a mix of intrigue and amusement. Zhou Mani's expression darkened. Lu Yuhao, what madness are you displaying here? Who do you think you are? Speak with some respect. Madness. Lu Yuhao sneered, pointing at Zhou Mani. Mani, enlighten me, who is this pretty boy? Didn't you claim you were working overtime today? What? Did you bring your work here? Perhaps you plan to take it to bed later? Zhou Mani trembled with fury, her complexion alternating between crimson and pale. Lu Yuhao, stop spouting nonsense. This is my client, Mr. Lu. Client? Lu Yuhao assessed Lu Yuan with a derisive glance. Clad in a modest Armani suit, Lu Yuan appeared far less ostentatious compared to Lu Yuhao's flamboyant attire. Lu Yuhao's eyes brimmed with disdain. This shabby appearance is a client? When did Mani's taste plummet so low? Clearly, this boy has charmed her with his honeyed words. A client? More like a gigolo. Lu Yuhao declared, reaching out to seize Zhou Mani's arm. Just as his hand was about to touch her, Lu Yuan sprang into action. Remaining seated, he nonchalantly grasped Lu Yuhao's wrist. His gesture appeared casual, yet Lu Yuhao felt as if his wrist were caught in a vice, immobilized. Ah, let go, you bastard. Lu Yuhao yelped in pain, his face paling instantly. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but no amount of force could budge Lu Yuan's grip. Lu Yuan raised his gaze to meet Lu Yuhao's, a playful smile gracing his features. My friend, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one ought not to speak recklessly. Does Miss Zhou acknowledge you as her man? Lu Yuhao faltered at the inquiry. Moreover, making a scene in public and resorting to physicality. Do you find such behavior commendable? Lu Yuan's fingers tightened slightly. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Let go. Release me. Lu Yuhao felt as if his wrist might break. The surrounding diners stared in astonishment, taken aback by the seemingly genteel man's decisive actions. Zhou Mani too was rendered speechless, witnessing Lu Yuhao's grimace and disarray before her. Contrasted against the calm yet commanding presence of Lu Yuan, a peculiar sensation blossomed within her. He is so formidable. Lu Yuhao pales in comparison. Like a mere jester before him, this man is far more enigmatic than I had anticipated. I cannot let him slip away. I absolutely must not. This thought surged through Zhou Mani's mind. She rose and moved beside Lu Yuan, wrapping her arms around his neck from behind, pressing her curvaceous figure against his back. Darling, let us not stoop to his level. We still have our meal to enjoy, she cooed sweetly. The term darling struck Lu Yuhao like a thunderbolt, shattering through his composure. Zhou Mani, before her suitor, had just referred to another man as darling. This was an unequivocal declaration of her choice. Lu Yuhao's eyes reddened, as if he might weep blood. Darling? You call him darling? His voice turned shrill with disbelief and fury. Zhou Mani, you shameless woman. For money, you actually slap. The sharp sound of a resounding slap echoed through the restaurant. Lu Yuan released Lu Yuhao's wrist and swiftly delivered a powerful slap across his face. The blow was so forceful that Lu Yuhao spun around and collapsed onto the floor. His left cheek rapidly reddened, 5 distinct fingerprints marking the skin. The entire restaurant fell silent, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Lu Yuan stood slowly, surveying the now crippled Lu Yuhao from above, his gaze laced with utter disdain. I shall grant you a single opportunity to apologize to Miss Zhou. His voice was low yet sliced through the air like a cold blade. I'll F your mother. How dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is? He asked the chairman of Lu Group. You're finished. Mark my words, you're finished. Lu Yuhao, clutching his face, scrambled to his feet, his voice trembling with bravado. Oh, Lu Group? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. I believe I've heard of it. And what of it? Lu Yuhao's face shifted from crimson to ashen, fear slowly creeping into his eyes. He realized he had inadvertently crossed paths with someone formidable. Who are you? Lu Yuhao stammered, his voice quaking. Who am I? You lack the standing to inquire, Lu Yuan replied, retrieving a tissue from his pocket to dab at his hand, then tossing it onto Lu Yuhao's face. Now leave at once. Your presence is unwelcome. Lu Yuhao stared at the tissue on the ground, then at the surrounding eyes filled with mockery and disdain. His face burned with humiliation, yet it was his pride that ached even more. He yearned to retort, but the depth of Lu Yuan's inscrutable eyes rendered him speechless. Ultimately, he could do nothing but flee the restaurant in disgrace, his exit marked by silence. Lu Yuan resumed his seat, calmly adjusting the cuffs of his suit, exuding an air of nonchalance. Zhou Manny gazed at him, her chest rising and falling rapidly with excitement. She returned to her seat, her body instinctively leaning toward Lu Yuan, nearly brushing against his arm. Darling, you are truly remarkable, she said, her voice tinged with a slight tremor, infused with admiration and excitement. Women are invariably drawn to powerful men, whether that power emanates from authority, wealth, or physical prowess. Yet, the sheer physical strength tends to evoke a more visceral response. A waiter, clad in a black waistcoat with a bow tie, approached with a silver tray. He paused by the table, bowing slightly. Sir or madam, the dishes you ordered are ready. May I serve them now? Please do, came the reply. Very well, please hold on for a moment. The waiter bowed and retreated. Soon, the first dish was presented, a Mediterranean-style grilled octopus salad. At the center of a large white porcelain plate, several charred octopus tentacles curled enticingly, their surface exhibiting a captivating caramel hue, adorned with distinct grill marks. Beneath the deep purple skin lay snow-white, firm flesh. Olive oil was drizzled over the warm octopus, releasing a fragrant herbal aroma. Vibrant cherry tomatoes were halved, revealing their juicy interiors, while droplets of water clung to the emerald arugula leaves atop, which delicate slices of Parma ham were casually arranged, showcasing a marbled beauty. Zhou Manny picked up the serving fork from the table and speared a small piece of octopus, transferring it to her plate. She cut a tiny morsel and placed it in her mouth. The octopus had a resilient texture, imbued with the unique smoky flavor of the grill. The fruity essence of the olive oil, the sweet tartness of the cherry tomatoes, the slight bitterness of the arugula, and the savory saltiness of the ham intertwined, clashing in her mouth to create a richly layered, yet harmoniously balanced flavor. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the restaurant, bathing the table in a warm glow that intensified the vivid colors of the dish, as if infused with the bright essence of the Mediterranean coast. I never imagined you would be so adept at fighting, Zhou Manny remarked, chewing while casting a gaze at Lu Yuan, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light. That wasn't fighting, it was self-defense, Lu Yuan chuckled. And wasn't I standing up for you? His teasing tone instantly bridged the distance between them, causing Zhou Manny's heart to skip a beat. She set down her knife and fork, reaching for a napkin to gently dab at the corners of her mouth. Then, should I express my gratitude properly? Her voice took on a sultry tone as she leaned slightly closer to Lu Yuan. The second course was the main dish, lobster pasta. The noodles were served in a deep blue porcelain plate, reminiscent of the ocean's profound depths. A whole, sizable Boston lobster was split in half, its red shell glistening under the light, while the plump, white meat seemed almost ready to spill out. A rich, orange-hued secret tomato sauce enveloped each strand of handmade pasta, garnished with fragments of vibrant basil and a sprinkle of white Parmigiano cheese. A robust aroma, blending the ocean-esque brininess with the sweetness of tomatoes and the warmth of garlic, wafted enticingly through the air. The waiter expertly extracted the meat from the lobster shell using professional tools, cutting it into small pieces and evenly distributing it over the noodles. Zhou Manny gazed at the pasta, resembling a work of art, her fingers itching with anticipation. She twirled a small portion of noodles around her fork, ensuring a piece of lobster and the thick sauce clung to it, before bringing it to her mouth. The pasta had a firm, chewy texture and an abundant wheat flavor, The sauce was rich and smooth, perfectly balanced with a hint of garlic and herbs. The lobster was succulent and sweet, the deep-sea freshness bursting in her mouth. "This is divine," she exclaimed, genuinely awestruck. "Even better than I imagined." Lu Yuan speared the largest piece of lobster meat with his fork and casually placed it on Zhou Manny's plate. Her heart raced again as she beheld the tender, sauce-coated lobster meat before her. Lifting her glass of red wine, a fine burgundy, she addressed him. "Mr. Lu." "No, darling," she corrected herself, her voice dripping with allure. "To express my gratitude for your assistance today, and to celebrate our acquaintance, I propose a toast." As she brought the glass to her lips, the vivid red liquid contrasted beautifully with her equally vibrant lips, exuding an irresistible allure. Chapter 11. The Victor. Lu Yuan observed the desire and ambition reflected in Zhou Manny's eyes, hesitating to raise his own glass. He set down his utensils, leaning back in his chair, hands crossed on the table. "Miss Zhou, let us speak candidly. You are an astute woman. You must understand the purpose behind all my actions today." Zhou Manny tightened her grip on the wine glass. I understand." Of course, she comprehended. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Lu Yuan's extravagant gestures and his defense of her could not merely stem from a desire for friendship. "Excellent," Lu Yuan nodded. "I prefer dealing with intelligent individuals, as it spares us from unnecessary complications." He gazed deeply into Zhou Manny's eyes, articulating each word with precision. "I want you to be my woman and bear my child." Zhou Manny was taken aback. She had anticipated that Lu Yuan might want to keep her as a mistress, but she had not expected such a direct request for motherhood. "Will you marry me?" "Marriage is out of the question," Lu Yuan replied candidly. "I have just exited a marriage and am not eager to step into the grave of love again so soon." He noticed Zhou Manny's expression shift, undoubtedly contemplating how much of his fortune his ex-wife would claim. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. "If you agree, I can provide you with a monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan, and upon the birth of my child, a bonus of 1 million. Additionally, during your child-rearing period, I will provide an extra 10,000 in support each month." Zhou Manny's heart raced with excitement, intertwined with an inexplicable fear that threatened to cloud her judgment. She was a practical woman, yearning for wealth, status, and an escape from her current life. This man before her could offer everything she desired and more. All she had to surrender was her body and the promise of a child. This price, it seemed, was not too steep for her. After all, when selling her car, she had bartered her expertise and smile. Now, it was merely a different form of transaction. What essential difference was there? "Then, what else must I give?" Zhou Manny inquired. "Besides bearing a child? I require your loyalty," Lu Yuan stated, fixing his gaze upon her. "During the time I possess you, your body and heart shall belong solely to me. I do not share my possessions, especially not my women." Zhou Manny's heart raced at his words. Strangely, instead of feeling offended, she sensed a tinge of sweetness. A man so formidable and exceptional would demand her loyalty, and this alone felt like a validation of her worth. Zhou Manny opened her mouth, yearning to agree immediately. Yet, the remnants of modesty held her back. I need some time to consider." After lunch, the sea blue and rose gold intertwined Maybach glided silently into the underground parking lot of the Hilton Hotel. Lu Yuan did not turn off the engine, but instead turned to gaze at Zhou Manny in the passenger seat. Zhou Manny's cheeks were delicately flushed from the red wine, her eyes veiled with a layer of mist, rendering them somewhat dreamy. "Come on, let's go sit for a while." Zhou Manny did not respond immediately. She gazed at Lu Yuan, her fingers unconsciously stroking the metallic clasp of her handbag. To go, or not to go? To acquiesce would signify her acceptance of the transaction. Her life would be irrevocably entwined with this man before her. Conversely, to decline would mean forfeiting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, returning to the monotonous existence of a car sales consultant, clad in professional attire, feigning smiles for a myriad of clients. Her mind raced with deliberation. This man could offer her everything she desired: security, wealth, status, and a thrill of being conquered by a stronger force. "All right," she finally replied, linking her arm with Lu Yuan's. The hotel's presidential suite occupied the topmost floor. The key card was pressed against the sensor, emitting a soft beep as the heavy door swung open. The interior was even more opulent than Zhou Manny had envisioned. A grand chandelier, composed of countless crystals, hung from the soaring ceiling. Expansive floor-to-ceiling windows dominated an entire wall, revealing the city's most bustling panorama, with skyscrapers standing tall and traffic surging below. In the center of the room was a luxurious Italian sofa set, and the floor was adorned with an intricately patterned Persian carpet. A faint aroma of essential oils lingered in the air. Lu Yuan shed his suit jacket, carelessly tossing it onto the sofa. He approached the bar on one side of the room, retrieving a bottle of whiskey and 2 crystal glasses. "Care for a drink?" "Just like you," Zhou Manny replied, moving towards the floor-to-ceiling window to overlook the city below. She felt as though she was standing on a cloud, an unprecedented sensation of control enveloping her. Yuan returned with 2 glasses of whiskey, ice clinking within. Now, you may disclose your final decision. Leaning against the window's railing, he took a sip of his drink. Manny turned to face him. Instead of speaking, she made a bold move. She downed the whiskey in her glass and then seized Yuan's tie, pulling him closer, rising on her toes to capture his lips with her own. Imbued with the scent of wine, it was a declaration of her sovereignty, yet also a semblance of feudal resistance. Yuan remained still, allowing her to kiss him, a knowing smile playing on his lips. It was not until Manny's breath grew rapid, her body yielding, that he encircled her waist, drawing her firmly against him. Taking the lead, his kiss was more commanding, more profound. Like a seasoned hunter, he effortlessly commanded the rhythm, savoring the taste of the lingering wine on her tongue. One hand exploring her exquisite form, the wine-red dress was easily lifted, his palm gliding over her pert backside through the sheer stockings. Manny trembled, an involuntary moan escaping her throat. Her resistance seemed trivial before Yuan. Her body soon responded with earnestness, a wave of warmth rising from her abdomen and swiftly enveloping her. Yuan scooped Manny into his arms, striding toward the bedroom. The presidential suite's bedroom was even more spacious than the living area. At its center was a grand bed, large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people. Draped in luxurious Egyptian cotton sheets that felt silky to the touch, Yuan tossed Manny onto the soft bed. She bounced slightly, the wine-red dress now disheveled, its hem riding up to reveal her long, shapely legs clad in black stockings, the delicate lace edging teasingly visible at the top. Lying on the pristine sheets, her legs instinctively drew together in nervousness, yet the flesh at the tops of her thighs, marked by the stockings, was accentuated. Beneath the skirt, the edge of her black thong peeked out. Her chest rose and fell rapidly with each breath, the V-neck of her dress straining against her curves, exposing her enticing cleavage. A few strands of curled hair cascaded haphazardly across her cheeks and neck, enhancing her allure. Yuan stood at the bedside, leisurely unbuttoning his shirt. He proceeded slowly. 1 button, then 2. His gaze never wavered from Manny on the bed. Feeling the heat of his stare, Manny instinctively sought to cover herself. But the gesture felt overly theatrical. She relinquished her resistance, boldly lying there, welcoming Yuan's gaze. Her eyes sparkled with defiance, anticipation, and a hint of excitement at her impending conquest. Come on, conquer me. Show me just how formidable you are. As long as you satisfy me, all that I am shall belong to you. Yuan shed his shirt, revealing a well-defined torso. His physique lacked exaggerated muscles, yet every inch radiated latent power. He leaned down, positioning himself above Manny. Are you in your safe period? He inquired, his voice deep and husky. No. Manny licked her slightly dry lips, her tone laced with provocation. Today is the day I could conceive. Her words acted as a detonator, igniting all of Yuan's desires. Manny gasped, her body beginning to relax. Darling. Your incredible Manny felt as though she were a small boat tossed upon a tempestuous sea, waves throwing her skyward only to crash back down with force. Her consciousness began to blur, leaving only the swaying crystal lamp above in her vision. When Manny regained her senses, it was already afternoon. She lay bare upon the bed, a thin silk blanket draped over her. Yuan had vanished. As she stirred, her body felt as if it had been disassembled. Struggling to sit up, she spotted a bank card and a note on the bedside table. Picking up the note, she saw Yuan's elegant script. There are 100,000 in the card as your allowance for this month. Rest well, I have some matters to attend to. She pressed the card tightly against her chest, realizing that from this moment forth, her life was irrevocably transformed. She was no longer the car saleswoman reveling in modest commissions, nor was she the Manny who navigated a sea of men, trading smiles for favors. She was Yuan's woman, the one destined to bear his offspring. The thought brought an involuntary victorious smile to her lips. Chapter 12, Cloudtop. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the hair salon was nearing the end of its busiest period. The upbeat pop music transitioned to soothing jazz. A few female clients, freshly coiffed, were settling their bills at the front desk, chatting amiably with familiar stylists. The manager, Ken, leaned against the counter, perusing the day's sales report while engaging in casual banter with customers. Xiaoya sat in the room adjacent to the manager's office. This was the image consultant office that Ken had specially arranged for her. The room was modest in size, but featured a standalone desk and a comfortable swivel chair. Her primary responsibility now was to engage in conversations with VIP clients. In stark contrast to her previous duties in the hair washing area, where she was constantly bustling, her current role felt almost disorientingly leisurely. She had just concluded a follow-up call with a client and was now cradling a cup of water while gazing out at the street. where the flow of traffic was gradually becoming denser. At that moment, a magnificent car, a blend of sea blue and rose gold, slowly came to a halt in the most prominent position outside the salon. The mere sight of this vehicle instantly captivated the attention of everyone within the establishment. The female clients at the front desk, who had been engaged in conversation, paused and turned their gazes outside. "Wow, what kind of car is that? A Maybach? The color is simply stunning," exclaimed one client, who appeared to have some knowledge of automobiles. "Not just any Maybach. Look at that emblem. It's Haute Voiture, limited edition worldwide." Another client gasped, "I've only seen it in car magazines. I can't believe I'm witnessing it in person today. Who could possibly afford such a luxury? Are they here to get their hair done?" Ken's eyes widened with excitement as he hurried to the entrance, his face adorned with the most welcoming smile, ready to greet this elite patron. As the car door opened, Yuan emerged from the driver's seat, dressed casually in a simple white t-shirt, dark leisure pants, and white sneakers. He exuded a refreshing and laid-back aura. Yuan was in exceptionally high spirits today, having hit the jackpot with Zhou Wanni, and to top it off, they were expecting twins. He could almost hear the system's melodious voice echoing in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on your first successful endeavor. The system grants you a special bonus of 10 million yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, on expecting twins. You receive a pregnancy bonus of 20 million yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host. For successfully raising Zhou Wanni's love index to 85 points, you are rewarded with 5 million yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully nurturing twins for the first time. The system rewards you with 1 skill point that you can allocate to any skill as you wish." The sound of incoming messages on his phone was music to Yuan's ears, especially the unexpected joy of the skill point. However, he had yet to decide where to allocate it, opting to contemplate for the time being. Upon seeing the beaming Yuan, Ken's smile widened even further. "Mr. Liu, what an honor it is to have you here. Please come in." Ken bowed slightly as he opened the salon's glass door for Yuan. The other staff members, upon recognizing Yuan, displayed expressions of surprise. Notably, those few female employees who had previously gossiped about Xiaoya lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze. Yuan paid no heed to Ken's exuberance. He stepped inside, scanning the salon's interior. "Where's Xiaoya?" "She's in the office. I'll go get her right away." Ken replied, turning to call for her. "No need, I'll go myself," Yuan asserted, striding directly towards the assistant's office. He pushed the door open and found Xiaoya, surprised, holding a cup of water and staring at him in astonishment. "I'm off work now. I came to pick you up." Yuan leaned against the door frame, smiling at her. "I'll change my clothes quickly." "No need to change, you look just fine," Yuan said, stepping forward and naturally taking her hand. Xiaoya's soft, cool hand was enveloped in Yuan's warm grasp, and a blush involuntarily crept across her cheeks. Hand in hand, they exited the office and made their way towards the salon's entrance. An eerie silence enveloped the salon, with all eyes fixated on their intertwined hands. Everyone silently thought that it seemed Xiaoya had indeed secured a wealthy partner. As Yuan led Xiaoya to the car, he opened the door to let her in first before making his way to the driver's seat. The Maybach started smoothly, merging into the city's evening rush hour traffic. Inside, the atmosphere was tranquil, with soothing instrumental music playing from the high-end sound system. Xiaoya sat in the passenger seat, her body still somewhat tense. She gazed out at the swiftly retreating cityscape while discreetly stealing glances at Yuan, who was driving. "How was your day at the salon?" Yuan broke the silence. "It was quite nice," Xiaoya replied softly. "The manager arranged a new, lighter workload for me, and my colleagues have been very kind." "That's good to hear. If anyone bothers you, you must tell me." "Okay," Xiaoya nodded, a warm sensation swelling in her chest. "Is this car new?" "Yes, I just bought it today." "Do you like it?" "Very much. It's beautiful," Xiaoya exclaimed genuinely. "It must have cost a fortune." Yuan smiled. "Money is merely a number. If it can buy something you love, it's worth it. You will have plenty of money in the future. And then you can buy whatever you desire without worrying about the price." Xiaoya was at a loss for words, fiddling with her fingers. "Thank you for last night." She suddenly lifted her head, looking earnestly at Yuan. "What do you thank me for?" "For giving me that card. I checked the bank this morning, and it really has 100,000. I've never seen so much money in my life." "I told you, that's just your monthly allowance," Yuan replied. "Allowance? You really want me to have it?" Her words trailed off, but Yuan understood her meaning. "Yes, I need a child, one that belongs to me." Yuan turned to look at her. "Of course, I will be responsible for both you and the child. I won't let you suffer in any way. But I'm not worthy of you," Xiaoya murmured, lowering her head. She was merely a hair washer from a rural village, lacking education and connections. Apart from her youth and a somewhat pleasant face, she possessed nothing. In contrast, Lu Yuan drove a luxury car worth millions and could casually produce tens of millions. He seemed to inhabit an entirely different world. The disparity between them felt overwhelming, enough to induce panic within her. Whether you are worthy or not is not for you to decide. It's for me to decide. Lu Yuan stopped the car at a traffic light, turning to look at Xiaoya earnestly. I chose you, and I have my reasons. You don't need to belittle yourself. Just believe in me and be my woman. There was an undeniable strength in his words. Xiaoya gazed at him, her heart racing uncontrollably. She felt as though she was truly on the brink of falling for him. The car resumed its journey, slowly navigating into a high-end residential area filled with towering buildings. Where are we going? Xiaoya asked, puzzled, as she looked at the unfamiliar surroundings. You'll know when we arrive, Lu Yuan teased, not providing a direct answer. The Maybach came to a stop at the entrance, where a young woman in professional attire was already waiting. Lu Yuan exited the car first, then extended his hand to assist Xiaoya out. The woman bowed slightly. Mr. Lu, this young lady is Miss Xiaoya. I'm Wang, the agent you contacted previously. Next, allow me to escort you on a tour. The two individuals followed Xiao Wang into a tastefully adorned elevator. The interior walls were crafted from dark brushed stainless steel, and the floor was covered with a plush gray carpet. Xiao Wang retrieved a key card from her pocket and swiped it on the sensor within the elevator before pressing the button for the top floor, 66F. The elevator ascended silently, the floor numbers on the display changing rapidly. Ding! A soft chime resonated as the elevator doors slowly opened. Outside was an independent foyer, elegantly laid with marble. Directly ahead stood a substantial, deep brown walnut door, equipped with a fingerprint password lock imported from Germany. Xiao Wang approached, entered the password, and with a click, the lock disengaged. She pushed the door open and gestured for them to enter. Mr. Lu, welcome to the Yunding Mansion. Lu Yuan wrapped his arm around Xiaoya's waist as they stepped inside. Upon entering the room, their eyes were immediately drawn to a colossal arched floor-to-ceiling window. The entire living area, indeed the entire room, was nearly enveloped by panoramic glass walls. Outside, the most vibrant and bustling scene of the city unfolded before them. Towering financial centers, clusters of skyscrapers, and the ceaseless flow of the elevated highways were all within sight. As dusk approached, the afterglow of the setting sun painted the sky in brilliant shades of orange and red, while the city lights began to twinkle like diamonds scattered across a black velvet canvas. The interior design of the room embraced a minimalist modern aesthetic. The flooring was a pale gray matte marble, and the walls were pure white. There were no prominent ceiling lights. Instead, an abundance of concealed light strips and spotlights created a soft, layered illumination. In the center of the living room rested a gray fabric sofa from the Italian brand Minotti, with a pure wool carpet beneath it, and a coffee table fashioned from a single piece of natural stone. The open kitchen boasted a complete set of German Gaggenau appliances, with a sleek metallic finish and black glass panels, exuding a sense of advanced technology. This residence featured a layout of 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 5 bathrooms, encompassing a generous area of 280 square meters. Xiao Wang, now donning a pair of slippers, began to introduce them to the space, noting that the entire house was equipped with central air conditioning, a fresh air system, and comprehensive water purification. Chapter 13, A New Home. She guided the two through the entirety of the residence, sharing insights along the way. The Yunding Mansion is our group's flagship project, just completed this year. Situated in the heart of the city's most affluent financial district, adjacent to Hang Lung Plaza and Mixi. Transportation, shopping, entertainment, and healthcare facilities are all of the highest caliber. The master bedroom also featured a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, directly facing the iconic Sky Tower. Inside, a grand king-sized bed took center stage, with the headboard wall upholstered in genuine leather. The independent walk-in closet housed rows of neatly organized wardrobes, spacious enough to host a small fashion show. The project consists of only 2 buildings, with 2 units per floor, all exquisitely finished large flats. We engaged globally renowned design masters to personally oversee the interior design. All materials and appliances utilized are of the premier brands worldwide, embodying the concept of ready-to-move-in luxury. The master bathroom is larger than the average living room, featuring dual vanities, a separate shower, and a vast circular bathtub positioned by the floor-to-ceiling window, allowing one to soak while admiring the city's nightscape. The remaining 3 rooms included one designed as a study, complete with a wall of bookshelves and a spacious desk, while the other 2 served as guest rooms, each with its own private bathroom. This residence boasts the finest layout, offering a 360-degree panoramic view, with breathtaking scenery, currently available for the remarkably reasonable price of 35 million. Xiaoya followed closely behind Lu Yuan, as if wandering through a museum. Each step she took was cautious, hesitant to touch the seemingly expensive furniture or tread too heavily, fearing she might mar the pristine, new floor. Everything here felt too perfect, too extravagant. She sensed an incongruity between herself and this opulence. After completing the tour, the trio returned to the living room. Mr. Liu, what do you think of this residence? Are you satisfied? Lu Yuan did not respond. He held Xiao Ya's hand and walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Night had fully descended. The city outside had transformed into a dazzling sea of lights. Countless buildings illuminated the skyline, creating a tapestry of shimmering colors. The traffic below appeared as ribbons of golden and red light, gently flowing through the arteries of the city. Standing there, it felt as though they possessed the entire world. Do you like it here? Lu Yuan leaned down and softly inquired in Xiao Ya's ear. Xiao Ya gazed at the view, momentarily lost in thought. She nodded, then shook her head. It's beautiful, like a dream, she murmured, but I'm afraid. Afraid of what? I'm afraid that one day I will awaken from this dream and find myself back in that tiny rental apartment, fretting over a few hundred yuan in rent. Her voice trembled slightly. I fear that everything here will vanish like a bubble. This immense shift in wealth and status brought her not just astonishment, but a profound sense of insecurity. She felt like a drowning person clinging to a piece of driftwood, uncertain of how long it would support her. Lu Yuan turned to face Xiao Ya, gently cradling her face in his hands, compelling her to meet his gaze. Xiao Ya, look at me. His tone was earnest. This is not a dream, nor is it a bubble. From this day forward, this is our home. I assure you, as long as I am here, you will never have to return to your past life. You need not worry about money or concern yourself with anyone's judgment. I will provide you with everything you desire, a true and stable home. All you need to do is trust me and stay by my side. Is that all right? His eyes sparkled brilliantly against the backdrop of the city lights, filled with sincerity. Xiao Ya's eyes glistened once more, but this time she did not let her tears fall. Instead, she bit her lower lip firmly and nodded emphatically. Yes. With Xiao Ya's affirmative response, Lu Yuan released her. He turned to Xiao Wang, who stood a short distance away. Manager Wang, we'll take this one. Let us sign the contract now. Ah, all right. Yes. Xiao Wang exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. She had not anticipated such a smooth transaction. With remarkable speed, she retrieved a prepared purchase agreement and a portable POS machine from her briefcase. Mr. Liu, here is the purchase agreement. The total price is 35 million, and we have already confirmed all the terms. If you have no objections, you may sign here. She presented the contract along with a Mont-Blanc pen to Lu Yuan. He took the contract, flipped to the last page, and inscribed his name in the buyer's section. Xiao Wang powered on the POS machine and handed it over. Lu Yuan produced the black gold card from his pocket and handed it to her. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wang accepted the card with both hands and swiped it on the POS machine. Soon, a lengthy receipt was printed. Payment successful. Xiao Wang respectfully returned the receipt and card to Lu Yuan. Mr. Liu, congratulations. This residence now officially belongs to you. As the transaction reached its conclusion, the radiance of Xiao Wang's smile outshone the neon lights outside. The commission from this deal was certainly a substantial sum for her. She retrieved 2 metallic access cards and several keys from an exquisite box, presenting them to Lu Yuan with both hands. Mr. Liu, here are the access cards and keys to your new home. Please take care of them. We will promptly finalize all the transfer procedures, and the property certificate should be ready within a week. Lu Yuan accepted the keys. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I wouldn't want to intrude upon you and your girlfriend's intimate world. Xiao Wang, displaying a keen sense of propriety, bid farewell with an excited yet humble smile. The heavy walnut door clicked shut with a gentle sound, effectively sealing off the clamor of the outside world. Only Lu Yuan and Xiao Ya remained in the room. Husband, came Xiao Ya's timid voice from behind. Lu Yuan walked toward her, taking her hand as they proceeded to the open kitchen. From now on, this place will be filled with the aroma of home-cooked meals, the sounds of the television, and the cries and laughter of our children. This will transform into a true home. The kitchen was more spacious than the rental she had previously inhabited. The island was adorned with a complete set of German Zwilling knives, each piece resembling a work of art. Embedded within the walls were a vast double-door refrigerator, an oven, a steamer, and a dishwasher. Everything was brand new and gleaming. Xiao Ya reached out, cautiously touching the cool, smooth surface of the island. Her fingertips glided over the top-tier kitchenware, the likes of which she had never seen before, even struggling to name them. Everything here felt like a relic from another world. Suddenly, she was transported back to her childhood, recalling how her mother once maintained a neat and bright kitchen. Back then, her mother would busily prepare delectable meals every day, filling the air with enticing aromas. Those scents represented the warmest memories of her youth. However, after her mother fell gravely ill, the family accrued debts, and she never tasted her mother's cooking again. Lu Yuan, Xiao Ya looked up at him. I want to learn how to cook. I want to learn how to cook, she repeated, her voice imbued with newfound determination. I wish to prepare meals for you, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I want our home to have the essence of a true family. In her gaze, Lu Yuan noticed a shift. The timidity and insecurity had diminished, replaced by resolve and anticipation for the future. Perhaps this is the happiness I seek? To allow every woman who accompanies me to discover her own value and sense of belonging. Lu Yuan pondered silently. Very well, he smiled, extending his hand to gently pinch Xiaoya's delicate nose. However, we must first procure some ingredients. The refrigerator in our new home is cleaner than your face. Xiaoya's cheeks flushed at his affectionate gesture, and she lowered her head, though her lips involuntarily curled upward. Just downstairs from the Yunding mansion was a 24-hour upscale boutique supermarket. Lu Yuan took Xiaoya's hand and led her directly down the exclusive owner-s passage to the supermarket entrance. The decor of this supermarket echoed the elegant simplicity of the Yunding mansion, exuding both minimalism and luxury. The lighting was bright yet soft, the aisles spacious and immaculate. Gentle music wafted through the air, mingling with the rich aroma of coffee and freshly baked bread. The supermarket was not crowded. A few patrons strolled leisurely, all appearing to be affluent residents of the area. They were impeccably dressed, their manners refined, and their conversations were hushed. It was Xiaoya's first visit to such a place, and she felt somewhat out of her depth. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Lu Yuan's hand and leaned closer to him. Noticing her anxiety, Lu Yuan patted the back of her hand. Do not be afraid. Take whatever you desire. He pushed a shopping cart forward and led Xiaoya into the fresh produce section. This area was unlike any typical supermarket. Everything was arranged meticulously, as if part of an exhibition. The seafood display was topped with a generous layer of crushed ice, showcasing the finest marine delicacies from across the globe. Enormous Alaskan king crabs, vibrant Boston lobsters, plump French Guillerot oysters, and a whole, ice-fresh bluefin tuna from Japan. Each item bore a sophisticated electronic price tag, clearly indicating its name, origin, and cost. As Xiaoya glanced at the lengthy figures on the price tags, she couldn't help but gasp inwardly. A single king crab cost several thousand yuan, and a small piece of tuna belly was priced exorbitantly. She tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve. Husband, everything here is so expensive. To her, shopping for groceries here felt like an extravagant waste. Do not worry. If you like it, grab it. Chapter 14. The first dinner. Lu Yuan said this as he picked the freshest-looking Boston lobster from the display and tossed it into the shopping cart, the lobster wriggling in protest with its formidable claws. He then moved to the meat section, where the beef was categorized by cuts and grades, featuring Japanese Wagyu. The A5 grade Wagyu boasted a marbling pattern as exquisite as marble. Lu Yuan selected the finest sirloin steak and a few packages of sliced Iberico ham. Next was the vegetable section, which offered rare varieties, purple cauliflower, yellow carrots, and an array of organic salad greens with names she couldn't even pronounce. They were all meticulously cleaned and individually wrapped in cling film, glistening with freshness. As Xiaoya watched the cart gradually fill with luxurious ingredients, her emotions were a mix of sweetness and unease. She felt a warm glow from Lu Yuan's generosity and affection, yet she was apprehensive about this extravagant lifestyle. Having been frugal since childhood, these items represented not just food, but a lifestyle of opulence she had never encountered. Husband, are we buying too much? Just the two of us can't possibly finish it all. If we can't finish, we can save it for later. Tomorrow, we'll eat it, Lu Yuan replied, tossing a box of Chilean cherries into the cart. From now on, our fridge should always be full. That's what gives a home its warmth. Xiaoya observed Lu Yuan's earnest profile, choosing not to voice her concerns further. She silently followed him, watching as he added item after item, representatives of a high-quality lifestyle she had only glimpsed in television shows and magazines, into the cart. She felt as though this man was gently drawing her into his world, a world she had never dared to dream of. The two of them pushed a cart brimming with ingredients to the checkout counter. The cashier, a young girl in a crisp uniform, displayed surprise at the contents of their cart, but quickly masked it with a professional smile. She skillfully scanned each item, the total flashing rapidly on the display. Ultimately, the price settled on a figure that made Xiaoya's heart race. Good day, sir. The total comes to 13,862 yuan. The mere act of grocery shopping had cost over 10,000 yuan, an amount that nearly equaled half a year's salary from her previous job. Lu Yuan, maintaining an impassive demeanor, retrieved his phone and scanned the payment code. Darling, we've procured so much. What shall we prepare for dinner tonight? Xiaoya, carrying a shopping bag brimming with fresh vegetables, trailed behind Lu Yuan as they entered the spacious, sunlit kitchen. Lu Yuan methodically unloaded the remaining ingredients from the shopping cart, arranging them meticulously on the island counter. Boston lobsters, A5, grade sirloin, Iberian ham, alongside an array of vibrantly colored organic vegetables. What do you wish to create? Lu Yuan inquired, his gaze fixed on Xiaoya. Today, you are the chef. Your word is law. I don't know how to make anything, Xiaoyu admitted, glancing helplessly at the luxurious ingredients arrayed before her, many of which she couldn't even name. I can only prepare the simplest home-cooked dishes. I'm afraid I might ruin these and waste them. Fear not. If we make a mistake, we can always purchase more, Lu Yuan reassured her, stepping closer and wrapping his arms around her waist, resting his chin gently on her shoulder. Or perhaps, we could learn together. Did you not express a desire to master the culinary arts? This is the perfect opportunity. He produced his phone, tapping the screen a few times before presenting it to Xiaoyu. On the display was a culinary tutorial video featuring a foreign chef in a crisp white coat, demonstrating how to prepare a classic beef Wellington. Husband, this looks terribly complicated, Xiaoyu remarked, apprehensive as she observed the intricate steps involving pastry, mushroom duxelle, and ham. Just watching made her head spin. How will you know if you don't give it a try? Lu Yuan kissed her cheek, encouraging her. Don't be afraid. I'll be by your side. Think of it as a game. He opened the double-door refrigerator behind them to store the perishable ingredients, then set up an iPad on the island, projecting the tutorial video onto its screen. All right, esteemed chef, please issue your first command, Lu Yuan said with an exaggerated bow. Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle, her earlier tension and anxiety dissipating significantly. Taking a deep breath, she nodded. Then let us start with the mushrooms. Xiaoyu retrieved a box of brown mushrooms from the shopping bag, imitating the video as she rinsed them under the faucet. Lu Yuan stood beside her, assisting by patting the washed mushrooms dry with a paper towel. What is the next step? She asked, placing the chopped mushrooms into a glass bowl and looking up at Lu Yuan. The next step is to put them into the food processor and blend them into a mushroom paste, Lu Yuan directed, pointing at the video. He fetched a brand new food processor from the cabinet and plugged it in for her. Xiaoyu poured the mushroom pieces into the processor, secured the lid, and pressed the start button. The machine buzzed to life, swiftly converting the mushrooms into a fine, deep brown paste. Next came the preparation of the mushroom sauce. Xiaoyu turned on the stove, and the blue flames flickered to life. She poured some olive oil into the skillet and added the mushroom paste. With a satisfying sizzle, an intense aroma of mushrooms enveloped the kitchen. Holding the spatula, Xiaoyu stirred carefully. You must keep stirring to evaporate all the moisture. Lu Yuan reminded her from the side. Yes, she replied earnestly, nodding. This process was lengthy and tested her patience. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Lu Yuan gently wiped the perspiration away with a paper towel, his fingertips brushing against her skin, causing her to stiffen momentarily, her cheeks flushing anew. After nearly 20 minutes of diligent stirring, the mushroom sauce finally thickened and dried. All right, now we can set it aside to cool, she sighed in relief. Having completed the most complex step, now it was time to prepare the steak. Lu Yuan extracted the A5 grade sirloin from its packaging and laid it on the cutting board. The meat was a vivid cherry red, marbled with delicate, snowflake-like, white fat. First, we need to pat the steak dry with a paper towel, he instructed, tearing off a sheet and handing it to Xiaoyu. She took the towel and gently pressed it against the steak, then evenly sprinkled salt and black pepper over its surface. Lu Yuan passed her a grinder, and she twisted it, allowing the black pepper and white sea salt to rain down upon the crimson meat. Heat the pan, add oil, and place the steak inside, Lu Yuan instructed. The sound that erupted was more intense than when the mushrooms were sizzling, as a rich aroma of oil and meat filled the air. The surface of the steak quickly caramelized under high heat, transforming into an enticing brown, while the fat melted and crackled in the pan. Following the video instructions, Lu Yuan and Xiaoyu took turns searing each side of the steak until they achieved a golden crust. Then came the assembly. Xiaoyu laid a sheet of cling film on the board, layering it with Parma ham, the cooled mushroom sauce, and finally placing the seared steak atop. She tightly rolled it up in the cling film and placed it in the refrigerator to set. The final step involved wrapping the chilled beef roll in pastry, brushing it with egg wash before sending it into the oven. Now, we simply have to wait 30 minutes, Lu Yuan said, setting the oven's timer and exhaling deeply. Xiaoyu leaned against the island, feeling her legs grow weary. Preparing a Western meal was far more exhausting than she had anticipated. Well done, esteemed chef, Lu Yuan said, retrieving a bottle of chilled water from the fridge and handing it to her. Take a moment to rest. Thank you, dear, she replied gratefully. 30 minutes later, the oven chimed softly. Lu Yuan donned oven mitts and carefully extracted the baking tray. A powerful aroma, a blend of butter, pastry, and meat, instantly filled the room. The beef Wellington gleamed with a uniform golden hue, its pastry perfectly flaky and enticingly crisp. It seems we've succeeded, Xiaoyu said, her voice tinged with disbelief. Lu Yuan transferred the steak from the tray to the cutting board, using a sharp knife to slice it down the middle. As the blade met the pastry, it emitted a satisfying crackle. In that moment, everyone held their breath. The cross-section revealed a stunning array of layers. The outer crust was a golden, flaky pastry, followed by a deep brown layer of ham and mushroom sauce, and at the heart, a perfectly pink steak. The juices were beautifully sealed within, glistening under the light. Wow, it's so beautiful, Xiaoyu exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. This dish was nothing short of a masterpiece. Lu Yuan arranged the sliced steak on 2 warm porcelain plates and retrieved an exquisite bottle of burgundy red wine from the fridge, pouring 2 glasses. They carried their plates to the elegantly set dining table in the living room, where Lu Yuan had already arranged fine cutlery and a candle holder. Ready for a splendid meal. Lu Yuan pressed the button, and the lights in the living room gradually dimmed, leaving only a few spotlights above the dining table to illuminate their dinner. Taste this. It's our very first meal prepared with our own hands. In Chapter 15, the concept of luck is indeed intriguing. Lu Yuan raised his glass, and Xiaoyu mirrored his gesture, gently clinking her glass against his. The crystal glasses chimed melodiously, resonating through the air. Xiaoyu set down her glass and delicately sliced a small piece of steak, savoring it. The flaky crust melted instantly in her mouth, the rich aroma of butter mingling with its crisp texture, evoking sheer delight. Next came the savory taste of Parma ham, infused with the earthy essence of the mushroom sauce. Finally, the pink-hued beef awaited her. The meat was extraordinarily tender, requiring little mastication, dissolving effortlessly on her tongue. The succulent juices burst in her mouth, overwhelming her senses with an exquisite, pure meaty fragrance that conquered her palate. It was utterly delicious, better than any food she had ever tasted. Xiaoyu's eyes unwittingly glistened with unshed tears. She gazed at Lu Yuan across the table, who was smiling at her. How is it? Is it to your liking? Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. She yearned to articulate her feelings, yet her throat felt constricted, rendering her speechless. She could only lift her glass and take a generous sip of red wine, attempting to mask her emotional turmoil. Eat more if it's delicious, Lu Yuan said as he cut half of his steak and placed it on his Xiaoyu's plate. This is all your achievement, chef. No, it was you who assisted me. I was merely the sous chef, Xiaoyu replied. Lu Yuan chuckled. You are the one who brought warmth to this kitchen. As their heartwarming dinner concluded, Xiaoyu took the initiative to clear the table, placing the dishes into the dishwasher. Watching it commence its automatic cycle, spraying hot water, she wore a look of wonder. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan brewed 2 cups of hot tea. The 2 of them, cradling their warm cups, returned to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. The cityscape outside remained vibrant and dazzling. Xiaoyu leaned against Lu Yuan, gazing at the myriad of lights beneath, feeling an unprecedented sense of tranquility and peace. Husband, she called softly. In the future, I'll prepare delicious meals for you every day, all right? Sure, Lu Yuan tightened his embrace around her. But don't overexert yourself. I don't want you to tire. I won tea. Xiaoyu pressed her cheek against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat. Cooking for you brings me joy. Lu Yuan fell silent. He lowered his head, seeking her lips, kissing her gently. Xiaoyu closed her eyes, rising onto her toes, awkwardly responding to him, her arms encircling his neck. Lu Yuan swept her off her feet, and Xiaoyu gasped, instinctively clamping her legs around his waist. He carried her, turning toward the spacious master bedroom, gently placing her on the large bed before leaning down to continue kissing her, his hands beginning to wander beneath her clothing. Xiaoyu trembled slightly at his touch. Husband, her breath quickened, her body instinctively writhing. No, I can't. Husband, I want. Finally, Lu Yuan let out a low groan, collapsing beside her. Xiaoyu lay languidly on the bed, feeling wholly satisfied. Husband, will we have a baby? Yes, Lu Yuan kissed her damp forehead. Soon, we will have a lovely baby. Xiaoyu said nothing further, tightly embracing Lu Yuan, her face adorned with a contented and blissful smile. She drifted into a deep sleep in this man's embrace. Ding. The system detected that the host had elevated Gu Xiaoyu's love index to over 90 points and would bestow a random reward. The system is currently selecting a reward. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 hangover pills as a reward. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 luck point. What? Luck points? What use are they? Lu Yuan mused, feeling that hangover pills were considerably more practical, while luck felt almost irrelevant. Well, having them is better than not, he concluded, relinquishing his concerns and embracing Xiaoyu's slender waist as he slipped into slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the unshuttered gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the two. Lu Yuan opened his eyes to find Xiaoyu still nestled in slumber, her cheek pressed intimately against his chest, her breathing steady and elongated, reminiscent of a gentle kitten. Rather than rising immediately, he simply gazed at her. The night's nourishment had imbued her previously pallid cheeks with a healthy flush. He reached out, carefully tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. In her dreams, Xiaoyu seemed to sense his presence, instinctively curling closer into his embrace, emitting a soft, contented murmur. The clock on the wall indicated it was 8 in the morning. Lu Yuan gently extracted his arm from beneath her resting head and carefully slipped out of bed. He entered the bathroom for a quick shower. When he emerged in his bathrobe, Xiaoyu was awake. She sat on the bed, enveloped in the silk duvet, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Good morning," she greeted, her voice still husky and languorous from sleep. "Good morning," Lu Yuan replied, moving closer to plant a kiss on her forehead. "Go back to sleep for a little while. It's still early." "No," Xiaoyu shook her head. "I want to get up and make breakfast for you." She lifted the duvet, preparing to rise. Upon feeling the cold floor beneath her bare feet, she suddenly realized her state of undress. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily retreated back under the covers, revealing only her small head. "My clothes. They got soiled during yesterday's excitement," she explained, flustered. Lu Yuan chuckled, walking to the wardrobe to retrieve one of his white t-shirts and a fresh pair of underwear. "Here, wear this for now, later. I'll take you shopping for new ones." Xiaoyu accepted the clothes, rustling beneath the covers as she dressed. The t-shirt hung loosely on her, its hem reaching down to her thighs, just enough to cover her shapely rear. The wide neckline revealed her delicate collarbone and rounded shoulders, accentuating her petite form. After they finished their morning routines, they headed to the kitchen. Xiaoyu, resembling a devoted wife, expertly opened the refrigerator to retrieve the milk, eggs, and bacon purchased the day before. She stood at the island, preparing breakfast for Lu Yuan, who leaned against the doorframe, watching her busy silhouette in the morning light. For reasons he could not quite articulate, he felt that this scene brought him more satisfaction than any luxury car or mansion he possessed. After breakfast, Lu Yuan drove Xiaoyu to the hair salon for work, parking outside the shop. "I'll pick you up in the evening," he said, turning to help her unbuckle her seatbelt. "Okay," Xiaoyu nodded, leaning in to plant a quick kiss on his cheek before darting out of the car like a startled rabbit. Lu Yuan watched her scurry into the salon, smiling to himself, before starting the engine and turning the car toward the Cloud Peak mansion. He parked in the underground lot and took the exclusive elevator upstairs. As he stepped into the bottom floor, a girl clad in athletic attire with a high ponytail entered as well. The girl was tall with long legs. Her face, devoid of makeup, was still unable to conceal her exquisite beauty. A thin sheen of sweat adorned her forehead, clearly indicating her recent return from a workout. Lu Yuan lifted his gaze and recognized her instantly. It was Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao also spotted Lu Yuan, her eyes flashing with surprise. "Lu Yuan, what brings you here?" "I live here," he replied. "You live here?" Lin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. "What a coincidence. My relative lives here too, in 1602. It seems we truly are fated. I reside in 6602, Lu Yuan chuckled. "Indeed, such serendipity," Lin Xiao beamed, appraising Lu Yuan from head to toe. "You, my friend, are quite the enigma. Few who live here are ordinary folk. I am no one special, merely an average person. An average person who can afford a limited edition Maybach?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, recalling clearly their last encounter at the car city. "Ah, it's nothing to boast about, merely a means of transportation." "A means of transportation?" Lin Xiao laughed at his words. "Keep pretending. Would you like to come to my place? I just returned from the gym downstairs and brewed a pot of tea." "Sure." Lu Yuan had no reason to decline. As the elevator reached the 16th floor, Lin Xiao walked to the door of 1602 and opened it. "Come in." Lu Yuan followed her inside. The layout of Lin Xiao's relative's home was identical to his own, both spacious 280 square meter flats. However, the interior design was entirely different. If Lu Yuan's abode exuded modern minimalist luxury, this one radiated an elegant and gentle Chinese aesthetic. The living room was adorned with a set of redwood sofas and a coffee table, intricately carved with exquisite patterns. Several ink wash paintings depicting landscapes and flowers hung on the walls. A subtle fragrance of sandalwood and tea permeated the air. A middle-aged woman, dressed in a modified qipao, sat beside the coffee table, gracefully preparing kung fu tea. She appeared to be in her early 30s, with fair, delicate skin and features strikingly similar to Lin Xiao's. Yet her demeanor was more serene and gentle, reminiscent of a dew-kissed white orchid in full bloom. Upon hearing the door open, she lifted her gaze and spotted Lu Yuan. Xiao, you're back. And this is... Aunt, this is Lu Yuan, my university senior whom I mentioned to you." Lin Xiao switched into a pair of slippers and led Lu Yuan to the coffee table. "Lu Yuan, this is my aunt." The moment Lu Yuan's gaze met Lin Xiao's aunt, a familiar voice resonated in his mind once more. Ding. Target meeting reward criteria detected. Chapter 16. The Lin family's genes are truly remarkable. Ding. Target meeting reward criteria detected. Generating information panel. Name, codename, Lin Wanqing. Age, 32. Health index, 92. Gene potential rating, A. Purity of body, yes. Emotional history, 1. Comprehensive score, 94. Eligibility, overview, meets reward criteria. As Lu Yuan observed the information displayed on the system interface, A tempest of emotions surged within him. Lin Zhao's aunt. An A grade? 94 points. The Lin family's genetics are truly exceptional. Or perhaps the luck he had just obtained was at play. He discreetly closed the system interface, maintaining a polite smile on his face. Greetings. Please, have a seat. Lin Wanqing smiled, nodding at Lu Yuan, then poured him a cup of tea from a new teacup. I am Xiao Zhao's aunt, Lin Wanqing. I've often heard her speak of you, describing you as a rather interesting individual. I see today that she was right. You are indeed a remarkable young man. Her voice was melodious and warm, akin to jade, making it a pleasure to listen to. Lu Yuan lifted the teacup and took a sip, a delicate orchid fragrance blossoming on his palate. Your tea skills are exceptional. This must be top-grade tea, Guanyin? Lin Wanqing's expression revealed slight surprise, quickly melting into a gentle smile. Mr. Lu is quite knowledgeable about tea. This is Hongxin tea, Guanyin, sent to me by an old friend. I can't claim to be knowledgeable. I've only shared a few cups with clients in the past, and found the flavor particularly memorable. Lu Yuan set down the teacup, his gaze wandering towards the living room's layout. Your home is tastefully decorated. This new Chinese style retains traditional charm while embracing modernity. Upon hearing Lu Yuan praise the decor, Lin Zhao's face lit up with pride. Of course, my aunt designed it herself. She's a renowned designer. Brother, let me show you. Lin Zhao pulled Lu Yuan up from the sofa. This is the studio that my aunt and I share. She pushed open a door beside the corridor. The room was spacious, with excellent lighting. One wall was dominated by a towering bookshelf filled with an array of books. The opposite wall displayed a large corkboard cluttered with various fabric samples, design sketches, and fashion magazine clippings. In the center of the room stood a massive white work table, adorned with an Apple computer, a graphics tablet, an array of pens, markers, and stacks of A3 drawing paper. The papers were filled with sketches of various fashion designs and models. Lu Yuan picked up one of the design drafts. It depicted a woman in a long trench coat. The cut precise, with a belt cinching the waist to accentuate a slender figure, and the collar showcased an asymmetrical design. Did you draw all of these? Yes, Lin Zhao replied, a bit bashful as she scratched her head. Just some casual sketches. They're not very mature yet. Not very mature? Lu Yuan placed the draft back and retrieved a thick, entirely English book titled A Comprehensive History of Fashion from the shelf. The edges of the pages were slightly curled, indicating frequent use. The bookshelf housed not only various fashion magazines and design theory texts, but also numerous professional books on human anatomy, color theory, and material science. You are far too modest. With this level of skill, you could easily become an independent designer. Lu Yuan noticed several beautifully bound portfolios. Their covers emblazoned with a stylish logo, WQLIN. Lin Wanqing Lin. It seems this must be Lin Wanqing's own brand. Lu Yuan refrained from immediately handling the portfolios. His gaze drifted past Lin Zhao's workstation to a separate, distinctly styled redwood desk at the back of the room. This desk clearly did not belong to Lin Zhao. It was devoid of the usual clutter of design tools and instead held a laptop, a pen holder, and several folders neatly arranged. The folders were semi-transparent and frosted, one of which was slightly ajar, revealing a stack of printed documents with a header that Lu Yuan could clearly read. WQLIN High Fashion Company, Limited. Q2 2024 Financial Report. The moment Lu Yuan's gaze met that document, the system's notification chimed in his mind once more. Ding. Key information document detected. Initiating Insight Eye for deep analysis. Analysis complete. Document type. Company Financial Report, confidential. Core content summary. The report reveals that WQLIN Company is currently experiencing a severe cash flow crisis. The primary reasons include 1. A contraction in the high-end custom market, with order volumes declining for 3 consecutive quarters. 2. Elevated operational costs to maintain brand image and design development. 3. Banks tightening credit, with multiple short-term loans approaching maturity, imposing significant repayment pressure. Risk assessment. There exists a risk of a disruption in the capital chain if substantial financing cannot be secured in the short term. The company faces the threat of bankruptcy liquidation. Behind the facade of glamour lies such adversity. Lu Yuan displayed no signs of distress on his face as he returned the book, A History of Fashion, to the shelf and exited the study. Your study is truly a miniature fashion archive. It's remarkably professional. Oh, not at all. Flattered by Lu Yuan's compliment, Lin Zhao's cheeks flushed slightly. My aunt insisted that I read it. She said that a solid foundation is essential for design. The two returned to the living room, where Lin Wanqing had brewed another pot of tea. Have you finished your tour? She inquired with a smile. Yes, it was quite enlightening. Lu Yuan settled back onto the sofa, remarking on how impressive Xiao Xiao was. She possessed remarkable talent at such a young age. She is bound to become an extraordinary designer. He lifted his teacup, his gaze drawn to a series of framed photographs adorning the wall opposite the sofa. One of the pictures featured Lin Wanqing, clad in a flowing white gown, standing amidst a field abloom with sunflowers. Her smile radiated brilliance, sunlight cascading over her hair like a golden halo. The gown she wore was uniquely designed. The bodice featured a fitted shirt collar, while the lower half cascaded in layers of an irregular cake skirt. The fabric was adorned with exquisite, handcrafted embroidery of sunflowers. In the photograph, despite the conservative long gown, her enviable figure was evident. The delicate waist was accentuated perfectly by the gown's cut, while her bust created a gentle arc, though not as exaggerated as that of Zhou Mani. It still appeared statuesque and ample. Bathed in sunlight, she slightly turned, the wind lifting her skirt to reveal a glimpse of her fair, slender calves. Her skin glowed under the sun, so refined that not a single pore could be seen. Where was this photograph taken? It possesses a captivating atmosphere, Lu Yuan asked, pointing at the picture. Lin Wanqing followed his gesture, a hint of nostalgia in her gaze. It was from a few years ago, taken during a trip to France. This gown's design is quite special. Even now, it remains timeless, Lu Yuan continued. I haven't seen such an outstanding design at many high-profile fashion shows. It's quite nice. Lin Wanqing replied with a smile. Aunt, please don't be modest. Lin Xiao interjected eagerly. Let me tell you, my aunt is truly a professional. She graduated from Central St. Martin's College of Art and Design in the UK, which is the best fashion design school in the world. She even won a gold medal in her graduating year. Upon returning to China, my aunt established her own brand called WQLIN, specializing in high-end custom women's wear. Many celebrities and socialites are her clients. Lin Xiao enthusiastically recounted Lin Wanqing's illustrious history, pride shining on her face. Lu Yuan was inwardly astonished. Central St. Martin's, often regarded as the Harvard of the fashion world, graduating from there and receiving a gold medal signifies she is a prodigy among prodigies. Clin? Lu Yuan echoed the name, suddenly wearing a look of realization. I remember now. That logo seems so familiar. Aunt, is your company located in the Global Financial Center downtown? Indeed, Lin Wanqing nodded. How did you know? What a coincidence. Lu Yuan exclaimed. I used to work in that building, just above your office. I would pass by your company's entrance every day on my way to and from work. I still recall how beautifully designed your reception area was, resembling an art gallery. Now it was Lin Wanqing and Lin Zhao's turn to be astonished. Senior brother, you worked at the Global Financial Center? What did you do? I worked in IT, as a programmer. However, I resigned recently. I see, Lin Wanqing nodded. So what are your plans now? I haven't decided yet. I think I will take a break for a while. My previous job was exhausting, and I never truly enjoyed life. Lu Yuan sipped his tea. Now that we're neighbors, I may come by often to mooch some tea. You won't find me bothersome, will you? Of course not. Lin Xiao immediately replied. We would be delighted to have you. Right, aunt. Just then, Lu Yuan's phone, resting on the coffee table, vibrated suddenly. The caller ID displayed Zhou Mani. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. He had instructed Zhou Mani not to call him during work hours unless it was of utmost importance. He picked up the phone, gesturing an apology to Lin Wanqing and Lin Xiao. Sorry, I need to take this call. He moved to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room and pressed the answer button. Hello? On the other end, Zhou Mani's voice came through, tinged with panic. Husband, help me. Lu Yuhao and his men are causing a ruckus at our store. Chapter 17. Do you have no new words? In the background of the call, the sounds of a man shouting arrogantly and things shattering could be heard. They smashed our display car and injured our manager, and now they're blocking the door, not letting me leave. Husband, I'm so scared. Don't panic. Lu Yuan's voice remained steady. Where are you now? Are you still at the dealership? Yes. I'm in the office. Lock the door. But they keep kicking it. I'm afraid they will break in. Listen, find a safe place to hide. Lock the door. And do not come out. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Lu Yuan turned around, his face having regained its composure. Xiao Xiao, I sincerely apologize. A friend has an urgent matter that requires my immediate attention. So urgent? Lin Xiao sounded a bit disappointed. Yes, it is quite pressing. Lu Yuan retrieved his coat from the sofa, expressing his gratitude for their hospitality. I'll treat you both to dinner sometime. No problem. Lin Wanqing rose. You should go quickly. Drive carefully. Lu Yuan nodded and hurriedly exited toward the elevator. Standing in the elevator, Lu Yuan contemplated his next actions. Lu Yuhao. Lu Group. It seems the lesson from our last encounter at the restaurant was insufficient. I wonder how many men Lu Yuhao has brought. He likely has some weapons. System. I recall I have one free attribute point, correct? Allocate it to combat. Certainly, esteemed host. Your combat points have been increased to 1. Your current combat points are now 3. Combat skill level 3 equates to half a professional level. Dealing with a few thugs should be manageable. The elevator arrived at the B1 parking lot. Lu Yuan strode toward the ocean blue and rose gold intertwined Maybach, flinging open the door and settling into the driver's seat. The V12 engine emitted a deep growl, akin to a beast awakening from slumber. The tires screeched sharply against the smooth, epoxy resin floor. The Maybach surged forth like a released arrow, darting out of the underground parking garage and merging seamlessly into the bustling city traffic. It weaved through the vehicles with remarkable agility, leaving a trail of cars in its wake. Meanwhile, at the Benz 4S dealership in the southern part of the city, the once spacious and bright showroom lay in utter disarray. A massive hole had been smashed into the central glass door, shards of sharp glass scattered across the floor. Several decorative potted plants had been toppled, their soil mingling with broken ceramic pots. A brand-new crimson C-Class coupe display vehicle bore a dent inflicted by a steel pipe on its hood, while its windows displayed a network of spiderweb-like cracks. A group of 7 or 8 young men, clad in black vests and adorned with tattoos on their arms, gathered menacingly at the entrance of the manager's office. At the forefront stood Lu Yuhao, his face still bearing traces of bruising, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and a baseball bat in hand. He rhythmically struck the palm of his other hand. "Damn it, Joe Manny, you filthy bitch. Get out here," he bellowed. "Do you think hiding inside will spare you? I swear, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I'll tear your store apart." As he raged, Lu Yuhao kicked the office door with force. Bang, bang, bang. The solid wooden door resounded with a dull thud. The manager of the 4S dealership, a middle-aged man in his 50s, pressed his hand against his bleeding forehead, attempting, along with several security guards, to thwart the thugs. Lu Xiao, let us discuss this calmly. Don't resort to violence. We've already called the police. They'll be here shortly. Called the police? Lu Yuhao scoffed, jabbing the baseball bat towards the manager's nose. Who do you think you're scaring? In this southern district? I, Lu Yuhao, am the law. Today, no matter if it's the police or the king of heaven himself, they cannot save you. He commanded, smash it. Break the door down. I will ensure that wretched woman pays. At his command, the thugs surged forward, brandishing steel pipes and wooden sticks, mercilessly assaulting the office door. Inside, Zhou Manny pressed herself against the wall, trembling with fear. She had barricaded the door with furniture she had dragged over, delaying its imminent breach. Tears streamed down her face, the left hand covering her mouth while her right gripped her phone tightly, the screen still displaying her call history with Lu Yuan. "Darling, please hurry. I'm so scared." Just as the door was about to give way, a deafening roar of an engine approached rapidly, accompanied by a screech of tires. A sea blue and rose gold Maybach executed a flawless drift, coming to a halt at the dealership's entrance. The door swung open, and Lu Yuan stepped out from the driver's seat, his face obscured by sunglasses, rendering his expression unreadable. He closed the door with determination and strode toward the showroom. The men, engrossed in their destructive frenzy, were drawn to this unexpected turn of events. They halted their assault and turned to the entrance. When Lu Yuhao recognized Lu Yuan, his pupils dilated in shock. "It's you." "Yes, it's me." Lu Yuan removed his sunglasses, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. "Lu Xiao, we meet again. It seems the lesson I imparted last time wasn't sufficiently profound. Damn, how dare you show your face." Lu Yuhao felt a surge of humiliation, old grudges and new resentments colliding. "Get him. Kill him. I'll take the blame if anything happens." He barked orders to his accomplices. The thugs exchanged glances, then, with malicious grins, charged at Lu Yuan, pipes and sticks brandished menacingly. The manager and security personnel, witnessing this scene, turned pale and began to retreat. "Mr. Lu, be careful," the manager shouted. Lu Yuan remained motionless, watching as the foremost thug swung the steel pipe toward his head. Suddenly, he tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. With a swift motion, he seized the thug's wrist and twisted it downwards. A sharp crack echoed, a bone breaking. "Ah!" The thug shrieked in agony, dropping the pipe with a clatter. Lu Yuan pressed on, delivering a powerful kick to the knee of the second thug, who fell to the ground, howling in pain. A third thug swung a steel bar at Lu Yuan's neck from the side. Without turning around, Lu Yuan swiftly kicked the thug's ankle, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground in disarray. The remaining thugs, witnessing their companions being effortlessly subdued within moments, froze in fear. Their eyes filled with terror. This man before them was undeniably a master of combat. Lu Yuhao stood slack-jawed, astonished by Lu Yuan's terrifying prowess. Ignoring the fallen thugs, Lu Yuan advanced step by step toward Lu Yuhao. Each stride felt like a crushing weight on Lu Yuhao's heart. Didn't he come any closer? Lu Yuhao instinctively retreated, dropping the baseball bat in fear. "And my father is the chairman of the Lu Group. If you harm me, you'll regret it. You said that before." Lu Yuan replied, standing before him. "Don't you have anything novel to add?" Lu Yuhao's face drained of color. Typically, uttering that phrase would suffice to intimidate others. But Lu Yuan was not just anyone. He grasped Lu Yuhao's collar, lifting him effortlessly. "I warned you last time to keep your distance from my woman. It seems you didn't take my words to heart. suspended in midair. Lu Yuhao's face turned a deep shade of purple from lack of oxygen. He clawed at Lu Yuan's arms, struggling in vain. Since you can't comprehend plain speech, I shall employ a different method to etch this lesson into your memory. Lu Yuan's voice was icy as he delivered a powerful punch to Lu Yuhao's abdomen. Lu Yuhao's eyes bulged, emitting a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Ah, it hurts. Help. You useless fools. Save me. I'm going to be killed. The remaining thugs exchanged glances, paralyzed by fear, none daring to approach. Just as Lu Yuan prepared to continue his lesson, a flurry of police sirens approached rapidly. Several police cars, flashing red and blue lights, screeched to a halt at the dealership entrance. A group of 8 uniformed officers leaped from their vehicles and rushed into the showroom. Leading them was a middle-aged officer with a square face, appearing to be in his 40s. Everyone freeze. Police. Upon seeing the wreckage in the showroom, the fallen thugs wailing in pain, and Lu Yuhao dangling in Lu Yuan's grasp, the officer commanded, "Put him down immediately." Lu Yuan glanced at the officers rushing in, then at Lu Yuhao, who was on the brink of unconsciousness. With a casual flick of his wrist, he discarded Lu Yuhao to the ground like refuse. Lu Yuhao clutched his neck, kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath as he coughed violently. "Officers, you have arrived just in time." Lu Yuan clapped his hands, stating, "I had scarcely arrived when I witnessed these individuals engaging in acts of vandalism and robbery, with intentions to assault me. I merely acted in self-defense." Upon seeing the police, Lu Yuhao's expression brightened as if he had found a savior. He pointed at Lu Yuan, shouting hoarsely, "Officers, it's him. He is the one who assaulted me. He even attempted to kill me. Quickly, apprehend him." The middle-aged police officer cast another glance at Lu Yuan before signaling to several younger officers behind him. "First, restrain these individuals and take them back to the station for questioning. Also, summon an ambulance." "Understood, Captain." 2 young officers stepped forward, brandishing gleaming handcuffs, poised to detain Lu Yuan. At that moment, the office door swung open. Zhou Manny rushed out, and upon witnessing the scene in the gallery, she froze momentarily. Upon spotting Lu Yuan standing unharmed, she immediately dashed toward him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. "Darling, are you all right? I was so worried about you." Her voice trembled with emotion. Lu Yuan gently patted her back, soothing her distress. "I'm fine. Don't be afraid. I'm here." The 2 officers, who were about to restrain Lu Yuan, halted their movements, exchanging bewildered glances. The middle-aged officer furrowed his brow. "Who called the police, after all?" "It was I, officer." The manager, holding his forehead, stepped forward, responding tremulously. "Everyone must come back to the station with us to clarify the situation." Chapter 18, a procedural walkthrough. "Sir, we also request that you accompany us for the investigation." Zhou Manny tightened her grip on Lu Yuan's arm. He reassured her with a pat on her hand. "It's all right. It's merely a formality." He turned to Zhou Manny. "You hold onto the car keys. Drive home first. I'll handle the rest." Zhou Manny hesitated before accepting the keys to the Maybach. "Then, please be careful. Have no worries." He beckoned to the officers. "Let us go, officers." In the interrogation room of the Chengnan District Police Station, a stark white light hung from the ceiling, casting a cold glow upon a metal interrogation table. On the opposite side sat a middle-aged man in police uniform, slightly overweight, with thinning hair. He was Li Weidong, the chief of the Chengnan District Police Station. Before him rested a steaming cup of tea as he leisurely perused a freshly printed statement. Lu Yuan occupied a metal chair across from him. The interrogation room door swung open, and a young officer entered, whispering a few words into Li Weidong's ear. Li Weidong nodded, and the young officer promptly exited. Li Weidong set down the statement, leaning back in his chair with a creaking sound. He clasped his hands over his protruding stomach, fixing his gaze on Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, is it? 30 years old, unemployed. I've reviewed your statement alongside those of others." He paused, lifting his teacup to blow away the steam. "Everyone claims you initiated the altercation, and with considerable force, I might add. One of those young men suffered a wrist fracture, and another sustained a torn knee ligament. Both were sent to the hospital." Lu Yuan remained silent. "Though Lu Yuhao was at fault, stirring trouble and damaging property, your response has escalated to excessive self-defense, constituting intentional harm. According to the law, you will bear criminal liability." Li Weidong placed his teacup down, his tone laced with bureaucratic authority. "So," Lu Yuan finally spoke. "So, this matter may not be easily resolved," Li Weidong replied, picking up a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from the table. He extracted one, placing it between his lips, but not lighting it. "Lu Yuhao's father, Lu Dushing, is the chairman of the Lu Group and a significant taxpayer in our district. Also a representative in the city's People's Congress. His secretary has already contacted me, demanding a serious resolution." Li Weidong emphasized the phrase serious resolution. "What do you want?" Lu Yuan asked directly. Li Weidong smiled, removing the cigarette from his mouth and placing it on the table. Conversing with an astute individual is indeed efficient. This situation has the potential to escalate or diminish. Lu Yuhao's side will undoubtedly seek medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress. The 4S dealership will also demand reimbursement for the damaged vehicle and other losses. I estimate that without 3 to 5 million, Yuan be leaving this room. Lu Yuan silently scoffed, realizing why Zhou Manny and the others had called the police. Only for the officers to arrive belatedly. It became clear that the station chief and Lu Yuhao were indeed cut from the same cloth. Of course, we can also proceed through official channels, Li Weidong continued, sensing Lu Yuan's silence. We could file a public prosecution against you for intentional harm. Should this reach court, a few years' imprisonment is quite possible. You're still young. I assume you wouldn't want such a blemish on your life? After his discourse, Li Weidong believed he had cornered Lu Yuan into a position of submission. Just then, the interrogation room door was suddenly thrust open with a loud bang. The door slammed against the wall, creating a thunderous sound. Li Weidong jumped in surprise, nearly dropping his teacup. Who is it? Such a lack of decorum. He shouted angrily towards the entrance. Two figures stood at the doorway. The woman in front wore a crisp, deep blue police uniform, appearing to be in her early 30s. She was tall and upright, her uniform adorned with 2 stripes and 2 stars on the epaulets. Her hair was cut short, exuding a sense of cleanliness and efficiency. Her face was a standard oval shape, with delicate features, yet her expression bore an air of authority and an unyielding dignity. Following closely behind her was Lin Wanning, who today donned a beige Chanel ensemble, her hair meticulously styled in an updo. Although a hint of anxiety flickered across her face, she maintained an aura of elegance and composure. Upon recognizing the visitors, Li Weidong's anger evaporated, replaced by sheer shock and trepidation. Director Su, what brings you here? His voice trembled as he hurriedly adjusted his slightly wrinkled uniform, forcing a smile that was more painful than sorrowful as he stepped forward to greet her. The woman before him was none other than Su Muyu, the executive deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, a woman who, at 32, had achieved a legendary status within the city's political and legal systems. Su Muyu ignored Li Weidong's flattery, walking directly into the interrogation room. Her gaze swept across the room, ultimately resting on Lu Yuan, who sat in the interrogation chair. Her eyes were calm, yet Lu Yuan sensed a glimmer of amusement within them. At that moment, the system's notification sound echoed in Lu Yuan's mind once more. Beep. Target meeting reward criteria detected. Generating information panel. Name, code, Su Muyu. Age, 32. Health index, 95. Genetic potential rating, A. Untainted body, yes. Emotional history, 1. Comprehensive score, 96. Qualification overview, meets reward criteria. Another A grade. And a female director at that. The world is indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. Lu Yuan discreetly closed the system interface. Lin Wanqing briskly approached Lu Yuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Lu Yuan, are you alright? They did not trouble you, did they? Lu Yuan shook his head. I am fine, but what brings you here? Xiao Xiao just saw a breaking news report about a vandalism incident in the Auto City. And your car was featured in the footage, Lin Wanqing explained, her concern palpable. She asked me to call Muyu on your behalf. She turned to Su Muyu beside her. Muyu, I truly appreciate your help. Wanqing, there is no need for such formalities between us, Su Muyu replied. Her voice cool, yet gentle towards Lin Wanqing. Your matters are mine as well. She then shifted her sharp gaze towards Li Weidong, who stood nearby, looking like a guilty schoolboy. Director Li, what is the meaning of this? Su Director, this is a misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. Li Weidong felt the cold sweat soaking through his back. We are merely following procedure to question Mr. Liu. Question? Su Muyu scoffed, pointing at the iron chair where Lu Yuan had been seated. Is your station's questioning conducted in such a manner? She gestured to the statement on the table. And I have heard that someone intends to classify this incident as intentional harm? And no, absolutely not. Li Weidong shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. We are still investigating, still investigating. Where is Captain Wang? Bring in the person in charge of this case. Shortly after, the middle-aged officer Wang Zhengwo, who had previously led the team at the 4S shop, hurried in. Director Su, Wang Captain, enlighten me on the situation regarding this case. Wang Zhengwo glanced at the pale-faced Li Weidong before recounting the details he had gathered at the scene, along with what he later observed from the surveillance footage. Based on the evidence we currently possess, it can be preliminarily concluded that this is a premeditated case of provocation and property destruction initiated by Lu Yuhao and others. Mr. Lu Yuan's actions constitute justifiable self-defense. Upon hearing the report, Su Muyu nodded. If it is justifiable self-defense, then why is he still detained here? Wang Zhengwo remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Li Weidong. The answer was evidently clear. Li Weidong's face turned ashen. Director Su, I am merely following protocol. I will release him immediately. Right away. Remove Mr. Lu Yuan's handcuffs, Su Muyu commanded. Yes. Wang Jiangwo stepped forward, using a key to unlock the handcuffs attached to the interrogation chair. Lu Yuan flexed his wrists and stood up. Thank you, he said to Wang Jiangwo, who nodded in acknowledgement. Su Muyu turned her attention back to Lu Yuan. Mr. Lu Yuan, correct? Indeed. Although your actions have been deemed justifiable self-defense, your response was rather excessive. Faced with a group wielding knives and steel pipes, I find it difficult to restrain my strength, Lu Yuan responded with measured composure. Su Muyu regarded him, a nearly imperceptible smile gracing her lips. It appears that Mr. Lu not only possesses commendable skills, but also remarkable courage. She chose not to dwell further on the topic, redirecting her gaze to the still pale Li Weidong. Director Li, the City Bureau's disciplinary committee will be coming to discuss matters with you. With that, she turned on her heel and departed without casting another glance at Li Weidong. Lin Wanqing sighed in relief, approaching Lu Yuan to confirm he was uninjured. Lu Yuan, you must not act so recklessly in the future. I understand, he replied. As a gesture of gratitude for your assistance today, may I have the honor of treating you both to a cup of coffee? Chapter 19, Tequila. Just then, Su Muyu's phone vibrated suddenly. She glanced at the caller ID, her brow slightly furrowing. Hello? What? Where? All right, I understand. I will be there immediately. After hanging up, she walked over to Lin Wanqing. Wanqing, there is an urgent task at the bureau. I must return at once. So soon? Lin Wanqing stood up as well. I will drive you. We cannot delay important matters. Su Muyu nodded, then looked at Lu Yuan. Regarding your situation with Lu Yuhao, while it has been classified as justifiable self-defense, I must remind you that there are myriad ways to resolve conflicts. Violence is always the basest of methods. Thank you for the reminder, Director Su. I will take it to heart. Su Muyu retrieved a business card from her briefcase and handed it to Lu Yuan. This is my personal number. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles in the city, feel free to contact me. With that, Su Muyu entered Lin Wanqing's car and departed. As Lu Yuan stepped out of the South City police station, he unexpectedly encountered Xiaoya. Dressed in salon attire, she donned an oversized denim jacket that did not fit properly, clearly having rushed over upon receiving news. Following her was a girl Lu Yuan had never seen before. The girl appeared to be of similar age to Xiaoya, yet her style was entirely different. With a sleek, silver-gray bob, multiple piercings adorned her ears, complemented by earrings and studs. Her heavily made-up eyes were lined dramatically, and her midriff-bearing top revealed a flat, toned abdomen, showcasing defined abdominal muscles. Her ripped jeans accentuated her long, straight legs, exuding an aura of rebellious defiance. When her gaze swept over, her heavily lined eyes sparkled with a wild and untamed spirit. Hubby, Xiaoya rushed to Lu Yuan, grasping his arm and examining him closely. Are you okay? I called you several times, but you didn't answer. I was so worried about you. I am fine. There is no need to worry. Lu Yuan reassured her, gently patting her hand. My phone was on silent at the station. He then glanced at the girl following Xiaoya. And who might this be? She. Her name is Tequila. She was my former roommate and a good friend, Xiaoya introduced. Just as Lu Yuan was about to respond, he heard a familiar notification. Ding. Target meeting reward criteria detected. Generating information panel. Name, alias, Tequila. Age, 21. Health index, 98. Genetic potential rating, B. Purity of body, yes. Emotional history, 0. Comprehensive score, 86. Qualification overview, meets reward criteria. AB rating, Xiaoya's former roommate. Lu Yuan's heart stirred, though his expression remained unperturbed. The girl named Tequila scrutinized Lu Yuan with an assertive gaze, as if she were x-raying him. You are Xiaoya's husband? Tequila inquired, her voice slightly husky. Imbued with a unique magnetism, Lu Yuan did not answer her question, merely smiling. It was I who asked Xiaoya to bring me here. Tequila continued, gesturing toward Xiaoya. Someone's causing you trouble, and I feared you might suffer. So, I came to check on you. Rest assured, it's merely a trifling matter. Quite the braggart. Tequila raised an eyebrow, appearing quite intact. Thank you for accompanying Xiaoya today. However, I've had my share of training. An average person cannot harm me. Uncle, you really are quite the braggart, Tequila remarked with a click of her tongue. I don't believe it. Unless, of course, you dare to fight me. If you can defeat me, I shall concede that you are not merely a pretty face and are worthy of protecting Xiaoya. Tequila, don't be ridiculous. Xiaoya quickly tugged at Tequila's sleeve. I'm not being ridiculous. Tequila shrugged off her hand. Xiaoya, I am merely helping you assess him. When seeking a partner, one cannot choose a mere decorative vase, can one? Her body coiled like a taut bow, and in an instant, she launched forward with a straightforward right jab aimed at Lu Yuan's face. The punch was swift and fierce, accompanied by a sharp whoosh. Lu Yuan stood his ground, not flinching. Just as Tequila's fist was about to strike his nose, he slightly turned his head to the left. Tequila's fist grazed his cheek as it soared past. Lu Yuan reached out with his left hand, seizing Tequila's wrist, which had been left exposed after her missed strike. His right hand formed a palm, slicing toward Tequila's neck. Tequila's reaction was equally swift. Rather than panicking upon having her wrist caught, she leaned forward, using Lu Yuan's pulling force to her advantage, and drove her elbow harshly into Lu Yuan's chin. Forced to abandon his attack, Lu Yuan leaned back, narrowly avoiding the brutal elbow strike. The two separated, each retreating 2 steps to re-establish distance. This fleeting exchange allowed both to form a preliminary assessment of each other's capabilities. Remarkably fast, this woman's explosive power is astonishing. Moreover, her techniques are practical, true martial arts. Lu Yuan felt a surge of surprise. He was a man well-versed in combat, and this girl could actually hold her own against him. Tequila's thoughts were equally tumultuous. This guy managed to evade my attack. Moreover, his reaction speed is impressive. Had I not changed my approach in time, my neck would have been at his mercy. He is certainly no ordinary person. Their eyes locked. Both were searching for each other's vulnerabilities. Spare me. I'd rather not end up back behind bars so soon. Lu Yuan smiled at her, spreading his hands in a gesture of peace. Besides, I'm quite hungry. Let us find a place to eat first. After a day filled with troublesome affairs, Lu Yuan had not managed to eat lunch, and it was already nearing dinner time. He hailed a taxi by the roadside. Xiaoya, get in. Xiaoya obediently climbed inside. Lu Yuan then turned to Tequila. You should join us as well. Tequila, unreserved, opened the back door and settled in. Darling, where are we headed? What do you both wish to eat? I'm indifferent, Xiaoya replied. Hot pot. Tequila stated succinctly from the back seat. I want the spiciest, the 9-grid beef oil hot pot. Very well, then we shall have hot pot. The taxi halted outside a hot pot restaurant named Impression of Shidu. The establishment was adorned in an antiquated Chinese style, with 2 large red lanterns hanging at the entrance, exuding an air of bustling business. Upon entering, they were greeted by a robust aroma of beef oil and chili. Good day, are you 3? Please, come this way. A waitress in a cheapao led them to a booth by the window. Soon, a copper pot was placed before them, filled with a bubbling crimson broth. The pot was divided into 9 squares, each brimming with a wealth of dried chilies and Sichuan peppercorns. The rich scent of beef oil wafted upwards, tantalizing their senses and appetites. Please scan the QR code to order. The waitress set a QR code on the table before stepping back. Lu Yuan pulled out his phone and presented the ordering QR code to Xiaoya and Tequila. Order whatever you like. Xiaoya took the phone, glanced at the array of enticing dishes and their prices, then pushed the phone back to Lu Yuan. Darling, you order. I'm fine with anything. Lu Yuan took the phone and expertly began selecting dishes. Premium snowflake beef, 9-foot goose intestine, fresh tripe, brain matter, yellow throat. The dishes soon arrived. The waitress wheeled over a stainless steel cart, placing beautifully presented plates beside their table. The vivid red slices of meat, rosy goose intestines, and pristine tripe looked particularly tempting under the soft lighting of the restaurant. Lu Yuan picked up his chopsticks, grasping a slice of snowflake beef, and lowered it into the bubbling center square of the pot. Just give it 10 seconds of cooking, he instructed, placing the cooked beef into the dipping sauce dish in front of Xiaoya. The sauce was a simple blend of sesame oil and minced garlic, preserving the essence of the ingredients. Thank you, darling. Xiaoya took the piece of beef and placed it in her mouth. The meat was incredibly tender, infused with a rich aroma of beef oil and a hint of spiciness. As she chewed, the succulent juices burst in her mouth. Another bottle of white, please. Tequila suddenly spoke up. Lu Yuan glanced at her and called the waitress to bring 2 bottles of Yuan Mountain. He opened one bottle, and a robust fragrance immediately filled the air. He poured drinks for all 3. Shall we make a toast? Lu Yuan raised his glass, signaling to Xiaoya and Tequila before downing it in one go. Cheers. Tequila also raised her glass, similarly downing it in one swift motion, her manner exuding a touch of bravado. Xiaoya took a small sip from her glass, but was quickly overcome by the fiery taste and began to cough. Cough, cough. If you can't handle it, don't drink. Have some juice instead, Lu Yuan advised her. Tequila picked up the bottle and filled Lu Yuan's glass before pouring her own. Let us change the way we drink, Tequila said, looking at Lu Yuan. 1 bite of food, 1 sip of drink. Whoever falls first loses. What do you say? Are you up for it? Why would I back down? Lu Yuan chuckled. But there should be a wager, right? A wager? Tequila raised an eyebrow. What do you propose? If I win, you must tell me your real name. Lu Yuan met her gaze. If I lose, you may ask me any question, and I must answer truthfully. Tequila scoffed. Very well, I accept your wager. She lifted her glass. First round. Both downed their drinks simultaneously. Lu Yuan picked up a piece of the cooked tripe and placed it in his mouth. The tripe had a crispy texture, and the granules absorbed the spicy broth, making it both crunchy and chewy. Tequila remained unfazed, enjoying her food as well. Seemingly fond of spice, specifically choosing those dishes covered in chili. Second round. Third round. A bottle of Yuan Mountain quickly emptied, and both their faces flushed with a subtle hue. Lu Yuan opened a second bottle, continuing to pour for them. You have quite the tolerance for alcohol, Tequila remarked, as they finished half of the third bottle. Likewise, he replied. Lu Yuan chuckled softly, his tongue tinged with numbness. Can you now tell me your name? I have yet to concede. Tequila gazed at him. I believe you are nearing that point. With a light laugh, Lu Yuan discreetly swallowed the anti-alcohol pill given by the system, instantly feeling much more alert. After downing the third bottle of liquor, Xiaoya could no longer contain herself. Darling, perhaps you should drink a little less. Lu Yuan cast a glance at Tequila seated across from him. Her cheeks were already flushed, her gaze becoming increasingly hazy and unfocused, her body swaying as if she might topple at any moment. He set down the bottle. All right, no more drinking. He grasped Xiaoya's hand. Let us return home. Rising to his feet, Lu Yuan navigated around the table to Tequila's side. Can you still walk? Tequila lifted her head. Her eyes clouded, parting her lips as if to say something, but ultimately just shook her head. Lu Yuan refrained from pressing further. He bent down, draping one of Qin Lan's arms over his shoulder, while his other hand encircled her waist, lifting her from the chair. Xiaoya, please settle the bill. Lu Yuan instructed the waiting Xiaoya. Oh, certainly. He half-dragged, half-carried Qin Lan toward the exit of the hot pot restaurant. The high heels of Qin Lan's marten boots made walking cumbersome. Lu Yuan decided to pause, crouching to remove her shoes and holding them in his hand. Chapter 20. Such matters should not occur. Barefoot, Tequila's slender ankles and fair skin revealed faint blue veins. Lu Yuan supported Tequila as they exited the restaurant. Xiaoya had already completed the payment and quickly followed them out. The trio hailed a cab at the roadside. Lu Yuan opened the rear door, carefully placing Tequila inside. With Xiaoya joining her in the back, Lu Yuan settled into the front passenger seat. Where does Tequila reside? He inquired. I don't know. Xiaoya shook her head. We used to share a place, but she moved out 6 months ago. She mentioned finding a new job, but she never disclosed the location. We cannot simply abandon her. Driver, to Yunding Mansion, please. The taxi arrived at the underground parking of Yunding Mansion. Lu Yuan opened the rear door and effortlessly lifted Tequila out of the vehicle, carrying her toward the elevator. Xiaoya followed closely behind, clutching Tequila's heavy marten boots. Ding! The elevator reached the 66th floor. Lu Yuan exited with Qin Lan in his arms, while Xiaoya opened the door to the guest room. Open the guest room door, Lu Yuan instructed. Oh. Xiaoya proceeded to the end of the corridor, pushing open one of the guest room doors and pressing the switch on the wall. The room illuminated, revealing approximately 20 square meters filled with a spacious 1.8-meter wide bed, a wardrobe, and a small sofa, complete with a private bathroom. Lu Yuan gently laid Qin Lan onto the bed. Xiaoya assisted in removing her oversized denim jacket. Darling, you should go take a shower. I will look after her. Xiaoya looked up at Lu Yuan. Can you manage alone? Of course, Xiaoya nodded. Then I shall bathe first. Call me if anything arises. Submerged in the warm embrace of the bathtub, the soothing water enveloped Lu Yuan's body, gradually easing his taut muscles. So much had transpired today, the vengeance of Lu Yuhao, the unexpected appearance of Lin Wanqing, the involvement of Su Mu Yu, and the enigmatic Tequila. As he pondered, the bathroom door creaked open slightly. Xiaoya peeked in. Darling, I made you a hangover soup. Would you like to drink it now? Please bring it in. Xiaoya entered, carrying a tray with a steaming bowl of soup. Dressed in a pink, sleeveless silk nightgown that barely covered her thighs, her long, fair legs were fully exposed to the air. She knelt beside the bathtub, setting the tray down on the adjacent counter. Darling, give it a try. I just learned this recipe online, made with honey and ginger. It's supposed to alleviate hangovers. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, gazing at Xiaoya squatting before him. The warmth of the bathroom had given her cheeks a delightful flush, while her eyes sparkled like stars. He chose not to drink the soup. Instead, he reached out, pulling Xiaoya into the bathtub. Ah, she exclaimed, tumbling into the water, her nightgown instantly drenched and clinging to her curves. Darling, what are you doing? Xiaoya struggled to rise from the water, but Lu Yuan held her tightly. I don't wish to drink soup, he whispered in her ear. I desire you. His hands ventured beneath the damp hem of her nightgown. Xiaoya's body melted in response, leaning against Lu Yuan, surrendering to his whims. The water in the bathtub began to sway tumultuously, the sound of splashes and gasps intertwining to compose a sensuous melody. An hour later, Lu Yuan emerged from the bathroom, carrying Xiaoya, who had succumbed to exhaustion, and laid her gently on the bed in the master bedroom, tucking her in snugly. He donned a bathrobe and stepped out of the bedroom, intending to check on Tequila. He gently pushed open the guest room door. The room remained dim, illuminated only by the moonlight filtering through the sheer curtains. Tequila was still asleep, curled up under the covers like a wounded creature. Lu Yuan approached the bedside, intending to adjust the blanket for her comfort. As he bent down, he caught snippets of her murmured dreams. Lan, what does that mean? He leaned in closer to discern her words. My name is Qin Lan. Tequila articulated more clearly this time before turning over and drifting back to sleep. So, this girl is named Qin Lan. Lu Yuan tenderly brushed his fingers through her hair before standing and quietly closing the door behind him. The throbbing headache from the hangover felt as if a chisel was rhythmically striking Qin Lan's temples. She groaned in discomfort, her eyelids heavy as though laden with lead. Raising her hand to shield her eyes, she realized something was amiss. This was not her apartment. Her consciousness sharpened in an instant. She abruptly opened her eyes to find herself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. Sitting up, the silk quilt slipped away, revealing her black sports bra. She struggled to recall the events of the previous night. Ah, yes, I got drunk. Did Lu Yuan and Xiaoya bring me back? Is this Lu Yuan's home? Qin Lan threw off the covers and approached the window, pulling back the curtains. Outside, a model-like city unfolded, skyscrapers towering above, with traffic resembling ants below. She could see the winding river in the distance and the grand bridge spanning across it. Is this Yunding Mansion, the most luxurious residence in the city? She approached the door and gently pulled it open, peering out. A long corridor connected various rooms, and at its end lay a more spacious living room. She heard voices emanating from that direction. Barefoot, she tread silently across the carpet toward the living area. In the bright, open kitchen, Lu Yuan stood at the island. Clad in casual home attire with an apron tied around his waist, wielding a frying pan as he cooked something. The sizzle of bacon filled the air, its rich aroma mingling with the buttery scent that wafted around. Next to him stood Xiaoya, dressed in a pink spaghetti strap nightgown, brandishing a whisk as she beat eggs in a glass bowl. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden halo around their figures. This scene appeared remarkably warm and inviting, reminiscent of a tableau from a family film. A surge of indescribable emotions washed over Qin Lan. Tequila, you're awake? Xiaoya exclaimed, turning to see Qin Lan standing at the corner of the corridor. Awake? Lu Yuan turned, smiling at Qin Lan. Does your head still hurt? Come join us for breakfast. I've just finished. Feeling somewhat awkward, Qin Lan stepped out from the corner. She tousled her messy short hair and glanced down at her black sports bra, feeling a bit disheveled. Aye. The bathroom is over there. Why don't you go wash up first? I've found you a clean outfit. Xiaoya indicated another room across from the guest room. She set down the whisk and approached Qin Lan, handing her a neatly folded set of clothes. After Qin Lan emerged from the bathroom, dressed in the fresh casual attire provided by Xiaoya, the oversized t-shirt and sweatpants seemed a tad large on her, yet they softened her appearance, giving her a touch of the girl-next-door charm. As she stepped into the dining area, Lu Yuan and Xiaoya were already seated at the table. A white tablecloth adorned the rectangular table, which was laid with 3 identical breakfast servings. On white porcelain plates rested perfectly scrambled eggs, golden and creamy, alongside crispy bacon that contrasted beautifully with 2 slices of lightly toasted whole grain bread, cut into triangles. A small glass bowl brimming with vibrant fruit salad complemented the meal, while 3 steaming cups of milk were placed beside each plate. Come sit before it gets cold. Lu Yuan beckoned to the standing Qin Lan. She approached the table and picked up her chopsticks, lifting a piece of scrambled egg to her mouth. The eggs were exceptionally smooth, dissolving on her tongue without the need for chewing. The yolk, semi-solid, burst forth with a rich flavor upon gentle pressure from her teeth. The toast, with its crisp exterior, retained a delightful softness and moisture within. Finally, the fruit salad, with the tangy sweetness of strawberries, the fragrant burst of blueberries, and the refreshing taste of melon, mingled perfectly when drizzled with a touch of yogurt, cutting through the richness of the bacon. This breakfast was unexpectedly delightful. How is it? Is it to your liking? Lu Yuan inquired, observing Qin Lan. It's fine, Qin Lan murmured, lowering her head as she continued to eat. She was unaccustomed to being cared for in such a manner. After breakfast, Qin Lan hurriedly bid her farewells, almost fleeing. Xiaoya watched her retreating figure, concern etched on her face. Turning to Lu Yuan, she approached him. Darling. Lu Yuan was clearing the table. Yes? Could you possibly help Tequila? Xiaoya whispered. Lu Yuan placed the dishes in the dishwasher. How do you propose I assist her? Xiaoya bit her lip. Tequila is my best friend. We have always supported each other. But she has changed recently. I know she is facing difficulties, yet she won to confide in me. I can't bear to see her continue like this. Darling, I know you're capable. Can you also take her under your wing? Xiaoya finally voiced her true feelings. Lu Yuan paused in his actions. Xiaoya, what are you saying? Such matters are not trivial. I'm not being frivolous. Xiaoya interrupted, her emotions rising. I'm serious. I don't want to be separated from Tequila. I want the three of us to always be together. She has become your woman. You can rightfully protect her now, can't you? Xiaoya stepped closer, grasping Lu Yuan's arms. Darling, I know you have feelings for tequila as well, don't you? She leaned forward, her soft form pressing against Lu Yuan's arm. Please, just agree to this, all right? As long as you agree, I will do anything you say. Xiaoya rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around Lu Yuan's neck, bringing her lips close to his ear. I beg you, darling. Chapter 21, Global Financial Tower. Lu Yuan appeared troubled on the surface, yet internally, he felt exhilarated. Truly, fortune favored him. Xiaoya had boldly made such a request. This significantly reduced the obstacles to winning Qinlan's heart. However, he must not seem overly eager. He needed to give her the impression that he was reluctantly acquiescing for her sake. Let me think. Lu Yuan finally spoke, his tone suggesting a reluctant concession. He gently pushed Xiaoya away but kept his hands resting on her waist. This is no trivial matter. Qinlan's character is quite strong. She may not accept our assistance. She will. Xiaoya insisted fervently. Qinlan appears tough, but deep down, she longs for a home, for someone to rely on. Darling, you are that person. Xiaoya's cheeks flushed, her eyes glistening with emotion. For you, and for Qinlan, I am willing to do anything. Lu Yuan tenderly caressed Xiaoya's cheek. Very well, he sighed, as if making a difficult decision. Since you put it that way, I shall give it a try. Xiaoya's face lit up with a radiant smile. She nodded vigorously and leaped into Lu Yuan's embrace, holding him tightly. Thank you, darling. You are so wonderful. By the way, darling, did Qinlan tell you her real name? Xiaoya suddenly realized. Oh, she mentioned it last night, when she was drunk outside the hot pot restaurant. She rarely shares her real name, and doesn't let me say it. Which means she trusts you. Perhaps, Lu Yuan mused, soothing Xiaoya in his arms as he sent her off to work. After bidding her farewell, he pondered as he walked. Xiaoya mentioned that Qinlan was in trouble. What sort of trouble could it be? He needed to investigate this matter thoroughly to proceed. However, given his busy schedule, he hardly had time for such inquiries, especially with the prospect of starting a family looming. With a shift in thought, Lu Yuan dialed the phone number of Captain Wang Jiangwo at the South City Police Station. Seconds later, the call connected. Hello, Captain Wang, this is Lu Yuan. Mr. Lu, greetings, came the steady voice of Wang Jiangwo from the other end. Captain Wang, I am grateful for your assistance concerning the recent matter. I am calling this time to inquire about something. Please proceed. I wish to investigate a certain issue and seek a reliable individual to assist me. Do you have any leads? There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Mr. Lu, your inquiry is somewhat sensitive. As public officials, we are not in a position to involve ourselves in such matters. I understand. I merely seek a channel for information and assure you that I will not trouble you. Captain Wang, Lu Yuan replied. Another pause ensued. Download an encrypted communication application. Wang Jiangwo's voice dropped slightly as he instructed. Search for an ID named Ghost 117. After adding him, send the words last night's stars, last night's wind. He will reach out to you. Thank you, Captain Wang. I shall treat you to a meal next time. Remember, I did not speak of this to you. I understand. The call was disconnected. Lu Yuan set down his phone and proceeded to download and register the software Wang Jiangwo had mentioned. Upon opening the application, he entered Ghost 117 into the search bar and found a user with a solid black avatar. Lu Yuan typed into the chat box, last night's stars, last night's wind. The message was sent, sinking into the void, receiving no immediate response. A minute later, a call from an unlisted number rang on Lu Yuan's phone. What do you wish to investigate? The voice on the other end was clearly altered, sounding rather peculiar. I wish to inquire about a girl named Qinlan. She is currently facing trouble, and I need to ascertain the nature of her predicament and who is behind it. Very well. Depending on the complexity, I will require 3 to 7 days for the investigation. The fee is 200,000, with half to be transferred as a deposit to my account up front. The call ended. Lu Yuan received a text message containing the details of an anonymous account. He opened his banking app and transferred 100,000 as a deposit to the recently received anonymous account. After completing the transaction, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before dialing Zhou Manny's number. Hello? Honey, are you all right? I was so worried. Zhou Manny's sultry voice came through the line. Where are you? I am in the car city. What's up, honey? Missing me? Get into my car. And wait for me at the base of the Global Financial Tower, Lu Yuan instructed. I will be there shortly. All right, darling. I promise to accomplish the task. Zhou Manny hung up and hurried to the changing room. She retrieved her most prized battle attire from the wardrobe, a stunning white suit from Alexander McQueen's latest collection. She discarded her casual clothing, standing bare before the dressing mirror. Her skin was fair and taut, her waist slender, and her legs long. The ample D-cup bosom before her was both firm and supple. She slipped into a black La Perla lace bra, followed by a silk camisole. Finally, She donned the impeccably tailored suit jacket and fitted trousers. The deep V-neck of the jacket accentuated her alluring décolletage perfectly. Seated at her vanity, she applied a refined yet striking makeup look, emphasizing her expressive eyes and luscious red lips. Lastly, she selected a pair of black Jimmy Choo stilettos from her shoe cabinet and slipped them on. Standing before the mirror, she admired the radiant woman exuding confidence and allure. Taking a deep breath, she grasped her handbag and exited the door. At the base of the global financial tower stood a modern skyscraper soaring over 300 meters. A landmark of the city, Zhou Manny parked her ostentatious Maybach S680 haute voiture in the most conspicuous spot at the entrance, immediately drawing envious gazes from passers-by. She leaned against the car door, awaiting Lu Yuan's arrival. A taxi pulled up to the curb, and Lu Yuan stepped out, clad in understated black casual wear. He maintained a low profile. "Honey, you're here." Zhou Manny removed her sunglasses, flashing a captivating smile at Lu Yuan. "Let us head upstairs." "Up? Where to?" "To an intriguing place." Zhou Manny quickly walked to Lu Yuan's side, naturally linking her arm with his. They entered the elevator, and Lu Yuan pressed the button for the 33rd floor. The elevator doors closed slowly, ascending smoothly. The LCD screen inside displayed the continually changing floor numbers. Ding! The elevator reached the 33rd floor. The door slid open, and Lu Yuan stepped out, with Zhou Manny closely following. Passing through the elevator hall, Lu Yuan pushed open a heavy glass door. The previous tenants had quarreled with the owners, dismantling all their renovations and removing anything of value, which made it difficult to lease out. Lu Yuan remarked, wrapping his arm around Zhou Manny as they walked. "However, this poses no issue for me, as I intend to renovate it entirely." The walls were adorned with floor-to-ceiling glass windows, while this space remained untouched. Zhou Manny approached one of the windows, gazing outward. From this vantage point, one could overlook a significant portion of the city, with buildings resembling matchboxes and a steady stream of traffic below. In the distance lay the winding river and the undulating mountains. The sensation of having the entire city beneath her feet stirred a wave of exhilaration within her. She turned to face Lu Yuan. "Darling, you brought me here to I plan to lease the entire floor." Lu Yuan moved beside her. "From now on, this will be my new company." "A company?" Zhou Manny's eyes lit up. "What kind of company?" "An entertainment company," Lu Yuan stated casually, though he intended to reveal more specifics later. He had already formulated a preliminary plan in his mind. If he continued to search for women meeting the system's criteria on his own, the efficiency would be abysmally low. Establishing a company would allow beautiful women to seek him out, vastly improving efficiency. What kind of company could legitimately recruit attractive women? An entertainment company, of course. Moreover, Lu Yuan recalled that the Lu Group, operated by the affluent Lu Yuhao's father, had the entertainment industry as one of its primary businesses. "Humph, dare to provoke me? I will ensure you cannot thrive in Jiang City one day." He glanced at Zhou Manny. "The subsequent matters shall be entrusted to you." Lu Yuan produced a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Manny. "Take this card. The funds within are sufficient to cover the rent and initial renovation expenses." "Honey, are you suggesting that all these responsibilities fall solely on me?" "This is not merely a financial matter. Leasing an entire office floor, registering a new company, and overseeing comprehensive renovations and designs involve negotiations, legalities, finances, design, and construction, essentially starting from scratch to create the blueprint of a commercial empire." And Lu Yuan had so casually delegated such a significant responsibility to her, a woman he had only known for a few days. This level of trust bore more weight than the card itself. "What is the matter? Lacking confidence?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Not at all." Zhou Manny immediately shook her head. I just feel this is too I believe in your capabilities." Lu Yuan interrupted her, asserting that this minor task would not pose a challenge for her. Indeed, no one is more suitable than Zhou Manny to assist Lu Yuan. He himself is too impatient to engage in such troublesome matters. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Manny extended her hands and solemnly accepted the card from Lu Yuan. She clutched the card tightly, as if grasping her own destiny. How could he trust me so implicitly? Entrusting me with such a significant responsibility. Does this mean that I hold a unique place in his heart, distinct from other women? I am not merely his partner. I have the potential to be his confidant, an indispensable ally in his endeavors. Zhou Manny, this is your chance. You must excel and absolutely cannot disappoint him. Darling, you can rest assured. Zhou Manny lifted her gaze to Lu Yuan, her eyes brimming with unprecedented resolve and determination. I promise to handle this matter with utmost care. You will not be let down. Very well, make the call shortly and resign from your current position. Lu Yuan nodded, clearly pleased with her response. He turned back towards the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Contact the property management for this building and inform them that I have rented the 33rd floor. Understood, darling. Chapter 22, Palamara Iceberry Pink. Zhou Manny watched Lu Yuan's tall, upright figure as he gazed down at the city from the window. A torrent of emotions, a potent blend of admiration and affection, surged from the depths of her heart. She approached Lu Yuan's side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Linking her arm through his, she pressed her soft form closely against him. Darling, what should we name our new company? Her voice carried a hint of playful affection. What do you wish to call it? Lu Yuan turned to look at her. Zhou Manny tilted her head, curling a lock of hair around her finger. Since it is an entertainment company, it should bear a name that is both striking and memorable. How about we call it Myth Entertainment? It signifies our ambition to create our own entertainment legend. Myth Entertainment? Lu Yuan echoed the name thoughtfully. That works. Let us go with that. He was indifferent to the name of the company. You will manage the daily operations of this company moving forward. From now on, you shall be the general manager of Myth Entertainment. Zhou Manny felt her mind go blank. The prospect of being named general manager? Why does he have such faith in me? Darling, this may not be appropriate. Her voice trembled. How can I say it is appropriate, and so it is, Lu Yuan asserted with a commanding tone. You only need to remember that you are my woman. That is sufficient. Zhou Manny gazed at Lu Yuan, her eyes gradually moistening. This man before her may indeed harbor genuine affection for her. Darling, I promise to wholeheartedly follow you. Whatever you ask of me, I shall do. I will belong to you for the rest of my life. She rose onto her tiptoes and initiated a kiss upon Lu Yuan's lips, her entire being leaning into him, pressing her soft curves against his chest. Lu Yuan wrapped one arm around Zhou Manny's slender waist while the other hand entwined in her silky hair, gently cradling her head. The two lost themselves in a passionate embrace. Time seemed to slip away, and eventually, their lips parted, leaving a shimmering thread of intimacy between them. Zhou Manny's lips, slightly swollen from their prolonged kiss, appeared even more luscious and inviting, akin to a ripe cherry awaiting harvest. Darling. Zhou Manny's voice was soft and dripping with sweetness. What is it? I want. Here? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, a teasing glint in his eye. Are you not afraid of being seen? I do not care. Lu Yuan seized her wandering hands. Not so fast. He regarded Zhou Manny with a mischievous smile. Would you like something even more thrilling? He led her to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. How about here? Zhou Manny's heart raced. At over 100 meters high, before the transparent glass, overlooking the entire city, the very thought sent shivers of exhilaration coursing through her. This is utterly insane. Darling, are we really going to do it here? Zhou Manny's body was entirely exposed to Lu Yuan, her pert, rounded form glowing enticingly in the sunset's light, radiating an ivory sheen. Her waist was slender, creating a breathtakingly dramatic curve with her ample hips, clutching Lu Yuan's shoulders, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. She felt a rush of anticipation. Half an hour later, everything fell silent. Zhou Manny lay limp in Lu Yuan's embrace, as if a puddle of melted wax. Ding. Congratulations. Host. By elevating Zhou Manny's love index to over 90 points, the system will grant you a random reward. The system is currently selecting a random reward. Congratulations. You may choose one from the following 3 rewards. 1. Perfect encounter. This reward will arrange a completely natural and logical fortuitous event when you encounter difficulties, introducing you to a key individual who can resolve your issues. 2. Talent infusion. This reward will allow you to bestow innate talents upon any unborn child, ensuring they possess absolute aptitude in a specific field. 3. Free attribute point. This reward will enable you to enlarge any part of your body by 1 centimeter. Lu Yuan stared at the rewards in astonishment. This is impressive. Have I stumbled upon a rare reward? He began to ponder which option to select. First, he dismissed the 3rd reward. Next, he compared the 1st and 2nd. The 2nd reward was undeniably powerful. Absolute talent. Would that mean my child could be the next Michael Jordan in basketball or Warren Buffett in stock trading? Although remarkable, it would take too long. To nurture a child would require at least a decade or more. System, I choose the 1st reward. Understood. The perfect encounter reward has been granted. It will activate at the host's discretion. Having made his selection, Zhou Manny had also regained her composure. She redressed, tidying her slightly disheveled appearance, her expression returning to one of sharp competence. Are you feeling rested? Then let us be off. Where to, darling? To the car city. I am buying you a car for your future business endeavors. Lu Yuan drove his Maybach, once again arriving at the South City International Auto Mall. This time, they parked directly in the VIP section of the Porsche Center. As soon as they exited the vehicle, the sales manager of the Porsche Center personally welcomed them. The manager clearly recognized Lu Yuan's unique car and was aware of the events that had transpired next door at the Mercedes dealership. Mr. Lu, it is such a pleasure to see you. Welcome. We did not expect your esteemed presence today. Please forgive our lack of preparation. The manager beamed with enthusiasm. I am here to help my girlfriend choose a car. Lu Yuan indicated Zhou Manny beside him. Understood. Miss Zhou is a familiar face. You are truly fortunate to have found such a wonderful man as Mr. Liu. The manager's words dripped with honeyed flattery. Please, allow me to escort you inside. We have just received a new batch of palameras, with various colors and configurations available, perfect for a lady of your refined taste. The manager led them into the showroom. Zhou Manny's gaze was immediately captivated by the striking iceberry pink Panamera situated at the heart of the showroom. This was a remarkably unique hue, exhibiting a soft yet sophisticated metallic sheen under the lights. The aerodynamic contours of the vehicle exuded a sense of dynamism and power. This one, Zhou Manny declared with hardly a moment's hesitation. Excellent choice. The manager promptly approached, enthusiastically detailing, this model is currently priced at $2.48 million, equipped with our highest-end features. No need for further elaboration, Lu Yuan interjected, just process the payment. This car will be driven away today. Absolutely. Right away. The manager, invigorated, dashed towards the office. The entire process, from entering the dealership to making the payment and retrieving the car, took no more than 15 minutes. Lu Yuan relaxed on a sofa in the lounge, sipping coffee, while Zhou Manny, brimming with excitement, clutched the keys to her new vehicle, caressing the cool surface of the car as if it were a rare treasure. After completing all the formalities, Zhou Manny parked her pristine iceberry pink Panamera beside Lu Yuan's Maybach. She lowered the window and waved at him. Darling, shall we go? Just then, two figures emerged from the Volkswagen 4S store across the street, Su Ya and Wang Liping. They appeared to be car shopping as a Volkswagen salesperson enthusiastically followed them. Offering commentary, Su Ya's gaze inadvertently drifted in their direction. Upon spotting the eye-catching Maybach parked at the roadside, her steps faltered momentarily. Then, her eyes fell upon Lu Yuan standing beside the Maybach, and Zhou Manny seated in the adjacent pink Porsche. Su Ya's body tensed instantaneously. She instinctively tugged at Wang Liping's sleeve. Mom, we should leave. Wang Liping followed Su Ya's line of sight, and also saw Lu Yuan and Zhou Manny. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Is it him? She recognized Zhou Manny's face as the woman who had been seated in the passenger seat of Lu Yuan's Maybach that day. Today, she was driving a Porsche of her own. What could this mean? A tumult of emotions roiled within Wang Liping. Sourness and anger mingled together. Her ineffectual ex-son-in-law, after divorcing her daughter, had not only avoided destitution but seemed to have transformed into a different person, acquiring luxury cars one after another. Meanwhile, her daughter, burdened by the economic strain following the divorce, had to sell her fairly decent vehicle to seek a modest replacement. The stark psychological disparity nearly drove Wang Liping to the brink of madness. This ingrate, that little beast, where did he acquire such wealth? He must be involved in some unsavory dealings. I must confront him, Wang Liping declared, preparing to charge forward. Mom, what are you doing? Su Ya pulled her back. You cannot go. How can I not? Wang Liping shook off Su Ya's grasp. Look at that smug expression of his. Why does he get to thrive while we suffer? That money should have been yours. Mom. Su Ya's voice rose an octave. Please, calm down. What can you achieve by confronting him? It will only embarrass us further. Su Ya clung tightly to Wang Liping's arm, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Look at yourself. What do you resemble? A shrew. Su Ya's words fell like a bucket of cold water over Wang Liping. She froze, unable to utter a single word as she gazed at her daughter's face, etched with disappointment and fatigue. Lu Yuan and Zhou Manny, seemingly oblivious to their presence, exchanged a few words before entering their respective cars, the two luxury vehicles departing the automotive hub in tandem. They left behind the mother and daughter duo, who had witnessed the entire scene unfold. Yeah, let us go home, Su Ya murmured, releasing Wang Liping's arm as she turned to leave. Wang Liping watched her daughter's desolate figure retreat, then glanced at the direction the luxury cars had vanished. Her expression darkened profoundly. Chapter 23. Xiaoya is also pregnant. Zhou Manny's hands rested upon the steering wheel of the Porsche Panamera. The wheel, crafted from glossy carbon fiber and exquisite synthetic leather, offered a tactile experience that was both intricate and luxurious. The crimson polish on her fingertips stood out vividly against the black wheel. She ignited the engine, and the dashboard sprang to life. 5 circular virtual gauges presenting a layout that was both classic and imbued with technological sophistication. The large touchscreen on the center console displayed an array of vehicle information. Gently pressing the accelerator, the iceberry pink Panamera glided out of its parking space like an elegant cheetah. Once she hit the main thoroughfare, Zhou Manny inhaled deeply and turned the driving mode selection knob located at the lower right of the steering wheel. The screen transitioned from normal mode to Sport Plus mode. In an instant, the entire vehicle seemed to be infused with vitality. The engine's roar transformed into a powerful, resonant symphony, while the exhaust emitted a series of deep backfires. She pressed the accelerator to the floor, feeling the immense thrust push her firmly into the seat. The scenery outside blurred into a cascade of vibrant colors. With practiced ease, she flicked the paddle shifters behind the steering wheel, downshifting and overtaking with precision. Every movement was executed with elegance. Lu Yuan drove closely behind in the Maybach. After a while, the two vehicles came to a stop at the roadside. Lu Yuan approached her car and tapped on the glass. Zhou Manny lowered the window. "How does it feel?" "Wonderful," she replied with a smile. "I absolutely adore this car." Unbuckling her seatbelt, she stepped out of the vehicle. "Darling." Thank you." Suddenly, she enveloped him in a tight embrace. "I won't let you down." She buried her face in Lu Yuan's chest. He gently patted her back. "I believe in you." In the global financial tower, on the 33rd floor, the vast space was cluttered with scaffolding and piles of construction materials. Dozens of workers donned safety helmets, busily attending to their respective tasks. Zhou Manny, wearing a white hard hat, had been spending long hours here, keeping a vigilant eye on the progress of the project, only stepping out to handle company registration procedures. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan remained almost exclusively at their home in Yunding Mansion, as these days were crucial for him. Xiaoya's fertile window had arrived. To seize this opportune moment, Lu Yuan entrusted all external affairs to Zhou Manny and devoted himself to diligent efforts day and night. Lu Yuan's dedication was met with equal cooperation from Xiaoya. Eager to conceive Lu Yuan's child, she was almost at his beck and call. Currently, they were in the bathroom. Water splashing from the bathtub. Xiaoya supported herself against Lu Yuan's chest, rising and falling, twisting her slender waist. After the tub was filled once more, Lu Yuan finally heard the system's melodious notification. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully impregnated Gu Xiaoya. A reward of 10 million yuan has been granted. The system detects that the host has successfully conceived 3 offspring. A random reward will now be issued. The system is selecting a random reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a career fortune buff. For the next 3 months, your professional endeavors will be exceptionally enhanced, leading to an unprecedented smoothness." Lu Yuan, ensconced in a warm bath with the soft, fragrant embrace of Xiaoya, could not help but laugh joyfully 3 times towards the heavens. Just as the company was about to commence operations, this reward arrived at the most opportune moment. Lu Yuan glanced at the bank notification on his phone beside him. Despite having spent a considerable sum recently, his cash reserves had now replenished to approximately 18 million. He bent down, lifting Xiaoya into his arms and twirling her around several times. "Xiaoya, you are simply amazing." After placing her down, he cupped her face and kissed her fervently. "From today onwards, you are not to go to work, stay at home." Dizzy from the spinning, Xiaoya was perplexed by Lu Yuan's sudden exuberance, but obediently replied, "Understood. My husband, I will listen to you." The following morning, as Lu Yuan descended the stairs to check on the situation at the global financial tower, his phone vibrated in his pocket. "Hello? My husband," came Xiaoya's joyous voice from the other end. "My mother. They've found a matching kidney donor." Her voice trembled with emotion. "Really?" Lu Yuan stopped in his tracks. Yes. The hospital just called and said I need to hurry over to complete the paperwork for the surgery." "All right, don't panic. I'll be right back. We'll go to the hospital together," Lu Yuan reassured her. "I'll contact someone to transfer your mother to the best hospital in Jiangxing." "Okay, husband, come back quickly. Be good and wait for me." After hanging up, Lu Yuan dialed the private number left by Su Muyu. After a few rings, the call connected. "Director Su. It's me, Lu Yuan. I need a favor. A relative of mine requires a kidney transplant, and I wish to transfer her to the First People's Hospital of Jiangxing for the best specialists to perform the surgery." There was a brief silence on the other end. "Send me the patient's information and the current hospital details. I will make arrangements." "Thank you," Lu Yuan expressed. "It's a trivial matter." After hanging up, he promptly sent Xiaoya's mother's medical records and the address of her current hospital to Su Muyu. He hastened back upstairs to find Xiaoya anxiously awaiting him on the sofa. Upon seeing Lu Yuan enter, she immediately rose. "My husband, everything is arranged." Lu Yuan approached her and gently stroked her head. "I've already made arrangements at the First People's Hospital of Jiangxing. The best specialists and the finest hospital rooms have been reserved for us." Xiaoya's eyes instantly welled with tears. She gazed at Lu Yuan, unsure of what to say, and could only extend her arms to embrace him tightly. "Thank you, husband. Thank you. Foolish girl, we are family. There is no need for thanks." Lu Yuan patted her back. "Let us go." Driving Xiaoya towards her mother's hospital, she radiated excitement throughout the journey, continuously describing the places they would visit and the delectable foods she would buy for her mother once she recovered. Her face sparkled with an unprecedentedly bright smile. Watching her, Lu Yuan felt a profound sense of comfort. They soon arrived at the hospital, and the transfer procedures went smoothly. With Su Muyu having made prior arrangements, the hospital cooperated fully. Xiaoya's mother was carefully lifted onto a state-of-the-art ambulance. Lu Yuan followed closely behind in his car, heading towards the First People's Hospital of Jiangxing. The First People's Hospital of Jiangxing is the premier medical institution in the province, renowned for its concentration of medical resources. Xiaoya's mother was directly admitted to a private patient room on the top floor of the hospital, which was not open to the public. The room was spacious and bright, equipped with the latest facilities. A dignified doctor in a white coat, appearing to be in his 50s, awaited them at the door. "Hello, you must be Mr. Liu." The doctor extended his hand. "I am the deputy director of this hospital and also the head of the kidney transplant department. My surname is Zhang." "Hello, Director Zhang." Lu Yuan replied, shaking his hand. "I am already familiar with the patient's condition," Director Zhang stated. "Our hospital possesses the nation's leading transplant team and technology, so please rest assured. Once the kidney source arrives, we can arrange the surgery immediately." "How long will it take?" Lu Yuan inquired. "That is difficult to determine," Director Zhang replied, glancing at the materials in hand. The hospital's kidney matching system is a highly intricate network. While the system indicates a preliminary match has been made, further high-precision typing tests are necessary before the actual transplant to ensure absolute safety. This process could take anywhere from a few days to, at worst, half a month. Director Zhang. "Money is not an issue," Lu Yuan stated earnestly. "I only ask for one thing: to use the best medicines, the finest equipment, and the most effective plan. Additionally, I hope this waiting time can be minimized as much as possible." As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a bank card into Director Zhang's lab coat pocket. Director Zhang paused momentarily, glancing down at his pocket before raising his head to Lu Yuan with an understanding smile. "Mr. Liu, rest assured. I comprehend your intentions. I will personally oversee this matter, and I will inform you at the first sign of news." After Director Zhang departed, Xiaoya approached her mother's bedside, grasping her hand. Her mother appeared frail and haggard from prolonged suffering, yet at that moment, a serene and contented smile graced her face. "Xiaoya, am I dreaming?" her mother asked. "No, Mom. You are not dreaming." Xiaoya shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "This is all real. You will get better, I promise." Lu Yuan stood silently by, watching this touching scene, genuinely happy for the mother and daughter. For the next 2 days, Lu Yuan and Xiaoya remained primarily at the hospital. Lu Yuan managed company affairs as Zhou Manny delivered various documents to the hospital and updated him on work progress. Xiaoya stayed by her mother's side, tending to her needs, feeding her, and engaging her in conversation. Under the top-notch medical conditions and meticulous care, Xiaoya's mother's spirits improved day by day, and hope filled the air among them all. On the afternoon of the third day, Director Zhang returned to the ward. This time, his expression bore no trace of the previous cheer. Instead, a grave demeanor replaced it. He called Lu Yuan and Xiaoya out of the room. "Mr. Liu, Miss Xiaoya, I have some very unfortunate news to share with you," he said. His gaze filled with regret. Xiaoya's heart sank. "Director Zhang, is there a change in my mother's condition?" "No," Director Zhang shook his head. "It concerns the kidney donor. There has been an issue." Chapter 24, A Perfect Encounter. Director Zhang produced a document from his pocket and handed it to Xiaoya. "This is the notification we just received. The previously matched kidney donor's family has suddenly rescinded their donation decision at the last moment." "What?" Xiaoya felt a sudden buzzing in her mind, leaving her utterly blank. How could this happen? Why did they suddenly change their stance? What does this mean? "Dean Zhang, did you not say everything was prepared?" Xiaoya's voice trembled with disbelief. This was an unforeseen turn of events that none of us had anticipated. Dean Zhang sighed, acknowledging that while the probability of such occurrences is quite low, they do indeed exist in clinical settings. We must respect the family's wishes. Therefore, this surgical procedure must, regrettably, be cancelled. Cancelled? Xiaoya's body swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance. Lu Yuan reached out to steady her. This news fell upon Xiaoya like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing all her hopes and joys in an instant. "Then, what about my mother?" "She can only continue to wait," Dean Zhang replied. "We will re-enter the patient's information into the matching system, awaiting the emergence of a suitable kidney donor. However, when that next opportunity will arise is uncertain." Dean Zhang offered some comforting words before departing. A profound silence enveloped Lu Yuan and Xiaoya. Xiaoya gazed at her mother, who lay asleep on the hospital bed due to the sedatives, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. She could not fathom why fate would play such a cruel joke on them, offering hope only to shatter it mercilessly in an instant. Lu Yuan stood beside her, silent and inscrutable, but the hand he held onto her grew increasingly firm. He glanced at the document left by Dean Zhang. The reason for the donor's family retracting their consent was cited as personal religious beliefs. This rationale seemed impeccable. Yet, Lu Yuan sensed an unusual undercurrent within this seemingly flawless explanation. Leaving Xiaoya in the hospital room, he stepped into the corridor and took out his phone. He dialed Ghost 117's encrypted line once more. "Help me investigate something." Upon connection, Lu Yuan spoke directly. I want all information regarding kidney transplants at Jiangxing First People's Hospital from the past 3 days. A kidney originally allocated for my girlfriend's mother has been canceled, and I need to uncover the true reason and whereabouts of that cancellation. I want to know who ultimately received that kidney. How soon can you have this investigated? The sooner, the better. There was a moment of silence on the other end. This information isn't too difficult to obtain. The hospital's firewall is outdated and inadequate. For an expedited request, it will cost 500,000. I can provide you with the data in an hour, but as usual, you'll need to pay half as a deposit up front. No problem. Lu Yuan hung up and transferred 250,000 into Ghost 117's account. An hour later, Lu Yuan's phone received an encrypted document right on schedule. He unlocked it using the password. Inside was a detailed investigative report. The report indicated that within the past 72 hours, there had been only one scheduled kidney transplant operation at Jiangxing First People's Hospital, set for this afternoon. But it had been abruptly canceled. The plot thickened. Following the cancellation, the operation was rescheduled for 5 days later, with the recipient now being Lu Jianjun, a 68-year-old man. His son is Lu Wentao, a member of the Lu Group's board of directors, and the uncle of Lu Yuhao. The report also included a bank transfer record. Just last night, a transfer of 1 million from an overseas account was deposited into Dean Zhang's personal Swiss bank account. The actual controller of that overseas account was none other than Lu Wentao. The truth was now glaringly evident. The so-called family retraction was nothing but a fabrication. The Lu family had bribed Dean Zhang to snatch the life-saving kidney from Xiaoya's mother. Lu Yuan closed his phone and turned back toward the hospital room. Xiaoya was still sitting by the bedside, silently weeping. Lu Yuan crouched beside her. "Xiaoya, my dear, please don't cry." He reached out to wipe her tears away. "Trust me, this isn't over. I assure you, your mother's illness will be cured. She will have a kidney of her own." But they said. What they say does not matter. Lu Yuan looked deeply into her eyes. "What I say is what counts." Xiaoya gazed at him, gradually ceasing her sobs. She did not know how Lu Yuan intended to resolve this, but she had faith in him. "Stay here and keep your mother company. I will take care of this matter, understood?" Lu Yuan smiled gently, caressing Xiaoya's face. "And no more crying. I won't cry anymore. I believe in you, my dear." "Very good." Lu Yuan kissed Xiaoya and stood up, leaving the room. The smile he had worn moments ago vanished, replaced by a storm of fury in his eyes. Once again, it was the Lu Group causing trouble. This time, he would ensure that everyone knew the consequences of meddling with Lu Yuan's loved ones. With the family of his unborn child, they would pay a price they could not bear. Lu Yuan arrived at the parking lot and took his place in the driver's seat of his Maybach. "System, activate my reserved perfect encounter reward." The perfect encounter, as the system had explained, was a reward that could arrange an absolutely natural and reasonable meeting with a key individual capable of resolving the host's dilemmas during times of hardship. Now seemed the perfect moment to activate it. "At your command, host. Your perfect encounter reward has been activated. Dear host, please proceed to the monologue CAF. Navigation is ready." With an estimated arrival time of 3 minutes and 27 seconds, Lu Yuan pressed the accelerator and followed the system's navigation, arriving at the designated location. The CAF lacked ostentatious neon signs, its name elegantly engraved in brass letters upon a deep brown wooden doorframe. Upon entering, he was greeted by a warm breeze filled with the rich aroma of roasted coffee beans and the sweet scent of dairy. The CAF was modest in size. Adorned in an industrial vintage style with exposed red brick walls, dark wooden tables and chairs, and several bulbs casting a warm yellow light from the ceiling. A shiny silver espresso machine occupied the center of the bar. Lu Yuan surveyed the CAF, noting that only a few scattered patrons were present, with one barista working behind the counter. Could it be that the person I am destined to meet is this barista? That seems unlikely. He ordered an iced Americano and settled into a window seat, observing the CAF's patrons, ready to spot anyone who might enter. "System, tell me who the person I am meant to encounter is." "Apologies, dear host. The requested information is not included in this reward. You must discover it yourself." "What? I have to find out on my own. Damn it. Which one of these people is my perfect encounter? Am I supposed to ask each one individually? That would be utterly foolish." Just as Lu Yuan was mulling over his predicament, the CAF's wind chimes tinkled softly. A woman entered. She appeared to be in her mid-30s, sporting oversized sunglasses. Her sleek black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her complexion was fair and taut, indicative of excellent skincare. She exuded an aura of grace and tranquility. She wore a tailored beige trench coat over a white silk blouse and black trousers. Upon her feet rested a pair of black low-heeled leather shoes, and in her hand, she carried a minimalist black leather briefcase. After entering the CAF, the woman made her way directly to the bar counter. She ordered a hand-brewed coffee, crafted from Yirgachev beans and lightly roasted. Her voice was melodious, clear, and gentle. "All right, please hold on a moment." The the barista replied, beginning to busily prepare her order. After settling the bill, the woman did not linger at the counter but instead turned to find an empty seat, positioning herself diagonally across from Lu Yuan. Could this be the woman in question? After waiting for a while, Lu Yuan felt there were no other suspicious individuals around. Just as he was about to rise and initiate a conversation, another figure slipped through the entrance. It was a diminutive man clad in a gray hoodie. His cap pulled low, obscuring much of his face. Instead of approaching the bar, he feigned interest in the decorative paintings on the wall, stealthily inching towards the woman's seat. Something seems amiss. Lu Yuan set down his coffee cup and turned his head, pretending to admire the view outside. At that moment, the small man had crept up behind the woman, who was engrossed in her phone, completely unaware. The man quickly scanned the surroundings, convinced that no one was watching. A hand emerged from the wide sleeve, 2 fingers silently delving into the briefcase to extract a document. Suddenly, a sharp clatter resonated in the otherwise tranquil CF. A sugar jar hurled by Lu Yuan landed beside the man. Startled gasps filled the air as patrons reacted to the unexpected commotion. The small man hastily tucked the document into his coat, preparing to flee. But Lu Yuan swiftly blocked his exit. "What are you up to, lurking about?" he inquired, pointing at the man. The man's eyes darted nervously, avoiding Lu Yuan's gaze. I was just passing through. Took a wrong turn." As he spoke, he attempted to retreat towards the back door. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave," Lu Yuan said, placing a hand firmly on his shoulder. Though it appeared that Lu Yuan exerted little force, the man felt as though his shoulder were ensnared in a vice, immobilized. "Have a cup of coffee before you go. It's on me." Cold sweat broke out on the man's brow. I'm not thirsty. Let me go?" He began to struggle. "Sir, this is a CAF. Please refrain from causing a scene," the barista approached. "I'm not causing a scene," Lu Yuan smiled, applying slight pressure on the man's shoulder. "I merely wish to ask this gentleman to return what he inadvertently took from that lady over there." He gestured discreetly towards the woman seated a short distance away. The woman froze, instinctively lowering her gaze to her briefcase, which had been opened, revealing the absence of an important document. She immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. How dare you accuse me? When did I take her belongings?" The small man protested defiantly. "Is that so?" Lu Yuan seized his hand, retrieving the document from his coat. "Then please enlighten me. What is this?" After the thief was escorted away by the authorities, the woman who had been seated stood up, approaching Lu Yuan. She removed her sunglasses, saying, "Thank you, sir." "It was merely a trifling effort," Lu Yuan replied, intending to compliment her striking eyes. When suddenly, he heard the familiar notification from the system. Ding. Detected a target meeting reward criteria. Generating information panel. Name, codename, Chen Jingshu. Age 36. Health index, 92. Genetic potential rating, S. Pure body, yes. Emotional history, 1. Comprehensive score, 96. Qualification overview, meets reward criteria. Chapter 25, The Secret of Qinlan. "I am truly grateful for your assistance today," Chen Jingshu said, sitting across from Lu Yuan. "What you retrieved may not hold much monetary value, but it is of great significance to me." She opened her briefcase and produced a business card. "My name is Chen Jingshu. Here is my card." Lu Yuan accepted the card, which was white and of exquisite quality, bearing only her name and a phone number, devoid of any title or affiliation. "I am Lu Yuan." He introduced himself in turn. "In truth, I came here today seeking a favor." Lu Yuan had now confirmed that the individual he encountered was indeed her. "Oh." Chen Jingshu seemed taken aback. "What do you mean?" "I have a friend," Lu Yuan explained, "whose mother is gravely ill and requires a kidney transplant. Initially, a matching donor was found at Jiangxing First People's Hospital, but on the eve of the surgery, the donor was illicitly seized by others." Chen Jingshu's brow furrowed slightly. "Is that so?" "Yes," Lu Yuan nodded, sharing the evidence Ghost 117 had provided him with Chen Jingshu. "This contains some evidence I have gathered. I initially planned to approach some media contacts to expose the matter, but upon seeing you, I felt that your exceptional demeanor suggested you might be someone extraordinary." Lu Yuan met her gaze earnestly. "Thus, I hope to unceremoniously inquire if you might possess any means to resolve this issue." Chen Jingshu did not respond immediately, perusing the materials on her phone that Lu Yuan had sent. Initially, it was an investigative report regarding the Lu Group and Zhang Jingguo, the deputy director of Jiangxing First People's Hospital, followed by a record of a 5 million bank transfer. Her eyes lingered momentarily on the Lu Group. Setting her phone down on the table, she remarked, "Mr. Lu, you are quite an intriguing individual. We are merely strangers who met today. What leads you to believe I can assist you? As I mentioned, I perceive you as someone extraordinary, and for some inexplicable reason, I was compelled to entertain this notion." Lu Yuan replied, "I cannot very well disclose that it was the system that guided me here." Chen Jingshu regarded Lu Yuan with a half-smile. uncertain how much of his words she believed. Very well, she finally nodded. I will take these documents for now. You shall see results within 3 days. I appreciate your help, Lu Yuan responded. Consider it a favor in return for your assistance in apprehending the thief today. With that, she stood and exited the CAF. A black Audi awaited her at the curb, with a driver in a black suit already standing by the rear door. Upon her approach, he promptly opened the door for her. After she entered the vehicle, it silently merged into the flow of traffic. 3 days later, the evening headlines of Jiangxing's local news broadcasted a sensational story. Lu Wentao, a director of the renowned private enterprise Lu Group, is under investigation for serious financial fraud and illegal fundraising. Zhang Jingguo, the deputy director of Jiangxing First People's Hospital, has been criminally detained by the police for accepting substantial bribes and illegally trafficking human organs. On the television screen, both Zhang Jingguo and Lu Wentao were seen in handcuffs, being escorted out of the courthouse, their faces etched with despair. Meanwhile, at the VIP ward of Jiangxing First People's Hospital, Xiaoya's mother was ushered into the operating room. A healthy kidney, perfectly matched, awaited her. Lu Yuan and Xiaoya stood in the long corridor outside the surgery room. Darling, Xiaoya grasped Lu Yuan's hand, her palm slick with perspiration. Do you think there will be no more unexpected events this time? There won't be. Lu Yuan enveloped her in his embrace, assuring her. On the table, his phone displayed search results. Chen Jingshu, deputy secretary of the Jiangxing Municipal Committee, mayor. After what felt like an eternity, the heavy automatic doors slid open. A white mobile hospital bed was pushed out by 2 nurses. Lying atop, it was Wang Xiufang, just emerging from surgery. An oxygen mask covered her face, and 4-line was inserted into her arm, and her eyes remained tightly shut. Xiaoya rushed forward, clutching the bed's railing. Nurse, how is my mother? The surgery was highly successful, replied one of the older nurses. The patient's vital signs are stable. She will now be taken back to the VIP ward for post-operative observation. Lu Yuan followed alongside the bed. The group traversed the lengthy corridor and ascended in a private elevator to the luxurious single-patient room on the top floor of the hospital. The nurses worked together to transfer Wang Xiufang from the mobile bed to a multifunctional nursing bed in the center of the room, which could be electrically adjusted. They connected various monitoring devices to her bedside and adjusted the 4-drip rate. The screen of the ECG monitor displayed rhythmic green waveforms, accompanied by a regular beeping sound. Patients are required to refrain from eating and drinking for 6 hours post-surgery. The nurses explained the post-operative precautions, instructing the family to observe her condition closely and to press the call button at the head of the bed if anything seemed amiss. Thank you. Lu Yuan nodded to the 2 nurses. Once they departed, silence enveloped the ward, save for the monotonous beeping of the ECG monitor. Xiaoya sat in a chair beside the bed, tightly holding her mother's hand that was free of 4 lines. Her gaze never strayed from her mother's face. Lu Yuan settled onto the sofa on the opposite side of the room. He retrieved his phone and began to address some documents concerning the new company that had been sent by Xuan Mani. Time slipped away. The electronic clock on the wall indicated it was 6 o'clock in the evening, having progressed from 4. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened. Wang Xiufang on the hospital bed slightly moved her fingers. Her eyelids fluttered, and then slowly, she managed to open them a crack. What greeted her was the unfamiliar, softly illuminated white ceiling. Mom, you're awake, Xiaoya exclaimed in surprise, leaning closer to her mother's face. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Wang Xiufang's lips moved, a thin layer of mist forming inside the oxygen mask. Her gaze was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Where is this? Her voice was weak and hoarse, akin to crumpled sandpaper. Mom, you've completed the surgery, and it was very successful. Xiaoya tightened her grip on her mother's hand. How do you feel now? I'm thirsty. The doctor said you can't drink water yet. Lu Yuan, having quietly approached the other side of the bed, held a cotton swab dipped in a cup of water. He gently applied the moist swab to Wang Xiufang's parched lips. Her gaze fell upon Lu Yuan's face. You are Xiao Yuan? Auntie, it's me, Lu Yuan smiled. Rest well, and you'll be discharged soon. Wang Xiufang looked at Lu Yuan, then at her daughter. She felt as though she had awoken from an unreal dream. Xiaoya, the treatment here must be very expensive, right? Mom, don't worry about that. Xiaoya tucked a stray lock of hair behind her mother's ear. Just focus on getting better. As for money, Lu Yuan is here. Xiaoya's cheeks flushed slightly as she instinctively glanced at Lu Yuan. Wang Xiufang's gaze shifted back and forth between Lu Yuan and Xiaoya. Though she had been ill for a long time, her mind was still clear. She could see that her daughter looked at this young man, Lu Yuan, with a light in her eyes that she had never seen before. She took their hands and intertwined them. Xiaoya has had a hard life since childhood. She hasn't had the best days with me. She is pure-hearted and naive. From now on, I entrust her to you. Wang Xiufang looked at Lu Yuan with a serious expression. Xiao Yuan, You must promise me to treat her well and never let her suffer. Auntie, you can rest assured. Lu Yuan replied, glancing at Xiaoya beside him. Xiaoya is my woman. I will not allow anyone to bully her. Good. With your words, I feel at ease. A grateful smile graced Wang Xiufeng's face. Suddenly, a prompt tone sounded in Lu Yuan's ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. Gu Xiaoya's love index for you has reached the maximum value of 100 points. The system rewards you with 10 million yuan and a random reward. The system is currently drawing a random reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 free skill point. Lu Yuan left Xiaoya in the hospital room to care for her mother while he stepped out of the hospital. During Wang Xiufeng's surgery, Ghost 117 had sent him the report regarding Qin Lan that he had previously requested. Lu Yuan settled into the car and transferred the remaining payment for the previous 2 commissions into Ghost 117's account, then opened the report to read it thoroughly. The title of the report read, Preliminary Investigation Report on the Target Individual Qin Lan and Associated Personnel Qin Feng. Lu Yuan scrolled down to continue reading the report. Target Individual, Qin Feng. Codename, Wolf Warrior. Gender, male. Date of death, August 14th, 2021. Place of death, Underground Boxing Club of the Gladiatorial Arena. Official cause of death, open cranial brain injury, acute subdural hematoma, determined to be an accidental event during the match. Background information, Qin Feng, male, an orphan. Grew up in the Chunwei orphanage. After leaving the orphanage at 18, he became a contracted fighter in the gladiatorial arena. Career record, 48 fights, 47 wins, 1 loss. 35 KOs. His only defeat was in his final match. Incident review. On the night of August 14th, 2021, at 10 p.m., Qin Feng was engaged in a championship title defense match against Thai fighter Buqiu. Pre-match odds favored Qin Feng with a 135 advantage. At 2 minutes and 14 seconds into the 3rd round, Qin Feng was struck in the head by a high kick from Buqiu, rendering him unconscious. And he subsequently died after being taken to the hospital. Points of suspicion, abnormal odds, 10 minutes before the match began. A large influx of foreign funds was placed on Buqiu to win by KO against Qin Feng. Autopsy report. The forensic report noted that an unidentified substance was found in the deceased's stomach, requiring further testing. Eyewitness testimony from police sealed files. A staff member on site claimed to have seen a brief interaction between gladiatorial arena owner Wu Zhendong and Buqiu's manager backstage before the match. Additional testimonies indicate that on the night of the match, the deceased's sister approached the police multiple times after the event, claiming that someone had poisoned her brother prior to the competition. Ultimately, the case was dismissed due to a lack of evidence. At the conclusion of the report, a blurred photograph, seemingly taken with a mobile device, was attached. In the image, a frail girl kneels in the boxing ring, weeping uncontrollably as she clutches an unconscious man. Despite the obscured visuals, Lu Yuan recognized the girl instantly. She was Qin Lan. Lu Yuan closed the report, leaning back in his chair, interlacing his fingers behind his head. Wu Zhendong, the arena. It appeared that Qin Lan's troubles were far from simple. Chapter 26, the arena. The old industrial district of Jiangqing. Rows of abandoned red brick factories loomed in the night, resembling silent behemoths. One unremarkable factory, its walls adorned with chaotic graffiti, bore a rusted iron door. A black Maybach glided silently into the shadows opposite the factory. Lu Yuan alighted from the vehicle, circumventing several odorous trash bins piled alongside the road as he approached the imposing iron door. 2 burly men, clad in black vests and displaying extensive tattoos on their arms, stood guard at the entrance. Upon spotting Lu Yuan, they extended their arms to block his passage. Membership card? One of the men inquired. Lu Yuan remained silent, producing a card from his pocket, a token purchased from Ghost 117, granting him access to the arena. The man took the card and swiped it on an inconspicuous reader affixed to the wall. A soft beep resonated, and the heavy iron door creaked open, allowing Lu Yuan to sidestep inside. Beyond the door lay a narrow, deep passage descending further below. The passage was flanked by rough concrete walls, tangled with errant electrical wires, and dimly lit by a few incandescent bulbs encased in wire mesh, casting a feeble glow. The air was thick with a complex amalgamation of sweat, rust, alcohol, and the stench of cheap cigarettes. As he ventured deeper, the pulsating music, resonating from the depths like a heartbeat, and the cacophony of the crowd grew increasingly distinct. At the end of the passage stood another iron door. Lu Yuan pushed it open, revealing a vast space that exuded an adrenaline-laden warmth. This area had been transformed from a colossal underground bomb shelter into an arena. At its center stood an octagonal iron cage, surrounded by towering barbed wire. Above, several high-powered floodlights cast blinding white beams upon the canvas-covered ground within the cage. Encircling the cage was a tiered, circular seating area, teeming with at least 1,000 spectators. They waved their arms, their faces contorted with excitement and intoxication, shouting hoarsely. The front row of the stands featured several gambling tables draped in red velvet, piled high with bundles of cash and colorful chips. Several scantily clad bunny girls wove through the gamblers, serving drinks. At that moment, the contest within the cage had just concluded. A bloodied man was being carried out on a stretcher by 2 medical personnel. The victor stood triumphantly in the center of the cage, arms raised in acceptance of the crowd's raucous cheers. Yuan did not linger in the stands. His gaze swiftly scanned the throng. He soon spotted the individual he sought. Nestled in a private booth near the cage, sat a group of men clad in matching black suits. In stark contrast to the surrounding frenzied audience, they stood stoically, their expressions cold and indifferent toward the events unfolding within the cage. Among them sat a woman, Yuan. Today, she had eschewed her rebellious denim attire and combat boots for a sleek black athletic tank top and shorts. Her silver-gray hair exuding both an air of coolness and sensuality. Her face, devoid of makeup, revealed a pure yet resolute countenance. She bowed her head, meticulously wrapping her hands with a length of white bandage. Beside her sat another woman, appearing to be in her mid-30s, her long, raven-black curls cascading casually over her shoulders. She donned a form-fitting black turtleneck dress, the high slit revealing a long, shapely leg. Her nails were painted a striking red, and she held a slender cigarette between her fingers, her face adorned with a languid yet alluring smile, though her eyes conveyed an air of aloofness. Beep. Target meeting reward criteria detected. Generating information panel. Name, codename, Han Xiuyan. Age, 35. Health index, 98. Genetic potential rating, A. Pure body, yes. Emotional history, 1. Comprehensive score, 92. Qualification overview, meets reward criteria. Unexpectedly, this woman appeared intriguing. Yuan adjusted his attire and made his way toward the booth. Navigating through the throng, he reached the entrance of the booth, where several men in black suits immediately rose to obstruct his path. We do not accommodate outsiders. Yuan disregarded their presence, his gaze fixed on the woman seated within. Ms. Han, Yuan addressed her. I am Yuan, a friend of Yuan. I believe we should converse. Yuan looked up in surprise. Yuan, how did you get in? Han Xiuyan's eyes flitted between Yuan and Yuan. Then she gestured dismissively to her subordinates, who promptly stepped aside. Please, have a seat. Han Xiuyan indicated the vacant spot opposite her. Yuan sat down, and Han Xiuyan poured him a glass of whiskey from a bottle on the table. The amber liquid shimmered enticingly under the light. So handsome. You wish to discuss something with me? Han Xiuyan inhaled from her cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke from her crimson lips. You may speak now. Is Yuan fighting for you? Can you tell me why? Yuan inquired directly, meeting Han Xiuyan's gaze without hesitation. Yuan stiffened at his words, raising her head to respond, but was halted by a mere glance from Ms. Han. She extinguished her nearly burnt-out cigarette in the ashtray. Because she owes me, or rather, I have a debt of gratitude to her. Is that so? Yuan took a sip of his drink. What kind of debt requires such a commitment from a girl to fight in a place like this? Ladies and gentlemen, at that moment, a booming voice, enhanced with electronic effects, reverberated through the massive sound system, resonating throughout the underground space. Next up, we shall witness the 4th match of the evening. Representing the Qinlong Society, the Silver Flash, Qinlong, facing the formidable heavyweight contender from the Black Tiger Hall, Oleg the Hammer. As the host made the announcement, Qinlong rose to her feet. The snug fabric enveloped her powerful physique, accentuating her flat abdomen, well-defined waist, and long, slender legs in a striking manner. She cast a glance at Yuan, her lips moving as if she wished to speak, yet ultimately, she refrained from uttering a word and turned towards the passage leading to the cage. I know you have many questions. Han Xiuyan lifted her glass, but let us first witness the match. At the opposite end of the cage, a burly white man, reminiscent of a bear, emerged. He was bare-chested, showcasing his iron-like bronze muscles, with a roaring black tiger tattoo etched upon his chest. He was none other than Oleg the Hammer, a combat expert hailing from the Russian Special Forces. The two squared off in the center of the cage. The stark contrast in their height and weight rendered Qinlong remarkably petite in comparison. After a brief explanation of the rules, the referee retreated to the sidelines. Ding! A clear bell rang out, signaling the commencement of the match. Oleg wasted no time in testing the waters. With a beastly roar, he charged towards Qinlong like a tank. His strategy was straightforward, to overpower her with his sheer strength and weight. Qinlong, however, did not engage head-on. Her movements were nimble, akin to a butterfly dancing upon the razor's edge. She continually shifted her position, maintaining her distance from Oleg while employing rapid jabs and low kicks to disrupt his rhythm. Though each of her strikes failed to inflict significant damage upon the tough-skinned Oleg, they gradually sapped his stamina. Oleg swung his massive fists, aiming to crush Qianlan with each blow, yet she deftly evaded every attack. Kill her. Crush that little wench. Hammer. Snap her neck. The audience erupted in a cacophony of deafening cheers, with the majority of bets placed on Oleg. During the initial 2 rounds, Qianlan managed to hold her ground through her agile footwork and precise strikes, but by the 3rd round, her endurance began to wane noticeably. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, her breaths grew labored, and her movement slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Oleg lunged forward after Qianlan sidestepped an attack, crashing into her like a wall. His thick arms encircled her waist, as he lifted her off the ground and slammed her down heavily. Thud! A dull thump reverberated as Qianlan's back hit the unforgiving canvas. A pained grunt escaped her lips. Oleg offered her no respite. His massive form bore down upon her, completely enveloping her diminutive figure beneath him. Straddling her, he raised his colossal fists, unleashing a brutal barrage of ground-and-pound punches. Thud! 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 Each strike landed heavily upon the arms Qianlan used to shield her head. Gritting her teeth, she desperately protected herself. But the overwhelming force began to cloud her consciousness. Stop! Surrender! We concede. Han Xiaoying could no longer remain seated, rising to shout towards the ring. Yet her voice was swiftly drowned out by the frenzied roars of the crowd. Kill her! Kill her! Chapter 27, The Final Showdown in the Octagon, Part 1. Lu Yuan snatched a glass whiskey bottle from the table. With a flick of his wrist, the bottle shot forth like a cannonball. It traced a precise parabolic arc through the air, soaring over the tall barbed wire, before crashing against the back of Oleg's head. Oleg's descending fist abruptly halted midair, and then his immense body slowly crumpled to the ground, motionless. A deathly silence enveloped the arena as all eyes widened in disbelief at this unforeseen turn of events. Only Lu Yuan remained nonchalant in his seat, lifting another glass of liquor to swirl it gently. My apologies, he smiled at Han Xiaoying. My hand slipped. In the ensuing chaos, a middle-aged man in a floral shirt adorned with a hefty gold chain, appearing to be in his 40s, rose from another booth. He was none other than Wu Zhendong, the leader of the Black Tiger Hall. He was seething with rage. With a wave of his hand, he led a dozen members of the Black Tiger Hall towards Lu Yuan's booth. He scrutinized Lu Yuan, then glanced at Han Xiaoying and Qianlan behind him, sneering. Madam Han, your friend certainly has a grand presence. Disrupting the rules of our arena demands a reckoning, does it not? Han Xiaoying stepped forward, confronting Wu Zhendong. Wu Zhendong, today my friend was in the wrong. I apologize on his behalf. She retrieved a checkbook and a pen from her purse, swiftly jotting down a sum before tearing it out and extending it towards Wu Zhendong. This is 500,000. Consider it compensation for your fighter's medical expenses and for our breach of etiquette. Shall we settle this matter? Wu Zhendong glanced at the check but did not reach out to take it, letting out another cold laugh. 500,000. Madam Han, do you take me for a beggar? I, Wu Zhendong, have navigated Jiangxing for many years, not by money, but by face and rules. You've embarrassed me in front of so many today. If I let this slide, where would my dignity lie? What do you propose? Han Xiaoying's tone turned icy. Quite simple. Wu Zhendong's gaze shifted towards Lu Yuan. Since your friend enjoys showing off so much, I shall grant him an opportunity. He pointed towards the octagonal cage. Let him enter. 1 against 2. He will face my 2 fighters. One of them is the unfinished Oleg. The other, he may choose himself. If he can walk out of there on his own 2 feet, today's affair will be forgotten. However, if he loses, Wu Zhendong paused, his gaze settling on Han Xiaoying. I have no excessive demands. I simply ask that Madam Han, along with the young lady beside you, stay tonight to enjoy a few drinks with my brothers, and perhaps transfer a few of your bars currently under the Qinglong Society to us at the Black Tiger Hall. Wu Zhendong, do not push your luck. An irate member of the Qinglong Society behind Han Xiaoying could no longer contain himself and shouted. Wu Zhendong ignored him. What say you, Madam Han? Is this wager not fair enough? Very well, let it be as you say. Lu Yuan stepped out from behind Han Xiaoying. Since everyone is so eager, let us raise the stakes. If I lose, I shall pay you 10 million. You have lost. From now on, all ownership belongs to the Qinglong Society. Do you dare? The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated that this seemingly refined young man would boldly challenge the leader of the Heihu Hall. Wu Zhendong was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Lu Yuan anew. Who exactly are you? A passerby, Lu Yuan replied. Are you afraid? Wu Zhendong's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. He sensed an unsettling aura but could not afford to back down in front of so many subordinates. Ha ha! Wu Zhendong suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth laced with bravado. Young man, you are quite audacious. However, I, Wu Zhendong, am not easily intimidated. I accept your wager. He stepped closer to Lu Yuan. I advise you not to expect to wriggle out of it if you lose. I will ensure you pay, even if it means selling your organs. Agreed, Lu Yuan nodded. No, Han Xiuyan and Qin Lan exclaimed in unison. Lu Yuan, you can't go? Han Xiuyan grasped Lu Yuan's arm. You have no idea of their methods. They will kill you. That's right, Lu Yuan. Don't go. Qin Lan urged anxiously. This isn't your fight. Just leave. I can handle this. Lu Yuan smiled gently at both of them, extending his hand to gently push away their attempts to restrain him. Don't worry, I will be fine. He turned and walked toward the octagonal cage, shedding his casual jacket and tossing it to a nearby Qin Long society member. Beneath the jacket, he wore a form-fitting black t-shirt, the contours of his muscles clearly visible. As he reached the entrance of the cage, a man dressed in referee attire opened the wire mesh door for him. Lu Yuan bent slightly and stepped inside. He moved to the center of the cage, standing firm. He twisted his neck and flexed his wrists and ankles, joints cracking with a series of sharp sounds. System, allocate my free skill points to combat. Affirmative. Allocation complete. Esteemed host, your current combat skill points stand at 4. In an instant, Lu Yuan felt a surge of formidable power coursing through him. Han Xiuyan and Qin Lan, standing outside the cage, felt their hearts leap into their throats as they watched Lu Yuan's silhouette. Wu Zhendong, seeing Lu Yuan truly enter the cage, wore a triumphant grin. Oleg, he shouted toward the backstage. Your chance for revenge has arrived. Moments later, a burly Russian man, still slightly dazed, emerged from backstage, his eyes ablaze with fury and resentment. Wu Zhendong then turned to a slender man beside him, whose gaze was as cold as a serpent's. Asai, you go. Join Oleg. Make sure to incapacitate him. Asai, a Muay Thai expert, nodded expressionlessly. Both Oleg and Asai entered the cage, positioning themselves on either side of Lu Yuan. The cage door slammed shut behind them, locking from the outside. Ding. The bell signaling the start of the match rang once more. Oleg and Asai slowly advanced toward Lu Yuan, forming an angle to constrict his movement. Oleg, like a raging rhinoceros, lowered his center of gravity, his massive fists guarding his face, each step causing the ground to tremble. His objective was clear, to close in and crush Lu Yuan with overwhelming force. Asai, akin to a lurking viper, moved stealthily on Lu Yuan's flank. His hands relaxed and feet light, eyes fixated on Lu Yuan's vulnerable throat, ribs, and knees. Faced with their dual assault, Lu Yuan did not retreat. He stood firm, slightly bending his knees, raising his arms into a standard combat defensive posture. Die! Oleg roared, launching the first attack. He charged at Lu Yuan like an out-of-control truck, delivering a powerful right jab aimed directly at Lu Yuan's face. Simultaneously, Asai sprang into action, his body coiling like a drawn bow, unleashing a rapid right high kick from an exceptionally acute angle, targeting Lu Yuan's temple. This was a lethal convergence. Regardless of which attack Lu Yuan chose to evade, he would inevitably expose himself to the other. Outside the cage, Han Xiuyan and Qin Lan could not suppress their gasps, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. In that electrifying moment, Lu Yuan did not opt to retreat or sidestep. Instead, he executed an utterly unexpected maneuver. He stepped forward into Oleg's forceful punch, unflinching, as he descended with grace. Just as Oleg's fist was about to strike his face, Lu Yuan's body sank like a weightless leaf, performing an extreme downward evade. Oleg's punch whizzed past, grazing his scalp. The sheer force caused Oleg to stumble forward due to inertia. At that very moment, Asai's deadly high kick arrived. Lu Yuan, now crouched, exploded into action like a compressed spring. Using his right heel as a pivot, he executed a stunning 180-degree spin, his body gliding close to the ground. Asai's kick missed its mark. Now, Lu Yuan's body halted after completing half a turn, still in a crouched position. His left leg shot out like a poised iron whip, striking at Asai's right ankle, which had just touched the ground and was yet to be retracted. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing echoed, sending shivers down spines. Akai let out a piercing scream, collapsing like a broken bamboo stalk, clutching his ankle and writhing in agony on the ground. The arena fell silent, everyone stunned by the spectacle. Even Oleg stood transfixed, momentarily forgetting to pursue Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan rose to his feet, beckoning Oleg with a finger. Continue. Chapter 28. The Final Showdown in the Octagonal Cage, Part 2, Roar. Oleg was thoroughly enraged. He unleashed a primal roar, charging at Lu Yuan once more like an uncontrollable heavy tank. He abandoned all pretense and strategy, swinging his arms like two massive hammers, intent on smashing Lu Yuan into a pulp with sheer, unadulterated strength. Lu Yuan's body moved like a rock amidst a raging current, also reminiscent of a butterfly fluttering in a storm. His footwork was precise, executing small, rapid movements with remarkable accuracy. Each of Oleg's powerful punches narrowly missed, the force of the wind from his strikes ruffling Lu Yuan's clothing, yet never grazing him even slightly. After a barrage of attacks that all fell short, Oleg's stamina began to dwindle rapidly. His movements grew sluggish, his breath increasingly erratic. As Oleg swung his right fist once more, the force of his strike inadvertently created a gaping opening in his defense. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yuan stepped forward with his left foot, his center of gravity plunging downward, delivering a lightning-fast left jab that struck Oleg's right side, precisely at the location of his liver, like a cannonball unleashed. A dull thud echoed, reminiscent of a blow against thick leather. Oleg's massive frame was as if struck by an invisible sledgehammer, halting his forward momentum instantaneously. The excruciating pain took a full second to travel through his nerves to reach his brain. His pupils dilated in shock, his mouth agape in a silent gasp, as a mixture of gastric and bile fluid erupted from his lips. This blow was delivered by none other than Yuan. Simultaneously, as Lu Yuan's left fist connected, his right knee shot upward like a bolt of lightning, crashing violently into Oleg's chin. Oleg's head snapped back, his body collapsing backward as if all its bones had been extracted. A thunderous crash resonated as his weighty form, exceeding 200 pounds, slammed against the iron cage's floor. His eyes rolled back, foam spilling from his mouth, as his body convulsed uncontrollably, having entirely lost consciousness. This was a consequence of your foul stench, you foolish pig. Lu Yuan pinched his nose and spat onto the ground. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Hundreds of spectators stared in stunned disbelief at the scene within the cage. From the moment Lu Yuan struck until Oleg fell, the entire sequence transpired in no more than 5 seconds. It was clean, swift, and efficient, indeed, almost elegant. Lu Yuan dusted himself off and turned to face Wu Zhendong, who now bore a pallor akin to that of the deceased. The cigar he had been holding fell to the ground, unnoticed by him. He gazed at Lu Yuan inside the cage, his mind echoing with a singular thought. What on earth is this person, a man or a ghost? Lu Yuan cast a glance at the referee, who hastily unlocked the door. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lu Yuan is the victor. Only then did the audience awaken from their stupor, erupting into cheers. Lu Yuan, Lu Yuan, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan stepped through the iron cage's door, the entire crowd's gaze following his every move. He halted before Wu Zhendong. So, Wu Zhendong, did you not claim that your success over the years relied on face and rules? What do you have to say now? Wu Zhendong's body quivered imperceptibly. A bet entails accepting the outcome. His voice strained as if squeezed through clenched teeth. This territory shall henceforth belong to the Qinglong Society. Speak louder. I can hardly hear you. You. Wu Zhendong's face shifted from pale to flushed, his lips trembling. Young man, I advise you not to be too complacent. Those who oppose me, Wu Zhendong, do not meet with a favorable end. Remember that. With that, Wu Zhendong uttered a perfunctory remark and hurriedly departed with the members of the Black Tiger Hall. Lu Yuan laughed heartily. I shall await your reckoning then. Han Xiuyan regarded Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. She offered him a towel, saying, You are quite mad. Perhaps, but I prefer you to say I am your friend. Lu Yuan laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around Han Xiuyan and Qin Lan's waist as they exited the arena. Wherever he went, the crowd parted like the Red Sea, creating a pathway for him. Surrounding whispers filled the air. Who on earth is this person? Incredibly fearsome, simply astounding. This is the most thrilling experience I've had in all my visits. Who knows if this person will return? The Black Tiger Hall has been thoroughly defeated. The Maybach glided smoothly along the streets of Jiangsheng at night. After a brief interval, the vehicle veered off the bustling main road into a secluded alley paved with blue stone. At the alley's end stood a bar, marked by 2 red lanterns at its entrance, inscribed with the words Qin K in bold brush strokes. The car halted before the bar. A tall woman clad in a black qipao had been awaiting their arrival. As the vehicle came to a stop, she swiftly approached to open the door for Han Xiuyan. Welcome back. Mississippi. Han Xiuyan nodded and stepped out of the car, followed closely by Lu Yuan and Qin Lan. This evening, we shall not entertain any guests here. Han Xiuyan instructed the woman in the qipao, please close the door. Yes, the woman replied, bowing slightly. Han Xiuyan turned to Lu Yuan and Qin Lan, gesturing for them to enter. Mr. Lu, and you as well, Lan Lan. Shall we go inside for a drink? I believe there are many matters we ought to discuss thoroughly. Without pausing in the lounge area, she strode directly to the expansive bar. What would you like to drink? She inquired of Lu Yuan and Qin Lan. Qin Lan shook her head and settled onto a bar stool. Lu Yuan took a seat beside her. Do you have anything special here? Indeed, Han Xiuyan replied with a smile. Covering her mouth, she retrieved a short, thick-bottomed glass from the lower shelf and poured a whiskey-labeled Ardbeg Wigadale into it. Please, she said, pushing the glass toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan lifted the glass and took a small sip. The moment the liquid touched his lips, he was met with a fierce burn of alcohol, swiftly followed by a rich flavor of peat and smoke. As he swallowed, a faint, elusive sweetness of citrus lingered in his mouth. Excellent whiskey, Lu Yuan praised. It seems you possess a discerning palate. Han Xiuyan poured herself a glass of whiskey as well. She raised her glass and clinked it gently against Lu Yuan's. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. To us, to this serendipitous encounter today. After finishing her drink in one gulp, a subtle blush graced her cheeks. Mr. Lu, she poured more for both of them. Let us speak candidly. By saving Qinlan in the arena today, you have also saved the Qinlong society. I, Han Xiuyan, shall remember this debt of gratitude. Now, speak your desires. Money, territory, or perhaps women. As she spoke, she leaned slightly forward, the contours of her ample bosom subtly visible at her neckline. Whatever I can provide, you may take. Her voice dripped with seduction. Chapter 29, Always Serious. Lu Yuan smiled at her. What if I say I desire nothing at all? Han Xiuyan paused, momentarily taken aback. I mentioned that I was merely passing through. Lu Yuan continued. I am willing to assist you because you are a friend of Qinlan, and of course, also due to my disdain for that insufferable Wu Zhendong. Is that all? That is all. Han Xiuyan scrutinized Lu Yuan, attempting to glean something from his expression. Very well. She nodded, retracting her previously alluring demeanor. Since Mr. Lu is so magnanimous, I, Han Xiuyan, shall refrain from further embellishments. From this day forward, you shall be the most esteemed guest of the Qinlong society. We will not trouble you regarding matters with the Black Tiger Hall. Henceforth, should anyone dare to confront you in Jiangqing, they will be crossing paths with me, Han Xiuyan. Mrs. Han, you have misunderstood. Lu Yuan spoke. I mentioned that I desire nothing, yet that does not imply I wish to remain aloof. Quite the contrary, I am keen to assist you further. Han Zuya was momentarily taken aback. Assist me? In what manner? Lu Yuan offered no reply. He stood, moving behind her, and extended his hands to grasp the backrest of the high stool upon which she sat. With a gentle force, he turned both the stool and Han Zuya to face him. Leaning down slightly, their faces were mere centimeters apart. I am willing to help you revive the Qinlong Association and simultaneously deal with that so-called Heihu Hall. However, I have one condition. Han Zuya gazed into his close face, urging him to continue with her eyes. I have no interest in leading the gang, nor do I wish to be the boss. But Lu Yuan lifted her chin delicately with his fingers, compelling her to meet his gaze. I find you, as a person, quite intriguing. Han Zuyu's body quivered slightly. She observed as Lu Yuan's lips moved, seemingly about to speak, yet ultimately, she merely smiled sweetly. She wrapped her arms around his neck, tilting her head to offer her soft lips willingly. The kiss was brief. Han Zuya took a step back, creating distance between them. She brushed her finger, painted with bright red lacquer, against her lips. Your kissing technique is commendable, but to truly captivate me, this alone will not suffice. She turned to refill her glass. I only fancy genuine men who can stir my heart. Your performance today was satisfactory, yet it has not reached the point of making me willingly surrender myself. My husband was a hero, yet he placed too much faith and loyalty. Qin Feng was similar. He died when he was not much older than the present Qinlan. It was as if she were conversing with the air. On this path, there are no heroes, only losers and winners. My husband perished, while Wu Zhendong and Heihu Hall relentlessly pursued, nearly causing the Qinlong Association to disband. To preserve the meager inheritance he left behind, I have employed every means possible in recent years. She turned her gaze back to Lu Yuan. I have only the Qinlong Association left. I cannot allow it to fall under my watch. Therefore, Mr. Lu, I accept your condition. As long as you can help me safeguard the Qinlong Association and eliminate Wu Zhendong and his Heihu Hall, I, Han Zuya, will be yours. She paused and added, however, let me be clear. If you merely wish to toy with me and boast here, then this transaction can be nullified at any moment. The favor you extended to me today, I shall repay in another manner. Lu Yuan picked up a bottle of whiskey from the bar, pouring himself a glass, which he drank in one swift motion. I, Lu Yuan, have always spoken with sincerity. I eagerly await the day you truly move my heart. Han Zuya turned and walked back to the bar, leaving behind a captivating silhouette. Lu Yuan and Qinlan exited the bar. You, Qinlan suddenly halted. Why do you wish to help us? Because you are Xiaoya's friend, and naturally, you are my friend as well. I don't believe you. Qinlan shook her head. There is no goodwill without reason in this world. Then what do you think is my motivation? Lu Yuan countered. For the eldest sister? Qinlan's gaze flickered in the darkness. Do you have feelings for her? She is indeed a woman of great allure, is she not? Lu Yuan did not respond directly. Qinlan fell silent. After a moment, she spoke again. The eldest sister has endured much hardship. I know. No, you do not. You have no idea how she has survived these past years. You are unaware of what she has sacrificed to maintain the Qinlong Association. So I warn you. Qinlan stepped forward, standing before Lu Yuan, tilting her head to meet his gaze. If your intention is merely to play with her and cause her harm, regardless of how formidable you may be, I will ensure your demise. Lu Yuan regarded her, then unexpectedly reached out to stroke her head. Understood. Yuan was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a response from him. The fierce words she had prepared became lodged in her throat, leaving her utterly speechless. Let us go home together. Do not return to that dilapidated apartment tonight. Yuan withdrew his hand. All right. The two returned to Yunding Pavilion. Please sit for a moment. I will fetch the medical kit. Yuan approached a storage cabinet in the living room and retrieved a white medical box. Come over and lie on the sofa. Yuan gestured to the couch. After a moment of hesitation, Yuan walked over. She removed her shoes and lay down on the sofa. Yuan placed the medical box on the coffee table and opened it. Take off your top, he instructed. Yuan's body stiffened momentarily, yet she did not resist. Obediently removing her top and setting it aside, revealing her smooth and firm back. Her pale skin made the scars from her matches appear all the more stark. This may sting a bit. Try to endure it. Yuan twisted open a bottle of medical alcohol, dipped a cotton swab into it, and gently applied it to the damaged areas on her back. As the alcohol made contact with her wounds, Yuan's body tensed sharply, and she instinctively bit her lip, suppressing a cry of pain. Yuan meticulously treated each injury. Once finished, he took out a tube of bruise-relieving ointment from the medical kit. He squeezed some into his palm and began to massage it onto the bruises on Yuan's back. Don't move. I will apply the ointment to help you heal faster. Under Yuan's skilled hands, the tension in Yuan's muscles gradually began to ease, her breathing transforming into a calm and deep rhythm. Yuan's hands moved to her lower back, his fingers precisely locating 2 acupoints on either side of her spine. Applying pressure. A wave of intense, complex sensations, mingled with soreness, numbness, and swelling, surged through her body like an electric current. Yuan involuntarily shuddered, emitting a soft, cat-like moan. Does it hurt here? Yuan inquired. Yuan's voice was barely above a whisper, her cheeks flushed. She had never made such sounds before anyone. The sensation was unfamiliar, evoking feelings of both embarrassment and vulnerability. 10 minutes later, the massage concluded. Yuan straightened up, using a clean towel to wipe away the excess ointment from her back. All done for today. We shall continue tomorrow. He tidied the medical kit. You should go take a shower. It will make you feel better. There are clean bathrobes in the bathroom. Yuan sat up on the sofa, wrapping her arms around her chest. After a moment, Yuan heard a suppressed sob. He frowned and approached her, gently brushing aside the hair from her forehead. He noticed her eyes were red, brimming with unshed tears, yet she stubbornly bit her lip to prevent them from spilling over. What troubles you? Yuan asked cautiously. Nothing. Nothing at all. Yuan shook her head, raising her hand to wipe her eyes hastily. Yet those unrelenting tears flowed forth like a string of pearls that had come undone, increasing in number with each futile attempt to wipe them away. Yuan extended his hand and gently pulled her into his embrace. At the moment Yuan's body made contact with Yuan's chest, she momentarily stiffened. However, she soon relinquished all resistance, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and burying her face against his chest. In Chapter 30, titled Husband-Brother, Yuan sensed the girl within his arms shedding her hardened facade. She was no longer the fierce Silver Flash or the rebellious Tequila. She was merely a girl who had lost her only family, struggling alone in this frigid city, lonely and fragile. After a considerable time, Yuan's sobs gradually subsided. All right, you've cried like a little kitten, Yuan said, gently patting her back while retrieving a few tissues from the coffee table to wipe away the traces of her tears. Why don't you take a shower and get some proper sleep? Tomorrow, when you wake up, everything will feel as if it never happened. Yuan lifted her head from his embrace, her eyes swollen and reddened from crying. I think I'll stay here from now on. Yuan interrupted her, saying, you needn't return to that small, messy rental. Yuan stared at him in astonishment. His eyes were earnest, betraying no hint of jest. There are plenty of rooms here. Choose whichever you like. You don't need to worry about rent or utilities. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded gently. Okay. The bathroom door of the master bedroom was ajar, and Yuan emerged from behind it, wrapped only in a white cotton towel that barely reached the middle of her thighs. Beads of water cascaded down her elongated neck and delicate collarbone, slowly sliding into the towel that enveloped her form. Barefoot, she approached Yuan from behind. Yuan inhaled deeply, as if resolved to make a significant decision. Can I sleep with you? The moment the words left her mouth, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. She could no longer bear the thought of returning to that aimless, insecure life. She feared that once this day passed, this man would vanish from her life like a fleeting breeze. Yuan turned to face her, rising to stand before Yuan. He towered over her by a significant margin. She could catch a whiff of the subtle scent of tobacco and masculinity emanating from him. He reached out, gently lifting her chin with his hand, compelling her to meet his gaze. Lan, why do you say that? He inquired. Because Qin Lan's lips trembled, uncertain of how to respond. Should she confess her lack of security? No, her pride would not allow it. Is it because you like me? Look into my eyes and answer me, Lu Yuan urged, forcing her to hold his gaze. Her heart raced in turmoil. Did she like him? She was uncertain. All she knew was that during her darkest hour, this man had resolved all her troubles, offering her gentleness and protection. She felt grateful for him, relying on him. Was this complex emotion love? Or was Lu Yuan whispering in her ear, are you merely seeking to repay me with your body, just as you did for Han Xiuying? His words struck like a sharp blade, precisely cleaving through the depths of Qin Lan's heart, exposing what she had long endeavored to conceal. Yes, she had always been this way. When others showed her kindness, she sought to repay it tenfold, 100-fold. The Qinglong society had provided shelter for her and her brother, and she had fought fiercely to protect it. Lu Yuan saved her, and she wanted to repay him with her most treasured possession, her body, the only thing she felt she could offer. This was the only way she could justify her actions to herself. Qin Lan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lan, I do not help you for your body. I am not in want of women. If you do not harbor feelings for me, there is no need to force yourself. Qin Lan fell silent for a moment, as if steeling herself. She loosened the towel that enveloped her. I like you. Please, hold me. Lu Yuan chuckled softly, bending down to lift her effortlessly into his arms. Qin Lan instinctively let out a soft gasp, wrapping her arms around his neck. Just don't regret it. The big bad wolf won't spare a lamb delivered to his door. He carried her to the large bed in the master bedroom, laying her down gently. One hand propped up beside her body while the other lightly traced her cheek, her elongated neck, and delicate collarbone. As if admiring a flawless work of art, Qin Lan closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering softly in the light. Lu Yuan leaned down, and she writhed in response, her body instinctively mirroring his movements. Qin Lan gasped in pain. Lu Yuan kissed away the tears on her cheeks. Does it hurt? She did not answer, merely gazing at the man above her with misty eyes. Then, she extended her arms, willingly wrapping them around his neck. Qin Lan felt like a small boat adrift in a storm, finally finding a harbor to dock. She surrendered everything to Lu Yuan, her body, her pride, her stubbornness, and her facade. She also relinquished her heart, which had known loneliness for far too long. As the night deepened, Qin Lan curled up in Lu Yuan's embrace. Using his arm as a pillow, a satisfied and serene smile graced her face as she slipped into a deep slumber. Lu Yuan, however, remained awake, preoccupied with the system notifications. Dear esteemed host, congratulations on receiving a reward of 5 million yuan for the purity of heart. Dear esteemed host, the system has detected that Qin Lan's love index has reached over 85 points, and you will receive a random reward. The system is currently drawing a random reward. Congratulations. Dear esteemed host, the system has awarded you a dragon-winged fertility pill. Consuming it significantly increases the probability of conception within the next hour. Oh, quite remarkable. This fertility pill seems extremely useful. It will save me a great deal of time. Lu Yuan examined the dragon-winged fertility pill in his hand. Why does it resemble a candy? Never mind, as long as it's useful. I must consider who this pill should be used on. With his other hand, Lu Yuan pulled Qin Lan tightly into his embrace and soon drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Qin Lan awoke in Lu Yuan's arms. Remnants of the previous night's tender sensations lingered in her body. She pressed her cheek against his broad, sturdy chest, inhaling the scent of his masculine essence. The steady and robust rhythm of his heartbeat resonated clearly in her ears. After an indeterminate amount of time, Qin Lan lifted her head, only to find that Lu Yuan had awakened unnoticed, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he gazed at her. Her cheeks flushed crimson. You have perished. Yet even upon awakening, you remained silent. Lu Yuan tightened his embrace around the girl nestled in his arms. Is it not my wish to share in your repose for just a while longer? Qin Lan, feeling a bit bashful, buried her small face deeper into Lu Yuan's chest. After a moment, she lifted her head earnestly and asked, I was wondering, could I call you brother from now on? Lu Yuan was taken aback, realizing that the young girl was projecting her attachment to her deceased brother onto him. He pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Of course, you may. From now on, I shall be your brother, and also your husband. You might as well call me husband-brother. His jest elicited a blush from Qin Lan. She shifted slightly away from Lu Yuan's embrace, then, like a small kitten, adjusted herself into a comfortable position, curling back into his arms. Brother, she called softly. Would you like to hear about my brother, Qin Feng? Chapter 31. Myth Entertainment prepares to launch. Since I can remember, I have never seen our parents. I grew up in an orphanage. When my brother turned 16, he single-handedly came to the orphanage and took me out. At that time, he was still just a child himself, apprenticing at a repair shop, earning only a few hundred yuan a month. We squeezed into a rental room of less than 10 square meters. That room leaked in the summer and was drafty in the winter. I recall one particularly cold winter when there was no heating in the room. My brother took off his only thick cotton coat and draped it over me, while he slept the entire night in a single shirt. The next morning, he awoke with a high fever, his face flushed, speaking incoherently. I was terrified and cried as I sought help from a neighbor. It was Aunt Zhang from next door who took my brother to the community clinic in her tricycle. That single injection to reduce his fever consumed an entire week's worth of our food money. From then on, my brother began to work tirelessly. During the day, he worked at the repair shop, and at night, he set up a stall at the night market selling trinkets. On weekends, he even helped carry cement at construction sites. He spent every penny he earned on me, buying me new clothes, delicious food, and sending me to school. While he himself only had 2 or 3 old garments that were worn and faded, he often told me, "Lan, you need not worry. With your brother around, you shall not suffer the slightest grievance." Later, he met the husband of Sister Han, who was then the leader of the Qinglong society. The leader greatly admired my brother's skills and loyalty, inviting him to join the society. My brother thrived in that environment. He was a formidable fighter, loyal, and clever, quickly becoming the leader's right-hand man. Gradually, our lives improved. We moved to a larger home, and I even got into university. At this point, Qinlan bit her lip before continuing. I thought that good days were finally upon us. However, 3 years ago, Sister Han's husband was ambushed during a conflict with the Heihu Hall and succumbed to his injuries. Since then, the Qinglong society has been declining day by day. Although Sister Han tried her best to maintain it, many of our businesses were seized by the Heihu Hall. My brother, in a bid to reclaim our territory, fought in an octagonal cage against the Heihu Hall's Bo Chiu, wagering territory as the stake. Qinlan's voice began to tremble. But no one anticipated that the Heihu Hall would be so despicable. Knowing they could not defeat my brother, they poisoned him before the match. When I arrived, he lay bloodied on the stage. He told me, Lan, do not cry. I have not brought shame upon you. And then, she could say no more. Lu Yuan held her tightly, enveloping her in warmth, offering solace without uttering a single word, for he knew that any comforting phrases would feel inadequate in this moment. He simply remained by her side, allowing her to release all her pain and sorrow. After a long while, Qinlan's sobs gradually subsided. Lu Yuan then spoke softly, Lan, you are now my woman. Any grievances you have endured, I shall help you reclaim double. Now, go wash your face, and let us step out. At the entrance of Myth Entertainment, Zhou Manny was dressed in a well-tailored white suit, her hair styled into a neat bun, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, exuding the confidence and charm of a professional woman. Lu Yuan arrived in a sleek black Maybach, bringing Qinlan to the parking lot below. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Zhou Manny greeted as she noticed Qinlan emerging from the passenger seat. Today, Qinlan wore a simple white t-shirt paired with light blue jeans and white sneakers, presenting the image of a fresh university graduate. Who is this girl? How did she come to be with Lu Yuan? A flicker of curiosity crossed Zhou Manny's mind. Yet her face maintained the perfect professional smile. Who is this? She inquired. This is Qinlan, Lu Yuan introduced succinctly, my godsister. Hello, Miss Qin. I am Zhou Manny. The general manager of Myth Entertainment, Zhou Manny extended her hand. Qinlan reciprocated with a gentle handshake. Zhou Manny led them into the company. The reception area was spacious and bright, adorned with the bold golden characters of Myth Entertainment on the background wall. The floor was patterned with geometric designs of black and white marble. The company's interior was crafted by 3 construction teams working around the clock, utilizing only the highest quality eco-friendly materials. As Zhou Manny walked, she proudly detailed the design. She brought them to a heavy door made of frosted glass. Upon aligning her face with the recognition device, a soft beep sounded, and the door slid open soundlessly. Before them lay a nearly 200 square meter space, Lu Yuan's private office. The office design exuded understated luxury, with thick, soft gray wool carpeting underfoot. A grand desk made of solid wood occupied the center of the room, exuding authority. Behind the desk, a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of much of Jiangqing. This space is designed according to your preferences, Zhou Manny explained. The desk is crafted from Brazilian black rosewood, formed in one piece. The wall behind you, which we refer to as the Wisdom Wall, is actually a large interactive touchscreen display, allowing you to access all company data or conduct video conferences at any moment. Qinlan was awestruck by the sight before her. She approached the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the buildings below, which appeared like matchboxes, and the ceaseless flow of vehicles. Zhou Manny, noticing the satisfied expression on Lu Yuan's face, smiled even more brightly. Mr. Lu, please follow me. She walked to a wall beside the desk and pressed a hidden switch. A soft mechanical sound echoed as the wall silently slid open, revealing a hidden luxurious lounge exceeding 50 square meters. The lounge featured a lavish large bed, accompanied by a small bar and wine cabinet. Further inside, there was a separate bathroom equipped with a grand massage bathtub. "This lounge is prepared for you," Manny said. "It is completely soundproof, and the ventilation system is independent, ensuring that you can rest without any disturbances." As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Yuan, her eyes radiating an unreserved and fervent suggestion. Were Yuan absent, she would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity to rest intimately with Yuan right then and there. Chapter 32. Love Prohibited. The trio settled before the office desk. The overarching structure of the company had already been adeptly established by Manny. The hardware was impeccable. Yuan initiated the conversation, first acknowledging Manny's efforts. However, he emphasized that the most critical aspect of a company lies within its software, specifically what we aim to accomplish and who we employ to achieve it. He turned his attention towards Manny. "Manny, your forthcoming focus must be on recruitment and education. The operations of Myth Entertainment would primarily be divided into 3 major sectors." Yuan raised one finger. "Firstly, the high-end girl group. This will serve as our company's FAAD and core competitive advantage. I seek not an ordinary singing and dancing ensemble, but a top-tier girl group capable of making a significant impact domestically. Therefore, the selection of members must adhere to a principle of quality over quantity. Each one must be an elite among elites. Appearance, physique, and talent are all indispensable. Every candidate who passes your preliminary assessment must undergo a final interview conducted by me." He then extended a second finger. "Secondly, the idol group. This will act as our reserve strength and talent pool, primarily targeting young girls aged 16 to 20. We aim to cultivate an idol brand that emphasizes fan engagement and companionship. Exceptional members, upon the expiration of their contracts, may have the opportunity to ascend to the Myth Girl group. For this sector, I have a paramount requirement." Yuan's tone grew somber. "In consideration of our fans, all members are strictly prohibited from engaging in romantic relationships during their contracts. Any violation will result in immediate termination and substantial penalties for breach of contract. This stipulation must be explicitly stated in the contract, highlighted in the most prominent font." Finally, he raised a third finger. "Thirdly, online female streamers. This is our most readily monetizable sector in the short term, boasting the highest traffic. The criteria for selecting individuals in this category can be somewhat relaxed. Game streamers, talent streamers, and beauty streamers are all acceptable. You will be fully responsible for the specifics of contracting and management. The company's subsequent renovation plans must align with these 3 sectors, establishing all necessary hardware and software. Should funds fall short, do not hesitate to approach me." Upon concluding his remarks, a momentary silence enveloped the office. Manny bowed her head, rapidly jotting notes in her notebook. She had initially presumed that Yuan's establishment of this company was merely a fleeting whim, a venture of little significance. Yet, she now recognized the extent of her misjudgment. Yuan possessed an extraordinarily clear, grand, and logically sound vision for the company's development. These 3 business sectors were interlinked, spanning from high-end to low-end, from long-term to short-term, forming a complete and cyclical commercial ecosystem. This was certainly not a concept that an average rich second generation could conceive. The man before her possessed not only wealth and power, but also an acute acumen for business. "Mr. Liu, your plan is truly impeccable," Manny remarked sincerely as she set down her pen. "However, to realize this blueprint, a substantial number of professionals are required, particularly in artist management, music production, and market promotion. I am evidently lacking in knowledge and connections in this regard." "I am aware," Yuan nodded, seemingly having anticipated her response. "That is precisely why I indicated that your immediate focus should be on recruitment and education." He transmitted several documents from his mobile device to Manny's terminal. These are the public financial reports and market analysis from the top 10 entertainment companies in the nation over the past 5 years. Additionally, these books are classic works on modern enterprise management and entertainment industry operations. I am giving you 1 month to thoroughly digest this material. Simultaneously, I will arrange for a professional team to assist you. However, the ultimate management will rest on your shoulders. You must acquire knowledge that cannot be easily overlooked in the short term. I need you to develop into a competent manager capable of independently overseeing this entertainment empire in the shortest time possible. Should you fail to do so, Yuan's tone remained calm. "I will not hesitate to replace you." A cold sweat broke out on Manny's back as she felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Yet concurrently, she sensed an immense drive fueled by expectation. Taking a deep breath, she stood and solemnly addressed Yuan. "Understood, Mr. Liu. I assure you, I will not let you down." Yuan expressed a keen interest upon hearing about the gym. "Take me to see it," she instructed Zhou Manny. Thus, the three made their way to the gym. The space, though modest, was well equipped with various apparatuses. From the cardio area featuring treadmills and ellipticals to the strength training zone housing Smith machines, power racks, and a complete set of dumbbells, it had everything. There was even a small combat area with soft mats, adjacent to which hung a punching bag. Qianlong approached the punching bag and delivered a side kick, the impact resonating with a dull thud. The 20-pound bag soared high, nearly parallel to the ground. Zhou Manny stared in astonishment, unable to fathom how such a seemingly slender girl could unleash such formidable strength. Lu Yuan chuckled, approaching Qianlong and extending a hand to steady the still-swaying punching bag. It seems you are quite pleased with this place. Not bad, Qianlong replied, retracting her leg with a hint of a smile. I can come here to practice regularly from now on. Lan. From today onward, you shall be the head of security at Myth Entertainment. Me? Yes, you. Lu Yuan stepped closer. You will be responsible for all security matters within the company, from personnel recruitment to system setup and emergency plans. You possess this capability, and I have faith in you. But I lack management experience. Experience can be acquired, Lu Yuan assured her. However, your professional skills and vigilance are irreplaceable by others. He turned to Zhou Manny. Manny, please coordinate with Lan regarding the budget and personnel structure for the security department. Understood, Zhou Manny responded with a smile. I will prioritize the security department's needs. If you could prepare a plan for me at your earliest convenience, I will expedite the process. The two women exchanged glances, both seemingly aware that their relationship with Lu Yuan was anything but ordinary. An invisible competition had quietly commenced within the confines of the luxurious office. Chapter 33. Do you believe I will sink you to the sea to feed the fish? The following morning, at the Global Financial Tower, sunlight streamed through the expansive glass façade, illuminating Lu Yuan's private office. He sat at his desk, perusing the draft of the first recruitment plan devised by Zhou Manny. His mobile phone vibrated on the desk. The caller ID displayed Han Xiaoying. Lu Yuan answered the call. Good morning, Mr. Lu. I hope I'm not interrupting your work. On the other end of the line, Han Xiaoying's voice, slightly husky yet captivating, resonated. I have arrived at your company's building. I brought a few flower baskets to congratulate Xinhua Entertainment on its grand opening. How thoughtful. Lu Yuan stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, peering down. It was merely the beginning. It hardly constituted a formal opening. He could vaguely discern a striking black Bentley Mulsanne parked at the entrance, with Han Xiaoying leaning against the car door, adorned in a black turtleneck-fitted dress that accentuated her voluptuous and alluring figure. Care to join me? No, thank you. Han Xiaoying chuckled lightly. I have some friends from the association with me. They might intimidate your young female employees. Let's meet at the CAF downstairs, my treat. All right. Give me 5 minutes. Lu Yuan ended the call. The monologue CAF on the first floor of the Global Financial Tower was the most upscale establishment within the entire building. Its decor was a blend of retro European industrial style, featuring dark wooden tables and chairs, red brick walls, and warm yellow Edison bulbs, creating an atmosphere that was both intimate and sophisticated. Lu Yuan and Han Xiaoying settled into a booth by the window, where 2 steaming cups of freshly brewed Blue Mountain coffee awaited them. Qianlong seems to be quite happy with you, Han Xiaoying remarked, gently stirring her coffee with a silver spoon. You have piqued my curiosity. What is the source of your charm? It's innate, Lu Yuan replied, taking a sip of his coffee. Han Xiaoying chuckled at his response. Mr. Lu, you certainly have a knack for humor. She set her coffee cup down. Now, on to serious matters. The Black Tiger Hall has been unusually quiet these past few days. Wu Zhendong has suffered significant losses, yet there has been no response from him. This is quite abnormal. It's merely the calm before the storm, Lu Yuan stated. He hasn't been silent. He's biding his time, waiting for an opportunity, or perhaps waiting for permission from someone. What do you mean? Han Xiaoying furrowed her brow. Wu Zhendong has run rampant in Jiangxing for so long, yet no one dares to intervene. I suspect he has someone protecting him at a higher level in Jiangxing. This recent tranquility indicates he is awaiting instructions from his superior. I have indeed received information suggesting he has connections with high-ranking officials in Jiangxing, but I have yet to uncover who that individual might be, Han Xiaoying said, her expression grave. The rabbit's tail will eventually be exposed. You must remain vigilant in the coming days. Just as Han Xiaoying prepared to inquire further, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the CAF. A disheveled woman, her face twisted with malice, stormed in, followed closely by a younger girl. It was Wang Liping and Suya. After spending a considerable sum to hire a private investigator, Wang Liping had finally discovered that Lu Yuan had established an entertainment company within this building. Today, she had come to cause a scene, intending to publicly unveil Lu Yuan's true nature, to tarnish his reputation and reduce him back to his previous state of poverty. Wang Liping's gaze immediately fell upon Lu Yuan seated by the window, alongside the seemingly opulent and refined Han Xiaoying. A surge of unbridled rage ignited within her, obliterating her last shred of reason. "Lu Yuan," she screeched, her voice akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She stormed to their table, pointing an accusing finger at Lu Yuan. "How dare you? I thought you had some wealth, buying luxury cars and starting a company. Turns out you've latched onto a rich woman, playing the kept man." Her shrill voice instantly captured the attention of everyone in the CAF. "You shameless man. Have you forgotten how you pleaded for me to marry you? Now that you have money, you kick us to the curb and chase after this woman of ill repute. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" Wang Liping's fervor escalated as she continued, spitting words in her rage. Suya, pale-faced, trailed behind her, wishing to pull her mother back, yet Wang Liping shrugged her off. "Mom, please stop." "Stop what?" Wang Liping shot back, glaring at her. "Look at you, so spineless. You were deceived by this man, and now you defend him. I tell you, he must have concealed his assets before the divorce. That wealth belongs to us. Today, I will show everyone what kind of man he truly is." Lu Yuan barely spared Wang Liping a glance. He simply lifted his coffee cup, leisurely sipping again. His blatant disregard further incensed Wang Liping. "Oh, so you're playing deaf? And you?" Wang Liping turned her ire towards Han Xiaoying. "I don't care who you are, I'll tell you this. This man is used goods, my daughter's. You're picking up someone else's discarded shoes. Don't you feel dirty?" She scrutinized Han Xiaoying with contempt and jealousy. "Look at your attire, so provocative. You clearly aren't from a respectable family. Don't think your money makes you special." Wang Liping was just getting warmed up when a cup of scalding coffee was suddenly thrown in her face, eliciting a scream akin to that of a pig being slaughtered. Han Xiaoying stood up gracefully, elegantly pouring the remaining coffee from her cup over Wang Liping's head. "It's hot, it's burning me," Wang Liping cried, flailing her arms to wipe the coffee from her face. "You vile woman, how dare you slap, slap." Before Wang Liping could finish her sentence, Han Xiaoying raised her hand and delivered 2 sharp slaps across her face, sending her staggering to the ground. 5 clear red handprints quickly surfaced on both sides of Wang Liping's face. The entire CAF fell into a profound silence, everyone dumbfounded by this unexpected scene. Han Xiaoying looked down at Wang Liping, seated on the floor, her eyes filled with icy disdain. "Have you had enough?" Han Xiaoying inquired slowly. Wang Liping, clutching her burning face, stared in disbelief at the woman who had, just moments ago, appeared so poised and elegant, now transformed into a force of aggression. "Why you dare hit me?" "Hit you?" Han Xiaoying laughed coldly, bending down to seize Wang Liping's hair, forcing her to look up. "Hitting you is merely a light punishment. Let me make it clear, I care not for who you are or what grievances you have with him. If you dare to slander Lu Yuan, the benefactor of the Qinglong Association, you will regret it." Han Xiaoying leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, "Do you believe I would hesitate to sink you to the depths of the sea to feed the fish?" Chapter 34. Welcome to Sunshine International Rehabilitation Center. "Mom, are you all right?" Suya, witnessing her mother's disheveled state, realized they had provoked someone they should not have. "Let us go," Suya urged, pulling the still-dazed Wang Liping, eager to escape this place of turmoil. "Stop!" Han Xiaoying's voice echoed from behind them. "Did I permit you to leave?" Several men in black suits bearing the Qinglong Association emblem blocked their path. Suya and Wang Liping froze in place. Han Xiaoying slowly approached them. "Apologize." She looked at Wang Liping and uttered those 2 words. Wang Liping, covering her face, glared at Han Xiaoying, her eyes filled with venom and resentment. "Apologize to that woman and that little beast, Lu Yuan? Not a chance. It seems you shall not shed tears until faced with the grave." Han Zuya chose not to waste further words on her. She retrieved her mobile phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Black Panther? Prepare 2 barrels of gasoline and cement." "Yes. And also arrange for a boat. We shall set sail tonight." Suya's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. She grasped Wang Liping's arm, her tone bordering on desperation. "Mom, hurry and apologize. Please, apologize to this lady." Wang Liping finally felt the creeping tendrils of fear. With a thud, she dropped to her knees, bowing deeply before Han Zuya. "Sister, I was wrong. I failed to recognize greatness. I spoke thoughtlessly. I deserve to die. I beg you, have mercy, and let me off this once." As she bowed, she struck her own face repeatedly. Slap, slap, slap. The sound was sharp and resounding. Han Zuya regarded her abject demeanor with not a trace of pity in her eyes. She turned to Lu Yuan. "How shall we proceed?" Lu Yuan rose and approached Suya. "Suya, for the sake of our past as a couple, I can overlook today's incident as if it never occurred." However, raising Suya's chin to meet his gaze, he continued, "I hope you remember, this is the first and the last time. Should there be a next time, should you appear before me again uttering words you ought not to, or engaging in actions you should not," his sentence trailed off. Yet the implication was unmistakable. Suya knelt there, dazed, gazing at this man who was both familiar and foreign. The aura he exuded, one of life and death, of absolute control, was something she had never encountered before. Wang Liping, too, absorbed Lu Yuan's words. She lifted her face to him, her eyes brimming with terror. Instantly, a wave of humiliation crashed through her already fragile psyche. Wang Liping had lived her life in privilege, exalted and pampered, never having endured such a profound disgrace. To be threatened and warned so brazenly by a man she once deemed beneath her, akin to an insect, was a bitter pill to swallow. To be publicly humiliated by a woman who seemed to have emerged from nowhere, dousing her with coffee and slapping her face, and then to kneel like a dog, begging for mercy. Her dignity, her facade of grandeur, her hollow pride were shattered in that moment, trampled beneath foot. With a piercing scream, Wang Liping faltered, her eyes rolling back, her body collapsing backward, completely losing consciousness. This sudden turn of events sent Suya into a panic. Mom, what's wrong? Wake up. She threw herself over Wang Liping, shaking her desperately, but Wang Liping lay limp, unresponsive as a puddle of mud. Han Zuya frowned. She detested complications. She stepped closer to Lu Yuan, leaning in to whisper, "Take that young woman and leave. I'll handle things here." Lu Yuan glanced at her. "How do you intend to manage?" "A new private psychiatric hospital has opened in the east of the city," Han Zuya replied with a slight smile. "I believe it would be quite suitable for this emotionally unstable lady to recuperate for a while. This woman is not to be trifled with," Lu Yuan thought silently. He chose not to linger, pulling the dazed Suya out of the CAF's door. Han Zuya surveyed the surrounding men in black suits, gesturing toward the unconscious Wang Liping. "Take her to the Sunshine International Rehabilitation Center in the east of the city." "Yes, President," the men in black uttered without further ado. They swiftly approached, lifting the unconscious Wang Liping as though she were a lifeless dog, and carried her toward the waiting vehicle. Sometime later, at the Sunshine International Rehabilitation Center in the east of Jiangxing. This establishment boasted luxurious decor and claimed to possess the nation's foremost medical team and equipment for psychiatric care. Wang Liping awoke to the acrid scent of disinfectant. She blinked, realizing she was on a cold, stainless steel bed. Her wrists and ankles were securely bound by leather restraining straps at the corners of the bed, rendering her immobile. Standing beside her was a doctor clad in a white coat, holding a syringe, with Sunshine International Rehabilitation Center emblazoned on his attire. "Where is this? Who are you? What do you intend to do?" She began to scream frantically, struggling in vain against her bonds. "Let me go, you bastards. I'll sue you. I'll ensure you rot in prison. I am not insane. Did you hear me? I am not insane. Help. Murder." The masked doctor ignored her cries. He merely approached her bedside and glanced at her medical records. The diagnosis read, "Severe paranoid schizophrenia, accompanied by significant violent tendencies," setting down the records. The doctor picked up a handheld electric shock device from the table. He skillfully applied 2 circular metal electrodes to Wang Liping's temples. "The patient exhibits agitation, potentially self-harming or aggressive behavior," he informed a nearby nurse. "Prepare for the first ECT treatment. Voltage set to 120 volts. "Understood," the nurse nodded, pressing a red button on a nearby machine. With a zap, a powerful current surged through the electrodes, flooding Wang Liping's brain. Her body arched violently, convulsing uncontrollably. When the current ceased, she collapsed back onto the bed, her eyes vacant and devoid of spirit. The doctor observed her dazed and vacant expression, nodding with satisfaction. "The treatment appears highly effective. Let us return her to the ward for observation. We will proceed with the second treatment tomorrow morning," he instructed the nurse. "Yes, Director." Chapter 35. Which one? The following morning, in the VIP ward of Jiangxing First People's Hospital, Wang Xiaofang reclined on her bed, her complexion markedly improved compared to previous days. On the bedside table lay a peeled apple and a glass of warm water. Xiaoya sat in a chair beside the bed, diligently slicing the apple into small pieces with a fruit knife, placing them into a glass bowl. When Lu Yuan entered, Wang Xiaofang greeted him with a smile. "Lu Yuan, you're here. Auntie, how are you feeling today?" Lu Yuan placed a thermos on the table. "I've prepared some black-bone chicken soup for you to nourish your health." Good. "You've gone to great lengths," Wang Xiaofang replied, her face lighting up with a smile of undeniable satisfaction. "I am feeling much better now. I was thinking, it's quite wasteful to stay here. I'd like to take Xiaya back to our hometown for a while. The air is fresh there, and it's peaceful, perfect for recuperation." Xiaya paused in her apple cutting, looking up at Lu Yuan, seemingly awaiting his decision. "That sounds fine." Lu Yuan approached the bedside, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind Xiaoya's ear. The idyllic countryside environment was beneficial for her recovery. However, there was one request he needed her to promise. "What is it?" Xiaoya inquired. "Once you return, you must not engage in any strenuous labor or intense physical activities. Focus on eating well and sleeping soundly. And make sure to nourish yourself until you become plump and radiant. Lu Yuan's fingers softly grazed her cheek. I understand, Xiaya replied, lowering her head to continue slicing an apple, her ears subtly flushed with warmth. Wang Xiufang observed the tender interaction between the two young people, unable to contain her laughter. After chatting with them for a while longer, Lu Yuan checked the time and decided it was time to take his leave. Auntie, Xiaoya, I'll be on my way now. I have some matters to attend to at the office. I've already booked your tickets this afternoon. I'll send the driver to take you to the station. All right, drive safely, Xiaoya responded, as Lu Yuan exited the hospital room and settled into his Maybach. Just as he was about to start the engine, his phone rang unexpectedly. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. Frowning, he answered the call. Hello? A voice, distorted by a voice changer, replied, Is this Lu Yuan? Yes. Good. The caller sneered coldly. We have your wife in our custody. Lu Yuan froze momentarily, leaning back against his seat as he quickly mentally scanned through the women in his life. Xiaoya? She's at the hospital with her mother. Zhou Mani? She should be at the office handling affairs. Qinlan? She's in charge of security and likely in the monitoring center now. Han Xiuying? She's not even officially mine. Wife? He instinctively retorted, which one? Upon uttering those words, an eerie silence enveloped both ends of the line. The kidnapper seemed momentarily thrown off by Lu Yuan's unexpected response. What kind of nonsense is this? After a long pause, the caller spoke again, his voice tinged with anger. I mean the one named Suya. Don't play dumb with me. We saw you both leave the CAF together. Suya? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, you mean her? His tone remained flat, as if discussing the weather. She's not my wife. We're already divorced. What? The voice on the other end shot up several octaves. The shock evident even through the voice modulation. Divorced? Yes, Lu Yuan replied calmly. You've got the wrong person. You. The kidnapper on the other end was clearly furious, taking a deep breath to calm himself. I don't care if you're divorced. This woman was your wife, right? Now, she's in our hands. Prepare 10 million in cash immediately, or old bills in sequential numbers. Deliver it to the abandoned dock in the west of the city within 5 hours. Don't even think about calling the police. Otherwise, we'll kill her. The kidnapper barked out their demands with a fierce tone. 10 million? Lu Yuan chuckled. You really are asking for a king's ransom. But he shifted his tone. Why should I give you anything? Because she's in our possession. And what of it? Lu Yuan countered. She is a woman with whom I have no further ties. Her fate is of no concern to me. Are you even human? She was your wife once. That's why I kindly advise you, Lu Yuan coldly stated. Instead of wasting time with me, you should contact her family. Perhaps they would be willing to pay for her release. He ended the call without waiting for a response. On the other end, in an abandoned warehouse at the western dock of Jiangsheng, a burly bald man stared, dumbfounded, at the call interface after it had been ended. Surrounding him were 7 or 8 equally menacing men. On the ground behind them, Suya was bound and gagged, her eyes wide with terror as she observed them. Brother. Did he just hang up? A young lackey with bleached hair asked cautiously. Damn it. The bald man snapped back to reality, forcefully smashing his phone against the ground, shattering it into pieces. What the hell is going on? He said they're divorced. This woman isn't worth anything to him. What? Divorced? The young lackey was also taken aback. Then, did we just waste our time? You idiot. Useless fool. The bald man slapped the young lackey hard across the face, causing him to stagger. Didn't you say you confirmed this woman was Lu Yuan's wife? How could she be a former wife? I didn't expect this guy to be such a scoundrel, getting divorced so quickly. The young lackey lamented. Brother, what should we do now? Another tattooed man asked in frustration. How the hell should I know? The bald man paced back and forth in agitation. What do we do now? Should we really kill her? What good would that do? We wouldn't get a dime and would be saddled with a murder charge. The group of kidnappers erupted into a heated argument. Bound on the ground, Suya listened intently to their conversation, each word piercing her heart like ice. Lu Yuan. He actually said her fate was of no concern to him? He was willing to abandon her just like that? Yes, they were already divorced. She had lost all significance in his life. In that moment, Suya truly grasped the depth of regret and despair. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks, soaking the filthy rag in her mouth. Meanwhile, inside the Maybach, Lu Yuan sat quietly after hanging up, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the steering wheel as he pondered. Suya, although no longer connected to him, was clearly the target of this incident. It was an act of revenge from the Black Tiger gang. They dared not directly confront him, opting instead for such despicable means to irritate and test him. If he were to disregard this threat, they might target Xiaoya or Zhou Mani next. He could not allow such a scenario to unfold. He needed to strike them hard, instilling fear and ensuring they understood that some individuals were beyond their reach. Lu Yuan picked up his phone, first sending a message to Han Xiuying, then dialing Qin Lan's number. Lan, brother, I'm listening. Help me trace the origin and location of this phone number and send it to me. Take a few capable brothers with you to rendezvous at that location. Be quick. Lu Yuan relayed the unfamiliar number to Qinlan. Also, put the company's security team on high alert immediately. They must provide 24-hour protection for Manny and Xiaoya. Understood. Qinlan replied without hesitation. I'll have results for you in 5 minutes. After ending the call, Lu Yuan started the engine. The blue-gold Maybach roared to life, akin to a waking beast, releasing a low growl as it exited the hospital parking lot and merged into the city traffic. Chapter 36. Timed return. The engine's roar was muffled by the thick windows, leaving only the faint hum of the air conditioning system within the car. Gripping the steering wheel, Lu Yuan watched the numbers on the dashboard climb steadily. 150, 160, 180. The scenery outside the car window has transformed into a series of blurred, flowing shadows of light. The voice of Qinlan emanates from the hands-free speaker of the phone. Brother, I have found it. The number is an anonymous virtual one. Impossible to trace directly. However, through cross-referencing data from signal-based stations, I have narrowed down the approximate location of the signal source. It is in the western part of the city, on Binjiang Road, in the abandoned dock area. I have accessed all municipal and traffic surveillance in that region. 15 minutes ago, a black Jinbei van without a license plate entered an abandoned warehouse at dock number 3 and has not come out since. I have sent the warehouse's location and all real-time surveillance footage to your vehicle system. I am currently en route with the security team. Understood. Upon hanging up, the central display in Lu Yuan's car instantly revealed the location of the abandoned warehouse. Simultaneously, several split screens began streaming real-time footage from various intersections surrounding the warehouse. Lu Yuan accelerated, shifting the speed up a notch. The Maybach surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the secluded corner on the city's outskirts. At dock number 3 in the western part of the city, Suya knelt on the cold, damp concrete floor, her hands bound behind her back. A filthy rag stuffed in her mouth nearly suffocated her. Her long hair hung disheveled over her shoulders, and remnants of dried tears stained her face. The originally exquisite professional skirt she wore was now wrinkled and covered in dust. In front of her, a bald man paced irritably. Damn it. It's been nearly an hour. Why hasn't that kid made a move? Brother, do you think he really doesn't care about this woman's life? A yellow-haired lackey asked cautiously. Damn, he dares. The bald man spat venomously. If he doesn't show up, I'll violate this woman and post the video online. I'll ruin him. Brother is brilliant. Call Lu Yuan again. Use this woman's phone. The yellow-haired lackey rummaged through Suya's handbag and found her phone. Just as he was about to dial, a tall figure slowly walked into the warehouse. No need to trouble yourselves. I have arrived, Lu Yuan announced as he approached. Lu Yuan. All the kidnappers were startled, quickly grabbing their weapons and surrounding him. You've got some guts, coming here alone. Where's the money? The bald man threatened, brandishing a knife at Lu Yuan. What money? The ransom. Don't play dumb with me. Do you believe I want to chop you up right now? I'll give you 3 seconds to drop the knife. 1. 2. This was actually the signal for action that he had arranged with Qinlan. At the back of the warehouse, Qinlan and her security team had silently reached the designated spot beneath a window. 3. A deafening crash of the broken window echoed through the space. Qinlan led her team in, charging forward. She kicked the kidnapper to the side, causing his knife to fly from his hand, followed by a knee strike to his abdomen that elicited a howl of pain. Almost simultaneously, the security team swiftly subdued the remaining kidnappers, binding their hands with pre-prepared restraints. The entire operation, from the windows shattering to the apprehension of all the assailants, took less than 10 seconds. As the bald man sensed the tide turning, he attempted to flee, only to find Lu Yuan standing before him in an instant. He delivered a powerful kick to the yellow-haired lackey, whose body crumpled against the wall like a discarded sack, unconscious. A swift chop to the bald man's wrist made him scream as the knife clattered to the ground. Following up with a side kick to his ankle, the bald man collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. Lu Yuan towered over him, placing a foot on the man's face, forcing his cries back down his throat. Say that again with your filthy mouth. Lu Yuan's voice was icy. Didn't you want to ruin me? He applied more pressure with his foot. I was wrong, the bald man stammered, his voice barely intelligible. Now you realize your mistake? Lu Yuan smiled mockingly. Too late. He lifted his foot and brought it down heavily between the bald man's legs. Ugh! The bald man's body arched, his eyes bulging as if they would pop from their sockets. A foul yellowish liquid seeped from his trousers, and he promptly lost consciousness. Lu Yuan approached Suya, squatting down to untie the ropes binding her and remove the rag from her mouth. It's okay, he reassured her. Suya looked at him and burst into tears. Why you said you wouldn't care about me anymore? I did say that, Lu Yuan replied, but you were once my woman. It's not up to these scoundrels to touch you. He drove Suya back to her home. Upon opening the door, The familiar room greeted them. Yet it felt eerily different. Rest well, I'll take my leave now. Just as Lu Yuan turned to go, Suya grasped the hem of his shirt. Lu Yuan, her voice was thick with emotion and tears. Can we remarry? Please. I realize I was wrong. I truly do. She reached out, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. I shouldn't have divorced you. I shouldn't have left you when you needed me most. Forgive me, please. Let us start anew. Let us go back to how we were. Lu Yuan allowed her to hold him for a moment before gently pushing her away. Suya, we cannot go back. In this world, there is no medicine for regret. The things that have been done, the words that have been spoken, are like water spilled. They cannot be retrieved. At that moment, a system interface suddenly appeared before Lu Yuan's eyes. Dear host, you can now complete the limited time return task for veteran players. Claim a mysterious reward. Detected qualifying target character. Generating information panel. Name, Suya. Age, 28. Health index, 85, temporarily decreased due to mental trauma. Genetic potential rating, B. Pure body, yes. Emotional history, 1. Comprehensive score, 88. Qualification overview, meets reward criteria. Chapter 37, Mysterious Reward. Lu Yuan paused momentarily, gazing at the familiar face before him, a wave of absurdity washing over him. Suya, is she also one of the chosen ones? Emotional history. 2. Isn't there only me? He struggled internally for a while before finally exhaling deeply. Fine, let us at least claim the reward first. Just as Suya was about to succumb to despair, Lu Yuan shifted his tone. I am not entirely devoid of compassion. I can offer you an opportunity. In Suya's eyes, a spark of hope reignited. From this day forth, Lu Yuan gazed at her and articulated, word by word. You may demonstrate the authenticity of your feelings for me through your actions. Should you manage to satisfy me, perhaps, he continued, I would contemplate allowing you to become one of my women. One of my women? Suya keenly seized upon this pivotal phrase. Her pupils constricted sharply. A bitter and acrid sensation surged in her heart. She was no fool. She comprehended precisely what these words implied. It meant she would be expected to share this man with other women. This man who had once belonged solely to her. For someone as proud as herself. This was a profoundly humiliating affront. Yet, she suddenly realized she seemed bereft of the right to refuse, even the right to feel insulted. For the nature of their relationship had long ceased to be equitable. Now, she was merely a supplicant, reliant on his favor, while he stood as the sovereign, dictating her fate. A soft body pressed against her from behind. Suya's arms encircled Lu Yuan's waist, her cheek resting firmly against his back. He could distinctly perceive the alluring contours of her physique, accentuated by the astonishing elasticity of her bosom. Lu Yuan, I implore you, do not depart tonight. Let us, for just one night, return to the way we once were. An instinctive heat surged through him, rendering his breath somewhat labored. He bent down and swept her off her feet. Suya gasped, instinctively wrapping her legs around his waist. Lu Yuan carried her with purposeful strides into the bedroom they had once shared for 3 years. He kicked open the door and unceremoniously tossed her onto the soft bed. Suya's body rebounded slightly on the plush mattress. Lu Yuan loomed over her, pinning her down as he began to violently tear away her clothing. The buttons of her professional skirt suit were wrenched open, revealing a white lace undergarment that tantalizingly encased her voluptuous figure. He exhibited no tenderness. Suya murmured softly, but Lu Yuan chose to respond solely through his actions. With her hands gripping the sheets tightly, Suya found herself overwhelmed. Lu Yuan had never treated her with such brutality before. Half an hour later, tranquility gradually returned to the room. Lu Yuan turned onto his side, lying next to Suya. If you wish to continue our relationship, he stated, bear me a child. This shall be your first test to remain by my side. These words had long been premeditated. Each month, I shall provide you with a stipend of 100,000 until you conceive. Upon the child's birth, I shall reward you with 1 million. During your time caring for the child, you shall receive an additional monthly allowance of 100,000. Suya did not respond immediately. The thin blanket covered only the lower half of her body, casting a breathtaking silhouette in the dim light. If I agree to bear your child, will you remarry me? Remarriage is out of the question. However, I can offer you a chance to re-enter my world. No remarriage? Yet you wish for me to bear your child? Suya found herself momentarily bewildered, but then she reflected. This indicated that Lu Yuan still harbored feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he insist on her bearing his child? His refusal to remarry likely stemmed from lingering doubts. However, if she returned to his side, who could predict what might transpire afterward? Perhaps she still held a chance. With this realization, Suya ceased to be troubled. Then, what about the IOU I wrote? Lu Yuan nearly forgot that matter. Indeed, regarding the IOU, the funds will be deducted from that amount, and once settled, I shall tear it up. Then we must act swiftly. She once again took the reins. I desire both a boy and a girl. Crimson flushes adorned Suya's cheeks as her gaze grew hazy. This sense of controlling the pace afforded her an unprecedented thrill. Suya curled up beneath the ample blanket, drifting into slumber, tears still clinging to her long lashes. Her delicate shoulders quivered slightly, the white silk sheets sliding down her smooth shoulder, revealing a swath of ivory skin and an exquisitely refined collarbone. Yuan entered the bathroom, showering while reviewing the system's rewards. Unfortunately, this time there was no pregnancy, yet other rewards awaited. Ding, esteemed host. Congratulations on obtaining a limited-time mysterious reward for returning players. The system is currently extracting your mysterious reward. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a grand gift package. Below are the prizes contained within. Reward 1, Seed of Friendship. This reward significantly enhances the designated individual's affection for you, making them perceive you as an old friend. The effect is amplified if a prior relationship exists. Reward 2, Cash of 5 million. Reward 3, a temporary skill enhancement buff, lasting 10 minutes. Upon use, it will greatly enhance your proficiency in a chosen skill for 10 minutes. Reward 4, one piece of useful random information. The idol group Starlight Girls, under the Lu group, along with their core leader Sun Yaki, are about to depart from the Lu group due to differing production philosophies. Oh, Lu Yuan's interest was piqued. This presented a splendid opportunity for recruitment. System, please elaborate on where I can find this Sun Yaki. Report, host. Sun Yaki enjoys archery and trains once a week at the archery range in the western part of the city. Tomorrow morning is her training session, and she can be found there. What is Sun Yaki's professional caliber? Does she possess genuine skills? Report, host. Sun Yaki's prowess as a producer is considered top tier in the country. Excellent. In that case, I shall personally meet with her tomorrow. As for the Seed of Friendship, Lu Yuan had already decided whom to use it on. The mayor of Jiangxing, Qin Jingshu. Chapter 38. The Three Arrows Compete. The following morning, at the Wind Arrow Archery Range in the western part of the city. This was not a mere entertainment venue for tourists, but a professional archery club operating on a membership basis. Upon entering with Qin Lan, Lu Yuan noted the serene atmosphere. The only sounds being the swish of arrows slicing through the air and the crisp thuds of arrows striking the bullseye. At the far end of an independent shooting lane, a woman dressed in a sleek, black archery outfit, her hair pulled back into a high ponytail, was drawing a recurved bow. Her stance was impeccable, her back straight, and the muscular contours of her arms were both graceful and powerful. Lu Yuan compared her to the photo on his phone. She was indeed Sun Yaki. In the resting area behind the shooting lane sat 3 men in tailored suits. The leader, a man in his 40s with gold-rimmed glasses and a disquieting, lecherous smile, presided over a table adorned with several documents, the topmost bearing the title Supplementary Agreement for Artist Management Contract. Sun Yaki released the bowstring. Whoosh. The arrow struck the bullseye with unwavering precision. Applause resonated as a bespectacled man leisurely clapped his hands. Sun Yaki, what a remarkable display of archery. Truly, you are one of our company's finest producers. It's no wonder you excel at everything you undertake. Sun Yaki did not turn around. Instead, she swiftly drew another arrow from her quiver and knocked it on the bow. Zhou Poppy, she spoke coldly. If you have come to annoy me, consider your mission accomplished. If you wish for me to sign that contract of servitude, you may take your belongings and leave. The man referred to as Zhou Poppy was Zhou Shimao, the deputy manager of the entertainment department at the Lu Group. Hearing Sun Yaki address him in such a manner did not provoke anger. His face remained adorned with a wan smile. Sun Yaki, let us not be so final with our words. You see, these individuals are from the company's legal department. We are here to follow protocol. He picked up a document from the table, the latest company resolution. The Starlight Girls Project Group is to be disbanded. The girls in the group must either sign this tailored live streaming contract, performing for the gentlemen on our platform, or await a lawyer's letter, facing penalties they will never be able to repay in their lifetimes. As Zhou Poppy's gaze grew colder, he continued, as for you, Mr. Lu has acknowledged your past contributions to the company and has graciously offered you a path to the logistics department, where you may manage the warehouse in peace. Sun Yaki turned abruptly, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Zhou Shimao. The 2 legal department employees behind him stood up in alarm. Yet Zhou Shimao remained seated, unperturbed. Sun Yaki, do not act impulsively, he said, his tone unhurried. I understand your attachment to those girls, but you must realize they are company assets, not your daughters. It is not for you, a mere project leader, to dictate how the company manages its assets. You. Sun Yaki trembled with rage. Just then, a voice broke through the tension. Hey, that ugly man, I'm talking about you. How dare you speak to a lady like that? Can't you see Miss Sun is upset? Everyone turned to see Lu Yuan approaching with Qin Lan at his side. Ignoring Zhou Poppy, Lu Yuan stepped directly in front of Sun Yaki and introduced himself. Hello, beautiful. I am Lu Yuan, the the owner of Myth Entertainment. I wish to speak with you. Perhaps I can offer you and the Starlight Girls a brighter future. Zhou Shimou's expression darkened at this unexpected turn of events. He adjusted his glasses and scoffed. Myth Entertainment? What a pitiful company. I've never even heard of it. I advise you to mind your own business. We are from the Lu Group. Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh. The Lu Group? It's precisely because of the Lu Group that I am here. I intend to poach your people. Turning to Qin Lan, he instructed, Qin Lan, please escort these individuals away. Miss Sun does not wish to converse with them. Zhou Shimou chuckled derisively. Young man, I advise you not to be so brash. I am eager to see who dares. Before he could finish, Qin Lan's hand clamped down on his wrist like a vice, causing him to wince in pain. You're intentionally causing harm. Stop squeezing. I'll leave. With a signal from Lu Yuan, Qin Lan led Zhou Shimou and the legal team away, finally restoring tranquility to the area. Lu Yuan took a seat beside Sun Yaqi. Miss Sun, may I take a few moments of your time to discuss matters? Secretly using his chosen eye, Lu Yuan assessed her, regrettably noting that, though attractive, she did not meet the criteria for his rewards. There's nothing to discuss, Sun Yaqi replied coolly. Mr. Lu, many have sought to recruit me recently. I see no necessity to consider a company as obscure as Myth Entertainment. Please leave. After her dismissal, she resumed her focus on archery. Lu Yuan, having anticipated her frosty response, pondered briefly before selecting another compound bow. It seems Miss Sun has a passion for archery, he remarked, testing the bowstring while gazing at the distant target. Just a minor hobby of mine. I've even secured a few awards in amateur competitions. Miss Sun, you are too modest. Your skill rivals that of a professional. Changing the subject, Lu Yuan proposed. How about we compete in archery? Should I lose? I shall leave at once and resolve your contract issues with the Starlight Girls. If I win, I only ask for a moment of your time to chat. What do you say? Resolve the contract issues? Do you possess such capability? Of course. If you don't believe me, consider it a ruse. You stand to lose nothing. Intrigued, Sun Yaqi regarded Lu Yuan. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? How will we compete? Simple. Each of us will shoot 3 arrows. The one with the higher score wins. Sun Yaqi chuckled lightly, confident in her prowess. She knew that while Lu Yuan might land a lucky shot, he stood no chance against her in 3 attempts. Very well, who will go first? Naturally, ladies first. Not one to decline. Sun Yaqi took a deep breath and slowly drew the bowstring. Whoosh. The first arrow soared through the air, striking the bullseye, 10 points. Splendid. Lu Yuan applauded. With a slight smile, she followed with a second arrow, again hitting the bullseye. The third arrow, perhaps affected by a gust of wind, deviated slightly, yet still landed in the 9-point zone. Your turn, Mr. Lu, she declared, setting down her bow. Qin Lan, watching nervously from the sidelines, thought to herself, this is bad. I've never heard of Lu Yuan being skilled in archery. How can he possibly win against such a formidable woman? When it was Lu Yuan's turn, he appeared unfazed, calm as a still lake. System, activate skill enhancement buff to elevate my archery skills. Understood, esteemed host. The skill enhancement buff is now in effect. For 10 minutes, your archery skills will rival those of top athletes. Lu Yuan swiftly drew 3 arrows from his quiver, knocking them with fluid grace, releasing them in a seamless motion that was nearly imperceptible. The sharp sounds of the arrows slicing through the air merged into a singular note. The first arrow effortlessly found its mark in the bullseye. The second arrow followed, striking the tail of the first and splitting it cleanly in 2, still achieving a perfect 10. What? Sun Yaqi gasped, unable to suppress her astonishment. How could anyone be so accurate? Is it mere coincidence? An even more astonishing sight unfolded as the third arrow traced the same trajectory, piercing through the newly positioned second arrow. In the end, only the last arrow remained standing in the bullseye, its tail still trembling. Chapter 39, Starlight Girls Group. Who on earth are you? Sun Yaqi stared at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Even professional archers may not reach such heights. I am merely an ordinary company owner, much like yourself. With a slight penchant for archery, he replied. Now, let us get back to business. Since I have won, please follow me. To where? Naturally. To my company for a proper discussion. This is not the place for such matters, Lu Yuan said with a cheerful smile. Sun Yaqi, now somewhat curious about Lu Yuan, wondered what intentions lay behind his cheerful demeanor. Very well, I shall accompany you. Sun Yaqi followed Lu Yuan and Qin Lan into the parking lot, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Yuan's vehicle. With her experience, she immediately recognized the luxury car. Is this a Maybach S680 Haute Voiture, a limited edition? It seems that Lu Yuan possesses quite a bit of clout. Sun Yaqi couldn't help but feel a heightened anticipation for the conversation that was about to unfold. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Yuan noticed Sun Yaqi's reaction and chuckled inwardly. Is it any wonder that successful businessmen favor luxury cars? It's not merely for show. It often facilitates smoother dealings. The group ascended to the 33rd floor of the global financial building. The receptionist, clad in a professional suit, promptly stood and bowed at a 90-degree angle upon seeing Lu Yuan and his entourage. "Good day, Mr. Lu." Lu Yuan smiled and gave a slight nod, leading Sun Yaki further inside. Zhou Manny had been waiting in the corridor and greeted Sun Yaki with a radiant smile. "Miss Sun, I am Zhou Manny, the general manager of Myth Entertainment. Following Mr. Lu's arrangements, I would like to take you on a brief tour of our company." Sun Yaki glanced at Zhou Manny and then at Qin Lan, pondering. This Myth Entertainment has quite a few stunning women. Their looks rival those of the young stars from the Lu group. It seems Lu Yuan is likely quite the charmer. Quietly trailing behind, she toured the open office area, the state-of-the-art conference center, employee relaxation zones, professional recording studios, and dance rooms. The more she observed, the more astonished she became. The hardware here was on par with that of the Lu group, which was known for its industry prominence, indicating substantial ambition. What struck her even more was the professionalism, confidence, and clear vision for the future that Zhou Manny exhibited during the introduction. It appeared her earlier assumptions had been misguided. This woman was not merely a pretty face. Ultimately, the group arrived at what Zhou Manny referred to as the dream starting point for trainees, the dedicated training base for idol aspirants. It was equipped with top-notch sound systems and spacious practice rooms, along with vocal classrooms, dance studios, makeup rooms, and even a psychological counseling room. All trainees were mandated to undergo at least one psychological evaluation and counseling session each month, in addition to their professional training. Zhou Manny pointed to the room adorned with a mental oasis sign and stated, "We aim to nurture not just singing and dancing machines. We prioritize the mental and physical well-being of our talents at Myth." Sun Yaki fell silent, recalling her time at the Lu group, where several girls had developed varying degrees of psychological issues due to the company's intense pressure and malicious online attacks. She had repeatedly petitioned the higher-ups at Lu group to hire psychologists for the children, but each time was rebuffed under the pretext of resource wastage. In contrast, Myth Entertainment was willing to proactively address these issues rather than treating its artists as mere commodities for profit. The disparity was stark. "Miss Sun." Lu Yuan's voice broke through her thoughts as he approached her. "The path we wish to pursue at Myth is entirely distinct from that of Lu group. After being in charge for so long, focusing solely on profit can lead one to regard employees as mere cold numbers. I believe a company is composed of living, breathing individuals. Rather than prioritizing profit, I value the development of every employee and believe in the warmth of human connections." If the people from Lu group heard my words, they would likely dismiss me as a dreamer. Of course, I am not an idealist in the purest sense. I understand that ideals alone are insufficient for action. I need individuals who can help transform this dream into reality, and I believe you are one of those individuals. I would like you to serve as the head of Myth Entertainment's training department, overseeing the management and training of all our artists. Sun Yaki was not surprised by this position. Given her qualifications, it was only natural. She inquired, "What about the Starlight Girls project that I am currently overseeing?" "I would like to hear your plans." "I intend to preserve the Starlight Girls project in its entirety. They will debut as Myth Entertainment's first idol group. All relevant resources, including music production, promotional activities, and stage design, will receive top-tier support from the company. I require absolute autonomy," Sun Yaki stated, taking a deep breath and articulating her conditions. "From the musical style to the presentation on stage, I need to have the final say on all aspects of this project. I do not wish for any outsiders to interfere." "Agreed," Lu Yuan replied without hesitation. "You are a professional, and I trust your judgment. However," he added, shifting his tone, "I will also conduct regular evaluations of the project's progress. If the outcomes do not meet my expectations, I will reclaim that authority at any time." "Fair and reasonable." Sun Yaki nodded in agreement. Zhou Manny, standing nearby, promptly presented a contract. "In that case, Miss Sun, shall we finalize the contract today?" "Not so fast. I will bring the Starlight Girls with me tomorrow. I wish to sign alongside them." Lu Yuan chuckled. "You are indeed cautious, Miss Sunday. Very well. We shall do it tomorrow. We will draft the contract today." The following morning, Sun Yaki entered Myth Entertainment's conference room with 5 vibrant young girls. She turned and gestured toward Lu Yuan, who stood a short distance away. "This is Mr. Lu Yuan, the owner of Myth Entertainment." The girls' gazes converged on Lu Yuan, filled with curiosity, intrigue, and a hint of surprise. This man appeared remarkably youthful and handsome, a stark contrast to the greasy investors they had encountered previously. He emanated an innate, powerful aura. Lu Yuan's gaze swept slowly across each girl's face. Ding. Activating the chosen eye. Scanning target, skin failed. "We apologize, esteemed host, but this system cannot skin females under 18 years of age. Please try again with another target." Chapter 40. Why else would I enforce a romance prohibition rule? Damn. So it truly doesn't work. Lu Yuan, frustrated, abandoned his attempt. Is it really that strict? I can't even view their profiles? What harm could it do to take a look? System, do you think I am some sort of beast? Apologies, esteemed host. This is a safety restriction of the system. It is unrelated to your character. Damn it. This safety restriction prevented Lu Yuan from accessing any information on females under 18, leading him to emphasize the necessity of strict romance prohibition rules within the idol department. If a suitable girl were to fall prey to unwanted advances, it would certainly be a loss for Lu Yuan. Sun Yaqi clapped her hands and said, "All right, children, please introduce yourselves to Mr. Lu." The girls eagerly stepped forward, each introducing themselves in turn. Yang Lele, 17 years old, captain of the Starlight Girls. She sported a sleek high ponytail, with a classic oval face and a well-proportioned figure, exuding a calm demeanor. Zhao Shuer, 17 years old. Her features were sharply defined, her stature tall, radiating an air of sophistication. She carried an aloof expression, reminiscent of an ice queen. Jiang He, 16 years old, she declared, her thick chestnut curls framing a strikingly beautiful face with hints of mixed heritage. She served as the main dancer, her waist and abdomen toned and fluid, her muscles both balanced and explosive. Bai Lu, 15 years old, she chimed in, her long black hair cascading down her back, with an appearance that exudes innocence and sweetness, complemented by a hint of baby fat. She stands petite, her smile revealing two delicate dimples, serving as the lead vocalist of the group. Su Xiaoli, a 16-year-old with cascading golden hair, possesses a refined and dainty visage, accentuated by her captivating peach blossom eyes. Among the quintet, she epitomizes beauty. 5 individuals, each embodying a distinct style, converge to create an extraordinary sense of harmony when united. Lu Yuan, observing the admirable qualities of the girls, feels an instant uplift in his spirits. Welcome to Myth Entertainment. Lu Yuan greets them with a gentle smile. From this day forth, this will be your new home. You need only to concentrate on your dreams. I shall provide you with the finest resources and the most professional team. One day, I will ensure that the name Starshine Girls dazzles on the grandest stages across the nation. His words brim with confidence, injecting a sense of vitality into each girl's heart. As they gaze at him, glimmers of hope begin to twinkle in their eyes. Sun Yaqi watches the scene unfold, her lips finally curling into a genuine smile of satisfaction. Approaching Lu Yuan, she extends her hand. "Mr. Lu, I look forward to your guidance." Lu Yuan reciprocates with a firm handshake. "A pleasure to collaborate. Tonight, I shall host a gathering for us all." The inaugural core team of Myth Entertainment is officially established. That evening, the gathering takes place at the Star Palace Fine Dining Restaurant, situated in the bustling heart of Jiang City, operating solely on a reservation basis. Lu Yuan has booked the largest private room available. One entire wall of the room is made of transparent floor-to-ceiling glass, offering a panoramic view of the city's undulating skyline bathed in nightfall. A long table dominates the center of the room, with Lu Yuan seated at the head, Sun Yaqi to his left, followed by the 5 girls in succession. The table is adorned with an array of exquisite cold appetizers, yet no one has made a move to eat. Please, do not hold back. Tonight, we shall refrain from discussing work. It is simply a casual dinner to familiarize ourselves with one another. Lu Yuan breaks the slightly tense atmosphere. The other hot dishes are swiftly brought in by the waitstaff. A steaming Buddha jumps over the wall is presented in a traditional purple clay pot, and as the lid is lifted, a rich and aromatic fragrance envelopes the entire room. Another dish, a golden-hued Asian sea base, rests elegantly on a white porcelain plate. Drizzled with piping hot oil and soy sauce, its skin slightly curled to reveal the tender white flesh beneath. Lu Yuan takes the initiative to enliven the mood, and gradually, the atmosphere at the table becomes much more animated. Sun Yaqi takes it upon herself to serve the girls, using serving chopsticks to delicately place the tender abalone, sea cucumber, and fish maw from the Buddha jumps over the wall into their bowls. Eat well, you've all been working hard in training. And this is the perfect opportunity to replenish yourselves. She speaks with the nurturing tone of a caring elder. The girls, feeling more at ease, begin to engage in soft conversations. As the wine flows and dishes are savored, Lu Yuan senses the moment is right to steer the conversation back on track. "Lele," he addresses Yang Lele, who is seated beside Sun Yaqi. "Now that you have joined a new company, have you contemplated your future direction?" Yang Lele sets down her chopsticks and wipes her mouth with a napkin. She glances at Sun Yaqi, receiving an encouraging nod before responding to Lu Yuan. "Mr. Lu, I would like to express our gratitude on behalf of the team for the opportunity you and the company have bestowed upon us. We 5 cherish it greatly. Regarding our future plans, we have discussed them with Sister Yaqi. We believe that in the current domestic market, a mere singing and dancing idol is unlikely to achieve significant breakthroughs. We aspire for Starshine Girls to evolve into a girl group where each member possesses a distinct and defined persona. Her voice is steady, her enunciation clear, and her logic coherent. For instance, Jiang He's dancing is one of our core competitive advantages, and we will continue to enhance her performance in professional dance. Bai Lu's voice is highly recognizable, and we hope to provide her with more opportunities to showcase her vocal talents. Xiaoli's striking appearance is remarkable. We believe she can explore more avenues in fashion and variety shows. As for myself and Shui, we wish to take a more active role in music composition and dance choreography. We do not wish to passively accept the works arranged by the company. We hope to create music and dance that resonate with our own distinct styles. Upon concluding her thoughts, she slightly bows towards Lu Yuan. These are merely our immature ideas. We welcome any critiques or corrections from you and Sister Yaki. Well articulated, Lu Yuan nods in approval. Indeed, it is no wonder that this group was overlooked by the foolish Lu group. There is immense potential here. The dinner provides ample opportunity for him to glean an intuitive understanding of the girls' personalities. Yang Lele, as the captain, exudes stability and a broad perspective, serving as a calming anchor for the entire team. Zhao Shui, the so-called aloof idol, conceals beneath her ice fade an unknown fervor. Jiang He is radiant and confident, unabashedly ambitious. Bai Lu embodies gentleness and purity, radiating an enchanting, dreamlike femininity. Su Xiaoli is sweet, clever, and exudes an alluring charm. Adept at reading the room. The dinner concludes with mutual enjoyment, wrapping up close to 10 o'clock. After the meal, Lu Yuan arranges for the company car to transport Sun Yaki and the 5 girls home. Chapter 41. Suya's onboarding. After the dinner, Lu Yuan glances at his watch. It is still early. Suya should still be awake at this hour. I ought to pay her a visit, he muses. He has yet to claim the reward for her pregnancy, and diligence is required. Lu Yuan drives to Suya's residence, ascending the familiar staircase and unlocking the door with ease. Who is it? Is that you, darling? Suya's languid voice drifts from the bedroom. Lu Yuan remains silent, shedding his coat and reclining on the living room sofa with his legs crossed. The sound of shuffling slippers approaches. Suya emerges, clad in a light blue silk robe that subtly reveals the contours of her skin underneath, particularly at the waist where it cinches, accentuating her astonishing curves. Look at you. Returning without a word, Suya playfully chides upon seeing Lu Yuan on the sofa. Have you been drinking? You reek of alcohol. As she speaks, she enters the bathroom, returning with a basin of warm water and setting it beside Lu Yuan's feet. She hands him a damp towel soaked in hot water. Wipe off your sweat first. Then, she kneels by his feet, loosening his shoelaces and removing his shoes and socks, gently placing his feet into the warm water. How's the temperature, darling? Is it too hot? Just right, Lu Yuan replies, casually pinching her cheek. Suya shoots him a playful glare before heading into the kitchen. When she returns, she carries a crystal fruit platter filled with neatly cut fruit. Setting the platter on the coffee table before Lu Yuan, she naturally kneels on the carpet beside him, picking up a grape and offering it to his lips. Lu Yuan opens his mouth, savoring the cool, sweet flesh of the fruit. This treatment is unprecedented for him. During their courtship, Suya had been quite attentive, but ever since their marriage, her attentiveness has waned. Moreover, with her mother's meddling, the rift between them has only deepened. In his earlier days of watching television, Lu Yuan harbored a perplexity regarding why the tyrannical emperors were often depicted indulging in the pleasure of having beautiful maidens feed them grapes, all while donning expressions of utmost enjoyment. However, upon reflection, Lu Yuan now believes that the emperors cannot be entirely blamed. There is indeed a certain delight in such an experience. His gaze fell upon Suya's visage, which appeared to have just emerged from a refreshing bath, with damp strands of hair delicately clinging to her smooth forehead and fair neck. Lu Yuan extended his hand, pulling Suya onto his lap. You performed commendably today. I would grant you a score of 60. Suya obediently adjusted her position to nestle more comfortably against him. After all my devoted service to you, I only receive a score of 60? Is that insufficient? If you find it lacking, then you must further prove your worth. Lu Yuan gently tugged at the sash of her robe, which fell away soundlessly, revealing her exquisite skin and the ample curves of her form. A barely audible sound escaped Suya's lips as she wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing herself closer. Lu Yuan then laid her back onto the sofa. Ah, darling. After a tempestuous bout of passion, Lu Yuan returned to a seated position on the sofa, feeling somewhat vexed at his recent failure. He briefly contemplated employing the system's reward of the dragon seed pill, but ultimately dismissed the notion, deeming it wise to reserve such an item for a more critical moment. Suya's situation was merely a matter of time. Patience was on her side. Gradually, Suya began to regain her senses, feeling her limbs somewhat weak. Darling, does your company still require personnel? What? Are you considering working at your company? Lu Yuan inquired. Is the monthly sum of 100,000 not sufficient for your needs? Oh no, that's not it. I merely wish to assist you more, she replied earnestly. You know, I spent 3 years as an administrative supervisor at my previous job. I am familiar with recruitment, logistical management, and corporate culture development. I do not wish to merely be a vase, waiting at home for your return. Suya harbored an unspoken desire to create more opportunities for interaction with Lu Yuan, hopeful that he might soften and consider remarrying her. Though she recognized the slim chances of such an outcome, one must hold on to a dream. Lu Yuan pondered her proposal, finding merit in it. Involving her in the company would allow him to keep a closer watch over her, while also facilitating the acquisition of rewards. If you wish to work at the company, that can be arranged, Lu Yuan stated. However, I must inform you in advance that you will be treated as an ordinary employee, without any privileges. Do you understand? Suya's heart leaped at his initial words, but a wave of disappointment washed over her upon hearing the latter. I can start as my secretary and evaluate your performance. If you think you can exploit our relationship to act recklessly, I advise you to dismiss that notion immediately. He sat up, drawing her to face him. Our company, Myth Entertainment, is poised for rapid expansion. You may find yourself in a more significant role in the future, but that entirely depends on your own capabilities. Do you comprehend? Yes, I understand, my love. I will work diligently, Suya replied, burying her face in Lu Yuan's chest. As he embraced her soft, voluptuous figure, his hands began to wander once more. I believe you have rested sufficiently. Shall we engage in another round? You are incorrigible. How have you become so formidable? That last encounter was, The following morning, the pair shared a modest breakfast together. Lu Yuan donned his attire, while Suya stood poised at the entrance. She was clad in a meticulously tailored cream-colored suit, complemented by a champagne-hued silk blouse adorned with a delicate bow at the collar. Her long hair was impeccably styled in an elegant updo, revealing her smooth neck and graceful jawline, while her visage was accentuated with a polished, professional makeup. On her feet, she wore a pair of 10-centimeter black stilettos. Let us depart, Lu Yuan said, grasping the car keys as he and Suya exited the apartment in succession. The blue and gold Maybach glided from the garage, merging seamlessly into the morning rush of the city. Suya accompanied Lu Yuan to his office. Your working hours will require you to be on standby at all times. He placed a black access card and a tablet before her, the screen displaying a calendar application marked with various colored appointments. These are the recent schedules for Myth Entertainment. I need you to familiarize yourself with them promptly. Lu Yuan picked up the intercom and dialed a number. Manny, please come to my office. Moments later, a knock echoed at the office door, and Zhou Manny entered, clad in a black Chanel suit paired with a red silk blouse. She paused upon seeing Suya standing by the desk, her brows slightly furrowing. Lu Yuan feigned ignorance of Zhou Manny's reaction, introducing her. Manny, allow me to present Suya, who will serve as my personal secretary from now on. Please help her acclimate to the environment and arrange an office for her. Chapter 42. If you lack skill, you must practice more. Understood, Lu Yuan. Suya, please follow me. Zhou Manny replied with a smile that echoed her demeanor from her time in the automotive city. She stepped aside, gesturing for Suya to proceed. The click of her high-heeled shoes resonated against the marble floor, cutting through the silence of the office area. Walking in tandem, Suya trailed Zhou Manny by half a step, their presence immediately capturing the attention of numerous curious gazes within the open workspace. Employees, previously engrossed in their screens, discreetly raised their heads, peering through glass partitions and the gaps between potted plants, intrigued by this unusual sight. I heard the new girl was personally brought in by the big boss. I wonder what her background is. I sensed something peculiar about Zhou Manny's expression. Is it merely a matter of introducing someone? Why is Zhou Manny so concerned? You truly lack understanding. It's rumored that Zhou Manny is the big boss's woman. How could you not know this? Whispers of gossip began circulating among the employees. Zhou Manny halted before a door. How about this one? She inquired, pushing it open. Inside was a spacious, independent office, furnished with brand-new desks and chairs, featuring a modern and minimalist decor. The floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the city park, offering a stunning view of lush greenery. Zhou Manny leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, accentuating her ample curves. This office is adjacent to the marketing department, which serves as the company's most significant external interface, closely aligning with your job responsibilities. By placing your office here, it will facilitate collaboration with the team. Furthermore, Zhou Manny added, the view from here is the finest in the entire company. Suya stepped into the room, her fingers gliding over the pristine surface of the desk. Approaching the window, she gazed down at the park below, with the distant sight of an old residential area stretching into the horizon. The scenery was indeed delightful. Turning to Zhou Manny, she remarked, however, Zhou, I did not come here to admire the view. My role is to serve Lu Yuan, and this office is too far from him. What if he needs me urgently? With that, she exited the office, making her way directly to the door adjacent to Lu Yuan's office. As the door swung open, the office appeared considerably smaller. I think this space is quite suitable, Suya remarked with a smile, glancing back at Zhou Manny. Zhou Manny, her arms still crossed over her chest, replied, Miss Su has an excellent eye, but I believe the previous office is more fitting for you. Just then, Lu Yuan stepped out of the office. What are you two doing standing here? After a brief explanation of the situation, Lu Yuan understood. Well, since Suya prefers this one, let's settle on the office beside mine. Manny, you may return to your tasks, and Suya, please come to my office. A fleeting glimmer of jealousy crossed Zhou Manny's eyes, but she quickly masked it with a smile and nodded before departing. Following Lu Yuan into his office, Suya took a seat on the sofa. How is your mother's condition now? Upon hearing this question, Suya's expression dimmed slightly. The last time I visited, the doctors at the rehabilitation center informed me that she suffers from severe anxiety, intermittent confusion, and an exaggerated response to external stimuli. Additionally, there are signs of paranoid delusions. The preliminary diagnosis indicates a short-term reactive psychosis, and she may require treatment for 3 to 6 more months. That's quite serious, Lu Yuan thought to himself, feeling an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Serves you right, old man. Enjoy your time in the hospital. Since the doctors have said so, we should heed the advice of professionals, Lu Yuan stated with a serious demeanor. Henceforth, the costs of your mother's treatment will be covered by the company, as a gesture of goodwill on my part. Ah, husband, I can't accept that. My mother has scolded you in the past, Suya protested. That's all in the past, Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. Now that you are my woman and willing to bear my children, it is only fitting that I take good care of your family. Husband, Suya said, her eyes brimming with tears, you are truly wonderful. By the way, I would like to discuss the company's dress code with you, Lu Yuan said, shifting the topic as he opened a nearby wardrobe and retrieved a black knee-length dress. He pressed a button, and a concealed door in the lounge slowly opened. Here, try this on. Suya accepted the dress and entered the lounge. After a brief moment, the door opened once more, revealing Suya now clad in the elegant black dress, which hugged her figure beautifully and accentuated her lovely curves. The high slit on the side allowed glimpses of her alluring legs as she moved. Very nice, indeed, Lu Yuan commented. From now on, whenever you visit my office, you shall don the attire from this wardrobe. Understood, husband, Suya replied. In the file cabinet to your right, there is a risk assessment report on the asset flow of the Lu Group. Please retrieve it for me. Suya turned and approached the file cabinet on the opposite side. The cabinet was unlocked, and as she bent down to search the lowest drawer for the document, her posture inadvertently showcased her perfectly sculpted figure, accentuated by the snug fit of her dress. Lu Yuan, wearing a mischievous smile, approached her from behind. Eager to indulge in this playful game, report back to me. What are the core insights from this document? Wrap it up in 5 minutes, he said, extending his hand to caress Suya's leg. The report primarily analyzes the Lu Group's recent series of irregular operations in the high-risk derivatives market. As she spoke, beads of sweat began to glisten on her forehead. What irregular operations? List them one by one. Lu Yuan's hand inched upward. There. Their leverage ratio exceeds the regulatory threshold by 30%, she stammered, her voice trembling. Secondly, a significant amount of their funds has flowed to several untraceable offshore shell companies. Suspected of. Her voice faltered. What's the matter? Can't articulate your thoughts? Lu Yuan teased, squeezing her gently. The Lu Group has several executives secretly involved in fund transactions. Stop. Wait a moment. Husband, I can't take it anymore. Is that all? And you already can't handle it? Lu Yuan chuckled, sweeping Suya off her feet and striding toward the lounge. Chapter 43. How do you wish to die this time? In the lounge, Lu Yuan and Suya engaged in an in-depth discussion regarding work until Suya could no longer muster the energy to continue. Satisfied, Lu Yuan exited the lounge, only to find his phone ringing on the desk. Hello? President Lu, this is Yuqi. I'm at the rented studio with the children filming the MV, but some thuggish individuals have barged in and are causing trouble. Could you send someone over immediately? What? Who dares to bother my company's people? Where are you located? Lu Yuan's interest peaked as he clarified the address and promptly summoned Qin Lan to head out. 30 minutes earlier, in the eastern part of Jiang City, a massive studio was illuminated brilliantly. Tracks, jibs, and lighting rigs artfully segmented the expansive space. Before a giant green backdrop, Sun Yuqi was commanding the scene through the monitor. Lighting crew, move light number 1 a bit more to the left. Yes, that angle. Photographer, get a close-up. I want to see every detail of their expressions. Beneath the intense spotlight, the 5 girls of Starshine were clad in matching silver performance outfits, repeatedly practicing the choreography for their new singles MV. Each outfit was tailored perfectly, highlighting the youthful vitality of the girls' figures, their slender waists and flat abdomens, along with faint outlines of defined muscles, indicated the hard work they had put into their training. The ultra-short silver-pleated skirts fluttered like blooming flowers as they turned and leaped, revealing their long, straight legs. Although sweat glistened on their faces, their eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. This was their first single and MV since signing with Myth Entertainment. The song had been crafted by the girls themselves, meticulously refined over time. The choreographer and MV director brought in by Lin Yachi were of top-notch caliber. During a break in filming, the girls gathered in the lounge area, where assistants promptly supplied towels and warm water. Goodness, this dance is exhausting, Su Xiaoli exclaimed, wiping her sweat. I feel like my legs aren't even mine anymore. Just hang in there, Xiaoli, team leader Yang Lele encouraged. This is our first battle for success. We must make it count. Exactly. Bai Lu chimed in. Did you see what the online haters are saying about us? Of course I did. Zhang He replied with a scowl. They say we're the Lu Group's rejects and that we could never succeed in debuting. We must use our talent to slap their faces hard. Zhao Shui Air remained silent, yet determination flickered in her eyes. The girls animatedly exchanged words, rallying each other with encouragement. Sun Yachi stood nearby, observing these precious girls with a smile of satisfaction. She could feel the renewed spirit and energy they exuded since joining Myth Entertainment. At that moment, the studio door was abruptly thrust open from the outside. A group of men, their faces menacing and unmistakably of dubious character, swaggered into the room. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in a garish pink suit, none other than Zhou Shimao, who had previously caused trouble for Sun Yaki. His slicked-back hair gleamed with oil, and his fingers adorned with several ostentatious gold rings, while a gold chain as thick as a pinky finger dangled around his neck. Trailing behind him were a cadre of ruffians, easily identifiable as street thugs. Sun Yaki, it seems your fortunes have improved, Zhou Shimao remarked with a sardonic tone. In just a few days, I see you've managed to shoot an MV. His beady eyes, hidden behind dark sunglasses, scanned the studio with a predatory gaze, ultimately resting on the girls, his lecherous intent unabashedly apparent. TSK, 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 such youthful beauty. Each one more enchanting than the last. Your training skills are commendable, Sunday. It's a pity, though, that such valuable assets are no longer yours. The crew paused, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of the unfolding situation. The MV director, rising from his seat, furrowed his brow as he confronted the unwelcome intruders. Who are you? Don't you realize we are in the midst of a shoot? Get out. Zhou Shimao merely glanced at him, then pulled a document from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. We are from the Lu Group. These girls, he gestured with his ring-laden finger towards the Starshine girls behind Sun Yaki, are embroiled in a contract dispute with our company. According to the terms, they cannot engage in any commercial performance activities until the dispute is resolved. No one is to film this MV today. Sun Yaki stepped forward, her expression frigid. Zhou, the performance contracts between the Starshine girls and the Lu Group have been legally terminated by our agency, Myth Entertainment. We have settled all breach of contract penalties. Are you here to act like a rogue? Terminate? Zhou Shimao sneered. Are you truly so naive, son? Contracts cannot simply be dismissed at your whim. With a wave of his hand, his entourage of thugs dispersed throughout the studio, encircling the crew and obstructing their work. A few brazenly approached the bewildered girls. Hey there, little sisters, why not come out and have some fun with us? What's the point of all this tiring shooting? Let big brothers treat you to some delicious food and lovely songs. They leered and made crude gestures, one thug reaching out to touch Su Xiaoli's face. Stop. A commanding female voice rang out in the studio. Although not loud, it carried an undeniable authority. It was then that Yuan appeared, flanked by a dozen tall security personnel clad in matching black uniforms, effectively blocking Zhou Shimao and his henchman's exit. The security team, all veterans meticulously selected by Yuan, stood tall with piercing gazes. They bore no weapons, yet their formidable presence chilled the air in the studio. The thug who had intended to touch Su Xiaoli froze mid-motion. However, emboldened by years of street bravado, he approached Yuan defiantly. Who do you think you are, little girl? Daring to meddle in my business? Before he could finish, Yuan stepped forward and delivered a punch that landed squarely on his face, sending him crashing to the ground, his front teeth scattered like confetti. At that moment, steady footsteps echoed from the entrance. Lu Yuan strode in, followed closely by Suya. His presence was a balm to the anxious staff of Myth Entertainment, instilling a sense of relief. Lu Yuan's gaze quickly fell upon the garish Zhou Shimao. Ah, it's you again, you ugly man. So, how do you wish to meet your end this time? Don't get cocky, Lu, Zhou Shimao retorted, a sleazy grin spreading across his face. You think you can do as you please just because you have a little girl from the Qinglong Society backing you? I brought in some specialists from the Black Tiger Hall today. Don't soil yourself in fright. Oh, the Black Tiger Hall. Lu Yuan's interest peaked. Who are they? Let us see them. Humph. I suggest you prepare to kneel and beg for mercy, Zhou shouted. Oleg, it's your turn to shine. Where is he? Zhou looked around, only to spot Oleg attempting to hide his large frame unsuccessfully. My stomach hurts a bit. I can hardly hold it in, really. Please don't push me. Oleg was thrust forward by the gang, facing Lu Yuan, creating an awkward atmosphere. Lu, my bro, it's good to see you. Oleg stammered, rubbing his hands together, his bear-like face contorting into a strained smile. It's you, Lu Yuan chuckled upon recognizing an old acquaintance. So, shall we continue our training today? No. Oleg panicked, the memory of their last encounter too vivid for comfort. I just came out to earn a little extra cash. Had I known this was your territory, I would have never shown up. What? Zhou Shimao was bewildered. Oleg, that is not what you said before. You promised everything would be taken care of. You don't understand a thing. Oleg roared, landing a punch on Zhou Shimao's head, sending him into a daze. Just pretend I'm not here, do what you need to do. Sorry for the disruption. Oleg hastily found a chair, sitting down and staring blankly ahead. Lu Yuan chuckled. Smart move. He exchanged a glance with Qinlan. At her command, the security personnel sprang into action. Zhou Shimao's gang of thugs stood no chance against the veterans, who swiftly subdued the disorganized rabble, forcing them to the ground. Immobilized and groaning, Qinlan approached the only standing Zhou Shimao. You stay back, Zhou shouted, his fear palpable. If you come any closer, As he fumbled for a stun gun, Qinlan struck him in the gut, the pain instantly robbing him of any resistance, and he collapsed to the ground. With a swift maneuver, Qinlan twisted his arm behind his back, pressing her knee firmly into his lower back. Lu Yuan then walked directly to the visibly shaken director. Director Wang, he began, his face adorned with an apologetic smile. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. Mr. Lu, Director Wang exclaimed, relief washing over him. This is a minor oversight in our internal management that allowed a few flies to intrude. Lu Yuan reassured, rest assured, all losses, including the additional expenses incurred due to the halt in work, will be borne entirely by Myth Entertainment. He then cast a glance at Suya beside him. Suya immediately grasped the situation. She stepped forward and slightly bowed to the director and all present crew members. Dear colleagues, as a token of our apology and gratitude for your hard work today, our general manager Lu has decided to provide each of you with an additional red envelope of 10,000 yuan on top of your original shooting fees. She continued, moreover, we have reserved the top floor revolving restaurant of Jiangxing Grand Hotel for tonight's wrap party to help ease your concerns. Upon finishing her words, the entire studio fell into a momentary silence. This was soon followed by a thunderous eruption of cheers and applause. General Manager Lu is magnificent. Myth Entertainment is incredible. A 10,000 yuan red envelope. That's even more than their monthly salary. And the top floor revolving restaurant of Jiangxing Grand Hotel. That costs several thousand per person. Just moments ago, the crew had been grumbling about the shooting interruption. Now, they looked at Lu Yuan with eyes akin to those of devotees gazing upon a deity of wealth. Director Wang, witnessing Lu Yuan's profound regard for them, was flushed with excitement. General Manager Lu, you are too kind. Rest assured, we will ensure the utmost quality and professionalism to make this MV a sensational success. Lu Yuan nodded with a smile and waved his hand. Get rid of this bunch of scum. Don't let them impede our business. With a command from Lu Yuan, the unruly figures were swiftly escorted out by Myth's security as if they were mere chickens. Wait, don't release that one so easily. Take him to the riverbank and let him soak for half an hour to clear his head. Lu Yuan pointed at Zhou Shimao. Qinlan understood the implication. Seizing Zhou Shimao by the collar and dragging him out like a lifeless dog. The MV for Starlight Dreamer, a single by the Starlight Girls, once released, sparked an unstoppable wave of youthful fervor across major music platforms, video sites, and social media, garnering an avalanche of positive reviews. On the Nanyang music platform, the top comment read, "This is undoubtedly the best newcomer of the year. The melody of Starlight Dreamer is brimming with vitality and hope, with a rich arrangement that reveals new surprises with each listen. The girls' distinctive vocal styles blend perfectly in harmony, making it a treasure of a song that you can loop all day." Renowned music critic Zhang Fangfang commented on her social media, "The success of Starlight Dreamer lies in its genuine lyrics that depict the sweat and struggles of the girls on their path to chasing dreams, rather than piling on hollow slogans. The determination to run towards the starlight, even in the face of setbacks, resonates deeply with us busy adults in the city." In the comment section of the official MV, fans' messages were overflowing with enthusiasm. One highly praised comment excitedly declared, "Every frame of the MV is as beautiful as a painting. The transition from a fresh campus to a dazzling stage perfectly echoes the theme of dreams coming true." Another popular comment stated, "The girls' dance is synchronized, embodying both strength and grace, with their expression management being impeccable." especially the star-picking dance during the chorus. It's bound to sweep across the internet. Lu Yuan perused the online comments, nodding in satisfaction. The girl's previous efforts had finally borne fruit. Starlight Dreamer, with its exquisite production, sincere emotional core, and the outstanding performances of its members, propelled the previously obscure Starlight Girls into the limelight as a highly anticipated new group. It was time to implement the next phase of the plan. Chapter 45. An old acquaintance arrives. At the entrance of the Jiangqing city government building, Lu Yuan had come specifically to meet Chen Jingshu, as her support as the mayor was indispensable for the next step of his plan. The friendship seed rewarded by the system had been cultivated with Chen Jingshu for some time now. If all went well, she should now regard Lu Yuan as an old friend. Just as Lu Yuan was about to enter, a person blocked his path. "Hello. May I ask if you have an appointment?" The young security guard stationed at the entrance stood tall, scrutinizing Lu Yuan from head to toe. Clad in casual attire, Lu Yuan appeared somewhat out of place among the surrounding crowd in formal suits. "I'm here to see Mayor Chen," Lu Yuan replied with a smile. His tone as casual as if he were visiting an old neighbor. "Mayor Chen?" The guard's brow furrowed slightly. "I'm sorry, sir. Without an appointment or internal notification, you cannot enter. It's the rule." His tone was firm, and his gaze held a hint of suspicion. Lu Yuan sighed in exasperation. "I am a friend of hers. I've already given her a heads up." "Friend?" The guard was skeptical, now viewing Lu Yuan as a suspicious character. "Sir, please leave." He extended his hand in an inviting gesture, blocking Lu Yuan's path. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, the glass revolving door of the building creaked open, and a well-dressed woman in a professional suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, hurried out. She was Li, the mayor's chief secretary. Li had initially come at Mayor Chen's behest to check why Lu Yuan had not yet arrived, only to witness this scene at the entrance. She paused for a moment before her expression darkened. "Xiao Wang, what are you doing?" Upon seeing Secretary Li, the young guard immediately stood straighter, as if he had spotted a superior, saluting her with a respectful, "Hello, Secretary Li. This gentleman insists on barging in." "Barging in?" Li's eyebrows shot up. She quickly approached Lu Yuan, her earlier sternness replaced by respect and apology. "Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize for my oversight in not notifying the security downstairs in advance." She turned her piercing gaze toward the guard, her tone turning icy. "Xiao Wang, this is Mr. Lu Yuan, an esteemed guest of Mayor Chen. Your duty is to ensure safety, not to block the mayor's distinguished guests at the door. Don't you have the most basic discernment? Your bonus for this month is deducted, and you need to submit a written reflection." The young guard's face turned pale as he realized the gravity of his mistake. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he stammered an apology. "Why yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Lu." Secretary Li, Li, however, ignored him entirely. Turning to Lu Yuan and making a polite gesture, her body slightly leaning forward, her tone exuding utmost humility. "Mr. Lu, shall we proceed upstairs? The mayor has been waiting for you for quite some time." Lu Yuan smiled at her and patted the already flustered young guard on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Then, amidst the curious and astonished gazes of the surrounding crowd, he was respectfully led by the mayor's chief secretary towards the mayor's office. Li stopped at the door of the mayor's office and gently knocked twice. "Come in." The voice of Chen Jingshu came from within. Li pushed the door open, and Lu Yuan followed her inside. Chen Jingshu was seated behind her desk, reviewing a document, and smiled upon seeing Lu Yuan enter. "Please take a seat. I'll be with you shortly." Lu Yuan settled onto the sofa, and Li brought in a cup of tea before quietly exiting, closing the door behind her. Lu Yuan sipped his tea, surveying Chen Jingshu's office. The space was larger than he had anticipated, with an entire wall lined with dark bookshelves crammed with various books. On the opposite side was the reception area where he now sat. A few composed beige leather sofas encircle a glass coffee table. "My humble abode has indeed caught the discerning eye of a prominent figure such as yourself, has it not? Today, Chen Jingshu has elegantly styled her lustrous black hair into an updo, exuding a blend of classic beauty and dignity. "Jingshu, you jest. I am hardly a magnate. You are the esteemed mayor." Lu Yuan responded affectionately, testing the waters of their friendship. "How cheeky. It seems you only grace me with your presence when you need something. After all these years, do you still consider me a friend?" Chen Jingshu retorted, her words rendering Lu Yuan somewhat abashed. "This evening, allow me to host and make amends. Shall we?" he proposed, silently reflecting on how he had indeed wished to reconnect, but had found it challenging in the past. "Spare me the banquet of hungmen," Chen Jingshu quipped, casually crossing her legs as if Lu Yuan were an old friend returning after a long absence. "Now, what brings you here today?" "I have recently established a company, Myth Entertainment. The popular Starry Girls is under my banner," he explained. "The one singing Starry Dreamers? I've heard it. It's delightful and I adore it," she exclaimed. "Indeed, the girls are just embarking on their journey. I envision creating a grand outdoor variety show entirely designed and directed by Myth. I aim to leverage their rising fame so that these young talents become household names across the nation. Are you asking me to greenlight your production? She inquired, intrigued. Clever. With your endorsement, all necessary formalities would surely be waived, he replied. However, there are two additional matters at hand. Firstly, to execute this project, the company's cash flow is somewhat constrained. I hope you might intercede with the bank to secure a loan on my behalf. And how much do you wish to borrow? For what duration? She queried. 100 million for a year, he stated confidently. A year? Are you so assured you can repay it in that time? She challenged, her skepticism apparent. Of course, I have absolute confidence. By next year, when Gu Xiaoya and Zhou Manny have their children, 3 kids will mean 300 million. A mere 100 million loan will be a breeze, he assured her. Very well, and what is the second matter? She asked. This one is a tad more complicated. Lu Yuan chuckled. If I recall correctly, Jingzhou, your hometown is Xinjiang, right? Indeed, she confirmed. The director Yin Quan, who helmed the hit show Fearless Challenge, hails from your locality. Does he not? Are you suggesting I facilitate an introduction for you to enlist Yin Quan as the director for your new variety show? She deduced astutely. Conversing with an intelligent individual is always a pleasure, Lu Yuan flattered. I do have some acquaintance with director Yin, and fortuitously, he is currently between projects. However, you scoundrel. Chen Jingzhu shot him a glare. After disappearing for so long, you return only to request favors as if I am at your beck and call. I plead guilty. My lady, please show mercy, Lu Yuan quipped, rising to massage her shoulders playfully. In truth, my motivation for this show is not solely for the company. A significant part of it is for you, Jingzhu. Such nonsense. What connection do I have to it? She replied, her eyes narrowing as she surrendered to his ministrations, resembling a cat being groomed. Of course, there's a connection, he insisted, his hands kneading her shoulders with deliberate care. You see, you spend so much time hunched over documents that you've become quite rigid. The massage continued for nearly 5 minutes, and Chun Jingzhu's body gradually relaxed completely. The show I intend to produce is titled The Inheritors. Each episode will feature the starry girls as experiential officers, exploring our endangered intangible cultural heritage projects. His hands glided down her back as he spoke, tracing the contours gracefully. From the weaving of Yuan brocade to the lantern artistry of Qinhuai, from the scripture carving of Jinling to the needlework techniques of Suzhou embroidery. We will employ the finest photographic team and the most professional production standards to present these magnificent national treasures, steeped in historical significance, in a manner that resonates with contemporary youth. His fingers began to press on various acupoints along her back, alternating between gentle and firm pressure. He could sense Chen Jingzhu's initial wariness and tension dissipating as she softened under his touch. Naturally, mere cultural exhibition would be rather dull. Therefore, each episode will incorporate different challenges. For instance, after mastering Yuan brocade weaving techniques, the girls will immediately be tasked with creating a modern national-style item that would entice a panel of professional fashion buyers and internet influencers to bid for it. In essence, the audience will be entertained while we promote our cultural heritage. Lu Yuan leaned closer, his voice low and persuasive. Currently, the central government is vigorously advocating for the promotion of national culture on a global scale, urging regions to showcase their proposals. I believe such a program could serve as Jiangqing's most illustrious calling card. Wouldn't you agree? Jingzhu, this could also enhance your political capital. Wouldn't you say I am doing this partially for you? In that moment, Chen Jingzhu felt her heart stir. Are you suggesting I leverage my personal connections to help you recruit the country's top variety show director? She asked, leaning slightly back from her previous languor. She picked up a celadone teacup from the table, her fingertips gliding over the smooth glaze. You know well that for the inheritors to meet our expectations and attain the status of Jiangqing's new emblem, the choice of director is paramount. There are but a handful of directors in our country adept at handling such themes. Director Yin Quan of Fearless Challenge is, without a doubt, among the finest in narrative capability, pacing, and the depth of cultural exploration. I understand that someone of his caliber no longer values monetary compensation. However, I believe he would certainly extend you this courtesy. Chen Jingzhu regarded Lu Yuan for a moment before breaking into a resigned smile. Very well, I shall indulge in this extravagant vision of yours. After all, we have shared many years of camaraderie. She retrieved her personal phone from her handbag and dialed a number. After 3 rings, it connected. A slightly fatigued middle-aged man's voice came through. Jingzhu, what an unexpected pleasure. Are you calling to assign me another official task? Just so you know, I'm no longer interested in promotional videos for the main theme. I've had my fill. His tone was laced with playful banter, familiar among old friends. A soft smile crept onto Chun Jingzhu's face. Old Yen, you've misjudged. I'm not reaching out for business this time. I have a friend in the entertainment sector with a new concept he wishes to discuss with you. I believe you might find it intriguing. As she spoke, she pushed the phone towards Lu Yuan. This gesture was both an expression of trust and a test. She wanted to witness firsthand what he could present to persuade the notoriously discerning and critical top director in the domestic variety show landscape. Lu Yuan took the phone, bringing the microphone closer. Director Yin, good day. My name is Lu Yuan, and I am the head of Myth Entertainment. Oh. The voice on the other end shifted to a tone of scrutiny. Myth Entertainment? I haven't heard of it. Go ahead, if Jingzhu has personally endorsed you. Your idea must hold some unique merit. I wouldn't claim it to be remarkably distinct. Lu Yuan's voice was neither servile nor overbearing. He expressed a desire to create something enduring, a program that, even a decade or two hence, would still entice viewers to revisit. His ambition was substantial. Yin Quan chuckled lightly. Director Yin, I believe we have all had our fill of the tedious and melodramatic variety shows that plague our domestic television, haven't we? What I aspire to produce is not merely a fleeting consumer product, Lu Yuan continued, but rather an act of cultural transmission. Transmission? Yin Quan inquired. Indeed, Lu Yuan affirmed. To preserve those cultural and spiritual elements of our nation that are on the verge of being forgotten and submerged in the river of time. Silence enveloped the line. After a moment, Yin Quan's tone shifted, shedding its previous levity. This is intriguing. Your perspective is quite compelling. Young man, such ambition is commendable, yet intention alone is insufficient. Do you have the necessary funds? Producing such a program is financially demanding, and more often than not, it yields little reward, garnering acclaim without viewership. Money is not an issue, Lu Yuan replied. But I require the finest team, the highest quality of cinematography, and the most exquisite presentation. As for the prospect of ungrateful toil, Lu Yuan chuckled. I am not here to curry favor with anyone. I intend to set the rules. Another silence fell on the line, this one extended. Lu Yuan did not rush him. Instead, he savored a sip of the tea that Qin Jingshu had just replenished for him. Young man, Yin Quan's voice finally broke the stillness. You have piqued my curiosity. In 3 days, I shall visit Jiangqing. I am eager to witness firsthand what you and your Myth Entertainment are truly about. Your presence is awaited with great anticipation. Lu Yuan responded, concluding the call and returning his phone to Qin Jingshu. Thank you, Jingshu. But the endeavor is not yet realized. Qin Jingshu accepted the phone, remarking, Old Yin possesses a discerning eye and a stubborn nature. His agreement is merely the first step. Whether you can secure his commitment depends on your own capabilities. I understand. Lu Yuan nodded. Yet without you, I would not even be able to take that first step. I shall remember this favor. As he spoke, he suddenly stood and planted a kiss on Qin Jingshu's delicate, rosy cheek. Hey, what are you doing? That's just saliva. She playfully protested, feigning a swat at him. After kissing her, Lu Yuan darted to the door, laughing heartily. Farewell, esteemed mayor. I shall treat you another day. With that, he exited. Chapter 47. Tom Yum Goong and Curry Crab. Emerging from the municipal office, Lu Yuan made his way to the parking lot and settled into his car. It feels as though I've forgotten something, he mused, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. Oh, since this variety show is of paramount importance and represents the inaugural venture of Myth Entertainment, I must fully leverage the resources at my disposal. Lu Yuan retrieved his phone and dialed Lin Zhao's number. After a few rings, she answered. Senior brother, what's up? Xiao, do you have time this evening? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Sure, I want Thai food. All right, see you tonight. At 7 o'clock. They met at the Siam Love Thai restaurant in the heart of Jiangqing. The interior was dimly lit, infused with the aromatic blend of lemongrass, galangal, and chili. Seated at a window-side table meant for two, Lu Yuan and Lin Zhao faced each other, their table adorned with an array of classic Thai dishes. There was a vibrant Tom Yum Goong soup, served in a silver pot, thinly sliced grilled pork neck paired with a special dipping sauce, and a visually striking curry crab presented on a golden platter. Lin Zhao was clad in a white silk gown with a V-neck, the fabric reflecting a soft, pearl-like sheen under the restaurant's warm light. The neckline was perfectly cut, neither overly revealing nor modest, elegantly accentuating her long neck and the delicate, pale skin just below her collarbone. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded casually, the slightly curled ends resting on her smooth shoulders, contrasting starkly against her white dress. I've always wanted to come to this place, but I've been alone and couldn't enjoy many dishes, Lin Zhao remarked as she scooped a small bowl of Tom Yum Goong from the silver pot. The red broth revealed white mushrooms, large shrimp, and vibrant cilantro leaves. Indeed, I believe Thai cuisine is best enjoyed in good company, Lu Yuan responded with a smile. Lin Zhao took a spoonful, and the refreshing tartness from the lemongrass and lime burst onto her palate, soon followed by the unique, subtly spicy aroma of galangal, enhancing the overall zest. The shrimp was firm and succulent, each bite bursting with a sweet ocean flavor, while the straw mushrooms, saturated with broth, exploded with a complex, tangy savor upon biting. Lin Xiao set down her spoon and took a large sip of the ice water beside her, attempting to quell the lingering spiciness. How is it? Are you accustomed to it? Lu Yuan inquired, amusement flickering on his face at her reaction. It's all right, she replied, dabbing at the fine sheen of sweat on her forehead with a napkin. It's just a bit too intense. But it's delightful, just the right authentic taste. Lu Yuan picked up a piece of the fragrant grilled pork neck with chopsticks and placed it on Lin Xiao's plate. Try this, paired with their sauce. It's perfect for mitigating the spice. The edges of the pork neck were caramelized to a tantalizing hue, while the center remained tender and pink. Lin Xiao dipped the meat into the accompanying sweet and spicy sauce, which perfectly balanced the richness of the pork. The texture was delightfully elastic, with juices oozing from the fibrous meat. After sampling a few bites of the curry crab, Lu Yuan finally spoke. Xiao Xiao, the reason I invited you out today is that I wish to discuss a project and invite you to join. A project? Lin Xiao paused, her chopsticks poised over a piece of pineapple fried rice. Yes, a variety show. He slid a prepared folder across the table towards her. Myth Entertainment is planning to invest in a large-scale outdoor reality show titled The Inheritors. Lin Xiao's expression reflected surprise. She set down her chopsticks and opened the folder, revealing the core concept and detailed materials about the show. Lu Yuan remained silent, sipping his water as he awaited her response. After several minutes, Lin Xiao finally looked up, her face a tapestry of excitement and confusion. This concept is quite audacious, she remarked, but it seems unrelated to my field. I studied fashion design, not program planning. Of course it is related, Lu Yuan asserted, and in fact, it is of utmost importance. He closed the folder and placed it back on the table. I would like to invite you to serve as the chief costume and art designer for the program. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Chief costume and art designer. Precisely. Lu Yuan confirmed. I have a very clear vision for the artistic style of this show. He leaned slightly forward, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. I hope that the Inheritors can seamlessly blend traditional culture with modern trends, showcasing an artistic style that resonates with and captivates contemporary youth. For instance, our resident guests. The Starlight Girls should don garments that incorporate elements of traditional attire. However, the overall tailoring and design must exude fashion and allure, aligning with modern aesthetics. We aspire to embark on a bold innovation while safeguarding and honoring tradition, allowing culture to rejuvenate within these young women. Lin Xiao furrowed her brow as she sipped her drink. What scale are you envisioning for this variety show? What investment are you prepared to make? Certainly. The scale will be substantial. As for the investment, I have set aside this amount, Lu Yuan replied, holding up 5 fingers. 5 million per episode. 50 million per episode. I intend to produce 10 episodes for the first season. 50 million per episode. A total investment of 5 billion. Lin Xiao's face paled at the revelation, shaking her head vigorously. No, I can't take on such a large investment project. You should seek someone more capable. I am merely a fledgling designer. I lack the qualifications. You underestimate yourself far too much. The other day, I observed your designs in your studio and found you to possess remarkable creativity. This project requires innovative minds like yours. Naturally, I'm also looking to manage costs. I anticipate an overall investment of 1 billion for art and costumes, of which 10 million will be your remuneration. However, given the magnitude of this project, you certainly cannot manage it alone. The final contract will be signed with your aunt's company, and you can choose the personnel you need from either your aunt's company or externally. Lin Wanqing will serve as a supervising producer, but you will remain the principal responsible party. What do you think? Such an opportunity is rare. Give it careful consideration. Chapter 48. Time is scarce, and the tasks are demanding. Lu Yuan's unspoken intention was, of course, to draw closer to Lin Xiao and her aunt, Lin Wanqing. They are 2 individuals of exceptional potential. If both could be engaged, the expenditure of 1 billion would seem trivial. Moreover, this money must be spent regardless. So it would be prudent to have Lin Xiao involved, achieving multiple goals with a single endeavor. Lin Xiao, distressed, nibbled on her curry crab. This is such a significant matter. I must discuss it with my aunt first. Of course, no problem. Ask her tonight, and provide me with a response by tomorrow morning. My aunt is on a business trip in France. I will call her this evening. After finishing their meal and engaging in light conversation, the 2 parted ways. Lu Yuan glanced at his watch. It was just past 9. He started his car and drove to the company, intending to check on the situation in the broadcaster operations department. Good evening, Mr. Lu. Several employees greeted him along the way, and he merely nodded slightly, not pausing his stride. Pushing open the glass door marked Broadcaster Operations Department, Lu Yuan entered the space where the company's broadcasters streamed daily. This was a specially constructed studio for their talents, and as he surveyed the area, he noted that about a dozen broadcasters were live at that hour. The studios, adorned in various styles, lined up neatly, with young women clad in colorful outfits and exquisite makeup interacting with the audience through their screens. Casually, Lu Yuan approached one of the studios, where a broadcaster donned a lace mini skirt and sported air bangs, demonstrating a foundation. Babies, this color is super brightening, absolutely a heartthrob shade. It looks stunning on any skin tone, doesn't flake, and today, there's a special discount for orders placed in the live stream. So hurry and take it home. Yet, Lu Yuan noted her failure to adequately describe the texture, ingredients, or to compare it with similar products. The online viewer count was merely in the thousands, and the barrage of comments was sparse. Shaking his head, he moved on, traversing through several more studios, finding the situations to be largely similar. Either the female broadcasters lacked proficiency, endlessly repeating phrases like babies, this is so beautiful, buy it, while failing to articulate the product features. Or the setups lacked distinctiveness, with haphazard product displays and lighting that cast shadows on the presenters' faces. The sales figures were dismal. Some studios had streamed for over an hour with total sales barely reaching 5 digits. Finally, he activated the Heavenly Choice Eye to assess the situation, and unsurprisingly, none met the mark of competence. This was precisely why they advised against forming romantic attachments with female broadcasters. They were likely remnants of past engagements with top donors. He entered the office of the Broadcaster Operations Department and summoned the department head, a middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing black-framed glasses, who appeared somewhat timid. Director Chun. Lu Yuan gestured towards the studios behind him. Is this the best your department can deliver? Mr. Lu, Director Chun replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he pulled out a handkerchief to dab at it. This is primarily due to the intense market competition. The products currently represented by our company lack significant price advantages, and these broadcasters, they have all tried their best. Tried their best? Lu Yuan pulled a chair over and sat down. We have invested so much in renovating the venue, acquiring equipment, and hiring so-called talents, all while paying high salaries monthly, only to yield such meager returns? Then tell me, Director Chun, what would constitute trying your best? Should the company allocate a few $100 million more for you to bring in some celebrities to endorse them? Director Chun flushed, unable to argue further as he lowered his head. I am well aware that the market is challenging. The lack of product advantages has not arisen overnight. However, why is it that other companies' studios can achieve monthly revenues in the millions, while yours barely reaches their leftovers? Lu Yuan stood up and paced the room, pointing to the dusty filming equipment in the corner. Take, for instance, the situation I observed earlier. The ring lights were improperly adjusted, the microphones were placed incorrectly, and basic staff training was evidently lacking. Do you still have the audacity to claim you tried your best? With that, he disregarded the pale-faced Director Chun standing frozen in place and exited the broadcasting department. It was time to allow professionals to undertake professional tasks. This company had no need for individuals who merely drift through their days. Returning to his office, he called Yuan and I just visited the Broadcaster Operations Department. Is that Director Chun the one you hired? Yes, Mr. Lu. He previously worked in another MCN company in operations. His resume is impressive. Dismiss him immediately. Have you visited the broadcasting department recently? Of course, I go every day. And what do you think the department's issues are? Our current live streaming model is outdated, merely mimicking the runway-style streaming from several years ago. The broadcaster skill levels are also inconsistent. Go on. To break the deadlock, there is only one solution, Yuan and I stated. We need to bring in a true catalyst from outside. Find a top-tier broadcaster currently trending in the market and sign her to Myth Entertainment. Then, we will completely revamp all existing broadcasters in the department. We need to establish new standards. Those who meet them will stay, while those who do not, Yuan's voice paused, will be eliminated entirely. Then, centered around this top-tier broadcaster, we will incubate several brand new live streaming IPs with entirely different styles. Our goal is to establish 2 to 3 super live streaming studios that can dominate their respective fields. The idea is acceptable. I will promptly seek a suitable department head and identify a worthy candidate for exploration. After our variety show concludes, I will free up time to attend to this matter. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao called, informing me that Lin Wanqing was highly supportive of her participation in the Myth Entertainment project. Lin Wanqing also assured her that she would not be an absentee manager, but would dedicate time to guide Lin Xiao thoroughly. After hanging up, Lu Yuan immediately instructed Su Ye to finalize the contract at Lin Wanqing's company. With the backing of the renowned designer Lin Wanqing and her esteemed brand WQLIN, the likelihood of success for this variety show has increased significantly. Lu Yuan rose from his slumber and made his way to the refrigerator, opening a bottle of functional beverage and consuming it with gusto. He stealthily approached Qin Lan's door and pushed it open. The young girl was still blissfully asleep in her bed. Tomorrow, Yin Quan would arrive in Jiangqing, making today a crucial juncture for Lu Yuan. Time was of the essence, and the tasks at hand were considerable. Qin Lan was now entering a perilous phase. With a chuckle, Lu Yuan stepped into Qin Lan's room. Chapter 49. The so-called little sister is meant for. Lu Yuan settled on the edge of the bed, leisurely exhaling a puff of smoke. After indulging in a post-activity cigarette, he felt as if he were in a euphoric state. The bed was already marked by the traces of their previous endeavors. The luxurious bed linens were crumpled into a heap in the corner, while several torn pieces of women's intimate apparel lay scattered on the floor. Although Qin was strong and capable, she was no match for Lu Yuan, who had consumed energy-enhancing potions. She lay on the bed, a thin blanket draped over her waist, her face buried in the pillow, with her pert backside accentuated by a breathtaking curve. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating her fair skin, which appeared almost translucent like exquisite mutton-fat jade. After nearly an hour of exertion, she felt soreness throughout her entire body. Lu Yuan finished his cigarette and playfully slapped Qin's backside. "Get up, it's not time to feign unconsciousness. Today, I shall take you on an adventure." 10 minutes later, Qin emerged from her room, having completed her preparations. Lu Yuan glanced at her. She wore tailored trousers paired with a crisp white shirt, complemented by her short silver-gray hair, exuding that androgynous charm she often favored. "Don't you ever tire of this style? Today, you'll heed my guidance and follow me." Without further ado, Lu Yuan ushered Qin into the car. A half hour later, the Maybach came to a halt in the underground parking lot of the premier shopping destination, Wanxiang Tiandi, in the heart of Jiangqing. Lu Yuan took Qin's hand and led her directly to the women's apparel section. Upon seeing them, the sales associate greeted them with a warm smile. "Good morning. We just received a new batch of the latest summer haute couture collection. Would you like to take a look?" Lu Yuan glanced around. "Let us start with Gucci. Bring out everything suitable for her. Dresses, high heels, bags. Let her try them all," he instructed, gesturing towards Qin. "Wow, this young lady possesses both talent and beauty. With a bit of makeup, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty," the sales associate praised. "Come with me, miss." Qin felt like a doll being dressed up as she was ushered into the fitting room to try on various outfits. There was a daring black backless gown that exposed her entire back, an exceedingly sexy red wrap dress that clung to every curve, and a gold mermaid gown adorned with sequins that made her feel as though she might suffocate. Lu Yuan sat on the sofa in front of the fitting mirror, nodding occasionally when she donned something he found appealing. "This one, wrap it up." Ultimately, Lu Yuan selected a black silk slip dress that fell to mid-thigh, paired with black strappy heels adorned with metallic accents. "This ensemble it shall be." He rose and paid with his card. Qin looked at herself in the mirror, frowning at the unfamiliarity of the attire. Accustomed to trousers, she felt a chill at her backside, not to mention the stiletto heels that made her feet resemble slender spikes. "Let us go, onward to the next destination." Lu Yuan drove Qin to an amusement park. "Why are we here?" "I'm not a child anymore," she remarked, eyeing the colossal Ferris wheel. "I'm here to let you experience the life of an ordinary girl," Lu Yuan replied. In the ensuing hours, he dragged her on the most exhilarating rides, including the pirate ship and the 360-degree swinging pendulum. They navigated through the ghost house, shrouded in darkness and intermittently haunted by skeletal apparitions. She was even compelled to engage in a water gun fight on the log flume ride against a group of elementary school children. As they finally exited the amusement park, Qin found herself clutching a gigantic pink plush rabbit, an award Lu Yuan had won for her at a shooting game booth. Lu Yuan purchased 2 cans of chilled cola from a nearby vending machine, pressing one against her cheek. The icy sensation sent a shiver through her. She looked up and said, "Thank you." Lu Yuan popped open his can and took a generous sip. "Did you enjoy yourself?" Qin gazed at the silly rabbit in her hands, shaking her head before, in a sudden change of heart, nodding in agreement. "It's getting late. I've booked a hotel. I'll take you to see one last thing." They arrived at the top floor of Jiangqing's tallest twin towers, a luxurious hotel renowned for its privacy and opulence. Lu Yuan swiped the key to the suite. The room was adorned with a thick, dark red Persian carpet, and the centerpiece was a colossal round black bed large enough to accommodate 4 to 5 people. Facing the bed was an enormous floor-to-ceiling glass wall that offered a breathtaking view of Jiangqing's nightscape, where the city lights resembled a carpet woven from countless scattered diamonds, extending to the horizon. On the opposite side of the room stood a similarly grand sunken massage tub crafted from black marble, already filled with water and floating rose petals. "This is Qin stood at the doorway, momentarily speechless. "This is our exclusive playground." Lu Yuan did not allow her time to react. He swiftly swept her into his arms and carried her toward the lavish tub adorned with rose petals. With a splash, water erupted around them as Qin was unceremoniously immersed in the fragrant rose water. Her black silk dress, now soaked, transformed into a translucent garment that tightly clung to her alluring figure. Her silver-gray hair cascaded behind her, diminishing her usual boldness and adding an inexplicable allure. She floundered momentarily in the water before managing to steady herself. Raising her head, she wiped the droplets from her face and glared at the architect of her predicament, who stood at the edge of the tub, leisurely removing his own clothing. Lu Yuan, don't be impatient. I'm coming, he replied as he descended the steps into the water, advancing toward her step by step. Qinlan instinctively attempted to retreat, only to find her back pressed against the cool, smooth black marble of the pool's edge. He cupped her face in his hands. Qinlan's body gradually relaxed. Her fists, which had been tightly clenched, slackened and hung limply by her sides in the water. The water in the bathtub swayed increasingly violently due to their fervent movements. Crimson rose petals danced upon the rippling surface, creating the illusion of a grand ball around their bodies. Ah, brother, I can't take it anymore. Please, not there, huh? Esteemed host, congratulations on successfully impregnating Miss Qinlan. You have earned a reward of 10 million yuan. Due to your repeated success in enabling outstanding women to conceive, the system will draw a luxurious mystery reward for you. The system is currently processing your reward. Chapter 50, A Perfect Abode. The system is in the process of drawing your luxurious reward. Congratulations. Esteemed host, the home system has been activated. You will receive a perfect home that belongs solely to you. A home? What on earth is that? Please proceed to the designated location where further introductions will be made. The system sent a coordinate. Lu Yuan glanced at the sleeping Qinlan on the bed, pulled the blanket over her, then dressed and stepped out alone. I remember this place being near the park. How could there be? Lu Yuan's vehicle followed the system's navigation to the vicinity of the city center park. Could that be? Lu Yuan noticed a large gate that had abruptly appeared on the wall beside the park. Above the gate, a screen that was not embedded in the wall lit up, and a gentle green beam swiftly scanned over the entire Maybach. Then, the gate silently slid open to the sides. After driving along a lengthy road, the scene opened up before him. The system's voice echoed, "Esteemed host. The home system has generated your exclusive territory, number 001, Eden." What lay before him was a complex of buildings surrounded by towering alloy walls coated with solar panels. As far as the eye could see, there were countless standalone villas, each uniquely detailed, yet stylistically unified, exuding a sense of modern design. The villas were separated by meticulously manicured gardens and meandering artificial streams, each isolated, yet interconnected by pathways paved with white pebbles. The villa assignments were completed. Villa No. V001 was assigned to Gu Xiaoya, V002 to Zhou Mani, and V003 to Qinlan. Please grant your loved ones access when necessary. In the center of this villa area stood the only building entirely cloaked in dark gray. That was the sole dominion of this Eden, Lu Yuan's residence. The main structure, the sanctuary, was exclusively for the host. You may enter through the main gate and access the sanctuary via the underground passage swiftly. The vehicle finally halted in the square before the main building. The square's ground was paved with a special black material capable of absorbing and converting light energy. Lu Yuan walked through the automatically opening entrance. The hall soared to 10 meters high, and its floor, walls, and ceiling were constructed from the same cold, metallic gray material. The hall was sparsely furnished, featuring only a circular control console that slowly rose from the ground. The console projected dozens of holographic screens displaying complex real-time information such as energy consumption, security status, and meteorological data across the entire base. "Welcome back, Supreme Authority." A gentle electronic synthesized voice resonated in the spacious hall. Lu Yuan approached the console, his hand gliding casually over a touch panel, bringing up an aerial view of the entire Eden. Surrounding him were numerous villas arranged in a precise layout encircling the gray main building where he stood. "Master, shall I prepare afternoon tea for you? I am your personal butler, Alice." A soft feminine voice emanated from behind him. A wall slid open silently, revealing a female robot dressed in a classic black and white maid's outfit, her exquisite features holding a tray with red tea and pastries, gliding gracefully toward him. Its movements were fluid and elegant, indistinguishable from a human. "Please provide me with a detailed introduction to this place." "Of course, Master." Currently, Eden comprises 100 residential units. Each unit is a fully equipped independent villa, complete with a temperature-controlled swimming pool, private garden, garage, and a comprehensive smart home system. The holographic map zoomed in on one villa. Lu Yuan could clearly see its spacious living room, cozy bedroom, and even a nursery designed for infants, adorned with soft carpets. The operations of Eden are entirely managed by the base's intelligent core, Athena, which has no physical connections to the outside world and requires no external supplies. 70% of its energy comes from solar power, while 30% is derived from geothermal sources. Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the holographic map, showing his vast residence at the center. He noted a complex network of passageways beneath the main building, resembling a spider's web. intricately connecting every independent villa within Eden. Master, Alice seemed to sense his thoughts, to ensure your absolute freedom and privacy within Eden. You can reach any corner of Eden within 30 seconds using your exclusive underground transportation system, without traversing any public areas. As for the base's security, please rest assured. As Alice spoke, a dense red defensive network enveloped the entire Eden on the holographic map. The main entrance's gate featured optical camouflage, rendering it undetectable to you or anyone you have not granted access. Within Eden, all security systems operate continuously around the clock. The outer alloy walls are equipped with high-voltage electric grids and automated defense systems. Internally, 128 silent patrolling guardian robots are responsible for daily vigilance. Any unauthorized entry will be perceived as a supreme threat and dealt with through physical elimination. Yuan was utterly astonished. This technology is astonishingly advanced. It feels utterly surreal. What if my women discover my identity as the system's host upon entering? Rest assured, only those with your bloodline, the chosen ones, will be permitted entry here. Upon entry, the system will automatically initiate perception modification, ensuring that everything here appears entirely normal to them. Such capability seems somewhat unfair, Yuan remarked. Alice, he suddenly inquired, do the things here obey my commands? What about outside? I regret to inform you, Master, that all technology within Eden is dedicated to the enhancement of human DNA inheritance and cannot be used for other purposes. Therefore, the technology and items belonging to Eden cannot be utilized outside or taken from Eden. How restrictive! Yuan had initially conceived several ideas for leveraging Eden's technology to exert dominance in the outside world, but it now seemed futile. After exploring Eden for a while longer, Yuan drove back to the hotel room in the Twin Towers. He had resolved that such a wonderful place required his already pregnant women to move into Eden without delay. Chapter 51, A Blessing for All. The following morning, Yuan stood at the entrance of the Global Financial Center, facing 3 identical black luxury cars, all equipped with intelligent driverless technology. Yuan settled into his luxurious Maybach, leading the way with 3 vehicles trailing behind. Inside the first car was Gu Xiaoya, who appeared quite exhilarated, nearly pressing her face against the window as she curiously surveyed the world outside. The second vehicle housed Zhou Manny, elegantly attired in a meticulously tailored light gray haute couture business dress. With her legs crossed and posture poised, she intently scrutinized the continuously updating financial reports and project progress of Myth Entertainment displayed on the screen before her. In the final car sat Lan, quietly gazing out the window, lost in her thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, their destination was a place beyond their wildest imaginings, as Yuan had enigmatically promised to take them to an extraordinary utopia. When the Maybach came to a halt before a grand black metallic gate that seemed to lead to another realm, the gate emitted a green light that scanned the interior of the vehicles, confirming their eligibility for entry. Subsequently, it opened silently, sliding apart. The cars glided into a swift underground passage, and after a brief journey, they arrived at the central square of Eden. The women disembarked. Their curiosity piqued as they took in their surroundings. Ultimately, it was Gu Xiaoya who first broke the silence, her voice trembling slightly. She grasped Yuan's clothing tightly, as if needing the physical connection to affirm that the vision before her was not a mere illusion. The spectacle before them was enough to upend any modern city dweller's perception of residential living. Awaiting them was an intelligent robot named Alice, who began to introduce the realm in her sweet and soothing voice. Esteemed ladies, allow me to escort you to your future abodes. Zhou Manny's residence, being the closest to the main building, was a villa embodying the principles of modernist Bauhaus style, characterized by sharp lines, expansive views, and an independent office capable of connecting to Myth Entertainment's internal servers. She strode directly into the office, bending slightly as her slender fingers danced rapidly across the holographic control interface. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, the fitted dress accentuating her curves, while a delicate black thong line subtly peeked from beneath her skirt. Lan's residence perched on a highland at the edge of the Eden estate, constructed from materials exuding a military-grade titanium alloy finish. All windows were fortified with armor-piercing resistant glass. Its location afforded a commanding view of the estate's entrance and a vast perimeter defense area. Upon entering the villa, she swiftly located the main security control terminal, pulling up a 3-dimensional defense map of Eden, carefully examining every surveillance camera and the coverage of each defense robot. Gu Xiaoya's abode nestled beside an artificial lake, boasting the largest private garden. It was a quaint white cottage steeped in European pastoral charm, its exterior adorned with blooming roses. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay a meticulously manicured lawn and the shimmering surface of the lake. "Oh my," she exclaimed, feeling the cool grass beneath her bare feet as she strolled along the lakeshore, savoring the comfort of the turf beneath her soles. Soon after, She was captivated by the expansive open kitchen that nearly occupied an entire wall. Turning to Lu Yuan, she said, "Darling, today? No, from now on, every day? I shall prepare meals for you. Would that be all right?" She stepped closer, rising on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his lips, filled with boundless dreams of their future life. At that moment, Zhou Manny and Qin Lan also arrived at Gu Xiaoya's lakeside villa through the quick passage. Zhou Manny leaned against the kitchen doorframe, observing the warm scene before her. She thought to herself, "Humph, so cooking is the key to winning a man's heart? Well, someone must ensure he is well fed. I shall take care of the rest." Meanwhile, Qin Lan stood nearby, intently studying a patrolling defense robot. Lunch was served in Gu Xiaoya's lakeside villa, where she and Alice prepared a sumptuous and delightful feast. After satisfying their appetites, Lu Yuan spoke, "This afternoon, you may explore freely. Familiarize yourselves with your new homes or wander anywhere within the estate. Alice will attend to your every request." Immersed in her blissful fantasies of future domestic life, Gu Xiaoya softly murmured, "I want to plant some vegetables and flowers in the garden, ones we enjoy eating. I wish to smell the fragrance of the flowers I grow every morning." "Of course," Lu Yuan replied casually. "By the way, Alice has numerous functions, one of which is health monitoring. Since we have some time, let us put it to the test." Alice, awaiting nearby, bowed gracefully. "Pardon the interruption, but according to the Master's directive and the life sign management regulations of the Eden District, I must conduct a routine health index scan for the three ladies." When the results were revealed, Alice held up a tablet displaying health check results for Gu Xiaoya, Zhou Manny, and Qin Lan. All three ladies are pregnant and currently in early pregnancy. The embryos are securely implanted, and all hormonal indicators are normal. Life sign ratings, a grade. What? The three women gasped in shock. "Wait, you all conceived at the same time?" Lu Yuan feigned astonishment, declaring, "This must be a divine blessing. We must ensure the safe arrival of these babies. To do otherwise would be contrary to fate." Alice emitted a light that coalesced into a three-dimensional projection of the infants. Next to it floated a pulsating electrocardiogram, producing a gentle rhythmic sound akin to the first symphony of life. Wow! Gu Xiaoya was the most animated, leaping up and rushing into Qin Lan's embrace. "Lan Lan, look, it's the baby's heartbeat." Qin Lan smiled as she held Gu Xiaoya, gently caressing her own abdomen with her free hand. Zhou Manny gazed intently at the image, unable to suppress a glance at Lu Yuan, her cheeks flushing as she bit her lip. Seemingly prepared for this moment, Lu Yuan promptly announced that he would arrange dedicated drivers and bodyguards for them, providing round-the-clock protection for both them and their unborn children. He also instructed Alice to tailor a comprehensive nutritional plan for them, monitor their health daily, and schedule regular comprehensive prenatal checkups. In addition to their standard allowances, each would receive a monthly stipend of 200,000 yuan during their pregnancy, with provisions for additional requests as needed. The three women were touched to see Lu Yuan's thorough consideration in such a short time, their eyes glistening with emotion. "Darling, you are truly wonderful," they murmured, their soft, ample forms drawing closer. Chapter 52. Welcome to the Inheritors. After finally satisfying the three women, Lu Yuan, enhanced by the system's energy-boosting pills, made his way towards the parking lot, his legs feeling somewhat weak. If this continued, he would need to seek out more energy-enhancing substances from the system. There are no unplowed fields, only exhausted oxen, he mused. After leaving Eden, Lu Yuan's vehicle swiftly arrived at the Lanyue Pavilion Chinese restaurant. Today marked the arrival of Yan Quan in Jiangqing, and Lu Yuan had already dispatched Suya to the airport to await his arrival. At this moment, Yan Quan is checking into a nearby five-star hotel, while Chen Jingshu has arranged to meet Lu Yuan to welcome him. Lu Yuan enters the reserved private room, where Suya has already ordered dishes in advance. After a brief wait, Chen Jingshu and Yan Quan arrive in succession, and the group settles down to engage in pleasantries. "How do you find it, Director Yan? Is the summer in Jiangqing bearable?" Lu Yuan gently pushes a cup of vibrant green Westlake Dragon well tea towards Yan Quan. "It is certainly more humid than in Beijing," Yan Quan remarks, lifting the teacup to his nose for a whiff. "However, your tea is quite commendable. It effectively alleviates the heat." Chen Jingshu smiles. "If you enjoy it, I can arrange for some to be prepared for you to take back." At that moment, the door to the private room is softly pushed open, and a waiter presents the first cold dish, placing it at the center of the round glass turntable. "Esteemed guests, please enjoy the 8 delicacies of Jiangnan." 8 small white porcelain plates, resembling petals, encircle a petite dry ice mountain, from which wisps of white mist emanate, adding an ethereal quality to the dishes. Chen Jingshu is the first to take a serving chopstick, delicately lifting a small portion of osmanthus glutinous rice lotus root. "Director Yan, you have no idea. Young Lu has sung your praises to the heavens, mentioning your deep affection for our nation's traditional culture." She places the dish into Yen Quan's small plate, gracefully elevating the nature of their collaboration from a personal invitation to an implicit governmental partnership. Yen Quan sets down his teacup and straightforwardly inquires, "When will the funds be transferred?" Lu Yuan chuckles. "The bank has already allocated 100 million. I will have our finance department transfer 50 million to the independent account of the air project." Yen Quan nods, recognizing that with the finances in place, serious discussions can commence. Ultimately, with Chun Jingshu's facilitation, Yen Quan agrees to take on the role of director for this variety show. The preparations are intense, and after 2 weeks, the day for the filming of the first episode of Air finally arrives. In an ancient town on the outskirts of Jiangqing, the cobblestone path winds under the morning light, darkened by moisture. In the town's center, usually inhabited by the elderly and tourists, several black cameras are now set up. Each crew member performs their tasks swiftly and silently. Wires intertwine like black vines, meticulously laid along corners and the ground, ultimately converging at a workstation brimming with monitors. Yen Quan sits in a director's chair, facing a row of monitors, holding a megaphone and donning a pair of black sunglasses. Lu Yuan, seated on a nearby bamboo chair with a cup of clear tea before him, assumes the role of an observing proprietor. The 6 participants are divided into 2 distinct teams, positioned at the center of the space. The girls wear uniquely striking outfits that catch the eye. "Xiao Xiao, your costume design is quite intriguing. It showcases your skill." Lu Yuan remarks to Lin Xiao, who stands nearby. Today, Lin Xiao sports a baseball cap, a simple t-shirt, and jeans, concealing her beauty. "My aunt offered me plenty of advice," Lin Xiao graciously acknowledges. Lu Yuan's gaze returns to the scene. Lin Xiao's design is indeed a resounding success. Jiang He, tall and statuesque, embodies the typical dancer's physique. Lin Xiao has designed for her a sleeveless, deep indigo crop top paired with loose-fitting lantern pants of the same color. The top features a high-low design, revealing a taut abdomen with a distinct six-pack. The ankle of the pants is cinched, allowing her to execute any grand dance movements effortlessly. The ensemble exudes both the ethereal quality of traditional attire and the sleek dynamism of modern street dance. Zhao Shuer, with her cool demeanor, wears a modified long qipao in pure white. This dress features a relatively loose fit, with the design's highlight at the neckline and cuffs. Lin Xiao has replaced the traditional frog buttons with a hand-embroidered bud of an orchid on one side of the standing collar. The stitching is so fine that it is nearly invisible, making the orchid appear to blossom from the fabric itself. The cuffs are wide, adopting the Song Dynasty's broad sleeve style, with a delicate rolled edge of matching silk thread. Zhao Shuer's introverted personality requires no excessive embellishments. Lin Xiao explains, "Her beauty is one that invites quiet contemplation. Hence, I have focused all details on texture and pattern." The orchid at her neckline features the oldest embroidery technique in Suzhou embroidery, known as chaotic stitch. This method is time-consuming, yet the result possesses an ink wash painting's soft blending, exuding elegance. Lu Yuan listens, grasping only parts but nodding appreciatively, convinced that they have indeed found the right person for the task. Yen Quan lifts the megaphone, his deep and composed voice resonating through the speaker. "Welcome to Air. The ancient town beneath your feet is called Wuming Town, boasting a history of over 1,000 years. For centuries, the townspeople have safeguarded a singular treasure, a mysterious scripture printed using the long-lost technique of sun-based movable type. We shall refer to it as the Sun Scripture. This scripture contains all the secrets of this town over the millennia. It is said that unlocking these secrets will lead to a treasure capable of altering one's destiny." He pauses dramatically. "However, last night, as we settled into this town, the Sun Scripture was stolen. The town mayor has approached us, hoping we can retrieve it by today. In return, should we succeed, he will reveal all the secrets regarding the treasure contained within the scripture." He lowers the megaphone, his gaze sweeping over the 6 individuals present. "You will all become the core participants in this treasure hunt. You will be divided into 2 teams, the red team and the blue team. From this moment forward, you are to search every corner of the ancient town for clues, completing tasks to uncover hints about the scripture's whereabouts." Chapter 53, Threads of Emotion. Now, we will proceed with the grouping. Yen Quan looks at Sun Yaki, who nods and produces a draw container. The drawing process is swift. Yang Lele, Jiang He, and Su Xiaoli form the red team, while Chun Jiai, Zhao Shuer, and Bai Lu comprise the blue team. Now, you will receive the hint for your first task. Please direct your attention to the large screen behind you. As Yen Quan's voice fades, a massive LED screen beside the set lights up, displaying a line of bold text, "Wuming Town, southeast corner. Where the phoenix comes, threads of emotion intertwine. Seek the century-old shop and hear the sound of the loom." You have 10 minutes for discussion. The competition will officially commence in 10 minutes. With Yen Quan's command, both teams huddle together, embarking on a fervent discussion. Lu Yuan approaches the monitors, keenly observing the dynamics of the two teams. The 10 minutes pass swiftly. Yuan raises the megaphone. Time's up. The competition begins. The cameras immediately follow suit, and drones ascend into the sky. Southeast corner. Yang Lele promptly leads the red team onward. When we first entered the town, we passed by there and saw an archway with a phoenix carved on it. Jiang he follows closely, adding, threads of emotion, the sound of the loom. This establishment undoubtedly pertains to textiles or tailoring. Su Xiaoli retrieved the ancient town map distributed by the production team and pointed to a specific location, indicating here. According to the map, there exists a Su embroidery workshop, which has reportedly been in operation for several generations. Meanwhile, on the blue team's side, Chen Jiai recalled that the task's hint was a century-old shop. In that vicinity, aside from the Su embroidery workshop, I also noted a silverware cellar and a woodcarving shop. Bai Lu suggested, perhaps the true clue to our task is not as straightforward as it seems. It may not lie within the Su embroidery workshop, but rather in another establishment. Thus, Zhao Shuer interjected, you all go seek the shop, while I will search for the only post office in this town. Bai Lu was taken aback. The post office? Why the post office? Zhao Shuer replied calmly, because it symbolizes the arrival of auspicious tidings and the conveyance of sentiments. Here, the expression of feelings may refer to embroidery, but it could also pertain to letters. Chen Jiai added, and all communications with the outside world. Lu Yuan approached Yuan from behind, both observing the multiple camera feeds on the monitor. Yuan, donned with headphones, was incessantly issuing directives. Attention all units camera. Focus on the close-up of Su Xiaoli from the red team as she converses with the townsfolk. I want to capture every nuance of expression on her face. Camera C, follow Jiang He closely, do not lose sight of her. The alley is dimly lit, so ensure proper lighting. As for the blue team, the drone should ascend slightly. I wish to see their positioning in relation to the entire ancient town. Taking advantage of a brief lull in Yuan's busy schedule, Lu Yuan inquired, Director Yin, what is your impression of our girls? Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the monitor as he pointed with his hand. These two are particularly intriguing. Lu Yuan's eyes followed his finger to the screen, which displayed Zhao Shuer and Jiang He. However, the others also show promise. With a bit of guidance, they could all flourish. As noon approached, hunger began to settle in. In the town's central open space, the production team had hastily constructed several makeshift outdoor kitchens, with long tables laden with fresh ingredients airlifted from the mountains. Yin Min announced through a loudspeaker that this midday meal would be prepared by the members of both teams. This round will not be a contest of speed or strategy, but solely of culinary skill. Following a fierce competition, the event concluded with a dramatic twist. As dusk fell, this costly game finally came to an end. Ultimately, it was the red team, demonstrating superior skill, that narrowly clinched victory. Although the blue team faltered at the final hurdle, Captain Chen Jiai's composure throughout the process left a lasting impression on all. With the filming temporarily halted, the crew busily began to pack up the equipment. The girls congregated in the resting area, chattering excitedly as they recounted the day's competition. Lin Xiao stood in an inconspicuous corner with a sketch pad, choosing not to join the commotion. Instead, she swiftly sketched with charcoal, capturing the distant sky, tinged red by the setting sun, and the quaint rooftops of the ancient town. Her long hair was casually tied back with a black hairband, revealing her smooth forehead, her expression imbued with intense focus. Lu Yuan approached her from behind, questioning, "What are you drawing?" Startled by his sudden voice, Lin Xiao's hand trembled slightly, leaving an unintended mark on her paper. Relaxing upon realizing it was Lu Yuan, she glanced at her drawing with a hint of frustration. "Oh, it's nothing, just doodling," she replied, attempting to hide the sketch behind her. "I'm merely in search of some inspiration. Is it for the next episode's costume design?" Lin Xiao nodded in response. After a moment of silence, she softly inquired, "Senior, why did you choose me as a designer?" "Of course, it's because I see great potential in you. Or are you suggesting I should have approached your aunt directly?" Lin Xiao set down her sketch pad and, after a brief hesitation, confessed, "You know, ever since I was in middle school, all the beautiful clothes I wore were designed and crafted by my aunt herself. My parents passed away when I was young, and she has always treated me like her own daughter. She is my greatest idol and the benchmark I aspire to surpass." She spoke of her late uncle, an accomplished explorer and photographer who traveled to uncharted territories around the globe. My aunt would transform his adventurous tales and the exotic photographs he captured into her design inspirations. As she recounted this, her gaze fell, her foot gently nudging a small stone beneath her. Last year, he went missing while scaling a snow-capped mountain. The rescue team searched for half a month, ultimately recovering only his damaged camera. Lin Zhao's voice faltered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After his departure, my aunt seemed to change entirely. Sometimes she would isolate herself at home for an entire day, refusing to speak or see anyone. Out of concern, I moved in with her. For now, I am all she has left. She took a deep breath, stating, thus, I must become the finest designer to encourage her to rediscover herself. Chapter 54. Zhou Shimao found it hard to accept. Meanwhile, in the town's center, a celebratory feast had commenced, with faint sounds of laughter and joy wafting through the air. Yet, in this forgotten corner, the light was so dim that they could barely discern one another's outlines. Unbeknownst to them, they inched closer together. Lu Yuan gazed at Lin Zhao's exquisitely beautiful face, and a surge of emotion enveloped him. Leaning forward, the distance between them diminished rapidly. At the moment their lips met, Lin Zhao's body stiffened noticeably, her previously relaxed shoulders tensing, fingers gripping the hem of her garment. Lu Yuan did not withdraw immediately. He tilted his head slightly and kissed her again, feeling their breaths intertwine. As the kiss concluded, Lin Zhao lowered her head and tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. When she lifted her gaze once more, a smile adorned her face as if nothing had transpired. Lu Yuan, does this count as an additional reward for the chief designer? If this is a reward, it seems rather meager, he replied, drawing closer and locking eyes with Lin Zhao, whose gaze flickered evasively. Xiao, I like you. Would you be willing to be my girlfriend? Lin Zhao kept her head bowed, her expression obscured by the dim light. After a moment of awkward silence, she finally spoke. I will seriously consider it. Consider it, but do so quickly. I am rather impatient, Lu Yuan chuckled, pulling Lin Zhao back towards the square. Finding a relatively quiet corner to sit, someone offered them 2 bottles of locally brewed rice wine in bamboo tubes. Lu Yuan opened one, took a sip, and handed it to Lin Zhao. Care to try? Lin Zhao hesitated, but ultimately accepted. Mimicking Lu Yuan, she tilted her head back and took a sip. A spicy yet slightly sweet liquid coursed down her throat. A blush immediately graced her cheeks. Ahem, quite potent indeed. This liquor packs a punch. Lu Yuan gently patted her head, urging her to drink slowly. The celebration banquet was nearing its conclusion, and everyone was becoming somewhat inebriated. Lu Yuan arranged for vehicles to transport the crew members, the girls, and Chun Jiai back to the hotel for rest. Mr. Lu, as they prepared to board the car, Chun Jiai approached him, a flush evident on her face, yet her gaze remained clear. Thank you for your hospitality today. I hope there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Miss Chun, you are too kind, Lu Yuan replied. Please ensure you rest well, and let us keep in touch. After an intense post-production effort, the master copy of the first episode of The Inheritors had been completed. In the office of Myth Entertainment, Lu Yuan lightly tapped his fingers on the desk regarding the broadcast of The Inheritors on the Jiangxing provincial television. I need you to assemble the most professional legal and distribution team immediately. He lifted his gaze to Zhou Manny, who stood before his desk. Expedite all the necessary procedures. Understood, Zhou Manny replied with a charming smile. Furthermore, once it airs, promptly reach out to enterprises interested in sponsorship and advertising. Given the quality of our film, there should be plenty. At that moment, Lu Yuan's phone vibrated on the desk, displaying the name Chen Jingzhu. Indicating for Zhou Manny to wait, he pressed the answer button. Lu Yuan, it's me, came Chen Jingzhu's voice, laced with amusement. I have some good news, and wanted you to be the first to know. Oh, a call from Mayor Chun must indicate something significant. Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair. I sent a sample copy of The Inheritors to the provincial leaders for their review. They are quite intrigued and appreciative of your innovative approach to narrating our cultural stories through the lens of youth. Thus, your subsequent filming and the future airing on the provincial channel may proceed more smoothly than anticipated. The leaders expressed their eagerness to see the final product, Chen Jingzhu continued, and they encouraged you to accelerate the pace and complete the remaining content of the first season as soon as possible. Which leader is this? Can you divulge any details? You will know shortly. It's best to keep it under wraps for now. Chen Jingzhu chuckled softly before hanging up. How intriguing, Lu Yuan mused, pondering who it might be. Could it be the director of the Provincial Broadcasting Authority? At Lu's group's entertainment department, in the manager's office, a finely dressed young woman knocked on Zhou Shimao's door. Mr. Zhou, this is a sample copy of the new variety show The Inheritors sent from the provincial office. She placed a tablet on his desk. Got it. Just leave it here, Zhou Shimao replied, casually pinching the young woman's backside, eliciting a startled gasp before he burst into laughter and picked up the tablet to inspect it. Initially, he leaned back, smoking and crossing his legs. As he continued watching, he ceased smoking and lowered his legs. As he watched, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his complexion darkened. Upon reaching the end, Zhou Shimao flung the tablet onto the sofa and let out a howl of despair. This is ridiculously good. Yin Quan, how did this newly established Myth Entertainment manage to persuade this esteemed director to participate? What does that brat Lu Yuan have that warrants this? Zhou Shimao was furious, smacking his thigh in frustration. He picked up the tablet and began watching from the start again. The visual quality was cinematic. The use of camera angles and the interplay of light and shadow exuded a sophisticated aesthetic that starkly contrasted with the mass-produced variety shows flooding the market. Moreover, the content sent chills down his spine. Yuan, that crafty old fox, understood the audience all too well. He had not fashioned the program into a tedious cultural lecture, but had wrapped the seemingly soporific intangible cultural heritage in a narrative rife with suspense, conflict, and twists akin to a gripping detective story. The pacing was so rapid it left one breathless. The chemistry among the guests was heightened through an array of unexpected rules. Reaching its apex, the young ladies of the Starlight Girls shed their idol personas under his lens. They would fiercely compete for even the slightest clue. And in times of adversity, they would embrace each other and weep unabashedly, authentic and brimming with vitality. And then there was the actress Chen Jia. Zhou Shimao had seen her in a few dramas and always thought of her as a mediocre performer relying solely on her looks. Yet in this program, her suppressed ambition and even aggressive energy were fully unleashed. In one scene, she resorted to any means necessary to mislead her opponent for a crucial prop, ultimately turning the tide. In that moment, the madness and determination reflected in her eyes startled Zhou Shimao. He could foresee that once this program aired, it would undoubtedly explode in popularity, potentially becoming a phenomenon. At that point, this newly established and little-known myth entertainment would ascend to become the hottest entertainment newcomer in Jiangxing province, and even throughout the southern regions. This was something Zhou Shimao could not tolerate or accept. Chapter 55, still a bit immature. This young lad named Lu Yuan had disrupted Lu's group's plans time and again. First, he poached Sun Yaki and the Starlight Girls, leaving a project poised for monetization in vain. Next, he somehow managed to enlist the esteemed Yuan, launching a project of such exceptional caliber. This man was like a ghost, an unwelcome intruder who struck precisely at Lu's group's most vulnerable points. This could not continue. Absolutely not. Zhou Shimao took out his phone and dialed a number. After 3 rings, it was answered. A slightly raspy, oily middle-aged man's voice came through. Hello? Director Qian? Zhou Shimao's tone shifted to one of humble flattery. It's me, Xiao Zhou from Lu's group. Oh, Director Qian elongated his voice. What is it? Haha, it's nothing major. I was hoping to treat you to a meal tonight at the Jiangxing Grand Hotel. Recently, we've signed a few new streamers fresh out of film school. Their figures and looks, oh my, let me tell you. Enough. Enough, Director Qian interrupted impatiently. Get to the point. Ah, yes. It's about this new variety show called The Inheritors by Myth Entertainment, Zhou Shimao continued. Is it currently undergoing your approval process? Yes, that's the case, Director Qian replied. Why? Is there a problem with the program? Not exactly a problem, Zhou Shimao said awkwardly, but our internal evaluation of this show. It seems that the thematic undertones of this program are rather, how shall I put it, overly ambitious. They wave the banner of promoting traditional culture. However, the content is replete with various sensationalist and crass competitive segments designed solely to attract attention. There are even instances of deliberately inciting harmful rivalry among guests, perpetuating negativity. We believe that should such a program be aired on our provincial station, it would cast a rather unfavorable light on the overall cultural image of our province. Our concerns stem from a genuine interest in the cultural endeavors of Jiangxing. On the other end of the line, silence ensued. Director Qian did not respond immediately. He is no fool. Does he not comprehend Zhou Shimao's true intentions? His current silence serves a dual purpose, to feign profundity in pressuring Zhou, while also weighing the potential benefits he could reap from this situation. Zhou Shimao felt his heart leap to his throat, acutely aware that success or failure hinged on this very moment. Director Qian, do you recall that young Lu we dined with last time? Yes. The very same young starlet we have recently elevated to fame. In fact, she has mentioned several times since our last meeting how she remains captivated by your cultural charisma. Would it not be a splendid idea to offer her an opportunity? I could arrange for her to sing tonight, allowing for a more profound exchange with you. Zhou Shimao was well aware of Director Qian's notorious weakness for young starlets, and true to form, upon mentioning this, Qian's demeanor softened considerably. Initially, he feigned reluctance, but ultimately, after Zhou's resolute persuasion, he begrudgingly acquiesced. Well, I understand your concerns. Knowing that a young starlet will accompany us makes it all the more agreeable. Director Qian's tone became markedly warmer. Since your intentions are indeed noble, we at the Broadcasting Bureau, as the supervisory body, must treat this matter with the utmost caution. Let us proceed this way, he stated. I will have them hold off on the project. We will initiate internal review processes. There will inevitably be various opinions that necessitate modification and refinement. Back and forth, this could easily take 3 to 5 months. And it is not uncommon for a project to be sent back for a complete overhaul. Oh, Director Qian, you are truly remarkable. You are like a stabilizing force in our cultural landscape of Jiangxing. Zhou Shimao immediately began showering him with flattery. Enough with the flattery, Director Qian retorted. That evening's arrangements must be made. I assure you, you will come with delight and leave with satisfaction. Indeed, Director Qian replied contentedly. I shall await your good news. With that, he ended the call. Zhou Shimao set down the phone, his face once again adorned with a lecherous, sinister, and somewhat triumphant grin. He lit the cigar he had been reluctant to ignite, inhaling deeply, the acrid smoke filling his lungs. Myth Entertainment? Lu Yuan, leaning back in his office chair. He watched the smoke curl gracefully into the air. No matter how well it's produced, so what? With just a word from me, your so-called program will never see the light of day in Jiangqing. He picked up his tablet, casting another glance at the face that filled him with irritation. Compete with me? You are yet too green. A few days later, Zhou Manny arrived at Lu Yuan's office. Something felt amiss. Zhou Manny furrowed her brow and said, just a few days ago, the Provincial Broadcasting Authority assured us that the process would be smooth. But now they suddenly claim our film requires further scrutiny and may have detrimental implications? I sense foul play here. She perched herself on Lu Yuan's lap, expressing her concerns. Darling, do you think someone is envious of our film's success and is deliberately sabotaging us? Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, patting her reassuringly. No worries. I will handle it. You go on for now. After Zhou Manny left, Lu Yuan retrieved his phone and dialed Chen Jingshu's number. Is this really happening? Chen Jingshu, surprised by Lu Yuan's words, deliberated for a moment before responding. Let's do this. I have a meeting shortly. Meet me at the provincial government entrance at 4 o'clock. I'll introduce you to someone. At the Jiangqing Provincial Government Building, Lu Yuan followed Chen Jingshu's vehicle directly into the parking lot via the designated lane. After disembarking, Chen Jingshu escorted Lu Yuan to a reception room on the upper floor. Wait here, she instructed as she settled Lu Yuan onto the sofa. After a time, the door to the reception room swung open. A middle-aged man clad in a deep blue Zhongshan suit, slender in stature, emerged accompanied by Chen Jingshu. Behind him trailed a sharp-looking young male secretary. Lu Yuan promptly stood up. Secretary Zhang, Chen Jingshu addressed the middle-aged man with respect. This is Lu Yuan from Myth Entertainment, whom I mentioned to you. She then turned to Lu Yuan. This is Secretary Zhang Qingyun from the Provincial Committee. Chapter 56. Is there still fairness? Is there still justice? Lu Yuan felt a jolt run through him. The provincial secretary. Without a doubt, this was the most powerful individual he had ever encountered. Lu Yuan quickly extended his hand, respectfully stating, Secretary Zhang, hello, I am Little Lu. Zhang Qingyun assessed the young man before him, his gaze kind yet penetrating. He smiled and shook Lu Yuan's hand, signaling for everyone to take a seat. The secretary discreetly exited to fetch tea for the attendees. Little Lu, Zhang Qingyun's voice resonated. Imbued with an authoritative calmness, you are quite young yet possess remarkable ideas. I have watched your film, The Inheritors. It is well executed. Presenting our Jiangqing province's traditional culture in a manner appealing to the youth is indeed commendable. However, Zhang Qingyun glanced at Chen Jingshu. I have heard that your film has encountered some difficulties at the Broadcasting Bureau. Just a minor procedural issue, Lu Yuan replied with a smile. It may require further communication and reporting to the relevant department heads. Humph, Zhang Qingyun scoffed. Some individuals in our provincial departments are rather rigid in their thinking, exhibiting severe bureaucratic tendencies. They wield trivial matters as if they were significant, obstructing progress and setting traps. He turned to the secretary behind him. Shaoli, please make a call. Have Qian Baowa from the Broadcasting Bureau come to see me immediately. Secretary Li nodded slightly and promptly exited to make the call. Zhang Qingyun lifted his teacup, blowing gently on the floating tea leaves before taking a sip. If only all our Jiangqing leaders could approach matters from the perspective of the common people, like Comrade Jingshu here, it would make my job much easier. Chen Jingshu laughed. Secretary Zhang, with such praise, are you not concerned I might become conceited? Zhang Qingyun chuckled in return. You've grown up before my eyes. Do you think I would be unaware of your self-discipline? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan realized that Chen Jingshu was a close junior to Zhang Qingyun, suggesting a familial bond between their families. Myth Entertainment is a commendable company. The Inheritors is a remarkable program, Zhang Qingyun continued. Such a program should not only be supported, but should receive the utmost encouragement in Jiangqing. Thank you for your kind words, Secretary Zhang. We are merely doing what we can with our limited resources, Lu Yuan acknowledged as the three engaged in light conversation until there was a knock at the office door. Secretary Li pushed open the door, followed closely by a slightly overweight middle-aged man, drenched in perspiration. Secretary, Director Qian has arrived, he announced as he ushered Qian Baowa inside. On his way, Qian Baowa had already gleaned who was currently in the company of Zhang Qingyun, and now, the usually stern expression he wore before his subordinates transformed into a sycophantic smile. Zhang, Secretary. Zhang Qingyun feigned ignorance, only raising his head after a moment to glance at him. leaving Qian Baohua in an awkward position, unsure whether to stand or sit. "Ah, Director Qian, welcome. Please, take a seat. Allow me to introduce you." He gestured towards Lu Yuan, who sat opposite them. "This is Lu Yuan from Myth Entertainment." Qian Baohua turned his gaze towards Lu Yuan, then to the smiling Chen Jingshu, and in an instant, the reality dawned upon him, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. "Director Qian." Zhang Qingyun's voice was calm, yet to Qian Baohua's ears, it sounded like a thunderclap, sending shivers down his spine. "Yes, Secretary. Myth Entertainment has a program pending your approval. Are you aware of this?" Yes, Secretary. I have heard that the program has been stalled for several days with no one paying it any heed. I simply wish to inquire. What exactly is the issue with this program? Is it a matter of content compliance, or perhaps a directional concern? Or could it be?" Zhang Qingyun leaned slightly forward. "That you, as the director, have some personal opinions about this program?" At that moment, Qian Baohua understood all too well. Zhang's secretary was quite displeased with the delay concerning Myth Entertainment's program. A single misstep in his words could very well mean the end of his tenure as director. He fished a handkerchief from his pocket, incessantly wiping the sweat from his brow. "Report, Secretary. I have watched the program from Myth. I personally find it quite appealing. I have repeatedly urged my subordinates to expedite the review process, to streamline all necessary procedures. Indeed, it must be that the individuals below have failed to grasp the essence of the matter, acting rigidly and dogmatically. Rest assured, I will have them reflect deeply on this. A quality program like The Inheritors must have its processes simplified. No, it must be treated as a special case. I guarantee that I will complete all formalities by tomorrow. No, today." "Well then, you may proceed with that," Zhang Qingyun replied coolly. "You must take greater care with the work of your unit in the future. Do not let others perceive you as aloof or disengaged." "Yes, Secretary, I understand. I will personally oversee it at once." Meanwhile, in the office of the Cultural and Entertainment Department of the Lu Group, Zhou Shimao was humming a tune, enjoying a massage from his beautiful secretary while singing softly. With a steel whip in hand, "I shall strike you down, you wretched creature." Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Qian Baohua. He hastily waved his secretary out and answered the call. "Hello, Director Qian? Is everything in order?" "Order my ass," Qian Baohua bellowed, unleashing the humiliation and fear he had suppressed all day in a thunderous roar. Seated in his car, he continued his tirade into the phone. "Zhou Shimao, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Are you a fool? A brain filled with nothing but excrement? Do you dare touch someone from the provincial secretary's office? I nearly lost everything because of your stupidity. From this day forth, there will be no relationship between us. Do not come seeking assistance regarding your Lu Group affairs again. If you see me, do not dare approach." After his outburst, he gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, feeling a wave of darkness wash over him. Before Zhou Shimao could react to the unexpected verbal onslaught, Qian Baohua forcefully ended the call. On the other end, Zhou Shimao stood frozen, staring at the abruptly disconnected phone for a solid half-minute. What did he just say? The provincial secretary? He mentioned the provincial secretary's people? Who was he referring to? Could it be Lu Yuan? When did that brat suddenly align himself with the provincial secretary? Spitting blood onto the screen, Zhou Shimao felt utterly aggrieved. Was there no justice left? Chapter 57, The Dream of the World. Damn it, do not celebrate too soon. Let us see who will ultimately prevail. Ash fell from the tip of his cigar, landing on his exquisite Italian bespoke trousers, but Zhou Shimao remained oblivious. He slammed his hand on the table, causing the pen holder to topple and pens and pencils to scatter across the floor. "Someone, notify everyone. Continue monitoring the remaining content of The Inheritors Season 1. He shouted hoarsely at the secretary who rushed in. "Find a few professional evaluators, 24 hours a day, to keep a close eye on their production team. I don't care what methods you use, be it a magnifying glass or a microscope. Scrutinize every detail, from their guests and processes to post-production. I refuse to believe that this program has no dirt to uncover." In the afternoon, at Myth Entertainment, the atmosphere within the company had shifted subtly since the morning. The approval process for The Inheritors had passed at an astonishing speed, resolving what would typically take weeks or even months of bureaucratic wrangling before anyone could fully comprehend it. A few young women from the administrative department gathered in the tea room, whispering, "Did you hear? The approval for The Inheritors came through just an hour ago. How could it be so fast? I heard the broadcasting authority is the most difficult to deal with. Who knows? It must be that our CEO Lu has someone powerful backing him." 3 days later, at Myth Entertainment, the large embedded LCD screen in Lu Yuan's office was playing the online replay of The Inheritors, which had premiered the previous night on Jiangxing Provincial Television. The barrage of comments streaming below the video resembled a vibrant river, overflowing with enthusiasm. Lu Yuan lounged against his desk, sipping on a glass of whiskey on the rocks while watching intently. Meanwhile, His secretary, Suya, quietly held a tablet, showing him the trending topics on Weibo. At the top of the hot topics list, variety show The Inheritors blazed with a flame icon, while subsequent topics such as feeling sorry for Chun Jiai, Red Team's epic comeback, and Yang Lele's godly command firmly occupied the top 10 spots. Lu Yuan clicked into the main topic, and the screen was instantly inundated with a torrent of comments. Drama enthusiast, what a divine variety show. I originally tuned in for my sister Jiai, but I was utterly captivated by the program. The pacing is so fast, no dull moments at all. It feels like watching a suspense blockbuster. Archaeology enthusiast Professor Wang. The production team did their homework. That legend about the Phoenix Stone at the end? I checked, and it turns out to be true. There is indeed such a custom in a now extinct small tribe in the southwest. Kudos to the production team's dedication. Basic bro, Yang Lele is so cool. How did she think to use the rules to outsmart the blue team at the last moment? That look in her eyes was simply electrifying. I declare, from today onward, she is my wife. The program's DB rating has soared to an astonishing 9 points within just a few days of its premiere, a figure that can only be described as phenomenal. The renowned media outlet, Guangming Daily, even published a special editorial entitled In an Era of Entertainment to Death. We witness another possibility for cultural heritage. Simultaneously, the official phone line of Myth Entertainment and Zhou Manny's personal cell phone were almost inundated with calls. From leading domestic internet giants to well-known fast-moving consumer goods brands, and even to affluent automobile manufacturers, countless brands, like sharks sensing blood, queued up, brandishing checks, eager to stake their claim in the impending blockbuster project, The Inheritors. Sponsorships, product placements, and commercial spots have seen their prices multiply several times within a single day, with an upward trend still in motion. Just moments ago, I had the legal department draft a new proposal. Zhou Manny looked up at Lu Yuan. I tentatively estimated that merely selling the advertising slots for the subsequent 9 episodes could yield at least 300 million in returns. Suya also stepped forward, placing her tablet on the table. This does not even account for the collaborative series proposed by LV. I consulted a professional brand valuation expert. If this series successfully launches, the licensing fees and future sales revenue could bring in at least 150 million more for the company. Excellent. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The success of the first episode is merely a beginning. Manny, please notify director Yin and the others to commence filming the remaining 9 episodes of the first season immediately. I expect every episode to maintain the same high standards. Understood. By the way, where does director Yin intend to film the next episode of The Inheritors? I heard it's set to take place on an island. An island? 2 evenings hence, at the dock of Jiangqing. A massive luxury cruise ship was anchored at a private berth, and Lu Yuan stood at the forefront, glancing at his watch. Our team had boarded an hour early to conduct a preliminary inspection of the entire vessel. No suspicious equipment or personnel were discovered. Qin Lan's voice resonated behind Lu Yuan. 2 days prior, upon hearing that Yin Quan wished to film on an island, inspiration struck Lu Yuan. Since they were going anyway, why not invite everyone along? He promptly instructed Suya to charter a giant luxury yacht at the fastest pace possible. Today, this ship would transport the entire crew along with several guests invited by Lu Yuan to the island. Let us set sail. Our maritime celebration is about to commence. Lu Yuan took the lead, stepping onto the yacht's main deck via the red-carpeted gangway. The main deck was spacious, resembling a small plaza. The polished wooden floor gleamed, and at its center lay a vast open-air swimming pool, the water shimmering in dreamlike hues of blue under the lights. Beside the pool was a fully equipped bar, where a bartender in a vest was polishing a shaker. A man in a crisp white uniform approached Lu Yuan, bowing slightly. Good evening, Mr. Lu. I am Captain Guidahong of the Dream of the World. The crew is honored to serve you. All services on board will be available to you and your esteemed guests 24 hours a day. Very well, Lu Yuan nodded, instructing the kitchen to prepare dinner. Also, have the DJ play some music. He turned to the crowd and declared, Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we shall not discuss work. Let us revel in joy. A resounding horn echoed throughout the dock, marking the official departure of the colossal vessel, Dream of the World, as it set course for the azure depths of the sea. Chapter 58, Pool Volleyball Showdown. The horn's blare signified the dawn of a new era, reverberating across the vast ocean surface. The hull of Dream of the World carved a graceful silvery arc through the waves, leaving the city skyline behind. The open-air pool on the yacht's deck, warmed by the sun, rippled gently with the slight sway of the ship. Qin Lan had embarked immediately, taking a security team to conduct a thorough inspection, and Lu Yuan could not intervene. Accompanied by the excited screams of young girls, the previously tranquil deck erupted into a vibrant scene. The 5 girls from Starlight Girls burst forth from the changing room like a quintet of colorful mermaids, leaping into the pool one after another with splashes. Shaoli, your outfit is simply stunning. exclaimed the lead dancer, Jiang He, who surfaced after diving into the water, shaking her damp chestnut hair. Her gaze fell upon Su Shaoli, who was gingerly immersing herself in the water, clinging to the pool's edge. Su Shaoli was adorned in a cherry blossom pink bikini, embellished with delicate lace trim, featuring several crisscrossing straps across her chest and waist. Not at all. I think yours is the most fabulous, Jiang He. Su Shaoli giggled, splashing water in playful banter. Jiang He's attire was a striking black and white sports-style bikini that perfectly accentuated her toned, elongated legs, a result of years of dance practice. The other three girls joined in. Captain Yang Lele wore a serene sky-blue halter bikini, exuding composure and grace. Lead vocalist by Lu adorned a lemon-yellow two-piece with ruffled accents, enhancing her pure and sweet demeanor. Zhao Shuer opted for a sleek black one-piece, showcasing her slender figure entirely. The girls quickly turned the water into a playful battleground filled with laughter and splashes, infusing vibrant life into the vessel. On the opposite side of the pool, near the bar, several large beach loungers were arranged. Lu Yuan reclined on one, opting not to join the water, dressed in a white linen shirt and beach shorts, with Ray-Ban sunglasses perched on his nose, sipping on a mojito filled with ice. This ship is quite impressive. You truly indulge in extravagant spending, Lin Xiao remarked from a neighboring lounger. She was attired in a white dress, sketchbook in hand. At the bar, Zhou Mani, Suya, Han Xiuying, and Lin Wanqing, the four women of distinctly different ages and temperaments, rarely found themselves seated together. This Azure Coast cocktail was specially crafted by our bartender for this voyage, Zhou Mani stated, lifting her glass of gradient blue cocktail, a mix of blue curacao, vodka, and a hint of grapefruit juice. The alcohol content is low, making it quite suitable for the ladies. Thank you, Zhou. That was very thoughtful, Lin Wanqing responded, gently nodding as she raised her own glass. She was dressed in a cotton linen tunic and wide-leg pants, exuding an aura of gentle elegance. Han Xiuying gazed with keen interest at the bartender performing intricate cocktail tricks behind the bar. Is that the 1989 Karuizawa? She inquired, pointing to the highest shelf of the bar where a bottle of brown whiskey stood. The bartender paused momentarily, astonished that the woman in the black dress could recognize this prized vintage. Indeed, madam, it is from 89. There are hardly a few bottles left in existence, he replied. One glass for me, please, with an ice sphere. Nothing else, Han Xiuying instructed. Suya sat quietly beside them, cradling a glass of red wine, her gaze following Lu Yuan from a distance. Secretary Su, Zhou Mani suddenly recalled. Have you confirmed tonight's dinner menu and some details about room service with the ship's steward? Everything has been verified, Suya replied. The bedding in Mr. Lu's room has been replaced with Egyptian cotton, as per his request. The dinner ingredients, including Australian Wagyu and French oysters, were airlifted to the ship this morning to ensure freshness. Mr. Lu, come down to play. Su Shaoli called out loudly from the edge of the pool, wiping the droplets of water from her face with the back of her hand. I'm coming. Lu Yuan responded, setting down his wine glass and removing his linen shirt, revealing his sculpted and powerful torso, defined abs, broad shoulders, and a firm chest. Without hesitation, he executed a flawless dive, smoothly plunging into the pool and creating a splash of white water. Wow! The girls erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Mr. Lu, catch! Jiang He, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a beach volleyball and tossed it toward Lu Yuan. He effortlessly set the ball up. Come on. The loser has to chug an entire bottle of beer. Jiang He shouted, igniting the commencement of a raucous water volleyball match. Lu Yuan teamed up with Yang Lele and Zhao Shuer, while the remaining three girls formed their own team. More often than not, the volleyball soared not over the net, but rather crashed against heads and bodies. Eventually, the game devolved into a chaotic water fight, with laughter echoing around the pool. Lin Xiao sat on a lounge chair, observing the wild scene unfolding in the pool, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. She picked up her pencil, flipping to a new page in her sketchbook, and began to rapidly outline her observations. Meanwhile, the mature women who had been sipping drinks at the bar set their glasses down and, in unison, directed their attention to the man surrounded by a lively group of girls. Such a child, they mused, realizing he too possessed a playful side. The water volleyball game finally concluded amidst the laughter. A drenched Lu Yuan climbed out of the pool, grabbing a dry towel to hastily dry his hair. On the other side, the five equally soaked girls emerged, chattering animatedly about the match, their youthful bodies glistening under the setting sun. Lin Xiao remained in her spot, her sketchbook now adorned with a vivid drawing. You seem quite engrossed in your drawing, Lu Yuan remarked, approaching her lounge chair after drying off. Let me see if you've captured my gallant figure beautifully. He leaned down, attempting to glimpse her sketchbook. Startled, Lin Xiao instinctively closed the book and held it against her chest. No, this is my creation. It's not finished yet. I can't show you. Her cheeks flushed slightly. partly due to Lu Yuan's proximity. It matters not. I am your first investor and boss, Lu Yuan asserted, reaching for the sketchbook playfully. I must review it beforehand to ensure you haven't been slacking off. Hey, what are you doing? Don't snatch it. Lin Xiao dodged, and they began to playfully tussle around the lounge chair. Haha, gotcha. Lu Yuan, with his long arms, easily circumvented her defenses and snatched the sketchbook away. Lin Xiao gasped, attempting to reclaim it, but it was too late. In chapter 59, Lu Yuan flipped open the sketchbook, revealing a collection of lively sketches. There was Yin Quan, seated behind a monitor, deep in thought with a cigar, Chen Jiayi in sportswear, diligently studying her script during a break, and the recent scene of the starry girls frolicking in the pool. Of course, there were also sketches of Lu Yuan himself, waving at the cruise ship from the dock, observing the girls at the bar, and one capturing the moment he emerged from the pool. The man in the drawings bore an unguarded smile, with each piece encapsulating his most natural essence. These are quite impressive, Lu Yuan remarked as he returned the sketchbook to her. It seems you haven't been idle. Have you conceived any new designs? Lin Xiao took the book back, relieved. I have some preliminary ideas. This ship has inspired me greatly, particularly its streamlined structure and the interplay of light and shadow within. As they conversed, the sun sank completely below the horizon, painting the sky with magnificent hues of purple and red. Sir, madam, dinner is ready. A crew member appeared by their side unexpectedly. Let us explore before we eat, Lu Yuan suggested, standing and extending his hand to Lin Xiao. I haven't had the chance to thoroughly inspect this ship yet. Lin Xiao looked up. Her words caught in her throat as he gently grasped her wrist. She made no effort to resist as he led her across the empty main deck toward the glass door leading to the ship's interior. As they walked, they marveled at their surroundings, finally pushing open a grand door. Wow! Even though Lin Xiao had already witnessed the ship's opulence, she couldn't help but let out a small gasp at the sight before her. Behind the door lay a two-tiered indoor amusement park, empty as if it had been reserved solely for the two of them. Do you like it? Lu Yuan asked, gazing at Lin Xiao. Yes, she exclaimed, pulling him excitedly into the space. They began with bumper cars, where Lu Yuan's skills shone as he crashed into Lin Xiao's vehicle, sending her careening about. Haha, you're not so great, big designer. Lu Yuan taunted as he maneuvered around her. You're cheating, Lin Xiao retorted defiantly. Let us compete on that. She pointed to a nearby basketball machine. The outcome was predictable. Lin Xiao watched in exasperation as Lu Yuan nearly scored every shot, while she struggled to reach even a single-digit score, pouting in frustration. Eventually, they arrived at a row of claw machines filled with an array of adorable plush toys. Lin Xiao's attention was drawn to a silly-looking long-eared rabbit. That one, she pointed. Lu Yuan inserted a coin and began to maneuver the claw. The first attempt missed. Oh no, Lin Xiao exclaimed in disappointment. The second time, the claw clutched the rabbit's ears, but it slipped away as it rose. After several more attempts, just as Lin Xiao was about to give up, the rabbit was finally captured and dropped into the prize chute. I got it, Lin Xiao squealed with joy, jumping up to retrieve the plush toy. Here you go, Lu Yuan said. Thank you. Lin Xiao held the rabbit tightly, her face radiating genuine delight. After tiring themselves out, they sat on a bench beside the carousel. Lu Yuan produced a bucket of popcorn from seemingly nowhere and playfully fed Lin Xiao a piece. He gazed down at her, gradually leaning closer. Under the flickering lights of the carousel, their lips once again met in a tender embrace. After a kiss, Lu Yuan lifted Lin Xiao's delicate form and, in just a few strides, arrived at the grand swan-shaped chair beside the carousel, gently placing her upon it. Lin Xiao's long dress, already disheveled from their earlier frolic, was now hiked up to her waist by Lu Yuan's hand. Her slender legs instinctively clamped together, yet Lu Yuan, with a firm knee, assertively pried them apart. A faint, fragmented whimper escaped Lin Xiao's lips, and it took her a considerable time to regain her composure. You rascal, she turned to Lu Yuan and chastised. All you know how to do is bully me. Lu Yuan chuckled softly, bestowing a tender kiss upon her forehead. Why don't you take your turn bullying me instead? I'll let you be on top. Amused and exasperated, Lin Xiao playfully thumped her fist against his chest. The two lingered in their embrace for a while before they began to straighten their disordered attire. Xiao Xiao, he inquired, do you wish to bear me a child? The abruptness of his question transformed the warmth in Lin Xiao's gaze into a flurry of confusion and shyness. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. What are you saying? She abruptly withdrew from Lu Yuan's grasp, hastening a few steps forward and leaving him with a somewhat flustered silhouette. In no way. Dream on. Lu Yuan observed her reaction and couldn't help but laugh. No, that's all right. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. As they strolled hand in hand back to the open-air restaurant on the top deck, the atmosphere was lively. The starry girls were gathered with Qin Lan and Lin Wanxing, chattering animatedly about the upcoming recording plans. Meanwhile, Zhou Mani, Suya, and Han Xiuyue sat with the captain, seemingly deliberating the route and the weather for the coming days. Upon seeing Lu Yuan and Lin Xiao enter, everyone instinctively ceased their conversations. Zhou Mani raised her glass, toasting in Lu Yuan's direction. Mr. Lu, it appears your private tour was quite delightful. Her voice, though soft, was clear enough for every person at the table to hear. The chattering from the starry girls diminished immediately, their curious gazes fixated on the newly arrived Lu Yuan and the slightly blushing Lin Xiao. Han Xiuyue swirled her glass of amber whiskey, the ice clinking melodiously against the glass. Suya, with a composed demeanor, picked up a shared fork and placed some food onto Lu Yuan's plate. Lin Wanqing glanced at Lin Xiao, a flicker of concern crossing her features. It's all right, Lu Yuan reassured as he settled into the main seat, wrapping an arm around Lin Xiao's waist, urging her to sit closely beside him. Though the popcorn inside is a tad stale, let's remember to request a different brand from the shipping company next time. Chapter 60. Han Xiuyue's promise fulfilled. After dinner, everyone retired to their respective quarters, leaving only Lu Yuan leaning against the deck railing, smoking and checking the system's messages. Dear host, due to Lin Xiao's purity, the system will grant an additional reward of 5 million. As Lin Xiao simultaneously meets the criteria of an A-grade genetic potential rating and a comprehensive score of 95, she has been recognized by the system as an excellent genetic heir. Additional rewards will be bestowed upon you. Ding. The ownership of the dream of the world has been transferred to your name, and the subsequent maintenance and payroll expenses will be covered by the system. Oh, this luxurious cruise ship is now mine. Lu Yuan mused, a wealth of possibilities flooding his mind. Just as he took another drag from his cigarette, footsteps approached from behind. Your latest variety show has received rave reviews. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you. It was Han Xiuyue's voice. Unbeknownst to him, she had approached quietly. The sea breeze billowed her skirt, revealing glimpses of her long, elegant legs, her skin radiating a porcelain-like sheen in the dim light. Lu Yuan exhaled a puff of smoke, watching the white mist spiral and dissipate into the night air. As expected, but I appreciate it. Your boldness reminds me of my younger days. Han Xiuyue leaned against the railing beside him, her body slightly inclined, revealing just enough of her alluring figure. Speaking of which, she turned to him. The matter you promised me last time, shouldn't it be fulfilled now? Those ruffians from the Black Tiger Hall have been growing increasingly audacious. I've heard that old fox, Wu Zhendong, has gathered a new band of accomplices intending to swallow my territory. Wu Zhendong? Lu Yuan flicked the ash from his cigarette. Such a level of adversary no longer concerns me. With a single phone call, I can resolve it. Do you believe me? Han Xiuyue's beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed. Prove it to me. Lu Yuan smiled and discarded the cigarette but into a nearby ashtray. He retrieved his phone, locating Chun Jingshu's contact and dialing. The phone rang 3 times before it connected. Hello, Lu Yuan. Why are you still awake at this hour? Chun Jingshu's slightly languid voice came through. Jingshu, I apologize for the late disturbance. I need to trouble you with something. Go ahead. I've heard, Lu Yuan spoke leisurely, that there seems to be a minor issue with social security in Jiangxing. Some discordant groups, like one called the Black Tiger Hall, are severely damaging our city's reputation and even threatening the safety of ordinary citizens' lives. This is not good news for our grand vision of transforming Jiangxing into a new cultural tourism landmark for the nation. Chun Jingshu fell silent for a few seconds, her keen intellect immediately grasping the implications of Lu Yuan's words. Your information is quite up to date, she replied. The city bureau is monitoring this situation. However, we have been struggling to find solid evidence. How fortuitous. I possess the evidence, Lu Yuan stated. My team has diligently gathered the precise locations of all Black Tiger Hall's establishments, along with detailed lists of their core members and criminal evidence, including Wu Zhendong's financial records of money laundering and illicit transactions over the past few years. Tomorrow night at 8, Wu Zhendong will conduct a major illegal transaction in the top-floor VIP room of his lair, the Golden Splendor nightclub. Chun Jingshu's voice was tinged with surprise. Is this intelligence accurate? 100%. A brief silence ensued. 3 days. When Chun Jingshu spoke again, her tone was exceptionally stern and resolute. Within 3 days, I will ensure Wu Zhendong's gang is completely eradicated from Jiangxing. Send me the list and evidence immediately. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan turned to a stunned Han Xiuyue. Are you satisfied now? I told you, such adversaries are easily dealt with just a phone call. Han Xiuyue regarded him with a complex array of emotions in her eyes. This man, how deep are his connections and influence? With a single call, he could mobilize the entire city bureau to dismantle a deeply rooted criminal organization. She had thought she held Lu Yuan in high regard, but now she realized she had only scratched the surface. I owe you a favor, Han Xiuyue declared, her tone solemn for the first time in addressing Lu Yuan. Then you must carefully consider how to repay it. Lu Yuan approached Han Zuya, stating, "The times have changed, Han Zuya. We no longer reside in an era of violence and bloodshed. Your methods have long become obsolete. Would you care to consider a more relaxed and dignified way of living?" He extended his hand towards her. "Let us wash our hands of the past. Bring your brothers to my company. Naturally, I only require the finest and most loyal among them. As for the others, a monetary compensation will suffice for their departure. The security department of Myth Entertainment is in dire need of personnel. You may initially manage alongside Qinlan. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be the hidden sister-in-law, but rather Minister Han of Myth Entertainment. I assure you, what you stand to gain will far exceed your current possessions by 100-fold. His words struck Han Zuya like a thunderclap, stirring a tempest within her heart. Gazing at the man before her, she found no reason to refuse him. Perhaps he spoke the truth. She too had grown weary of a life filled with strife. It was time for a transformation. She extended her hand, her fingers delicately grasping the strap of her dress. "I stated that as long as you resolve the troubles with the Black Tiger Hall, I shall be yours." Lu Yuan made no attempt to halt her, merely observing in silence. "Are you so eager to fulfill your promise?" "I, Han Zuya, have always kept my word." As her dress slipped away, revealing her exquisite form, she took a step forward, settling onto Lu Yuan's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, her face almost brushing against his nose. "The small Jiangxing is merely the beginning. I desire you to be the king of the entire Jiangnan region." Lu Yuan chuckled, encircling her waist and drawing her closer. "You have quite the appetite. Do you truly hold such high hopes for me? Having staked my future on you, I must indeed believe in your potential." She replied with a light laugh, playfully swaying her waist. "Indeed," she murmured softly, her face still flushed against his shoulder long after. "Remember, I am not merely your ornament. I aspire to be your shadow queen." Chapter 61. The Mouse. The following noon, the Dream of the World cruise ship finally arrived at its destination for the variety show, a private island known as Moonlight Island. The ship docked smoothly at its exclusive pier. Upon seeing Lu Yuan step onto the deck, Guodahong promptly approached him, offering a formal nautical salute. "Mr. Lu, I have just received notification from headquarters that the ownership of the Dream of the World has officially been transferred to your name. From this moment forth, I and the entire crew of 120 aboard shall be at your service, ready to heed your every command." This announcement left those trailing behind Lu Yuan astounded by his grand gesture. Purchasing such a vessel must have cost a fortune. Billions? What is the extent of this man's wealth? The group disembarked and transferred to electric sightseeing vehicles to reach the resort hotel located at the heart of the island. This establishment was less of a hotel and more akin to a cluster of villas enveloped by tropical flora, each boasting private pools and pathways leading to the beach. Once settled in, Director Yin Quan's team swiftly entered a high-speed working mode, setting up the necessary equipment and scenes across the island. That day, Chun Jai also arrived on a different passenger ship, reuniting the 6 teams once again. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, embodying the demeanor of a leisurely tourist, changed into beach shorts and strolled alone towards the shore. The beach was tranquil, the fine white sand warm and ticklish beneath his feet. Not far away, beneath a large white parasol, Lin Wanqing reclined on a beach chair, adorned in an elegant one-piece swimsuit, draped with a white cover-up. Sporting oversized sunglasses, she leisurely gazed at the distant sea. Beside her lay a woven beach bag and an unopened bottle of sunscreen. Lu Yuan approached her chair, the shadow of the parasol enveloping his upper body. "Sister Wanqing, how delightful this is." Upon hearing his voice, Lin Wanqing removed her sunglasses. "Ah, it's Lu Yuan." She beamed, her face lighting up with a gentle smile. "What brings you here?" "They are all preparing for tomorrow's work, while I find myself the only idle one." Lu Yuan replied, sitting on an adjacent beach chair. "And you? Not with Xiao Xiao? That girl becomes wild in places like this." "I do not know where she has gone to sketch," Lin Wanqing said affectionately. "I can hardly keep pace with her. So here I am soaking up the sun and replenishing my calcium." As she spoke, she reached for the bottle of sunscreen beside her. "Allow me," Lu Yuan said, naturally taking the bottle. This sudden gesture caught Lin Wanqing off guard. Lu Yuan did not give her a chance to refuse and had already twisted off the cap. He squeezed some milky sunscreen into his palm, rubbing it evenly before placing his hands on her delicate shoulders, her skin feeling like the finest silk, smooth and supple. With each movement of his hands, a thin sheen of oil spread across her fair back. "Sister Wanqing, your skin is exceptionally well cared for. Little aunt." A bright voice echoed nearby. Lin Wanqing's body stiffened instantly. Lu Yuan, maintaining his composure, straightened up and turned to the source of the voice. There stood Lin Xia, clutching a drawing board taller than herself, under a coconut tree, her skirt fluttering gently in the sea breeze, revealing a glimpse of her slender, fair legs. "Little aunt, why is your face so red?" Are you feeling unwell? Lin Xia inquired, setting down her art supplies and approaching Lin Wanqing with concern. And no, it's nothing, Lin Wanqing stammered, instinctively adjusting her attire. The sea breeze is just a bit strong. Lin Xia scrutinized her before glancing at Lu Yuan, sensing something amiss. Is that so? She drawled. I find the wind quite pleasant here. She casually positioned herself between Lu Yuan and her little aunt. Lu Yuan, did you not say you would accompany me to watch the meteor shower? Lin Wanqing stood, brushing the dust from her cover-up. I can't stay up late. I shall return to my room to rest. Xiao, do not play too late. After Lin Wanqing departed, Lu Yuan playfully pinched Lin Xia's cheek. Our Xiao is truly possessive, even over her little aunt. I am not. Lin Xia's face flushed crimson, and she turned away, stubbornly retorting, I am merely concerned you might bully my little aunt. Bully? Lu Yuan laughed. Am I that kind of person? Yes. That evening, after dinner, Yin Quan announced that filming for the second episode of the first season of The Inheritors would commence at dawn. The girls of Starry Girls, under Sun Yaqi's leadership, excused themselves to return to their respective villas to rest and prepare for the following day's shoot. At that moment, Shun Jiai approached Yin Quan, holding a glass of red wine. Director Yin, I have a few details regarding tomorrow's filming that I would like to confirm with you. Yin Min set aside his cigar and nodded. Have a seat. As the two began discussing the script, Qin Lan silently appeared behind Lu Yuan. Brother, a mouse has made its way onto the island. Lu Yuan did not turn around, but gently swirled the ice cubes in his glass of whiskey. How many? 6. 4 individuals lingered by the beach, masquerading as tourists, while 2 others disguised themselves as hotel staff, stealthily surveying the vicinity of the villa area. Qin Lan swiftly reported. Are they associated with the Lu family? Most likely, she replied. These individuals may have been dispatched to uncover our secrets or orchestrate some unforeseen incident. Is that all it takes to rattle us? Her brother cautioned. We cannot afford to be careless. The island's terrain is intricate, laden with tropical rainforests. Should they manage to conceal themselves within, extracting them will prove exceedingly challenging. Moreover, filming commences tomorrow, with a crowded set, should they feel cornered. I understand. Lu Yuan interjected. We must keep this under wraps, particularly from Yaqi and the other girls, to avoid disrupting their focus for tomorrow. He downed his drink in one swift motion. They seem to enjoy a game of hide and seek, do they not? Let us indulge them. Ensure the security team remains vigilant tonight. Before dawn tomorrow, I want every last rat caught, but let one escape deliberately. Lu Yuan slammed his glass onto the table, and a glimmer of cold determination flashed in Qin Lan's eyes. Understood. Chapter 62. A raise is in order. The following morning at 7 o'clock, on the Moonlight Island beach, the tranquility of the main beach area was shattered by the presence of 2 film crews, their equipment and personnel occupying every inch available. The team from Myth Entertainment had just finished setting up their filming gear when they discovered that the luxurious filming crew from Jiangnan Superstar Entertainment had already established themselves at the opposite end of the beach. What is going on? We had expressly booked the slot starting at 9 this morning, Sun Yaqi exclaimed, clutching the contract as she hastened towards the opposing crew's supervisor, who was directing the setup. Dressed in a white linen shirt and khaki shorts from the previous night, her hair was slightly disheveled, clearly a sign of her hurried arrival. The on-site supervisor, a middle-aged man donning sunglasses and a light-colored suit, glanced at Sun Yaqi with an air of indifference. We are Jiangnan Superstar Entertainment. We have priority usage rights as per our agreement with the island owner. Your company, Myth Entertainment? I've never heard of it. Yin Quan, rising from behind the monitor, removed his fisherman's hat, his expression darkening like clouds before a storm. Priority rights? We followed the proper procedure for our booking, which was personally confirmed by the island owner. Is that so? The supervisor scoffed, retrieving his phone from his pocket. Island owner? It's me, Director Zhang. There's a small crew here disputing a booking issue. What? Oh, I see. The island owner's somewhat awkward voice came through the phone. Director Yin, I sincerely apologize. Zhang and Superstar has agreed to pay an additional fee for the venue. According to our agreement, the highest bidder takes precedence. Your schedule has been shifted to 2 o'clock this afternoon, ensuring you have ample time. Sun Yaqi's face flushed instantly. Island owner, we signed a complete daytime shooting schedule. Moving it to the afternoon will completely alter the lighting conditions. Such is the nature of commercial rules, young lady, Director Zhang stated, pocketing his phone again and donning his sunglasses. If you disagree, you're welcome to offer a higher price. At that moment, a tall woman in a pink bikini strolled over from beneath a sun umbrella. She was Wen Yeyun, the leading actress of Jiangnan Superstar Entertainment. Even on the beach, her makeup was flawlessly applied, her wavy hair dancing in the sea breeze, exuding the poise of a professional model with each step. Wen Yeyun's physique undeniably met the standards of a first-tier star. The pink bikini top barely contained her meticulously sculpted figure, quivering slightly as she moved. while her ultra-short bikini bottoms accentuated her long legs and perfect curves. Sunlight glistened off her fair skin, with beads of sweat shimmering at her collarbone. What is all this commotion about? Wen Yeyun's voice was sweet, yet tinged with evident impatience. Director Zhang, who are these people? Miss Wen. They are a small crew here to shoot a web series, and there seems to be a bit of a scheduling conflict, Director Zhang explained respectfully. When Yeyun assessed the Myth Entertainment team, her gaze lingering on several members of the Starlight Girls before a hint of disdain curled at her lips. Oh, just a third-rate variety show. Can't you wait a moment? We're shooting a theatrical blockbuster. Time is of the essence. What did you say? Bai Lu couldn't restrain herself, her normally gentle demeanor now flushed with anger. What do you mean a third-rate variety show? Our program will air on the provincial channel. The provincial channel? When Yeyun laughed dramatically. Which one? The children's channel. Her entourage of assistants and staff joined in her laughter. Zhang He clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly. Her strong-willed nature made her particularly sensitive to such condescension. Su Xiaoli grasped Bai Lu's arm, whispering, "Don't engage with them. People like this thrive on such confrontation." Yan Quan's temples throbbed. After years in this industry, he found nothing more contemptible than the arrogance of those who wielded their status to belittle others. Miss Wen, we are all here to work. Mutual respect is fundamental courtesy. Respect? When Yeyun stepped closer, standing before Yan Quan. Director Yan, I certainly respect you. Fearless Challenge is indeed a classic. However, she paused deliberately. That was in the past, wasn't it? The current market is driven by traffic and capital. These words struck a raw nerve with Yan Quan. He had indeed felt the industry's shift over the years, where capital reigned supreme and talent was often sidelined. Yet, he never expected such blatant mockery to come from a second-rate star. He began. But Lu Yuan's voice interrupted from behind him. What is the ruckus? Why is it so lively this early in the morning? Everyone turned to see Lu Yuan approaching, clad in a white polo shirt and beach shorts, coming from the direction of the hotel. His expression was inscrutable, yet an aura of calm authority emanated from him. Sun Yaqi rushed to meet him. Mr. Lu, we have encountered a bit of a problem. She quickly summarized the situation. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Wen Yeyun. Miss Wen, I presume? It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Wen Yeyun, having only just noticed Lu Yuan, was taken aback by his presence. Though he was dressed casually, there was a magnetic charm and an air of composure about him that was undeniably compelling. She subtly adjusted her hair. And you are? The CEO of Myth Entertainment, Lu Yuan. He introduced himself succinctly. Regarding the venue issue, I believe we can come to a mutual agreement. Director Zhang interjected at that moment. What is there to negotiate? Rules are rules. The highest bidder prevails. If you want priority, you'll need to increase your offer by 1,000,000. Lu Yuan regarded Director Zhang with a measured glance, then retrieved his phone. This is Lu Yuan. Yes, from Myth Entertainment. Regarding today's venue arrangement. What? You're certain you wish to proceed with this course of action? The voice of the island owner on the other end was noticeably anxious. Mr. Lu, well? Jiang and Superstar's contract stipulations do indeed. Understood. I appreciate the clarification, Lu Yuan replied, ending the call, his expression remaining impassive. Yan Quan and Sun Yaqi felt a weight of despair. They had assumed Lu Yuan would be unable to effect any change. Yet, the words he uttered next left everyone in stunned silence. Ladies and gentlemen, Lu Yuan surveyed the assembled company, clarifying, you have all been mistaken. He approached the device emblazoned with the logo of Jiangnan Superstar Entertainment, asserting that this island, effective from this morning, no longer belonged to its original proprietor. At the fringes of the dispute, Lin Xiao was engrossed in her tablet and color swatches, striving to finalize the color calibration for the impending shoot. Yet her attention was swiftly diverted by the unexpected altercation. As someone who had navigated the art world, Lin Xiao was no stranger to the ruthless nature of commercial competition. However, witnessing director Yan's expression, one of humiliation yet forced endurance, stirred a wave of indignation within her. A talent like Yan Quan should not have to endure such degradation at the hands of a second-tier star. She discreetly observed Lu Yuan's response. From the outset, she noted this man's remarkable composure during critical moments, as if he held dominion over the situation. Even now, amidst humiliation, his visage betrayed no anger or anxiety. When Lu Yuan uttered the words regarding the island's ownership, Lin Xiao sensed an undercurrent of significance. Gazing at his calm profile, an inexplicable emotion welled within her. Anticipation? Anxiety? She could not delineate it, only that something momentous was poised to unfold. Chapter 63. I lay my cards on the table. Lu Yuan stood there, his demeanor as tranquil as a still lake, as though the provocations from Wen Yun and Director Zhang were but a gentle breeze. His gaze lingered on Wen Yun for a fleeting moment, an assessing look that rendered the self-assured star, accustomed to commanding the limelight, inexplicably uneasy. In truth, this island Lu Yuan's voice was unhurried, is mine. This declaration reverberated like thunder across the beach, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Director Zhang was the first to regain his composure. His countenance draining of color. What did you say? Moonlight Island, including this very beach and every inch of land you currently stand upon. Lu Yuan continued nonchalantly. 3 hours ago, I completed the acquisition process. It now belongs to Myth Entertainment. The haughty expression on Wen Yayun's face stiffened instantaneously. She instinctively retreated a step, her high heels leaving deep imprints in the sand. No, it's impossible. Director Zhang's voice trembled. The island owner explicitly stated owner? Lu Yuan chuckled, a hint of amusement in his smile. You refer to the individual you contacted earlier? He was merely a delegated manager, while I am the true proprietor. Last night, Lu Yuan had not been idle. He had diligently labored in Suya's fields, ultimately ensuring her successful pregnancy. Besides the monetary exchange, an additional reward had been the ownership of this island. Yan Quan observed the scene with glimmering excitement in his eyes. As a director well-versed in grand spectacles, he could palpably sense the commanding aura emanating from this young man, a confidence born not from pretense, but from genuine prowess. Sun Yaqi and the members of Starlight Girls were equally astonished. They knew Lu Yuan was affluent, but never anticipated that he could purchase an entire island. Wen Yayun struggled to maintain her composure, yet her tone lacked its former arrogance. Mr. Lu, even if that's the case, we Jiangnan superstars have reserved this venue through the proper channels. Surely we cannot proper channels? Lu Yuan interrupted her. On my island, anything lacking my consent is rendered worthless. He turned to Director Zhang. Now, I would appreciate it if you could promptly pack your equipment and vacate. Within 10 minutes. I do not wish to see anything belonging to Jiangnan Superstar on my beach. Director Zhang's face oscillated between shades of blue and white. He wished to protest. Yet the depths of Lu Yuan's gaze rendered him speechless. Wen Yayun gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept such humiliation. Having traversed the entertainment industry for many years, she had encountered a myriad of investors and bosses, yet none were like Lu Yuan. Youthful, composed, and undeniably powerful. Mr. Lu, Wen Yayun forced a smile. Surely there must be some misunderstanding? If my earlier remarks offended you, I am prepared to apologize. Before she could finish, Lu Yuan had already turned to approach Yan Min, entirely disregarding her presence. The sensation of being overlooked proved more humiliating than outright rejection. Director Yan, Lu Yuan addressed Yan Quan. Are we ready to commence filming? Yan Quan nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Of course, Mr. Lu. This opening is more riveting than any script. Director Zhang, witnessing the unfolding drama, realized that remaining any longer would only lead to further disgrace. He clenched his teeth and gestured to his subordinates. Pack up the equipment. We're leaving. The crew scrambled to gather their gear. The previously arrogant assistants now bowed their heads, fearful of attracting Lu Yuan's attention. Nearby, under a sunshade, several local servers whispered amongst themselves. Goodness, did that young man truly claim this island as his? One server murmured. I heard the island owner's assistant mention a mysterious buyer acquiring the entire island. I didn't expect it to be him, another server replied. That starlet was so brazen earlier, and now she's slinking away. It's utterly satisfying. Shoo, keep your voices down, lest someone overhears. But honestly, that young owner seems extraordinary. They discreetly observed the scene on the beach, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. Meanwhile, behind the coastal rocks, when Yayun's assistant was on the phone. What? The entire island belongs to him. How is that possible? Came the shocked voice of a senior executive from Jiangnan Superstar on the other end. It's absolutely true, boss. That Lu Yuan has ordered us to vacate within 10 minutes. Director Zhang didn't dare utter a word. The assistant's voice trembled with fear. Wait. We cannot leave. When Yayun implored her crew. If we cannot film here, we will miss our original schedule, and the film's release will be delayed. The losses would be unbearable. Mr. Lu, we are reasonable individuals. Everything can be negotiated. When Yayun stepped closer to Lu Yuan, whispering in his ear, shall we find another location to discuss this privately? Lu Yuan glanced at her, signaling her to follow. When Yayun trailed behind him, her high heels clicking on the soft carpet of the corridor, she hastily draped a sheer shawl over her pink bikini, yet it failed to conceal the alluring contours of her figure. The two arrived at Lu Yuan's villa in the hotel. He did not speak immediately. Instead, walking to the bar and pouring himself a glass of whiskey, he turned, leaning against the bar's edge, his gaze steady as it met when Yuan's speak. What is it? His tone remained indifferent, as if the earlier events on the beach were not worthy of his concern. When Yayun bit her lip, after years of maneuvering through the entertainment industry, she had learned to read people's emotions and to present different facades to various individuals. Yet, facing Lu Yuan, she found her previous strategies entirely ineffective. She slowly approached the center of the room, the sheer shawl swaying gently with her movements. subtly revealing the voluptuous outline of her bosom beneath the pink bikini. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting mottled shadows upon her fair skin, enhancing the allure of her figure. When Yuan was acutely aware of the advantages her physique afforded her at this moment, she needed to employ every possible weapon to salvage this dire situation. "Mr. Liu, I sincerely apologize for what transpired earlier," she stated, halting 2 meters away from Lu Yuan and offering a slight bow. This motion caused her bikini to slip down slightly, revealing more of her pristine skin. "My team and I were indeed too reckless, barging in without fully understanding the circumstances." She raised her head, her eyes imbued with a touch of vulnerability. "However, Mr. Liu, I truly hope you can grant us an opportunity. This production is of immense importance to me. If we cannot complete the filming on time, it would not only be my loss, but the efforts of the entire crew, numbering in the hundreds, would be in vain." Chapter 64. The filming commences. Lu Yuan savored a sip of whiskey, his gaze leisurely shifting from Wen Yuyun's face to her slightly trembling bosom, before returning to her eyes. "Miss Wen, your earlier performance on the beach hardly suggested you were considering the crew," Lu Yuan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "You seemed more inclined to revel in the pleasure of trampling upon others." A fleeting shade of shame crossed Wen Yuyun's face, yet she quickly regained her composure. "Mr. Liu, everyone makes mistakes, do they not? I am willing to bear the consequences of my errors." As she spoke, she untied the shawl draped around her shoulders. The sheer fabric floated gracefully to the carpet, leaving Wen Yuyun standing before Lu Yuan clad only in a pink bikini. The sea breeze wafted through the partially open window, gently tousling her long hair. Without the shawl to obscure her, her figure was fully revealed to Lu Yuan. The bikini top clung snugly to her voluptuous bust, the soft curves undulating beneath the delicate fabric, with a deep cleavage quivering subtly with her breath. The bikini bottom, a classic triangular design, adhered closely to her lower abdomen and hips, accentuating her flawless silhouette. Her elongated legs gleamed with an ivory sheen under the sunlight, every inch of skin exuding the enchanting allure characteristic of mature femininity. "Mr. Liu, look," Wen Yuyun's voice turned more sultry. "If you would consider granting us another chance to continue filming, I could." She left her sentence unfinished, slowly approaching Lu Yuan. Each step was laden with palpable seduction, her hips swaying, her bosom gently bouncing in rhythm with her movements. When she came to a halt just within arm's reach of Lu Yuan, the proximity allowed him to distinctly perceive the fragrance of her perfume, mingling with the salty, humid air carried by the sea breeze. When Yuyun lifted her gaze, her beguiling eyes locking onto Lu Yuan's, her crimson lips slightly parted, as if poised to utter some tantalizing proposition. "Mr. Liu, whatever form of compensation you desire, I am open to consideration." Her voice bore a clear implication. After all, in this world, many matters are negotiable, are they not? The air in the room seemed to thicken in response to her words. When Yuyun was fully aware of her intentions, she was leveraging the allure of her body in exchange for Lu Yuan's forgiveness and assistance. She had encountered such transactions numerous times and had participated in quite a few herself. Lu Yuan set down his whiskey, his gaze lingering on her for a moment before returning to her eyes. His expression remained calm. Yet when Yuyun keenly sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere of the room. "Compensation?" Lu Yuan echoed. "Miss Wen, what do you believe you possess that I might desire?" On the beach, the staff members of the Jiangnan Superstar were visibly marked by anxiety and unease. "Why hasn't Sister Wen emerged yet?" a young assistant murmured. "It's already been 20 minutes. Shoo, don't speak out of turn," a makeup artist cautioned in a hushed tone. "Did you not see that man's expression earlier? He owns this entire island. All we can do now is pray that Sister Wen can handle this situation." Lu Yuan proposed to Wen Yuyun. "How about this? You can make a guest appearance as a villainous character in my upcoming variety show, and once I conclude my filming, you can proceed with yours." Wen Yuyun was taken aback. This response was entirely unexpected. A guest role as a villain? Her mind raced as she processed the implications. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, she was acutely aware of the value of a variety show, especially one backed by a mysterious tycoon who possessed an entire island. She gradually straightened her posture, her gaze sharpening with focus, like a leopard that had caught the scent of its prey. "Are you serious?" Her voice trembled slightly, having shifted from flirtatious to earnest. "You want me to make a guest appearance in your show?" Wen Yuyun quickly weighed the pros and cons of this proposition in her mind. If I agree." She turned to face Lu Yuan directly. "Can you guarantee that our crew will be able to resume filming as scheduled tomorrow?" Lu Yuan smiled. "Of course, I always keep my word." After making slight adjustments to the overall process, all personnel from the Inheritor's crew gathered on the beach. Yin Quan raised his megaphone, his voice echoing in the island's twilight. "Ladies and gentlemen, today we welcome a special guest. Miss Wen Yuyun will portray a mysterious character, a native guide of the island." The 5 members of the Starry Girls huddled together, adorned in summer attire specially designed by Lin Xiao for the island theme. Yang Lele furrowed her brow, clearly puzzled by this sudden turn of events. Zhao Shui observed Wen Yayun with a stoic expression, her keen intuition warning her that this woman's presence would complicate the game further. The rules have been adjusted, Yin Quan continued to announce. Today's task is to search for the fabled sea god pearl. Legend has it that this pearl is hidden in a secret location on the island, and only by unraveling ancient riddles can it be found. You will be divided into 3 teams to compete. When Yayan stepped forward, every stride exuding the elegance and confidence of a professional model. I am Hyla, the last guardian of this island, she began, her voice imbued with a mysterious allure. For centuries, my family has safeguarded the secret of the sea god pearl. But now, the time has come. The pearl must find its true owner. Chen Jiai stood among the group, carefully observing Wen Yayun's performance. As a fellow actress, she could sense the professional aura emanating from Wen Yayun. First group, Yin Quan declared. Yang Lele, by Lu Suxiaoli. Your task is to proceed to the coral reef area on the eastern side of the island to seek clues about the moonstone. Second group, Chen Jiai, Zhao Shui, Jiang He. You are to explore the ancient temple ruins in the center of the island. And I, Wen Yayun interjected, her voice taking on a mysterious and enticing tone, will be observing you from the shadows. I am both your guide and your tester. Remember, the sea god pearl will only choose those with truly pure and courageous hearts. Sun Yaki stood at the edge of the filming area, holding a walkie-talkie, poised to coordinate the actions of the various filming teams. Watching Wen Yayun's performance, she couldn't help but acknowledge that Lu Yuan's decision had indeed infused the program with a heightened sense of drama. Before the game commenced, each team was required to select a talisman. Wen Yayun continued, gesturing towards an ancient wooden chest resting upon the beach. But be cautious, for one among them is cursed. The team that selects it shall face additional challenges. Yang Lele approached the enigmatic chest, with the other members trailing closely behind. Choose wisely, brave adventurers. Wen Yayun's voice held a hint of playful mockery. Let us see whom the goddess of fate favors today. Not far off, in a monitoring tent, Lu Yuan observed the unfolding events with quiet interest, cradling a chilled coconut drink, his face adorned with a satisfied smile. Zhou Mani stood beside him, remarking, Darling, Wen Yayun's performance has exceeded my expectations. She truly immersed herself in the role with remarkable swiftness. Professional actors are indeed just that, Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. When confronted with genuine challenges, she knows precisely what to do. All teams were now equipped and ready, Suya reported, with the filming crew also poised and prepared to commence shooting at any moment. Let Yin Quan proceed with his vision, Lu Yuan told Zhou Mani. Today's show promises to be spectacular. Chapter 65. The game is underway. A hotel attendant approached Lu Yuan, saying, Sir, our hotel possesses a helicopter. Would you like to make use of it? Intrigued, Lu Yuan responded, Oh, that sounds splendid. Do take me to see it. Lin Xiao happened to overhear and insisted on joining, even bringing along her aunt, Lin Wanqing. Wen Yayun volunteered as well, claiming her flight training made her suitable to pilot the aircraft. The 4 followed the attendant to the helipad in the hotel's backyard, where a white Bell 429 helicopter sat gracefully atop the roof. Lu Yuan was the first to bend down and enter the spacious cabin, capable of accommodating 6. Lin Xiao and Lin Wanqing soon followed, while Wen Yayun entered the cockpit. Lin Xiao chose a front seat to gain a better vantage point for observing the island's topography. Seeking inspiration for future artistic designs, Lin Wanqing took her place beside Lu Yuan. As the cabin door sealed shut, the rotor blades began to spin faster, transforming into a blurred disc barely discernible to the eye. The helicopter trembled slightly before ascending smoothly in a vertical climb. Through the curved windows, the hotel buildings below shrank rapidly in size, revealing the panoramic beauty of Moonlight Island as if unfurling a scroll. The azure waters, crystal clear, enveloped the lush green island, while the white sandy beaches resembled silver ribbons adorning the island's edges. Isn't it stunning? Lu Yuan's voice resonated clearly through the cabin's communication headset as he leaned closer to Lin Wanqing. She nodded, her gaze still fixed on the breathtaking scenery outside. Indeed, nature's craftsmanship never ceases to amaze. The helicopter adjusted its angle, heading towards the main filming location, the primary beach. Just then, the aircraft suddenly jolted due to an unstable lateral airflow. Lin Wanqing instinctively tilted her body to the side, and Lu Yuan naturally extended his hand to steady her shoulder. Lin Wanqing, wearing a delicate lavender sleeveless dress of lightweight silk, felt the unmistakable warmth of his hand seep through the thin fabric, leaving an imprint on her skin. Her breath momentarily caught in her throat as she subtly shifted away, eluding his grasp. Lu Yuan, Lin Wanqing turned her head to face him. Xiao Xiao mentioned you invested considerable effort into this variety show. She is immensely grateful for the opportunity you've afforded her to showcase her designs to a national audience. As her elder, I thank you as well. However, this child has always been a bit single-minded. Once she immerses herself in work, she forgets everything else. I hope you will bear with her and offer guidance in her endeavors. You're too kind, Sister Wanqing. Lu Yuan retracted his hand. Lin Xiao is quite talented and diligent. I have no doubt she will become an exceptional designer. It is our privilege to collaborate with her. Wow, the view from this angle is simply breathtaking, Lin Xiao exclaimed, pressing her face against the window, gazing at the diminishing island below. Auntie, look over there. Lu Yuan suddenly leaned closer. The shots arranged by director Yuan appear quite intriguing from this perspective. His face nearly brushed against Lin Wanqing's, one hand casually resting on the back of her seat while the other pointed outside. This posture allowed his warm breath to waft near her ear. Yes, indeed. The angle is quite remarkable. Lin Wanqing's voice trembled slightly as she endeavored to maintain her composure, her body involuntarily softening, nearly collapsing against Lu Yuan's chest. Lu Yuan's hand slowly settled on her shoulder, seemingly an accidental touch. That composition is rather cinematic, wouldn't you agree? Lin Xiao remained engrossed in the view, entirely oblivious to the intimate interactions unfolding behind her. Auntie, look, those girls seem to be playing games on the beach. At that moment, the helicopter encountered a slight turbulence, causing Lu Yuan to lose his balance and inadvertently press his palm onto Lin Wanqing's thigh to stabilize himself, feeling the delicate texture of her sheer stockings beneath his hand. Lin Wanqing's body instantly stiffened, a jolt of electricity coursing through her from the point of contact. Her breathing quickened, yet she dared not make a sound, biting her lip tightly. My apologies, the airflow was a bit unstable just now, Lu Yuan whispered in her ear, his voice laced with a barely perceptible amusement. His hand lingered momentarily, gently caressing her thigh through the fabric. When Yeyun's voice emanated from the front of the cabin. Mr. Lu, we are currently flying over the primary filming area for the second episode. As you can see, Director Yuan has set up multiple camera positions on the beach. Reluctantly, Lu Yuan withdrew his hand, returning to his own seat, yet his gaze frequently drifted back to Lin Wanqing, admiring her facade of calmness that could not conceal her inner turmoil. Lin Wanqing's heart raced. She could still feel the warmth of his hand lingering on her thigh. Stealing a glance at Lin Xiao to ensure she had not noticed anything amiss, she sighed in relief. On the opposite side of the cabin, although Wen Yayun was professionally narrating the progress of the game below, her keen intuition as a woman allowed her to sense the nuanced changes occurring in the seat behind her. Through the reflection in the window, she could faintly discern the intimate closeness between Lu Yuan and Lin Wanqing. As a woman who had navigated the entertainment industry for years, Wen Yayun was all too familiar with the games played between men and women. How intriguing. This man is indeed restless. Just moments ago, he rebuffed my advances at the resort, yet now he displays such interest in this woman. Wen Yayun pondered, observing the flush of color on Lin Wanqing's cheeks and her slight disarray, contrasted with Lu Yuan's composed demeanor. Yet, Wen Yayun was astute. She understood precisely when to feign ignorance. She continued her commentary, occasionally stealing glances at the silent game unfolding below. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao remained completely absorbed in the thrilling developments of the game, clapping her hands excitedly. Auntie, look, Su Xiaoli's team has found the second clue. This game is designed so brilliantly. Chapter 66, The Top Girl Group. The sea breeze carried a hint of saltiness, mingled with the subtle aroma of wood from the luxurious yacht. The helicopter's rotor blades had ceased their whirling, leaving only the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the shore and the occasional chirping of seabirds. With the first half of the variety show filming concluded, the crew busily engaged in relocating equipment and preparing for the next phase, while Lu Yuan and his companions returned to the modern glass villa perched atop the highest point of the island. Lin Wanqing, upon returning to the villa, feigned fatigue and ascended alone to the bedroom on the second floor, which faced the ocean. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the open dining area downstairs felt subtly tense. The villa boasted a highly professional kitchen, equipped with an array of high-end cooking utensils. Zhou Manny and Suya were preparing dinner, or rather, engaging in a silent contest over who would take charge of the meal. The cold storage of the villa held top-notch ingredients airlifted from around the globe. Zhou Manny retrieved a beautifully packaged piece of Wagyu beef, its marbled pattern distinctly visible. She unwrapped it and placed the thick-cut steak onto the cutting board. Picking up a chef's knife, she began to trim away the excess fat with deft and professional movements. Let us prepare Wellington steak for tonight's main course, she remarked to Suya, who was skillfully handling a still-twitching Asian sea bass. Her knife skills were impeccable, scales removed, gills discarded, and the belly split open in one fluid motion. In no time, a perfectly cleaned fish lay on the plate, dressed in a cream-colored cotton linen dress. Complemented by a light gray apron, she exuded a gentle elegance. Eating something too oily tonight will be overwhelming, Suya suggested softly. Let us go with steamed fish instead. It's simpler and will allow the freshness of the fish to shine through. Zhou Manny paused, regarding Suya with curiosity. What is this? Are you, Secretary Zhou, questioning my ability to organize dinner? Or do you believe your taste is more representative of President Lu's preferences? Hey, two stunning beauties. Is there anything I can assist with? Han Xiaoying sauntered in, holding a glass of red wine, her movements graceful. Meanwhile, in Lu Yuan's room upstairs, Lin Xiao curled up in his embrace, enveloped in a shirt still warm from his body, the oversized hem barely covering her thighs. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Lin Xiao has successfully conceived. Cash reward of 10 million has been credited to your account, as Lin Xiao's overall rating reached 95 points. A special reward has been triggered. The system is currently drawing for you. Congratulations, host, you will receive a top girl group formation. Oh, a top girl group? Where are they now? They are currently at the Myth Entertainment headquarters registering. Then I must go see. I'll leave the rest to Zhou Manny. Lu Yuan, elated, decided to let the others proceed first and took a helicopter back to see for himself. The helicopter landed smoothly on the rooftop helipad emblazoned with a giant H, under the guidance of ground staff. The cabin door slid open, and Lu Yuan bent slightly to exit. His casual shirt and shorts from the island fluttering in the slightly sweltering afternoon breeze of Jiangqing. The corridor was empty, echoing only with his footsteps. A soft chime sounded as the elevator door slid open. Lu Yuan's female assistant awaited him. President Lu, you've had a long journey. Where are they? He asked while removing his jacket. They are already in the reception room, the assistant replied, following closely beside him. The two moved through the open office area and finally stopped at the reception room. The assistant stepped forward and opened the door for him. A rectangular black conference table dominated the center of the room. Three girls stood up in unison upon hearing the door open, their movements synchronized as if rehearsed multiple times. The girl on the left wore a black sleeveless dress made of a subtly patterned silk. The hem fell just above her knees, revealing her straight, fair legs, accentuated by a pair of black stilettos. Her hair was neatly styled, with a few deliberately tousled strands framing her face. I am Han Kaiying, she stated confidently, the leader and main rapper of K-pop's top girl group, Black Rose. The girl in the middle donned a wine-red silk V-neck slip dress, her extravagant golden curls cascading over her shoulders. Her long, toned legs were unabashedly exposed to the air. Her makeup was bold, with cat-eyed eyeliner and full red lips, exuding a fierce beauty akin to that of a leopard. I am Jean Genie, her voice tinged with a raspy, languid sensuality, the main dancer and visual of Black Rose. Lastly, there was the shy girl with black hair, who seemed to sense Lu Yuan's gaze and trembled slightly before lifting her head. Her face was nearly flawless, with skin as white as premium mutton fat jade, delicate enough to reveal not a single pore. Her petite nose and cherry blossom pink lips complemented her doe-like eyes, glistening with innocence and dependence, evoking a protective instinct in any man. She wore a pure white off-the-shoulder dress, its fluffy hem adorned with intricate floral embroidery. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, the contrast between her dark locks and the white dress striking. Park Won-young noticed Lu Yuan's gaze and instantly flushed with a charming blush. Flustered, she lowered her head again, her voice barely audible. I am Park Won-young, the main vocalist of the group. Welcome to Myth Entertainment, Lu Yuan smiled. From today onward, let us strive together towards greater heights. However, you must be quite weary from your journey. Let me escort you to your accommodations for some well-deserved rest. President Lu, Han Kaiying shook her head. We truly appreciate your arrangements, but if I may be frank, we would prefer to complete today as training first. Indeed, otherwise we may find it hard to sleep. The other two echoed, equally insistent. Chapter 67, Barbecue. The assistant guided the three through a long white corridor, pushing open the double doors at the end. Inside was an expansive dance practice room, 3 walls lined with floor-to-ceiling mirrors, while the fourth boasted a large window overlooking the city's skyline. The floor was covered with professional non-slip material, and a corner rest area was stocked with bottled water, clean towels, and a small medical first aid kit. Here lies the company's grandest practice room, equipped with an independent ventilation and temperature control system, and sound equipment of the renowned brand Audio. Should you have any additional equipment requests, feel free to convey them to me at any time. The assistant's voice echoed in the spacious chamber. Lu Yuan refrained from entering, leaning against the wall by the door with his arms crossed. The assistant had already taken care of your accommodations in the adjacent villa area, and you may rest there at your convenience. Thank you for the arrangements. General Manager Lu, Han Chaiyang spoke, removing her outer garment and casually draping it over a nearby resting bench. However, before we take a break, we would like to commence with 2 hours of foundational physical training and dance practice. Jean Jisu also shed her outerwear, her alluring figure immediately liberated from confinement. Park Chae-young silently walked to the center of the room, beginning her leg stretches. Lu Yuan observed the data presented by the system. Name: Han Chae-young. Age: 22. Health Index: 95. Genetic Potential Rating: A. Purity: Yes. Emotional History: 0. Comprehensive Score: 92. Qualification Overview: Meets Reward Standards. Name: Jin Jisoo. Age: 21. Health Index: 93. Genetic Potential Rating: A. Purity: Yes. Emotional History: 1. Comprehensive Score: 95. Qualification Overview: Meets Reward Standards. System: Name: Park Won-young. Age: 20. Health Index: 92. Genetic Potential Rating: S. Purity: Yes. Emotional History: 0. Comprehensive Score: 96. Qualification Overview: Meets Reward Standards. It was somewhat preposterous that all three were deemed the chosen ones. Were these their original profiles, or had they been conjured into existence by the system itself? The reasons remained elusive. Yet the presence of three prodigies within his company undeniably uplifted Lu Yuan's spirits. He settled into the practice room, observing their training. The sound system commenced with a pulsating electronic melody. Han Chae-young stood at the forefront, resembling a stern instructor, her commands concise and authoritative. 5, 6, 7, 8. Wave. Keep your core tight. Won-young, your shoulders are too stiff. Jin Jisoo undulated like a flowing serpent, moving in sync with the rhythm, executing fluid and powerful wave motions. Han Chae-young, positioned at the front of the line, wore an expression of intense focus and resolve, akin to a general preparing for battle. Each of her movements was precise and forceful, perfectly aligned with the beat, devoid of any hesitance. Her body's lines, in motion, resembled a taut bow, brimming with explosive energy. Park Won-young, positioned behind her, may not have exuded the same aggressive energy as Han Chae-young, but her every motion radiated flexibility and grace, reminiscent of a willow swaying in the breeze, seemingly delicate, yet embodying an indomitable spirit. Meanwhile, Jin Jisoo resembled a blazing flame, her dance the most flamboyant and captivating. Her golden locks trailed behind her, leaving ephemeral traces in the air, while her waist twisted with remarkable amplitude, her training attire accentuating her breathtaking curves. As the final note fell, the trio's movements synchronized, coming to a sudden halt. Applause echoed from Lu Yuan, who clapped leisurely from the sidelines. Truly, as a top-tier girl group, their expressiveness was undeniable. Now that we've finished our practice, I presume you must be famished? Let us indulge in some barbecue. Maji Korean Cuisine, an upscale Korean barbecue establishment, is nestled atop a skyscraper in the financial district of Jiangxing. Lu Yuan escorted the ladies from the exclusive elevator, where attendants clad in modified hanbok awaited, leading them to the reserved private dining room. At the center of the room was a sunken design, dominated by a vast black rock grill pan. A pure copper smoke extraction system descended from the ceiling, gleaming with a warm metallic sheen. Following the attendant's guidance, everyone removed their shoes and took their seats. The tatami mats were adorned with soft cushions, and ample space beneath the table allowed for legroom. Han Chae-young proactively picked up the menu from the table and handed it to the other two. Jisoo, Won-young, take a look at what you'd like to order. She assumed the role of the elder sister, attentively considering their preferences. Jin Jisoo refrained from accepting the menu, one leg bent while the other boldly extended. Nearly reaching the table across, she twirled a strand of her golden hair with her fingertips, her fitted black shirt strained against her remarkable curves. I'm good with anything. Her voice held a raspy allure. As long as it's on General Manager Lu's tab, everything tastes divine. Her gaze remained fixed on Lu Yuan as she spoke. The attendants began to serve the dishes. The finest A5 Wagyu beef was presented on an exquisite ice platter, the marbled red and white patterns vividly apparent. Following were freshly opened Australian oysters, Iberian pork belly, and an assortment of Korean pickles and sides, filling the table to capacity. The charcoal had already reached a vibrant red, and the smoke-free design ensured the dining room remained free of any oily odors. I'll handle it. Jin Jisoo took the silver grilling tongs from the attendant, expertly placing a delicate slice of Wagyu on the grill. As the meat made contact with the sizzling surface, it emitted a tantalizing sizzle, the enticing fats rendered by the heat, filling the air with a rich aroma. She grilled the Wagyu for merely a few seconds on each side until the edges curled slightly and a delectable caramel hue emerged, before promptly removing it. Rather than placing the meat on her own plate, she traversed half the table and offered the still steaming piece of grilled meat directly to Lu Yuan's lips. General Manager, please. You try the first piece. Her forward lean caused the already taut collar of her shirt to further open, revealing a profound neckline. Don't be shy, dig in. Lu Yuan chuckled, noticing Park Chae-young's bashfulness. as he extended his chopsticks to pick up a piece of grilled wagyu, placing it in the dipping sauce dish before her. Park Won-young lifted her gaze, her doe-like eyes meeting Lu Yuan's before quickly dropping her head, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She whispered a faint "Thank you, boss," her voice barely audible. "Oh dear, our Won-young is quite bashful," Jin Jisu remarked, "unlike me, who is bold enough to claim whatever I desire." She seized a large chunk of thick-cut pork belly with the communal chopsticks, placing it onto the grill, which instantly erupted in a vigorous sizzle, white smoke billowing upwards. Chapter 68. Jin Jisu is drunk. The group chatted while they dined, and by the end, a pleasant intoxication had settled upon them. Jin Jisu was particularly affected. Already sprawled over the table, Lu Yuan summoned the assistant, ensuring everyone was ushered into a vehicle heading towards the villa area that had been prepared. The sleek black Porsche glided silently along the smooth asphalt of the villa district, eventually coming to a stop before a modern-style, standalone villa. The female assistant exited the driver's seat, circled the front of the car, and opened the door for Han Chae-young and Park Chae-young in the back seat. "Be careful on the way," Han Chae-young nodded towards the driver as she stepped out. Park Chae-young followed closely behind, offering a slight bow to Lu Yuan, who was inside the car with the unsteady Kim Jenny. Lu Yuan gently half-dragged, half-carried the nearly unconscious Kim Jenny out of the vehicle. The potent aroma of alcohol mingled with the luxurious, woody fragrance of her expensive perfume, enveloping him. The keys. Lu Yuan extended his hand toward the female assistant in the driver's seat. She handed him a key adorned with metallic tassels. "Do you need assistance?" "No. You all head back first. Please drive safely." Lu Yuan closed the car door. The Porsche's headlights blinked twice before it silently merged into the night. The streetlights in the villa area cast a gentle orange glow. The weight of Kim Jenny's body rested heavily against Lu Yuan. Her head leaned on his shoulder, her golden curls cascading down and brushing against his face, causing a slight itch. Lu Yuan unlocked the imposing black door of the villa. Within lay darkness. He fumbled for the switch on the wall, and with a click, the lights in the foyer and living room sprang to life. The central air conditioning hummed quietly, its cool breeze caressing his skin, soothing the warmth left by the alcohol. The living room was spacious, dominated by a massive beige corner sofa that occupied nearly a third of the space. On the wall opposite the sofa hung an oversized LCD television, its screen a vast expanse of black, resembling a colossal mirror. The corridor on the second floor was narrower than that on the first, flanked by several closed white doors. Lu Yuan pushed open the door directly opposite the staircase. The master bedroom, a grand king-sized bed, ample enough to accommodate 4 or 5 adults, was positioned in the center of the room. He gently placed Kim Jenny's delicate form onto the expansive bed. "Water. I'm so thirsty," she murmured incoherently, sprawled across the bed. Her golden locks lay disheveled on the gray sheets, strands sticking together due to perspiration. The black silk blouse she had tied at her waist was now completely soaked, clinging tightly to her body. The hem of the shirt had long since come undone, exposing her fair and toned abdomen to the air, revealing the outline of a beautiful waistline. Just as he turned, a soft hand grasped his arm. Kim Jenny had somehow sat up, her cat-like eyes, slightly glazed from intoxication, now sparkling brightly as they fixated on him. The alcohol had flushed her cheeks a vibrant crimson. "Don't go," she implored, her voice laced with a characteristic hoarseness and clinginess of inebriation. "Stay, keep me company." She spoke slowly, each word enunciated clearly. Propelled by her hands on the bed, she leaned toward him, closing the distance between them in an instant. The bedroom door was gently pushed open, revealing Kim Jenny, who entered cautiously, barefooted, bearing a tray adorned with a white tablecloth. She had already freshened up, her seaweed-like golden hair casually styled into a bun, exposing her smooth, full forehead and elegantly sculpted neck. Clad only in an oversized white men's shirt, it barely covered her pert, rounded curves, revealing her porcelain-like thighs. She placed the tray gently on the bedside table. On it lay a delightful Western breakfast, 2 slices of golden, crispy toast, a sunny-side-up egg with a runny yolk, several pieces of caramelized bacon, and a small bowl of vibrant fruit salad. Beside it sat a steaming cup of black coffee. "Boss, it's time to wake up." She leaned down, her voice a lazy rasp as she whispered near Lu Yuan's ear, her warm breath brushing against him. Lu Yuan flipped over, his eyelids fluttering before slowly opening his eyes. Before him was Kim Jenny's strikingly beautiful face, her neckline slightly open, revealing a subtly rising décolletage with each breath. "Breakfast is ready," she announced, straightening up with a smile, pointing to the tray on the bedside table. "Try my cooking." Lu Yuan sat up, picked up a fork, and speared a piece of toast, dripping with egg yolk, into his mouth. The toast was perfectly toasted, its outer layer crisp while remaining soft inside. The egg was cooked to perfection, the flowing yolk enveloping his taste buds with a rich flavor. It's quite good, he offered an objective assessment. Just quite good? Kim Jinny seemed somewhat displeased with his response. She moved to the other side of the bed and knelt on it, resembling a lazy yet dangerous cat as she crept closer to Lu Yuan. The distance between them shrank to less than an arm's length. Boss. She lowered her voice even further. I worked so hard last night, and this morning, I made you breakfast. Is that all you're going to give me? She licked her full lips, her cat-like eyes glimmering with unrestrained desire and ambition. Or do you think, boss, there's anything I could improve upon, in work or otherwise? Lu Yuan chuckled, patting her cheek. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. We should head to the office. 30 minutes later, they exited the villa. Kim Jinny stood at the entrance, now clad in a fresh ensemble, a striking red sleeveless dress. The skirt, ending just above her knees, accentuated her long, slender legs. Her voluminous golden curls were tied into a high ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead and exquisite features. On her feet were a pair of matching red stilettos, each heel standing 10 centimeters tall. Lu Yuan had also changed into smart casual attire. His assistant had already parked his Maybach in the driveway. Lu Yuan opened the passenger door for her, and Kim Jinny gracefully slid into the seat. The core project of Myth Entertainment right now is the variety show The Inheritors, correct? Indeed. Lu Yuan replied as he started the car, merging the Maybach smoothly into the flow of traffic.